Extra Volume, The World of Naruto and Tsukuyomi, Extra 1, The Beautiful and Majestic Tsunade. In the fantasy world of Infinite Moon Reading, Kimura, 19 years old, is a time traveler who has just been in ninja country for a year. First Ninja Hospital, Conference Hall. Tsunade stood on the stage, pointing at the screen, and teaching medical-related knowledge. Many medical ninjas sat in the audience and listened attentively. Kimura was one of them. Although he was sitting in a remote position, he was still eye-catching. From time to time, a few glances passed by him. After all, in this special ninja world, he is the only male ninja. Kimura was not in the mood to listen to the lecture. He was a relative of the vice dean, Uchiha Mikoto. The hospital was basically well managed, and there would be someone to help deal with any problems, so he didn't need to worry about it. The reason for doing this is not because of the salary, but to integrate into the life of ninja country. As a time traveler, Kimura doesn't know enough about ninja country and needs to experience it firsthand in practice. At this moment, his eyes were completely focused on the dean's delicate body. In his opinion, Dean Tsunade is a perfect woman. Although she is over 50 years old, she still has the yin seal to keep her youthful complexion. There are no wrinkles on her face. Even her neck, which is difficult to beautify, is free of fine lines. Her skin is very smooth and firm, and she looks no different from a 20-year-old girl. She has an elegant appearance, and her every frown and smile shows the majesty of a superior, yet she is amiable. She has found a perfect balance between the two, which is obviously the result of her years of experience as a dean. Her figure is graceful, with a nearly perfect golden ratio. Unfortunately, some of the lines are surprisingly undulating, which destroys the overall coordination, but it also has a unique beauty. At least, it is hard to find in the ninja world. Except for Samui, the vice president of the second ninja hospital, no one can compare to Tsunade in that aspect. In ninja country, although there is a so-called gender concept, it is very weak. After all, Kimura is the only man here, so he can be almost ignored. Therefore, the clothing styles of the female ninjas were generally very bold, making Kimura dazzled. Dean Tsunade is no exception. She had a hot body and was tired of custom-made clothes. She only wore a loose sleeveless top with a tea-green long gown with black edges, a black belt around her waist, dark blue cropped trousers, and black low-heeled sandals. She dressed simply and coolly, showing off her proud talent. Kimura likes to hide in the crowd and stare at the dean. This gives him a sense of taboo of peeping, but also a sense of security hidden in the darkness. Maybe a little bit perverted, but Kimura is just such a vulgar male ninja. He has been working in the ninja hospital for more than a month. He has nothing to do every day. His greatest pleasure is to appreciate the beauty of his colleagues and patients. Among them, Tsunade is the one he pays the most attention to. He was fascinated by the dean's broad-minded heart, porcelain white ankles, and round, rosy heels. Of course, for now, I can only stop at my yearning. Kimura had no chance to meet the dean, and occasionally passing by him in the corridor was a rare encounter. Kimura once thought that he would always have to look at the majestic dean from afar across an invisible but unbridgeable gap. But he overlooked the amazing destructive power of a male ninja appearing in this huge country of female ninjas, which was far more powerful than the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails. At 5:30 in the evening, I get off work and go home on time. Kimura rode his bicycle for 2 blocks, passed the second ninja hospital, then turned a corner, rode 2 more blocks, and stopped in front of a courtyard. Now that the ninja world is unified, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and no one steals on the streets. There are no locks on the doors of every house. Kimura pushed open the gate, walked straight in, and then opened the door of his house. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a call as gentle as a feather. You're back. This is Uchiha Mikoto's voice. Last year, Kimura traveled to ninja country, fell to the ground and was seriously injured. He was rescued by Mikoto, who happened to be passing by. They formed an indissoluble bond, and he has been living in Mikoto's house ever since. They can be said to be very close. It should be you who's back, Kimura muttered as he took off his shoes at the entrance. During this period, Mikoto went on an exchange visit and was not at home. I didn't expect that she would come back today. After taking off his shoes, Kimura bent down to get his slippers, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of a pair of black patent leather peep-toe high heels out of the corner of his eye. Kimura narrowed her eyes slightly. As far as she could remember, Mikoto never wore this style of high heels. After all, she thought it was a bit awkward to show 2 or 3 toes, and if she wore stockings, even if the toes were slightly thickened, she would still feel that they would be pierced, which would be very uncomfortable. Therefore, Mikoto refused to wear peep-toe high heels. Since it's not her, then it must be someone else. Kimura put on his slippers, took off his coat, and walked into the 6-meter-high living room while shouting, "Misaki sister, are there any guests at home?" "Yes, here comes a beautiful lady," Mikoto said as she walked out of the kitchen, wearing a navy blue apron that only covered 2/3 of her thighs. As she walked, her white and slender legs, set against the apron, looked like the winding waves on the seashore. Fascinating. "I haven't seen you for half a month. Do you miss me?" Mikoto placed the food on the coffee table, took off her apron and threw it on the sofa, then walked towards Kimura with brisk steps. "Do you think I miss you?" Kimura walked over with a smile and embraced her. With such close contact, he could easily smell her fragrance and feel her soft and tender skin. "Do you think I think you miss me?" Mikoto was in a leisurely mood, happily playing with the nesting dolls. "Do you think I think you miss me?" Kimura put on another layer of makeup, and while talking, he went to the kitchen to wash his hands, sat down at the coffee table, and enjoyed the delicious food. Mikoto was not at home these few days, so he ate in the hospital cafeteria, and the taste was definitely not as good as the meals Mikoto cooked herself. At this moment, leaning on the sofa and enjoying delicious food is so comfortable. Mikoto sat beside him, her eyes as clear as water, quietly looking at his handsome face. "Don't you want to eat?" asked Kimura. Mikoto shook her head and smiled. "I tasted a lot when I was making it, and now I'm full." Kimura raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's right, a cook will never go hungry." So, he stopped caring about Mikoto and ate to his heart's content. After a while, Kimura finished his dinner, wiped his mouth, and thought about his business. "Sister Mikoto, who is that beautiful girl you just mentioned?" Kimura asked curiously. Mikoto smiled and said, "Want to see her?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Extra volume, Naruto World in Tsukuyomi, Extra 2, Senior Kushina taking a bath. Kimura looked in the direction of Mikoto's finger, then looked away and asked, "Tell me who she is first, so that I can have a better idea when I meet her later." Mikoto nodded and introduced, "Her name is Uzumaki Kushina, she's 24 years old, 6 years younger than me, and she's the head of the internal medicine department at the 3rd Ninja Hospital." Kimura's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in surprise, "You became the director at such a young age?" Mikoto smiled and said, "Yes, the young are formidable. She is extremely talented and has superb skills. This time she came to the 1st Ninja Hospital for an exchange visit and stayed at our house. But she's not just staying here for a short stay." Mikoto suddenly changed the subject and said, "Kushina will be responsible for your training to ensure that you are qualified for your current position in internal medicine." "What?" Kimura frowned and asked in confusion, "Hasn't the relationship been taken care of? Why do you still need to train me?" Mikoto sighed and said, "Dean Tsunade suddenly sent a telegram to all the leaders yesterday, saying that she wanted to examine the professional qualities of all the employees in the hospital. Although I made some connections, I failed to get through to the dean. If she finds out that you and I were cheating, we will definitely be in trouble. Kimura rubbed his chin, as if realizing something, and said, so that's why you came back early. Mikoto took a sip of tea and said, yes. The relevant exam will be held in a month, and time is very tight. I have to take care of all the affairs of the hospital, so I am quite busy. I can only ask Kushina to help train you. I see. Page 2. Kimura sighed secretly, the relief in his heart was gone, and an invisible burden had been placed on his shoulders. Mikoto smiled and reminded, Kushina has a hot temper. When you see her, remember to be polite and respectful. Don't be so casual like you are in the hospital. Well. I see. Kimura nodded, took note of it, then stood up and looked towards the guest rooms on the second floor. I'll go meet her first. Well, don't feel pressured, she will definitely like you. Mikoto smiled and pursed her lips. I hope so. Kimura said this and walked up the spiral staircase. Mikoto watched him go away, then picked up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Kimura went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the guest room. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response from inside the door. Kimura was slightly stunned and felt a little surprised. Was I rejected so quickly? As soon as this thought came to my mind, the door clicked and opened a crack. Come in. A very clear female voice, full of liveliness. Excuse me. Kimura slowly opened the door and walked into the guest room. There was a cloud of white mist in front of us which had not yet dissipated. Kimura raised his eyebrows, guessing that this should be the remnant of the shadow clone. She actually used her shadow clone to open the door? Then what was she doing? Kimura was a little curious and looked around the house. Then, he heard the faint sound of water. Kimura followed the noise and looked towards the bathroom about 10 steps away. The frosted glass door of the bathroom was blurry and nothing could be seen clearly. However, this sliding door was not tightly closed at this moment, but had a gap on the side, about 2 fingers wide, and the steam inside was slowly escaping. Kimura's eyes flickered as he glanced at the wet footprints on the floor. He instantly realized that the shadow clone had just walked out of the bathroom. Kushina is bathing. Excuse me. Kimura kept Mikoto's reminder in mind and maintained courtesy, but out of nature, he couldn't help but glance at the crack in the door. In an instant, the hexagram marks on his chest and abdomen felt scorching hot, and he quickly looked away. However, it still left a deep impression. In the misty heat, the beautiful woman's delicate body is looming, showing exquisite curves. That pair of snow-white and soft long legs even made the mist dim a little. Kimura was quite surprised and his heart beat slightly faster. You are the young male ninja who is staying at Mikoto's house, right? The cool and lively female voice was heard again. Kimura nodded, then realized that Kushina probably couldn't see him, so he said, My name is Kimura. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. As he spoke, he bowed. You don't have to be so polite. Kushina laughed, Mikoto should have told you who I am, right? Yes, Kushina-senpai, said Kimura. Kushina smiled again and said, From now on, you can just call me Kushina. This way, it won't sound old. Kimura followed suit and decisively changed his tone, Okay, Kushina. Come on, help me pass the clothes on the hanger. The bathroom door was opened a little further. A white jade-like arm stretched out gently. Crystal clear water drops slid smoothly along the delicate skin, dripping onto the floor, splashing water, as if playing a lively melody. Kimura turned his head and looked at the clothes rack, on which were hung a white bathrobe and dark red lace underwear. Kimura's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. This senior, whom I met for the first time, no, I haven't met him yet, is so casual. Kimura muttered to herself as she took some clothes off the hanger and handed them to Kushina. The moment he handed it over, he vaguely felt Kushina's cold fingertips sliding across his palm. However, this feeling is fleeting and it is difficult to tell whether it is real or fake. Kimura thought it was just his own hot-headedness and illusion. At the same time, the sound of water in the bathroom disappeared, replaced by rustling sounds. After a moment, with a click, the frosted glass door opened completely, and warm steam rushed in. Mixed in with it was the faint fragrance of shower gel. Kushina had her wet fiery red hair tied up in a simple bun and let it dry naturally. Wearing a clean white bathrobe and a pair of strapless crystal low-heeled sandals, she walked out of the bathroom with a click. The bathrobe was not tied properly, but only tied with a loose bow at the waist. The collar was open in a loose inverted V shape, revealing large areas of snow-white skin on the neck. Even a few water droplets could be vaguely seen in the clavicle. Kimura's eyes couldn't help but wander, but finally, with his willpower, he barely fixed them on Kushina's beautiful face. As he looked her up and down, Kushina was also looking him up and down. Wow! Seeing is believing, he's so handsome. There was a bright light in Kushina's beautiful eyes, and she was full of joy. Thank you for the compliment. Kimura greeted politely. Kushina smiled and said, I finally met the only male ninja in the world. This time, I heard from Mikoto that you were in trouble, so I rushed here. I will definitely train you to be a qualified medical ninja and pass the examination of Dean Tsunade. As he said this, he took Kimura's arm without any hesitation, and the fresh fragrance after the bath rushed to Kimura's nose. Extra volume, Naruto World in Tsukuyomi, Extra 3, Kushina's seduction. The development of things is always unexpected. Kimura glanced at Kushina's intimately linked hands and thought to himself, Sister Mikoto, I followed your instructions and was polite to my seniors, but she doesn't seem to care about etiquette. So casual, so gentle, so kind, it didn't seem like a first meeting at all, and it didn't seem like there was any difference between a man and a woman. Kimura felt confused, yet secretly happy. In fact, he underestimated his own lethality as a unique male ninja, and also forgot that everything in this moon-reading world was actually a projection of his inner desires. Kushina has a hot body, more charming than Mikoto, with a curvy figure and full of athletic energy. A simple bathrobe looks extremely seductive on her. In comparison, although Mikoto has a good figure, she has a reserved quality, which makes people feel more tranquil and gentle. Both have their own charm. But at the moment, Kushina is naturally more impactful because she is so close while Mikoto is far away downstairs. Kushina took Kimura's arm and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Then, she lifted her fair jade feet and placed them on the transparent glass coffee table. The soft curve of the calf is immediately revealed. Even because of the raised legs, the silk hem of the bathrobe slides slightly along the smooth thighs, gently swaying, which is very charming. Kimura's gaze was immediately drawn. A smile appeared on Kushina's lips, then she opened the shoe box on the coffee table and took out a pair of brand new black patent leather pointed stiletto heels. Just as she was about to put on her high heels, she gently patted her forehead, as if she suddenly realized something, put down her high heels, picked up the unopened stockings on the coffee table, and went straight to the cloakroom. After a moment, she came back gracefully, her legs wrapped in a layer of light grey stockings. Through the slit of her bathrobe, one could even see the lace of the stockings at 1/3 of her thigh. Under the light, the stockings exude a soft color. Kimura was very disappointing and had no self-control, so he was attracted again. However, Kushina didn't mind at all and always had a faint smile on her lips. Then, she continued the unfinished action and put on her high heels one by one. The slender high heels stepped on the floor, making a pleasant sound. After changing her clothes, Kushina raised her hand and gently pushed the scattered fiery red bangs behind her ears with her fingertips. Then she turned slightly to the side and looked at Kimura beside her. There was a faint charm in her clear eyes. So close and so charming. Kimura stared directly at Kushina. Kushina was also looking Kimura up and down, her heartbeat secretly accelerating. The one and only male ninja in the entire ninja world is sitting right next to you. So handsome. Kushina's heart was beating fast, her cheeks were a little hot with excitement, and it took her a long time to regain her composure. At this time, the two had been staring at each other for several minutes. Kimura has only one woman, Mikoto, and has never seen such a big scene. At this moment, she is completely fascinated. Kushina smiled, secretly delighted and very satisfied with her own charm. She picked up the sushi plate on the coffee table, exhaled lightly, and said, "I haven't had dinner yet since I took a shower. It smells so good. Sister Mikoto's cooking skills are amazing. By the way, have you had dinner?" As she spoke, Kushina moved her body and sat closer to Kimura. Although their upper bodies were not yet touching, their legs were already vaguely touching. The stockings rubbed slightly against the cotton pants, making a pleasant rustling sound. Unfortunately, Kimura was wearing a pair of long trousers and had no time to change. If he had been wearing pajamas and beach pants, he could even experience the frosted texture of the stockings. This made Kimura feel a little itchy. However, although it is not satisfying to just scratch the surface, it does leave more room for imagination. Kimura couldn't help but be distracted, so much so that he felt his voice was a little shaky. "Thank you, I've already eaten, you can enjoy it yourself." "Okay, I'll start." Kushina opened her red lips slightly, picked up a small piece of sushi, slowly put it into her mouth, chewed it slowly, very restrained. Even though Kimura was sitting next to her, he could hardly hear any unusual noise. At the same time, Kushina's slender and long silk legs were still close to Kimura. Kimura felt that she was seducing him, but he was not sure. After all, the female colleagues in the office did not seem to mind having physical contact with him, and no one seemed to have this concept. But no matter what Kushina-senpai's purpose is, it feels so good. Kimura really enjoyed this silent ambiguity, so he sat next to Kushina tacitly. After a while, Kushina finished her dinner, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and turned to look at Kimura. "Anno, I will stay here for the next month and train you in internal medicine to help you pass the assessment of the first ninja hospital." "Okay." Kimura nodded in response. "I will be very strict, and you are not allowed to back down when the time comes." Kushina pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, Kushina-senpai. I will try my best." Kimura responded loudly. Kushina nodded in satisfaction, then stretched as if no one was around, showing off her charming curves. "It's getting late tonight, you should go back and rest. We'll officially start tomorrow." "Hey? Oh, good." Kimura looked slightly stunned, a little lost, then reluctantly got up and left. Kushina watched his back with a hint of amusement in her eyes. "I never thought that Sister Mikoto would not hide the one and only male ninja in the ninja world, but would actually let him out. In that case, Sister Mikoto, don't blame me for being rude." Page 3. Kushina narrowed her beautiful eyes, lightly brushed her lips with her fingertips, and a burning desire to fight rose in her heart. Kimura's heart was aroused by Kushina. He tossed and turned in his room and finally went to Mikoto's room. "After being tired for a while, I fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. Wake up. I've prepared breakfast, hurry up and wash up." A gentle female voice sounded in Kimura's ears. A few long strands of hair gently fluttered across the earlobes. "The elegant fragrance wafts into your nose." Kimura knew it was Mikoto without even looking. Before she left on a business trip, she had always woken him up like this. Now, it was back to the way it was before. "You can't stay in bed. You have to receive training from Kushina today." Mikoto's voice faded away as she hurried off to work. Kimura took a long breath, opened his eyes, and saw hope. "Today, I get to spend a whole day alone with Kushina-senpai." Extra volume, The World of Naruto and Tsukuyomi, Extra 4, The Beautiful Study Room. 8 in the morning. Kimura got up. The reason he was able to sleep leisurely until now was that he didn't have to go to work at the ninja hospital today. Mikoto has already asked for leave for him. Since he doesn't know anything anyway, he might as well receive private training from Kushina at home. This way, his skills will improve faster, which will help him pass Tsunade's assessment in a month. Kimura works in the Department of Internal Medicine. Although it is called internal medicine, it is actually not much different from surgery. After all, medical ninjutsu mainly relies on the palm technique of Yang Tun. The key is to understand the basic medical principles. The rest is nothing more than using chakras in combination with some medicines to heal. Therefore, Kimura, who had no basic knowledge, received training in the study today. He read the thick medical books carefully and mastered the basic theories. This book was compiled by Tsunade herself, and the content is quite easy to understand, but of course there are some difficult points. Kushina sat on Kimura's right and was responsible for explaining the difficult points. She was not wearing formal clothes today, but the simple bathrobe she wore last night. However, she put on light makeup and had bright lips. When there was no need to explain, she was also reading silently. Of course, she was reading a leisure book. She sat in a casual posture, half sideways facing Kimura, with her left hand on the chair and her right hand on the table to turn the pages of the book. The distance between Kimura and Kushina was very close, probably less than 10 centimeters. Every time he raised his hand to turn the book, his elbow would touch Kushina beside him, and the touch felt cool and smooth. It was accidental at first. Kimura's face turned slightly red, and he glanced at Kushina secretly, only to see that she didn't react at all, as if she hadn't noticed at all. Kimura secretly rejoiced, and gradually became bolder, and his movements became larger. Of course, they were not very large, and they were always within a small range, otherwise it would be too blatant. Kushina took in all the changes in Kimura and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. This unique male ninja seemed a little too naive, as if he had never seen a beautiful woman. It seems that the medical female kunoichi at the first ninja hospital are all pure and did not tempt him. Kushina was secretly delighted. If Kimura's threshold wasn't high enough, then she could reach her goal easily. Kimura is a genius. Although I have never really come into contact with medical theory, my comprehension ability is surprisingly strong and I can understand it after reading it once. Therefore, he flipped through the book very quickly. Of course, part of this was also to increase the frequency of contact with Kushina in the most natural way. Time passes happily. The study was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of turning pages. Finally, Kimura encountered a difficulty that he couldn't figure out. "Senior Kushina, how should we understand this?" Kimura asked, pointing to a place in the book. "Why are you calling me senior again?" Kushina was slightly displeased, with her eyebrows slightly raised. "Because it's easier to pronounce, I call Mikoto Mikoto-san. It wouldn't feel right if I just called you by your name," Kimura explained. Kushina's eyes flickered slightly, and she finally nodded without correcting Kimura's address. After all, using such a title seems to be more interesting when being ambiguous. Kushina's idea coincided with Kimura's. The reason why he changed his words was precisely because he had such a secret thought in mind. "What did you just say you didn't understand?" Kushina returned to the topic, leaning towards Kimura, getting really close to him, the pleasant fragrance slowly entering her nose. At this moment, the distance between them was so close that Kimura could even see the delicate texture on Kushina's lips. Kimura couldn't help but let his Adam's apple move slightly, and his heart flew away instantly. It was not until Kushina asked for the third time with a faint smile that he came back to his senses, chuckled, and pointed to a line of words in the book. Kushina glanced at it, then began to explain patiently. After hearing this, Kimura secretly admired that he was worthy of being the director of internal medicine of the Third Ninja Hospital, with a solid theoretical foundation. After Kushina finished speaking, she smiled and asked, "Do you understand?" "Ah." Kimura nodded and continued to study Tsunade's medical tome, nudging Kushina with his elbow from time to time, just like before. Kushina originally thought that he would do something more excessive, but it turned out that Kimura was like standing on the other side of the river, and never dared to wade into the water and take another step. "You are too timid." Kushina was a little dissatisfied, but also a little happy. The pure Kimura made her even more moved. Since Kimura doesn't dare to cross the river, she has to take the initiative to cross the river. Kushina's mind was wandering. She was flipping through a book casually while thinking about how to cross the river. After a while, Kushina asked, "Ano, are you in a relationship?" Kimura was concentrating on reading a book. He was stunned by the question and then shook his head. Since coming into this world, he has never developed a romantic relationship. However, the first person he saw was the stunningly beautiful Mikoto. Then, everything came naturally, and Mikoto and I became an old married couple. "Didn't anyone confess to you in the hospital?" Kushina asked with interest, holding her chin and tilting her face. "No." Kimura shook his head. Kushina's eyes flickered and she frowned. "It shouldn't be like that. You are so handsome, there will definitely be many female kunoichi who will be attracted to you. To be precise, when encountering the one and only male ninja in the ninja world, everyone should pounce on him like a hungry tiger. How could there be no movement?" Then, Kushina suddenly realized, chuckled, and said, "I understand, Mikoto is the vice president, your colleagues must be afraid of Her Majesty and dare not express their affection to you." Kimura recalled and nodded in agreement, "Probably. When Mikoto was not on a business trip, the female colleagues would behave properly when they saw him. Some time ago, Mikoto was on a business trip, and the dress and behavior of the female colleagues became much more unrestrained, which made Kimura dazzled and very enjoyable. All the differences were caused by the presence or absence of the vice president, Mikoto. No one dared to show their ambitions under Mikoto's nose." Kimura understood this and secretly sighed, thinking that he would have less opportunities to see when he was at work in the future, and he would only be able to see the dean. At the same time, Kushina was secretly satisfied. It seemed that since Kimura currently had Mikoto as her lover, if she worked hard, she could be the second one. Obviously, Kimura will have more and more lovers in the future. Among them, the first few will undoubtedly leave a relatively deep impression in his heart. Kushina's eyelashes trembled slightly, she suppressed her excitement and continued to think about how to cross the river. Kimura had no idea what she was thinking and was still immersed in his medical books, occasionally rubbing against Kushina, feeling very comfortable and content. Extra volume, The World of Resurrection of Spiritual Energy in Tsukuyomi, Extra 1 Resurrection of Spiritual Energy. In the fantasy world of Infinite Moon reading, Kimura was reborn into an urban world where spiritual energy was revived. 18 years have passed now. Fortunately, this time he was not bound by his limited lifespan and could live without worries. June 8, afternoon. The school bell rang, the gate opened, and the students rushed towards freedom like trapped beasts out of a cage. The milk tea shop opposite the school has a unique geographical location, and its business is booming, with customers coming in an endless stream. The glass door was pushed open from the inside, and a heroic woman with short hair and tight clothes walked out. She looked to be in her early 20s. The short-haired woman had a calm expression, her lips tightly pursed, and her curvy figure was full of explosive power. There was no doubt that her feet in leather boots could easily break the glass door behind her. After scanning the crowd and confirming that there were no suspicious people, the woman turned her head and signaled with her eyes. Then an extremely handsome young man walked out of the store, Kimura yet, 19 years old, a college student. Glancing at the banner on the wall of the high school opposite that read "Good luck in the college entrance examination and live up to your youth," Kimura sighed, looking lonely, and said to the woman beside him, "Sister Ro, I seem to have forgotten something important." Lin Ro asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Kimura looked lost in thought and said quietly, I forgot to take the college entrance exam." After these words came out, Lin Ro's chest rose and fell slightly. A college student said he forgot about the college entrance examination. Lin Ro really wanted to roll her eyes at Kimura, but she didn't really do it. Kimura is the son of her employer, and she is Kimura-no's personal bodyguard. Out of professional ethics, I can't do this unless I really can't help it. Lin Ro took out her cell phone, dialed the number and immediately hung up. 2 minutes later, a pure black Maybach Exelero slowly drove over, like a sharp sword, easily breaking through the crowded traffic and stopped by the roadside. Lin Ro walked forward and opened the car door. After Kimura got in, she closed the door and got in from the other side. The Maybach, exuding the pressure of money, drove slowly, broke through the traffic again, and rushed into the distance. Inside the car, Lin Ro took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from her forehead and neck. Her pretty face, without any makeup, looked rosy and charming due to the heat and sweat. Kimura, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, glanced up and down at the female bodyguard and kindly suggested, "Sister Ro, don't wrap yourself up so tightly in the summer. Otherwise, in this weather, you won't get so hot if you stay outdoors for a few minutes." Lin Ro ignored Kimura's unruly look and said dutifully, "My outfit is conducive to being in the best fighting condition." As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the rope marks on Kimura's neck. A year later, the mark is still so obvious and so shocking. Without this mark, she would not have been hired by her employer, Mu Ting Meng, to be the personal bodyguard of her son, Kimura Yet. One summer vacation ago, Kimura Yet, who came from a very wealthy family, was strangled by a kidnapper and nearly died. He survived by taking life-saving pills. Since then, he has been surrounded by a driver, Li Wangqing, and a bodyguard, Lin Ro. After the Maybach drove into the suburbs, the speed suddenly increased. Page 4. Through the bulletproof car window, Kimura looked at the rapidly receding green belt, lost in thought, and whispered, "I don't have any ability, I can only live a mediocre life in this life." Lin Ro, who was standing by, didn't show it on her face, but she agreed in her heart. Average grades, no sports skills, no artistic skills. Besides being pretty and rich, what else do you have? If you're not mediocre, who else is? Lin Ro, who grew up in a competitive environment, despised people like Mu Muranyi who had no ambition. Alas, how could Dean Mu have such an ordinary son? Kimura sighed, leaned back on the comfortable leather seat, and said slowly, "I have come to this world with no other wish but to have a big harem. Play with women's feelings and beware of divine punishment." Lin Ro was outraged by the beautiful woman whom Kimura had just met in the milk tea shop. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded on the roof of the car. Outside the car window, a black lightning snake was winding and wreaking havoc on the dome. Lin Ro's body trembled, and she immediately jumped over to press down Kimura, holding him tightly under her body. She then raised her head to look at the deeply dented roof of the car, and her cherry mouth opened in shock to the point that she could swallow an egg. The punishment from heaven has really come. You always keep your word, Sister Ro. Kimura Ye was so frightened that he hugged Lin Ro's slender and strong waist. The sudden loud noise did not affect Li Wangqing who was driving the Maybach. She stared ahead with a calm expression, her hands holding the steering wheel motionless, as if she did not hear the thunderous sound at all. Kimura couldn't be so calm. He swallowed his saliva, not having the time to feel the warmth of Lin Ro's body, and stuttered, "Ching, Ching sister. I remember this roof." Li Wangqing said calmly, "It has been modified. The top is made of high-strength alloy. It is specially made by the Research Institute. There is no possibility of it being disrupted in daily life." "Then what's going on?" Kimura pointed excitedly at the dent in the roof which was about half a meter deep. Li Wangqing drove the Maybach and stopped steadily in front of the gate of a Chinese-style villa with white walls and black tiles. She turned back to look at Kimura, who was still in shock, with a calm face, and said, "Master, we are home." Immediately, she glanced at the sunken roof and said calmly, "Isn't it intact?" The modification was very successful. I was right. Not broken, not broken. It makes sense. I can't refute it. Kimura was choked by her and was speechless for a moment. He knew that Li Wangqing had a good psychological quality. After all, this was a necessary condition for an excellent driver, but he never thought it would be this good. If you are not surprised by this situation, are you still a normal person? What could hit a Maybach accurately at a speed of 300 km per hour? What could smash a high-strength alloy roof into this state? Kimura glanced at Lin Ro, whose small mouth showed an astonishing capacity, and felt a little comforted, thinking that there were still normal people around her. "Hey, Sister Ro." Kimura took the opportunity to poke the bodyguard's soft and tight waist. "As a bodyguard, you should go down and take a look." "Hey?" Lin Ro suddenly came to her senses, quickly pulled out the special electric baton from the secret compartment of the seat, quickly got out of the car, and closed the heavy and solid door tightly. Inside the car, Kimura looked at Li Wangqing, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked curiously, "Sister Qing, do you know martial arts or fighting?" "I know a little bit of women's self-defense, what's wrong with that?" "Nothing." Kimura said regretfully, "I was thinking that if you were strong, coupled with your exceptionally strong heart, you would definitely be a stronger bodyguard than Sister Ro." Li Wangqing said calmly, "Lin Ro protected you, young master, at the first moment. She was not afraid and acted on instinct. She is the best bodyguard. Since Madam has arranged positions for us, we must be the most suitable people for these positions. Sister Mu is the maid, I am the driver, and Lin Ro is the bodyguard. We will each perform our duties to ensure your daily life, young master. My criteria for judging are too narrow and single." Kimura rubbed his chin, thinking, and then said, "Give Lin Ro an extra bonus of 100,000 this month, as my apology for my gaffe just now." Li Wangqing said expressionlessly, "Master, you have no right to decide Lin Ro's salary or bonus. Her employer is Madam. But I will convey your intention to Madam." Ah, Kimura was secretly glad that there was no third person in the car at the moment, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. "Then I'll use my own card." Kimura stopped talking midway. A year ago, his mother's secretary stopped transferring money to his bank card, lest he spend money lavishly and attract attention. Kimura has always been puzzled. With such a luxurious car, it is high profile enough to go out, and the small consumption should not be a big deal. Why did his mother instruct Secretary Lin to do such a thing? I don't know and I don't dare to ask. Kimura sighed helplessly and said, "Sister Qing, you should tell my mother about my intentions." At the same time, Lin Ro opened the door outside the car and said, "Get out of the car, there is no danger." This is the Meng Yunting Villa area in the suburbs, which is sparsely populated. There is only a pure black Maybach parked on the endless asphalt road. After Kimura got out of the car, Li Wangqing, wearing a black suit and trousers, also got out of the Maybach. Li Wangqing was tall, with the buttons of her blazer undone, her shirt with a pleated collar stretched tight, her long legs wrapped in black trousers that outlined her straight and well-proportioned curves, and she was wearing a pair of hollow black high-heeled shoes. There was no extra embellishment on her body, but she had a figure that was greatly appreciated by men. The face with rimless glasses is young and beautiful. There is no smile on her face, but she does not look indifferent, only a faint sense of alienation. She has the standard secretary style, but her calmness, figure, and temperament are more than one level higher than the ordinary female secretaries in the Mu family company. Kimura observed the fox that Lin Ro had taken down from the roof of the car. Its fur was so fiery red that it was difficult to tell how much blood it had lost. Lin Ro took off her gloves and reported, "It's a female fox. About 2 meters long and weighing about 80 kilograms. There's one weird thing. Judging from the impact on the roof, it should be bloody. But now its bones are mostly intact, and it seems to have just bled a lot. But there's no heartbeat, so it's definitely dead. Let's get rid of it, master. And many more. Kimura raised his hand to stop him, staring at the fox whose fur was as red as burning flames. His eyes were like lightning and his expression was excited. The door to a new world has appeared before us. Sister Ro, are you ready to close it just like that? What gate to a new world? It's so weird. It's just a normal fox, with 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and a tail. Lin Ro disagreed with the boy, but her body stopped bending down to pick up the fox and stood up again. Kimura pointed at the red fox and said, Sister Ro, didn't you just say that? It should have been bloody, but now it's just bleeding profusely. It's not Newton's fault. It's a creature that doesn't conform to classical mechanics. If it doesn't belong to classical mechanics, then it's metaphysics. Why not quantum mechanics? Lin Ro questioned. Kimura asked back, do you understand quantum mechanics? I don't understand. Lin Ro shook her head without hesitation. How could a bodyguard like her understand such profound things? Kimura laughed and said, that's it. Quantum mechanics is also metaphysics to us. I'm not wrong. Lin Ro was speechless. Kimura squatted down with a smile, gently placed his hand on the red fox's heart, and gently rubbed it. The fur is very soft and smooth, and the body is very hot, but there is no noticeable cooling down, and it still exudes an alluring and intoxicating fragrance. There was a gentle breeze on the asphalt road. Kimura sniffed the red fox's body scent greedily unconsciously, his eyes blurred, and he said slowly, although there is no heartbeat, I think it is still alive. I want to save it. How can you save him? His heart has stopped beating for so long, and existing medical technology can't save him. Lin Ro said. I can take. Before Kimura could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Wangqing. Even if you were going to try that bottle of medicine, it would indeed save it. But have you ever considered the possibility that this mysterious fox would repay kindness with enmity after it recovers from its injuries? After being reminded by Li Wangqing, Kimura's eyes became clear. Thinking of the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, he nodded and said, that makes sense. I was careless. Let's think about it again and come up with a foolproof plan. While Kimura was lost in thought, the red fox suddenly whimpered, slowly opened its eyes, and met Kimura's scrutinizing gaze. A pair of eyes actually contained so many emotions: pain, pleading, surprise, fear, hope, yearning. Kimura looked into the red fox's very human eyes. He was in a trance and unknowingly fell under the charm technique that had been passed down through the ages. Lin Ro opened her mouth wide in astonishment. The young master was right. The female vixen was not dead. Li Wangqing on the side had an indifferent expression. She glanced at the awakened red fox, then looked at the dented roof of the car, thinking that she would send the car for repair later. After the man and the fox stared at each other for a long time, Kimura reached out and felt the red fox's heartbeat, and said firmly, I've made up my mind. I want to save it. Sister Qing, go to the property management and clear today's surveillance. Sister Ro, please move it home. Upon hearing this, the two of them each did their job. Li Wangqing started the Maybach and entered the garage, changed to an intact Mercedes, and drove to the property building. Lin Ro handed the electric baton to Kimura, gently picked up the red fox, walked through the gate, and entered the courtyard. When passing by the white jade-carved phoenix shadow wall, Kimura's eyes became clear, and he waved the electric baton casually, smiling, Sister Ro, I have a premonition that I will become the protagonist of this world. Lin Ro was speechless. What real protagonist? A divine fox descended from the sky. This is an adventure that only the protagonist can have. I am the protagonist of this world. Kimura stared at the red fox that had fainted again in the bodyguard's arms, full of confidence and high spirits. Lin Ro couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him and said, I suggest you put the energy you spend reading those messy novels into your studies at university, that way your final transcript won't be so bad. It doesn't matter. My mother doesn't care at all. Whether she saw the excellent little red flower in kindergarten or the report card that just passed the passing line, my mother's beautiful face always had that expression like an iceberg. As they were talking, the two of them came to the front door. Lin Ro asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that your wealth won't last more than 3 generations in the future? Kimura stretched out his hand and pressed the fingerprint lock, and the heavy wooden door slowly opened, revealing a 10-meter-high hall. Stepping onto the mirror-like black granite tiles at the entrance, Kimura stopped and asked, You want a second-generation person to worry about the third generation's affairs? The third generation is your child, don't you consider the future of your descendants? Lin Ro gently placed the red fox on the ground, took off her leather boots and put on slippers. What 3 generations? With the soft and tender sound, the beautiful woman lying on the sofa sat up, put her small black silk jade feet into slippers, and walked quickly to the boy. Even in the loose beige home clothes, her proud figure was still somewhat graceful. Kimura smiled and said, Sister Ro is saying that I didn't work hard enough and wasn't responsible for future generations. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman patted Lin Ro's back gently and said angrily, Don't mention it again. As long as the young master doesn't gamble or take drugs, he's already excellent. I know, Sister Mew. The maid who was in charge of Kimura's food, clothing, housing, and transportation spoke, and Lin Ro could only nod in agreement. She and Li Wangqing had been employed by the Mew family for just over a year, but the 35-year-old Qi Xingmu had already worked at the Mew family for more than 10 years and was deeply trusted by Dean Mew. He was a senior with a lot of experience and must be respected. Seeing that Lin Ro admitted her mistake and was able to correct it, Qi Xingmu smiled gently, squatted down, and gently and skillfully took off Kimura's sneakers for her. Kimura looked down at the maid condescendingly, his eyes passing over Qi Xingmu's swan-like neck and resting on her delicate curves that were tense due to squatting. Then, Kimura sniffed and looked at Lin Ro's feet in cotton socks. He frowned slightly and said with disgust, Sister Ro, can you please not wear boots when you go out in summer? Otherwise, this smell. Nonsense. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Ro, who was only 25 years old and in her prime, could not stand such an embarrassing accusation. She looked at Qi Xingmu for help and said, Sister Mew, is it really that bad for you to be the judge? Qi Xingmu, who was changing slippers for Kimura yet, looked up at Lin Ro's blushing face and said tactfully, Xia Ro, go take a shower first. Sister Mew, you. Humph. Just team up to bully me. Lin Ro stamped her feet angrily and rushed back to her room to take a shower. Qi Xingmu watched her back, a trace of apology flashed across her eyes. In fact, she didn't smell anything particularly strong. But no matter what the situation was, her position would be consistent with the young master. Aunt Mew, you did a good job. Kimura was very satisfied with her tacit cooperation. Xia Ro will probably take a while to wash. Qi Xingmu stood up with a smile, and the ponytail placed in front of her left shoulder swayed gently, creating a heart-stirring arc. She is 168 centimeters tall naked, slightly shorter than Kimura, and her eyebrows are at the same level as his. Kimura took in her fair and smooth face and lowered his head to touch his nose with hers. Page 5. Why are you in such a hurry? Go back to your room. There are surveillance cameras outside. Qi Xingmu pursed her lips, her eyes full of charm. Kimura glanced at the camera above his head and smiled, It's okay, my mother never watches the surveillance video. If you are worried, just go to the monitoring room later and delete today's video. Qi Xingmu gently reminded, Be careful. Although Madam is on a business trip, Xiaoqing and Xiao are still at home. We have to be careful. Otherwise, it will be bad if they find out and report to Madam. So I just sent Sister Ro away. Kimura said with a smile. Qi Xingmu rolled his eyes at him and said, "You have such a deep and evil intention." Then, he pointed at the fox with flaming red fur on the ground and asked, "Why did you bring a pet back?" "It's not an ordinary fox, it's a dying fairy fox." Kimura emphasized, "I thought it had great abilities, so I brought it back." "Fairy fox?" Qi Xingmu frowned slightly, unwilling to break Kimura's fantasy, and continued to ask, "So how are you going to save this dying fairy fox?" "Use the medicine, Aunt Mew, go get the medicine my mom left with you." "No. That's the life-saving medicine that Madam prepared for you. How can you waste it on a fox?" Qi Xingmu flatly refused and glared at Kimura yet in a rare move. She could follow Kimura's lead in everything except matters concerning his life. The research institute invested by the Mew family spent more than 10 years developing 5 life-saving drugs. Last year, one of them was used to save the dying Kimura, proving its amazing effectiveness. Although 4 pills can be produced each year, each one is extremely precious and must not be wasted on a pet. Being glared at by Qi Xingmu with a threatening look in her eyes, Kimura was a little scared. Although this maid usually obeyed him and seemed to have no opinion of her own, he knew very well that Qi Xingmu was a woman with a soft but strong side. When it came to the bottom line of life, Qi Xingmu would not easily compromise. If Aunt Mew doesn't give in, things will be difficult. We must convince her. Kimura thought for a moment, then recounted his encounter with the red fox, and finally concluded, "In short, this fox is definitely not an ordinary spirit. I think it is a sign of change in the world today." After listening to Kimura's long speech, Qi Xingmu seemed to be thinking about something, and asked with a smile, "Spiritual energy revival. Aunt Mew, you also know this?" Kimura said in surprise. Qi Xingmu nodded and said, "Did you forget? You used my phone number to register accounts at Hedgehog Dog and Endpoint. I carefully read all the novels you have read. Aunt Mew, you are so free." Kimura could hardly imagine what it would be like to see a beautiful middle-aged woman seriously reading a male-oriented YY novel. Qi Xingmu smiled sweetly, "This is also part of my job. If you want to understand your daily life and thoughts, reading the reading records is a very effective way. Because of this, I just understood what you were thinking. It will be easy if we have a consensus." Kimura asked hopefully, "Do you agree that I can use the medicine on this fairy fox?" Qi Xingmu pondered for a while, then stroked his cheek with her jade hand and asked softly, "If I don't agree, will you hate me and blame me for interrupting your path to immortality?" Kimura said sternly, "I swear on your conscience that I will never do that. Whether there is a fairy road or not, I will always love you." Qi Xingmu smiled sweetly, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "Even if the medicine can save this fairy fox, its character is unknown. This move may be a disaster rather than a blessing. I've looked into its eyes, and that look doesn't seem like that of a fox that would repay kindness with enmity." Kimura said with a puzzled look. Qi Xingmu thought that he was still too careless. But it was okay, she would help the young master prepare for it. 1 grain. Qi Xingmu raised a finger and said seriously, "No matter whether it can be saved or not, only give it 1 pill. This is the bottom line." "It is good." Kimura nodded in agreement. He was not a spendthrift. If he couldn't save a single pill, it would prove that this fairy fox had less potential for life than a mortal like him, and it would not be worth his additional investment. After reaching a consensus, Qi Xingmu went upstairs to his room to get medicine. Kimura watched his figure disappear, then picked up the electric baton he had just placed on the shoe cabinet, pointed it at the red fox lying motionless on the tile, and said treacherously, "I know you are not unconscious. If you still want to live, open your eyes." The red fox trembled slightly, slowly opened its eyes, and looked pitifully at Kimura, who had a solemn expression. Sure enough, this fox can understand human language. Kimura's eyes narrowed, and he recalled the abnormality on the asphalt road just now, and said, the previous fragrance and the eye contact were all you deliberately disturbing my mind. The red fox remained silent and said with difficulty, I am about to die. If you lend me a helping hand, I will not let you down. His speech was intermittent and he kept coughing up blood. Not only can he understand, but he can also speak human language. Kimura was slightly startled, threw away the electric baton, stared into the red fox's distracted eyes, and said soothingly, I will save you. Don't worry. After getting his assurance, the red fox's tense mind relaxed and he actually fainted. Kimura touched the marks on his neck. The kidnapping a year ago was always a shadow in his heart, and no matter how comfortable his life was, it was difficult to dispel the suffocating fear. In the Naruto world, although he is threatened by the wedge mark, he does not have to worry about dangers other than the wedge mark, and his life is absolutely guaranteed. In this urban world, although conditions are favorable, there is no such sense of security. Now the road to immortality is ahead, the opportunity cannot be missed. Kimura's expression was firm, and he clenched his fists. From now on, his life would never be threatened by mortals again. A moment later, Chi Xingmu walked down the stairs, holding the medicine in one hand and a small and exquisite white pistol that her wife had given her before she went on a business trip in the other. The model was unclear, but it was specially made by the Research Institute. She had seen Madame test shooting it herself, and a single bullet blasted a cow into pieces, the power of which could not be explained by reason. This was also the reason why Chi Xingmu was relatively calm after learning about the fairy fox. The spiritual energy must have been revived a long time ago. When going downstairs, Chi Xingmu suddenly realized that something was wrong. She, the lady, and the lady's best friend had known each other for about 20 years, but she had never seen any changes in their appearance. They were extremely ageless. Madame and Miss Su are probably not ordinary people either. Chi Xingmu was about to tell Kimura this conclusion right away, but suddenly she thought of how her own appearance hadn't changed in a few years. Could it be that she wasn't an ordinary person either? This was impossible. Kimura noticed the pistol she was holding and was shocked. His eyes widened. Chi Xingmu explained, my wife gave it to me to protect my house from thieves. Now I took it out to use in order to prevent a wolf from entering the house. Kimura nodded and reached out to take the white pill, but Chi Xingmu rejected it with a wave of his hand. Kimura was confused. Aunt Mu, didn't you just agree? Why are you going back on your word? Young people are always impatient. When have I not done what I promised you? Chi Xingmu gave Mukuni a gentle look, handed him the gun, and said, stand back, I'll feed it the medicine. If it takes the medicine and suddenly attacks and hurts someone, just shoot it, don't worry about me. Kimura was very moved when he heard this. A warm current surged in his heart. He had no time to think whether a pistol could hurt the fairy fox. He said, it is my choice to save it. I should bear the risk. As Kimura said this, he returned the pistol to Chi Xingmu. Chi Xingmu didn't take the gun. Instead, he pushed his arm slightly and said, what's the difference between you and me? Your choice is my choice. Go stand over there. Aunt Mu. Kimura stood there without moving. Why are you so indecisive? Show me the same ruthlessness you used to force upon me. Chi Xingmu gently pinched Mukuni's cheek and said with a smile, what did you say, Aunt Mu? You are my maid, you should give me everything. Isn't that what I'm doing now? Being a perfect maid. Hearing Aunt Mu mention how his personality had changed drastically after he was kidnapped a year ago, Kimura said ashamedly, that was just a joke. Before he could finish his words, Chi Xingmu put his hand on his lips. I don't think that's a joke, otherwise I would never obey you even if I died. Chi Xingmu's expression was serious, and his gentle and quiet temperament became resolutely holy at this moment. Looking back on the past, Mu Murano was filled with emotion. He opened his mouth, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. In the end, he was persuaded by Chi Xingmu and stood 10 meters away. After all, the fairy fox suddenly attacked and hurt people, which was the most extreme situation. He had taken medicine once, and the speed at which the pill exerted its medicinal effect was not very fast. Chi Xingmu took the glass, carefully pried open the fairy fox's mouth, poured the pill into its esophagus with water, and quickly ran to Kimurano. The two of them were so nervous that they intertwined their fingers and stared at the fairy fox who had fainted at the entrance with bated breath. At the same time, Lin Ro, wearing a white bathrobe, hurried down from the second floor. She was worried about protecting the young master, so she simply washed off the sweat on her body, focused on scrubbing her feet, sprayed some perfume, and didn't even have time to blow dry her hair. Lin Ro casually glanced at the hands of Mu Qunyi and Chi Xingmu, not caring, anyway, Sister Mu would not hurt the young master. As for the love between men and women, Lin Ro really did not think about it. In her opinion, as the young master's maid, Sister Mu's intimacy was too normal. Seeing that the two of them were staring at the entrance intently, Lin Ro did not interrupt them. Otherwise, she would scare the young master's fragile heart, which would be a great dereliction of duty. Glancing at the glass with water droplets still on it in Chi Xingmu's hand and the pistol in Kimura's hand, Lin Ro raised her eyebrows and stood in front of the two of them, tensing her muscles and ready to go. At the entrance, the fox's fur moved without wind, faintly flashing with soft light, and the blood beads condensed on its body evaporated into steam, forming a cloud of blood mist, emitting a strong smell of blood. Kimura stared at the fairy fox and murmured, "Aunt Mu. Okay. Do you feel that the condition of this fairy fox is getting better and its realm is slowly rising? Should I also sigh and say that this fox is so terrifying that it must not be allowed to stay?" As soon as Chi Xingmu said this, Kimura seemed to see the fairy fox's body tremble. Lin Ro, who was standing in front with her back to the two of them, couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, no wonder the young master was so obsessed with reading novels, it turned out that there was someone at home who shared the same interest with him. Sister Mu, your mature and intellectual image in my mind has collapsed. Not long after, the blood mist dissipated, and the glow on the fairy fox's body became brighter and brighter, and its red, soft fur seemed to be burning. Apart from this, there were no other changes or movements. 10 minutes later, Li Wangqing returned to the villa, glanced at the red fox, calmly changed into slippers, and walked to Kimura's side. The surveillance footage was deleted. Kimura confirmed. Ah. Li Wangqing nodded. Deleting the surveillance video was easy to do. The entire villa area was developed and operated by the Mu family, and the property management was no exception. After the staff learned that it was the wish of Mr. Mu's son to delete the surveillance video, they hurriedly handled the matter with 10 times the efficiency. Li Wangqing took out a USB flash drive from her pocket and handed it to Kimura, saying, "I thought you might want to review the scene of the incident, so I made a backup without permission." Thoughtful and well done. Kimura took the USB drive, smiled with satisfaction, and immediately said, "Sister Qing, you are so outstanding, why did my mother choose Sister Yu to accompany her on her business trip?" Lin Ro couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking to herself, "Young master, you are really good at chatting." Li Wangqing looked calm, she tucked her hair behind her ears and said calmly, "Because I am better, I can stay at home and drive for you, young master." High emotional intelligence. Lin Ro wanted to applaud Li Wangqing after hearing this, thinking that the young master should learn from her. This man is not only a driver, but also a life mentor. Kimura was not aware of this and glanced at the alarm clock at the entrance. It's 3 minutes to 7, and it's time for dinner. Kimura felt hungry reflexively, loosened his grip on Chi Xingmu's hand, and said, "Aunt Mu, go prepare dinner. I don't think this fairy fox will wake up for a while." "It is good." Chi Xingmu responded and went to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare food. With Li Wangqing and Lin Ro, as well as a gun, she was not worried about Kimura's safety. After her figure disappeared, Linro chuckled and said, "You are about to become an immortal, why do you still care about a meal? I became an immortal to live a better life, not to pursue the supreme path," Kimura said seriously. It took a long time for the fairy fox to wake up. After dinner, Kimura Yet, Chi Xingmu, Li Wangqing and Linro waited together until 11 o'clock to have a midnight snack. Finally at 11:30, the fairy fox woke up. Extra volume, The World of Resurrection of Spiritual Energy in Tsukuyomi, Extra 2, Fairy Fox. Tianyan Continent, Zhongzhou, Nuzun Peak. Spiritual energy gathered at the top of the peak in a vortex shape, constantly merging into the shadow of the nine-tailed red fox in the center. As time passed, over the past half-month, the phantom became increasingly solid and massive, and the pressure it emitted was as if real, making it difficult for the surrounding creatures to breathe. The troops guarding Nuzun Peak retreated 10 kilometers away, leaving only a beautiful woman in gorgeous palace dress standing in the air, staring at the top of the peak with a solemn expression. Empress Daji made a desperate attempt to absorb all of Zhongzhou's spiritual luck for the next 20 years and risked her life to impact the Shengxia realm, just to give Zhongzhou's creatures a glimmer of hope. Now it seems that the barrier has been overcome and there is hope for Zhongzhou. The beauty's eyes were filled with joy as she murmured, "Empress Daji, we are so lucky to have you in Zhongzhou. After 1,000 years, the continent is finally going to have another Shengxia." As soon as the words fell, the sea of clouds on the top of the peak suddenly collapsed. The red fox's figure suddenly became illusory, and the spiritual power that escaped was raging wildly, constantly attacking the spiritual barrier covering the female supreme peak, roaring loudly. Page 6. The beauty's expression suddenly changed, and her black eyes turned snow-white. Her sea of consciousness covered the entire central continent, and she transmitted spiritual sounds to the 3 coordinate points. Empress Daji's spiritual foundation has collapsed, and Shengxia is hopeless. You all must work together to defend central continent. I have set up a spiritual barrier on Nuzun Peak that is as solid as a rock. You don't need to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cracks appeared on the emerald green spiritual barrier, and it immediately fell apart. The majestic and powerful spiritual energy surged out, triggering strange visions in heaven and earth. The sky is clear and the sun and the moon are shining brightly. Hundreds of black lightning bolts, each about 9 feet thick, struck simultaneously towards the fox-shaped shadow on the top of the female supreme peak. Instantly, the rocks were crushed to dust and spread all over the world, and there was no more female supreme peak in Zhongzhou. The beauty could not sense the existence of Empress Daji, and a crystal tear fell from the corner of her eye. She said sadly, "Death and annihilation of the soul, how miserable! From now on, I will protect Zhongzhou. Empress Daji, please rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, the rock powder suddenly gathered into the shape of a 9-tailed fox, which was truly a miracle. The scorching sun disappeared, the bright moon was in the sky, and a dark black crack suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. The fox-shaped rock powder was instantly sucked into the gap. The bright moon dimmed, the scorching sun reappeared, and the black crack disappeared. The beauty was so moved that she burst into tears and choked up, "Empress Daji, I didn't expect that you would try your best to send away the divine calamity when you were about to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the sun and the moon reappeared, and hundreds of black lightning bolts appeared again in the sky above the original site of Nuzun Peak. They suddenly struck down, creating a 1,000-meter deep pit in the original site that had been razed to the ground. The dark crack in the sky opened again and suddenly closed. This! The beauty's eyes widened in shock, her red lips slightly parted, and she was speechless. 2 divine calamities occurred in one day. There will probably never be such a grand scene again in Tianyan continent. The beauty was silent for a long time, and finally sighed and said quietly, "Farewell, Empress Daji." After completely absorbing the vitality contained in the Mu family's pills, the seriously injured Suda gradually regained consciousness. She felt that her limbs were regaining vitality. Although her state of mind had not recovered, her physical condition had changed from being on the verge of death to extremely healthy. It was the medicine those people mentioned that saved me. The image of the handsome young man who longed to cultivate immortality emerged in Sudaji's mind. She had lived for more than 400 years, and she had never thought that she would see a male creature one day. More than 500 years before she was born, that is, more than 1,000 years ago, a far-reaching war took place on Tianyan continent, the battle of female supremacy. The two strongest female cultivators on the continent believed that the survival of males who had little talent in cultivation was a complete waste of spiritual resources and was not beneficial to the development of the continent, so they joined forces to wipe out all male creatures on the continent, and by the way, wiped out some female creatures who expressed their opposition. The battle for female supremacy left the two goddesses seriously injured. After joining forces to create a towering holy mirror of reproduction for the continent, the two goddesses fell. In later generations, female creatures only need to touch the holy mirror of reproduction to peel off part of their own vitality, absorb and fuse part of the vitality in the holy mirror of reproduction, and give birth to female offspring. This is how Sudaji was born. She lived for more than 400 years, and before today she had only seen descriptions of the opposite sex in ancient books. She had been standing at the top of the continent for 200 years. Now that she had found her way back from a desperate situation, she could not help but feel emotional. She recalled the ups and downs of her emotions along the way. Gu failed to attack Shengxia, and when he was on the verge of death, he opened a space channel and forcibly sent away the heavenly calamity. Unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise and came to this world with extremely abundant spiritual energy. He saw a glimmer of hope and probably only needed to sleep for 100 years to regain consciousness. What's even more fortunate is that among the several people who faintly exude the aura of God Xia, a male showed his intention to help me. How can there be three God Xia? Can a male who practices like a waste also become a God Xia? No way. Phew, not bad. Listening to their conversation, it seems that they are just ordinary people who know a little bit about science. Science? Humph. Just like those barbarians in Zizhu. When the spiritual energy of the continent is exhausted, they no longer think about cultivation and expect technology to save the world. How absurd! Well, I don't have the energy to worry about these things right now. The situation in Zhongzhou is precarious, and it may not be able to sustain for 100 years. Emir Saint Shang, whose lifespan is no more than 500 years, will surely perish in his dream if he continues to fall into a deep sleep. We must save ourselves. First, use the seductive fragrance to seduce the young man and stimulate his desire to rescue. Damn it, I had already succeeded, but that cautious woman ruined it. I will remember this grudge. How could I, the dignified holy lord of Zhongzhou, be the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity? Speaking of that pill, what is it? No matter what medicine it is, I will try it. I can't control the seductive fragrance, so I use seductive techniques. It was a complete success. Fortunately, I was curious and learned the art of seducing men from ancient books. I never thought I would have the chance to use it again in this life. It's easy to control mere mortals who are obsessed with technology. Wait, why can this male order these two women around? In this world, men have a higher status than women. How strange. Humph. You call me a fairy fox? This male is quite spiritual, not as annoying as the men mentioned in ancient books. Ah, where did this woman come from? She is so nosy. She wants to hinder the young man from saving the orphan again. Why in this world, men love women, but women always like to make things difficult for other women. How dare you slander me for being a bad person? I will remember this grudge. How could I, the dignified holy lord of Zhongzhou, be the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity? I will definitely be able to lead my benefactor forward on this path to immortality. Phew, the bad woman finally went to get the medicine. What? My charming scent and charm were actually seen through by a mere mortal. Was it the Shengxia aura on this male that worked? After Sudaji reviewed the moment of her death, she was surprised to find that in this world, women are not women's friends, but men are. 3 women, 1 wants to throw me away, and the remaining 2 want to prevent the benefactor from saving me. Sad. My benefactor did avoid all women before talking to me. I will be more cautious with women when I travel in the other world. After summarizing the first rule of survival in another world, Sudaji slowly opened her eyes and looked at the 4 people on the sofa. Seeing the red fox wake up, Lin Ro, who had been alert all the time, jumped off the sofa like a spring. She became more alert again, gripped the pistol tightly, and her eyes were burning. Li Wangqing glanced at the red fox standing on 4 legs with an indifferent expression, and continued to sip the red wine in the glass. The young master never went out at night, so there was no need to worry about drunk driving. With his head resting on Qi Xingmu's thigh, Kimura was suddenly refreshed and no longer sleepy. Normally at this time, he would have finished his business with the beautiful maid and fell asleep in each other's arms. The reason he was still holding on now was to see the fairy fox wake up with his own eyes. You finally woke up. Kimura sat up and stared at the fox, whose spirit had changed greatly, with excitement in his eyes. Qi Xingmu gently smoothed the wrinkles on the back of the boy's short sleeves, and then slowly moved his silky long legs to relieve the pain. Sudaji glanced at the 4 people with different expressions. Humph, it turns out that only my benefactor wants to see me wake up. You women! How sad! Sudaji became increasingly disappointed with the woman from another world, and immediately observed the surrounding environment inconspicuously. This orchid-shaped white chandelier does not contain spiritual energy, but it can emit soft light continuously and steadily. In a world with such abundant spiritual energy, it is a waste of natural resources to not concentrate on cultivation and instead develop technology. However, if this world is good at spiritual energy, and there is only 1 dying fairy fox, and only 1 in 10 realms survives, the benefactor may not have favored it before. Sudaji sighed softly and walked slowly towards Kimura. I should repay the life-saving grace with gratitude. However, I cannot allow these hateful women to be present. I must be alone with my benefactor. Seeing the red fox approaching, Lin Ro quickly stepped forward and stood in front of it. Hateful woman! You are suspecting me of repaying kindness with enmity again. This gun is much more advanced than the one made by the barbarians in Zizhu, and it also contains such terrifying spiritual power that it can probably kill a spiritual practitioner of 5th rank Tang. What kind of world is this? Technology and cultivation go hand in hand? Sudaji was puzzled, and felt the woman's readiness to strike. She realized that she could not move forward anymore after falling to the level of low class. I, the great Saint Lord of Zhongzhou, have actually fallen to the point of being bullied by a woman when a fox enters another world. I will remember this grudge. Hey, I should first gain the trust of my benefactor. My benefactor has the highest status here. As long as he gives the order, the 3 bad women will definitely not dare to treat me like this again. Sudaji had no choice but to stop, squat down, tilt her head to look at her benefactor with a pitiful look, whimpered twice, and gently wagged her tail. Kimura was slightly stunned. He had heard the red fox call itself lonely before. This should be a very proud and prestigious fairy fox. Why did its personality change drastically after it recovered from its injury and wag its tail to beg for mercy? Sudaji had never expected that she, the Holy Lord of Zhongzhou, could so easily put on a flattering gesture. Maybe it was because his realm had fallen? Or was it because the person he was trying to please was his savior? Perhaps it was a compromise for survival in another world. Zhongzhou was in urgent need of revitalization, and how could the Holy Lord die like this? Perhaps his body had transformed into a spirit. This posture of a fox was a natural instinct. Ancient books wrote that the nine-tailed fox spirit was extremely good at seducing and alluring. Let her come over. Ever since he confirmed that the fairy fox could understand and speak human language, Kimura began to treat her as a woman rather than an animal. Upon hearing this, Linro moved aside, threw the pistol to Chizing Mu, and replaced it with a stun gun. Sudaji glanced at Linro, who was extremely wary, with a displeased look. You are dressed so frivolously, but your heart is so cramped, you regard me as your enemy. I wonder who you are to my benefactor? According to the description in ancient books, living in the same room and dressed like this, they must be wives and concubines. Sudaji sighed as she walked in front of Kimura yet, and suddenly felt a chill. It turned out that Chizing Mu pointed the black muzzle of the gun at her. This woman is so vicious. She just tried to sow discord between me and my benefactor, saying something like, "This fox is so scary, you must not let it stay. When I recover, I will definitely let you know what it means to not let it stay." But my benefactor has a very close relationship with her. Is she the great lady mentioned in the ancient books? Well, never mind. For my benefactor's sake, I will not bother with this ignorant mortal woman. Sudaji forced herself to suppress her fear of the gun and concentrated on using her charm on Kimura. From the fox's unusual behavior of constantly making eye contact but not saying anything, Kimura understood what she meant. It was obvious that she was on guard against the three women next to her. After a brief consideration, Kimura said to Linro and Li Wangqing, "No need to be alert. You two can go back to your room and rest." Li Wangqing nodded, got up and went upstairs. Linro hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the gun in Chizing Mu's hand and went upstairs with peace of mind. Sudaji grinned slightly, quite satisfied. Two of the three bad women are gone. My benefactor is so obedient, it seems that I have mastered the art of seduction very well. Sudaji still didn't say anything, because the bad woman she hated the most was by Kimura's side. Naturally, Mu Murano could not follow the fairy fox's wishes and send Chizing Mu away. He sent Linro and Li Wangqing away because their first loyalty was always to their mother, and they would report everything to her truthfully. Kimura wanted to keep his mother in the dark about following the fox fairy in cultivating immortals. He wanted to surprise his cold mother after he succeeded in cultivating immortals. Even a mediocre son could be looked at with new eyes after just 3 days of not seeing him. There was no need to hide this from Aunt Mu. Aunt Mu and he had been together day and night, and had already formed a common position. Even if my mother was the employer, Aunt Mu would never tell her. Mu Qunyi glanced at the several high-definition cameras in the hall, and when Linro and Li Wangqing disappeared, he said to Chizing Mu and Xianhu, "Let's go back to the room and talk." "No, I don't want this bad woman to be here. She's been pointing a gun at me." Sudaji shook her head and tail wildly, strongly refusing. Mu Qunyi pointed at Aunt Mu and declared to the fox fairy, "Chizing Mu, that is, her, is the person I trust the most." Hearing his words, Chizing Mu's beautiful eyes sparkled and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Sudaji was immediately deflated and shook her tail slightly. The bad woman has already occupied an important position in the benefactor's heart, so whatever, let's just do as the benefactor wishes. Chizing Mu took the lead and went up the spiral escalator to the 3rd floor, Sudaji followed closely, Kimura walked at the end, holding a white gun. This maid has no spiritual power. But her charm has reached the highest level, charm with love. She moves gracefully and elegantly. She is indeed an extraordinary maid. Sudaji was secretly shocked. Kimura's room is on the 3rd floor, about 200 square meters, and is connected to Chizing Mu's room through a movable wall. Sudaji followed Kimura into the room and noticed that the circular light strip on the ceiling instantly emitted a soft light, illuminating the dark room. In terms of technology, this world is far superior to Zizhu. Kimura closed the door and smiled at the fox, to put it in a more childish way, This place can be called a place without heaven or earth. You can speak freely without worrying about a fourth person knowing that you can speak. Sudaji asked, what does Zongni mean? Sophomore year in middle school. Kimura was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the fairy fox would pay attention to this. Although he often said it was a Chuyunibana, but if you look into the meaning in detail, he really couldn't answer it for the time being. Page 7. Chi Xingmu on the side added an explanation. The Chuyunibiu that Master just mentioned is actually the abbreviation of Chuyunibiu. The term Chuyunibiu originated in Japan and is used to describe self-righteous teenagers who reach puberty around the second year of junior high school. It can be seen as a manifestation of adolescents' dissatisfaction with the world and their desire to prove that they are different from others. Aunt Mu, you. Kimura was stunned. Why did Aunt Mu know so much about Chuyunibiu? Chi Xingmu knew what Kimura was surprised about at a glance, and said with a smile, as a maid, isn't it my duty to understand your mental state? Middle school, second grade, sounds similar to the education system in Zizhu. Even more confused. Sudaji shook her head and put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. She understood that now was not the time to be curious about trivial details. The most important thing at the moment was to repay the young man's kindness, restore her own strength, and find a way to return to Tianyan continent. Kimura said, let me introduce myself first. My name is Kimura, you can just call me Ono. My name is Sudaji. My benefactor can just call me Daji. Me? Didn't you call yourself lonely before? You saved my life. It would be rude of me to call myself I in front of you. Sudaji said seriously. Although she holds an extremely noble position in central China, she must remain humble in front of her savior. Chi Xingmu was secretly satisfied when he saw her performance, thinking that the young master had picked up a good fox. Kimura was also very satisfied and said with a smile, you don't need to address me with honorifics. You should have heard before that I saved you for the sake of cultivating immortality, not entirely out of kindness. No one is perfect when it comes to their deeds, not their hearts. No matter what your motives are, you are my benefactor. Sudaji did not insist on using honorifics. Ancient books say that when women get along with men, learning to respect and obey will help to make the relationship harmonious. Bosi has always questioned whether I was wasting my time reading ancient books. Now I think I was quite far-sighted. Well, I was just killing time at that time. I never thought I would meet a man in this life and put all this useless knowledge to good use. At this time, Kimura was no longer paying attention to the name, he began to be curious about the origin of the fairy fox. Daji, where are you from? Tianyan continent. Kimura frowned slightly and asked in surprise, Tianyan continent? You are not from this world? Yes. I came to this world through the space channel. Another world? Your language and culture seem to be very similar to ours. Kimura seemed to be thinking about something. When he first heard the name Sudaji, he thought she was a creature that had mutated due to the revival of spiritual energy. Now it seems that he was wrong. Daji, do you also have the Shang dynasty and King Zhou there? Asked Kimura. No. Then how did you get your name? My mother took it. No special meaning? No. Sudaji blinked, a little confused. She didn't understand why her benefactor cared about this ordinary name. Although this name is now extraordinary in Tianyan continent, her benefactor is not a citizen of Zhongzhou. Okay. Kimura sighed in disappointment, and then asked, why are you so badly injured, and why did you travel through time and space to come here? I failed in my attack on Chengxia and attracted a heavenly calamity. In order to prevent the heavenly calamity from harming my people, I opened up a space channel and took the heavenly calamity to another world at will. I never thought that it would be a blessing in disguise and I was saved by you. Kimura looked surprised. Being able to open up a space channel, Daji was obviously very powerful before, and his immortal path became brighter. Is Shengxia the realm you cultivate? Yes. Sudaji nodded and introduced, the immortal path is divided into 10 realms from weak to strong, no entry, 2nd grade Ming, 3rd grade Yuan, 4th grade Song, 5th grade Tang, 6th grade Han, Ziu Qin, Zhenzhou, Sheng Shang, and Shen Xia. Kimura's face changed slightly. Isn't the division of the realm of immortal cultivation named according to the order of dynasties on Blue Star? Xia, Zhou, Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, don't you have these dynasties too? Asked Kimura. Sudaji replied, no, but the central continent where I live has been divided into 3 countries since ancient times. Their names are Xia, Shang, and Zhou, Qin, Han and Tang, and Song, Yuan, and Ming. That's it. Kimura guessed in his heart that it might be someone from Blue Star who had traveled to Tianyan continent and left behind traces of the culture of Xia country. If the attack on Shengxia fails, then Daji, you were a practitioner of the Shengshang realm before. What is the strength of this realm? You should be very powerful to be able to open a space channel, right? This is the point that Kimura is most curious about. If he wants to follow Sudaji on the path to immortality, it is very important to understand the strength level of the immortal fox. Sudaji explained, the ability to travel through space is a spiritual gift that I awakened when I was a 6th rank Han. If this spiritual gift is not awakened, even a spiritual practitioner at the Shengxia level cannot travel through space. The main purpose of realm improvement is to increase the strength and breadth of spiritual power, as well as prolong life. A spiritual practitioner at the Saint Business realm has a lifespan of 500 years. While Kimura was lost in thought, Qi Xingmu took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the common sense about the other world that Sudaji had said, so that the young master could read it at any time. Seeing Qi Xingmu's action, Sudaji secretly approved. This maid is a real expert at pleasing men. Her words and actions are all about putting herself in their shoes and moving them with her heart. She is indeed a maid. The fairy fox was right in front of him, and the world of immortal cultivation was gradually revealed. Kimura asked the most concerned and important question, Daji, do you think I have the aptitude and talent to cultivate immortality? Sudaji replied, cultivating immortals does not require aptitude, and everyone can cultivate immortals. As for aptitude, a person's aptitude cannot be determined until the last moment of his life. There were predecessors who stopped at the 4th rank Song for decades, and then jumped to the Saint Merchant. There were also predecessors who were 6th rank Han at the age of 20, and never made any progress in their lives. However, judging from the history of Tianyan continent, most cultivators can only reach the 4th rank Song level in their entire lives. In terms of aptitude, men are generally weaker than women. Everyone can cultivate immortality, there is no threshold at all. Kimura couldn't believe it. After all, there were still some mortals in the novel who couldn't practice. Sudaji was slightly stunned, thinking about the 4 humans from other worlds that she had met so far, and she could not sense any spiritual power from them. There is no cultivation in this world with such abundant spiritual energy. Instead, technology is developed to store spiritual energy in guns and use it as ammunition. This alien world probably has other hidden secrets. With this in mind, Sudaji said, there is no threshold for cultivating immortals for people from my original world, but for people in your world, there may be a higher threshold. Absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world is the first step in cultivation. You should try it first. The first step stumped Kimura. He asked in confusion, what is spiritual energy and how do I absorb it? Kimura has never felt anything special in the air in his life. Could it be that he will repeat the same mistake and have difficulty gathering chakra like in the Naruto world? Sudaji was shocked when she heard this. Can't sense spiritual energy? A treasure mountain is right beside you but you don't know it. Is this the reason why the alien world prefers to develop technology? But what about the spiritual power contained in that pistol? How can I let my benefactor sense the spiritual energy? Sudaji thought about it, opened her mouth, and exhaled a greasy white mist, emitting a faint fragrance. This is spiritual energy, which is contained in the air and is extremely abundant. Simply breathing cannot absorb spiritual energy. Benefactor, you need to consciously separate the spiritual energy from your body and gather it at the Tanzong point on your chest. This is the foundation of cultivating immortals. It is too absurd to try to separate spiritual energy without experiencing it personally. Kimura thought for a moment, pointed at the white spiritual mist that had not yet dissipated, and asked, "Can I absorb this spiritual energy into my body and experience it?" "Of course can." Sudaji nodded in response. She looked at Mukuni absorbing the spiritual energy she exhaled, feeling quite pleased with herself. The rich fragrance was proof that the spiritual energy was pure and without impurities. Most practitioners could not achieve this level in their entire lives. Even if the realm falls, the attainment in spiritual energy still remains. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, Kimura felt as if a deeply hidden switch in his body was turned on, and a light red plum blossom pattern appeared on his forehead. The surrounding air seemed to receive a command, automatically shedding extremely pure and white spiritual energy, as rich as milk, which madly poured into his body through the pores and spontaneously circulated throughout his body. Seeing the lines on Kimura's forehead and the sea of chi that spontaneously formed around his body, Sudaji's fox body shook, and her fox eyes condensed slightly, full of strange colors. My benefactor has instantly entered the fourth rank song realm. I never expected that my benefactor is a genius in cultivating immortals. No, I can't say that so early. What if my benefactor never makes any progress again? Va! Va! How can I curse my benefactor? While Sudaji was full of inner drama, Kimura's limbs and bones, from the inside out, underwent earth-shaking improvements. My impaired eyesight was instantly restored, my skin became smooth and fair, the rope marks on my neck became lighter, my body, which had been slightly deficient due to excessive indulgence, was filled up again. As the plum blossom patterns gradually faded, the spiritual energy in the air stopped peeling away and the room returned to peace. Daji, your spiritual energy is so extraordinary. Kimura looked excited, he felt like a completely different person. Sudaji did not take credit for herself and said truthfully, "This is not due to my spiritual energy, but the changes brought about by your leap from a mortal to a spiritual practitioner of the fourth rank song realm and the opening of the spiritual pattern." "What did you say?" Kimura was shocked. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his eyes were full of surprise. "My current realm is fourth rank song. I became fourth rank song after taking a breath of spiritual energy." "Yes." Sudaji nodded and said affirmatively, "The appearance of spiritual patterns is a sign of fourth rank song. Just now, a plum blossom-shaped spiritual pattern appeared on your forehead." Kimura quickly turned his head to look at the floor-length mirror beside the door. The forehead in the mirror was extremely smooth, without a trace of marks. "Where is the plum blossom?" "I can't see it," asked Kimura. "Injecting spiritual energy into the spiritual pattern will make it appear on the body surface." Kimura was about to do as he was told, but suddenly realized that even after cleansing his whole body, he still couldn't feel the spiritual energy in the air. Sudaji noticed his abnormality and said in surprise, "You have entered the fourth rank song and you are still unable to actively absorb spiritual energy." Kimura nodded helplessly and asked, "What's going on with me?" Sudaji fell into deep thought. She had lived for more than 400 years, and she had never seen or heard of a situation where a fourth rank song spiritual practitioner could not absorb spiritual energy. After thinking for a while, Sudaji shook her head and said, "I can't think of a specific reason. But I have a guess. It may be the characteristics of your world. It is difficult for creatures to actively peel off and absorb spiritual energy. Because in Tianyan continent, even young children can embark on the path of immortality on their own." Kimura was startled, and with his years of online writing experience, he blurted out, "Could it be that we are suppressed by unknown gods here, and it is an abandoned place?" "Maybe." Sudaji nodded, agreeing with Kimura's guess. The 4 alien humans seen so far all exuded a faint aura of Shengxia. This world might really be suppressed by a powerful being with infinite power. Kimura was slightly stunned, then he clenched his fists and pretended to be deep. "I have fantasized many times that I am not mediocre, but my talent is hidden too deeply and has not been discovered. I never thought my fantasy would come true. I am a genius in cultivating immortals. The reason why I have been buried until now is that someone has suppressed this world. It would have been fine if I didn't know it before, but now that I know the truth, I'm determined to go against the will of heaven. I want to become Shen Xia. I want to let the gods above know that my fate is in my own hands." Such a heavy sadness, such an unyielding spirit. What a great saying! My fate is in my own hands. You are indeed my benefactor. It's a pity that you cannot absorb spiritual energy, so I'm afraid you will never be able to enter Shengxia in this life. Sudaji looked at Kimura's resolute face and was deeply moved. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her benefactor. The people in this world are innocent. They have the right to cultivate immortality. "Benefactor, when I become Shengxia and save Zhongzhou, I will definitely find out the gods who persecute this world for you." Sudaji's eyes were determined and she made a silent promise in her heart. Qi Xingmu was very clear that Kimura's performance just now was just a simple second-year outburst, a combination of many novel elements, and an improvisation. If you insist on saying how much resentment and unyielding there is actually none. Qi Xingmu knew what was going on, but she didn't expose Kimura's performance. She could see that Sudaji was quite impressed by it. After a brief moment of self-indulgence, Kimura realized that he was just a spiritual practitioner with an empty state of mind, and suddenly felt bored. Looking back, he saw Qi Xingmu covering her mouth with her hand and yawning. Mu Qunyi said with concern, "Aunt Mu, you should go and rest first." Qi Xingmu shook his head and said, "No, I still have to help you take a bath." "Isn't this the rule you set?" Kimura raised his eyebrows and chuckled, "Am I so cruel and unjust in your heart, Aunt Mu? Go and have a rest if you are tired." "Good." Qi Xingmu responded softly and walked back to her room. Although she was surprised by what she saw and heard that night, she couldn't resist the inertia of her biological clock. It was already past midnight and she was feeling sleepy. She really couldn't hold on any longer. She had to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for the young master. Kimura looked at Sudaji and said, "If you don't mind, stay at my house for a while. In our world, foxes are rarely seen in daily life, let alone foxes as good as yours. You don't know much about this world at the moment, and your realm probably hasn't fully recovered. Although there is no spiritual practice in our world, there are hot weapons, which are far more powerful than this pistol. If you go out, your life will be in danger." Page 8. As Kimura spoke, he pointed to the white pistol on the chaise longue. He noticed that Sudaji was afraid of it. "Being killed isn't the worst. You will most likely be locked up in the research institute and lose your freedom. You will be constantly having your blood drawn and subjected to experiments. So my suggestion to you is to stay at my house for a while. Once you have a general understanding of this world and have recovered your strength, you can leave." "Thank you so much, my benefactor." Sudaji gazed at the handsome Kimura with eyes full of love. "My benefactor not only saved my life despite all odds, but also put himself in my shoes and was thoughtful. What a good man! Why did the goddess want to eliminate all males in the first place? Even if men are not good at cultivating immortals, they can be used at home. To simply treat men as tools for reproduction, or tools with feelings and consciousness. Isn't this better than the broken mirror of the reproduction holy mirror? Ugh!" Sudaji was very puzzled by the actions of the two goddess seniors. She couldn't help but sigh and then her body shook. I failed to advance to the realm this time, broke through the void, came to another world, and met my benefactor. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. After being alone for 400 years, I finally have a partner. And this is a male companion that the mainland has never had in 1,000 years. Misfortunes often bring blessings. The ancient sages were right. With this in mind, Sudaji stared at the confused Kimura with burning eyes. It is written in ancient books that as long as the benefactor is beautiful, the best way to repay the life-saving grace is to pledge your love to him in this life. How can I repay your life-saving grace by merely leading you to the immortal path? Your benefactor is handsome and extraordinary, I must pledge my love to you. Sudaji secretly made up her mind and immediately took action. Kimura sat on the chaise longue, looking at the fox who kept twisting her body and leaning towards him seductively, feeling extremely strange. Then, he met Sudaji's burning gaze, was startled, his body trembled, and he kept leaning back, swallowing his saliva in fear. Although he wanted to expand his harem, he was really not interested in foxes. The objects in my harem must and can only be women. They cannot be foxes. Unless they transform into human form. Kimura suddenly grabbed the white pistol beside him, pointed the muzzle at the fox's head, and said in a trembling voice, "Daji, you calm down." Sudaji suddenly stopped, her eyes filled with tears, and she murmured, "My benefactor, are you disliking me? You are a fox and I am a human. We can't do this." Kimura had a deep look on his face. He had dreamed many times of being embraced by an older man. Now that his dream had come true, he had to refuse. There was no regret, only determination. "My benefactor, I am not a fox. My true form is that of a human." As soon as Sudaji finished speaking, Kimura's eyes suddenly lit up. "You are really a human." Kimura threw away the pistol, immediately sat up straight and leaned towards the fox in front of him. "What happened to my benefactor?" Kimura's sudden change in momentum made the fledgling Sudaji involuntarily shrink back a few steps. Kimura cleared his throat and suggested righteously, "Have you ever considered changing back to your true form? After all, the human form will help you survive in this world." Sudaji said aggrievedly, "I also want to transform back to my true body, but my realm has fallen, and I can only exist in the form of spirit at present." "What is a spiritual image?" asked Kimura. Sudaji explained, "To put it simply, it is the embodiment of spiritual patterns. The realm needs to reach Xiuqin to have spiritual appearance. So when can you transform back into your true form?" "Not sure, maybe it's when he recovered to 4th rank Song, maybe it's when he recovered to Xiuqin. You're not sure?" Kimura was surprised. After all, he was a master of immortal cultivation who had reached the highest realm. How could he not even know the time to restore his true body? Sudaji said aggrievedly, "This is also the first time that my realm has fallen, and it is a huge drop from Saint Merchant to no rank." "Okay, then how can you recover your state?" Kimura asked with concern. "Practice, and recondense the shattered realm. That's it. Don't you need any magic pills or treasures to help?" "No, this world is much richer in spiritual energy than my original world, and the environment for cultivation is excellent. It only takes me a few years to return to Shengshang. Hearing this, Kimura thought for a moment and asked again, "Do you want to take another pill of the medicine Aunt Mu gave you before? Maybe it will help you recover. Don't waste it." Sudaji shook her head and said, "The medicine is very effective, but it can only replenish vitality and is of no benefit to the cultivation of realm." Then she asked in confusion, "But I am curious, you are obviously unable to sense or absorb spiritual energy, why can you create items containing spiritual energy? You mean, that medicine contains spiritual power?" Kimura's body trembled. "Doesn't this mean that there have been cultivators in this world for a long time?" Sudaji added, "Not only the pill, but also this white pistol." Kimura asked quickly, are there other things in my room that contain spiritual power? For example, this TV, this computer, this lamp. From what I have seen so far, only pills and pistols contain spiritual power. That's it. Kimura rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. I originally thought that all objects that were the crystallization of human technology contained spiritual power, but now it seems that this is not the case. Then what is so special about this pill and pistol? After thinking for a while, Kimura finally figured out the special features that pills and pistols had in common. These two things were made by the research institute that my family invested in. Research institute? Sudaji asked puzzledly. Well, it's a place where a bunch of smart people get together to research, explore, and invent things. I don't know the details. Kimura spread his hands helplessly and said sadly, my mother didn't let me get involved in these matters. Is it because there are other heirs in the family? Sudaji instantly thought of the brutal infighting among the wealthy families. Kimura shook his head and said, that's not the case. I am the only child of my mother. Then why don't you take over the family business? When Sudaji said this, Kimura's thoughts couldn't help but wander. When he was 7 years old, his mother's attitude was very cold and the parent-son relationship was alienated, almost like a stranger. He once suspected that he was not his biological son. Later, he secretly pulled a few strands of his mother's hair and asked the powerful Aunt Su to use her connections to do a paternity test. It was confirmed that the child is a biological child. Xiao Muqunyi was deeply confused. Why did his mother treat her own son so coldly? He racked his brains and finally came up with the most likely reason: he must have been implicated by the father who had never shown up, and his mother was deeply emotionally hurt, so she treated him coldly. However, this extremely reasonable conjecture was denied by Aunt Su. As the only friend of Mu Tingmeng since childhood, Su Yun solved Mu Murano's confusion. He was the child of Mu Tingmeng who was conceived as a parthenogenetic after the success of the X chromosome mutation to Y chromosome experiment of the Mu Family Research Institute. He had no father and no brothers or sisters. The reason why Mu Tingmeng was cold and distant was because she had been such an emotionally indifferent person since childhood. At that time, the young Kimura thought it was a white lie told by Aunt Su. How can an X chromosome become a Y chromosome? This is unscientific. Now it seems that what Aunt Su said was true. In a world where spiritual energy is revived, what is impossible? Kimura collected his thoughts, pursed his lips, and replied, it's probably because I don't have any talent. Once I take over, I will probably lose all the family business soon. I was originally planning to cultivate immortality so that my mother would look at me differently. But I didn't expect that I couldn't absorb spiritual energy. Alas, the benefactor lacks maternal love. His greatest talent was suppressed by a local god. The benefactor is really pitiful. Don't be discouraged, oh no. Sudaji could see that Kimura was eager to prove his talent and gain recognition, so she quickly encouraged him, although you cannot absorb spiritual energy, your body has undergone tremendous changes after reaching the 4th rank song. It is difficult for ordinary people to hurt you with swords. You can then demonstrate your invulnerability to swords to your mother. That should be quite impressive for people in your world, right? Kimura rejected it without hesitation. It is impressive, but it is not shocking and not particularly praiseworthy. You, a fairy fox, landed on the car, but Sister Qing was not surprised at all. My mother's psychological quality is better than hers. She would not react at all to the mere invulnerability to swords and knives. Besides, the Research Institute can develop items containing spiritual power, so my mother must know that spiritual energy has been revived. Extra volume, The World of Spiritual Resurrection in Tsukuyomi, Extra 3, Bad Women. My benefactor is right. Being able to produce such a pill full of vitality and a pistol that can kill a 5th rank Tang, the overall strength of the Research Institute is at least at the Saint business level. The 4th rank song without spiritual power is indeed not good enough. Sudaji said, then continue to cultivate. Since you can't absorb spiritual energy, I will pass it on to you. When you become proficient in using spiritual power, use my spiritual energy to show your mother the strength of a fourth rank song. It is absolutely powerful enough for a mortal to suddenly become a fourth rank song. Even I, a knowledgeable former saint merchant, am extremely surprised by this, let alone your mother. Kimura was somewhat moved and asked with concern, will this not affect your realm recovery? Sudaji shook her head and said, recovering one's realm is very mysterious. It is not just a matter of practicing in seclusion, but also requires a harmonious state of mind. It is also beneficial for me to help you practice. As long as it's lossless. Mukuni was relieved and said, Daji, you can also pass on some spiritual energy to Aunt Mu tomorrow to see if she can reach a higher level. Your realm can be elevated by a breath of spiritual energy. You are too fanciful, benefactor. Sudaji grinned and said, it's easy to pass the spiritual energy, but you have to be mentally prepared. It's a rare case that you can become a fourth rank song with a breath of spiritual energy. Don't think that you can easily reach a higher level just because you are a person. Kimura smiled and said, I know. I just want Aunt Mu to try it. You only mentioned her among the three women. Is she very important to you? Sudaji asked knowingly. Well, it's very important. Kimura nodded seriously. She was with him day and night. Although she was called a maid, she was actually an indispensable part of his life. But this is not the reason why I asked you to pass on spiritual energy to Aunt Mu. I need you to hide your identity in front of Sister Ro and Sister Ching for the time being. Hiding their identities, is the benefactor also on guard against the two of them? Sudaji said excitedly, there really is something wrong with them. One wants to throw me away, and the other slanders me for repaying kindness with enmity. That's not it. Kimura waved his hand and smiled, Sister Ro and Sister Ching are both from my perspective and are considering my safety. It's only natural. After all, you are just a special fox who is completely unfamiliar to us. I asked you to hide your identity because they are my mother's subordinates. They will report every detail of my situation at home to my mother's secretary, and then my mother's secretary will pick out the key points and report them to my mother. If you reveal your identity, my mother will soon know that I am cultivating immortality, and our plan will be ruined. So that's how it is. Sudaji suddenly realized. Kimura nodded and said, you will stay in my room from now on. Sister Ro and Sister Ching will clean the other rooms from time to time, but only Aunt Mu and I will enter my room. There is another elder who can enter my room, but he will come to live here in a while. In short, you can move freely in my room, practice when you want, talk when you want, and you can also surf the internet, watch TV and read books, which will help you understand the world. Surf the internet? Watch TV? Sudaji's eyes were full of confusion. I'll teach you these tomorrow. Kimura yawned and he also felt a little sleepy. I'm already a fourth rank song spiritual practitioner, so why am I still sleepy? Shouldn't I be tireless? Asked Kimura. Sudaji explained, you can't absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power to nourish your body, so of course you need to rest. Now you are just an empty shell of a fourth rank song. Except for your physical fitness being better than that of ordinary people, there is no difference in other aspects. Then I'll take a shower and rest. See you in the morning. Kimura stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Halfway there, he suddenly turned back and asked, Daji, do you want to take a bath? Sudaji shook her head and said, I can use spiritual power to cleanse my body, which is much more effective than ordinary water. I see, spiritual power is really a good thing. Kimura sighed, walked into the bathroom, closed the frosted glass door, and left Sudaji and the fox in the living room. Without Kimura's company, Sudaji looked around at the new things and felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness coming towards her, making it almost difficult for her to breathe. It turns out that being alone in a foreign world is so terrifying. My benefactor not only saved my life, but also provided me with a place to settle down. Sudaji stared at the blurry black shadow reflected on the glass door, her fox eyes sparkling. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Qi Xingmu woke up on time according to his usual biological clock. She turned her head to look at Kimura, who was lying beside her, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She originally thought that Kimura would be in high spirits and talk with the fairy fox all night about cultivating immortals, but she didn't expect that for Kimura, being with her was more exciting than the novelty and shock of the immortal path. In Qi Xingmu's view, this was undoubtedly a high compliment. Page 9. Qi Xingmu looked down at Kimura's sleeping face, smiling sweetly, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. She was a college junior 3 years younger than Mu Tingmeng. By chance, she was noticed by Mu Tingmeng and became a maid in the Mu family. All her family members had passed away and she was left alone. She had been working and living in the Mu family for the past 20 years, from youth to middle age. All day long, she had only one thing to do, which was to follow Kimura around. The young master had already become an indispensable part of her life. If Kimura was taken away, her life would lose its center of gravity, and she would feel light and unsure of where to go. Qi Xingmu has always been curious about why the lady chose him. It was not until last year when she saw Madame send 2 young girls from orphanages, Lin Ro and Li Wangqing, to Kimura's side that she realized that Madame had always needed women with no family background and no worries. Only in this way could they serve the Mu family wholeheartedly and would not have second thoughts. When you get older, you like to reminisce about the past. Qi Xingmu came to his senses, shook his head in self-mockery, and then washed and dressed. He looked at his fair neck in the mirror. It was delicate and wrinkle-free, as warm and smooth as a girl's skin, and he still looked young. Qi Xingmu didn't care much about her appearance, but ever since she broke through the bond with Kimura last year, she has paid great attention to maintenance and has become extremely concerned about her appearance. After all, with the age gap, we should always plan ahead and delay aging as long as possible. When we are too old to be seen, our life will be almost over. Pure and satisfying. After finishing her makeup, Qi Xingmu went to Kimura's room to take a look at Sudaji. The fairy fox was meditating and practicing, with small white cyclones all over her body. Qi Xingmu learned from Sudaji that Mu Murano wanted her to try to absorb some spiritual energy. She felt very happy, not because she could become an immortal, but because she felt Mu Murano's attention and preference for her. Qi Xingmu took a breath of spiritual energy, but there was no reaction. But she didn't care. She walked lightly to the monitoring room on the 4th floor, deleted all the surveillance footage from yesterday, and then went to prepare breakfast. She knew that Kimura slept very late in the morning, so she didn't want to wake him up on time, and only prepared breakfast for 3 people. After breakfast, Qi Xingmu went to Kimura's room, leaned on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched the morning news. She seldom went out, so official news was her main channel to understand social dynamics. On the chaise longue, Sudaji, who had just finished her training, was lying down and reading a beautifully bound book called 5,000 Years of Chinese History. After learning about the history of this world, she finally understood Kimura Nona's question last night. After reading the news, Qi Xingmu turned on her phone and clicked on a book that Kimura had recently read online. She read it attentively and took notes from time to time. She and Sudaji did not chat or communicate except for absorbing spiritual energy. Qi Xingmu could sense Sudaji's vigilance towards the 3 women in the family, but she didn't care. Sudaji was living under someone else's roof, so she had to get close to the owner of the villa, Kimura yet. In a completely unfamiliar environment, if there was only one person you could trust, the relationship and feelings would be cultivated and developed at a high speed. It is obviously a good thing that a grateful fairy fox is close to Kimura. For this reason, Chi Xingmu deliberately did not talk to the fairy fox to get closer to her, in order to form a sharp contrast with Mu Muruno's kindness and friendliness, and deepen Su Daji's affection and dependence on Mu Muruno. She also specifically told Lin Ro and Li Wangqing to be wary of the fairy fox. At almost 10 o'clock, Chi Xingmu's mobile phone interface suddenly switched and the entire phone began to vibrate. When Chi Xingmu saw the beautiful profile picture, a strange light flashed in his eyes and he quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Miss Su, what can I do for you?" Chi Xingmu was a little curious and nervous. She remembered that Sister Su always called Kimura directly in the past and had called her only a few times. The person on the other end of the phone: "I heard from the leader of Ono's university that you applied for Ono to not attend classes this semester. Is Ono in poor health?" "No, Master is in good health. I'm asking for leave because I found a very beautiful and special fox yesterday." "How special are foxes?" "It seems that a hole has been smashed in the Maybach. I'll call you to tell you the details after the young master wakes up." Chi Xingmu did not rashly tell Sister Su the truth. Judging from Kimura's behavior of sending Lin Ro and Li Wangqing away last night, she guessed that Kimura wanted to keep the matter of cultivating immortals a secret. Su Daji, who was standing by, pricked up her ears suddenly when she heard Chi Xingmu talking about foxes. "It's already 10:15 and you're still not awake? It seems that Ono slept very late and was obsessed with that fox." "No need to ask Ono to call, I'll be there soon." Sister Su hung up the phone decisively. "Coming soon." Chi Xingmu's body trembled, her mind raced, and she told the fairy fox beside her, "There are guests coming to our house, be careful not to reveal any flaws." Su Daji closed the book 5,000 Years of Chinese History and asked blankly, "Who is coming?" Not long after, a Mercedes stopped steadily in front of the black gate of the Mu family villa. The female secretary got out of the car and skillfully opened the door for the leader. A pair of black high heels first poked out of the car, stepping on the hot asphalt road, making a clear sound, and revealing a pair of smooth and flawless well-proportioned long legs. With a fulcrum, the beauty's buttocks left the seat, and she bent over to leave the Mercedes, standing elegantly by the door, looking radiant and fragrant. The elegant navy blue cheongsam tightly wrapped her graceful body, revealing her graceful and elegant demeanor. The beauty has a great figure and is very confident. After all, with a dress like cheongsam, any flaws such as a little extra fat on the waist and abdomen, a little loose thighs, or a little thick arms will be magnified infinitely and look ugly and embarrassing. "You guys go back, I want to stay here for a while." Su Yun looked up at the third floor of the villa, her brows slightly furrowed, her voice soft but majestic. "I want to see what kind of fox spirit can make Xiao Ye take such a long leave." "Yes, President Su." The female secretary responded. Su Yun took the key from the female secretary, opened the door and walked in. The female secretary bowed respectfully to her back, watched her walk around the screen wall, closed the villa door, got in the car and left. Su Yun gently pressed her jade finger on the fingerprint lock, and the wooden door opened automatically. Li Wangqing, who was leaning on the sofa watching the news, saw Su Yun suddenly coming to her house, and immediately stood up and greeted, "President Su, you are here." Su Yun said as she changed her slippers at the entrance, "Meng is away on a business trip, and you three can't control Xiao." The tone was neither happy nor sad, it seemed like concern and accountability. As soon as Li Wangqing heard it, she understood that Dinso came because of Kimura's unexplained leave. She wisely didn't say much and waited for her next words. Su Yun walked straight to the center of the sofa and sat down, then asked, "Where's Xiao?" "Li Wangqing, exercising in the gym." Su Yun nodded and said, "I heard that Xiao has a fox as a pet." Li Wangqing understood the meaning of the song and told it word for word about the red fox yesterday. Su Yun nodded and asked, "The news this morning reported that black lightning appeared in the sky over the suburbs yesterday evening. Is it related to the fox?" Li Wangqing replied, "From the roadside surveillance, the red fox and black thunder appeared at the same time, so they should be closely related. So-yoon remained silent and closed her eyes in deep thought. Lee Wonking stood silently by the side, with a calm expression and a respectful attitude. She, Lee Chuyu and Lin Ro were all orphans. They were taken in and raised by Menjiun orphanage when they were still babies. After they became successful, they left the orphanage and entered various jobs arranged by the director. Who is the director? Naturally, it is Mu Ting-meng and So-yoon. So-yoon was not in a hurry to go upstairs to find Kimura yet. After all, she felt sorry for him because he was still sleeping. No matter how big the matter was, she had to wait until he had a good rest, not to mention that it was just a small matter. Over the years, So-yoon has never been able to figure out the motives of her best friend Mu Ting-meng to deliberately give birth to a son. Not only did she give birth to the child, but she was also so cold that Mu Kunyi suspected that he was not her biological son. Isn't this a sin? In order to make up for the bad consequences brought about by her best friend's willfulness, So-yoon has always taken good care of Kimura. Kimura woken up by Chi-zing Mu. When he heard that Aunt Su had arrived early, he didn't even have the heart to take a nap. Chi-zing Mu briefly explained the reason behind So-yoon's visit and asked Kimura what to do. Kimura noticed that she looked remorseful and consoled her, "Auntie Su's coming has nothing to do with you. Even if you didn't ask for leave for me, she would have come soon." Chi-zing Mu thought about it and it was true. So-yoon came from a distinguished and wealthy family. He was a rich and idle person who had been admiring himself for 38 years. He would come to the Mu family every year to relieve his spiritual emptiness and loneliness. According to the schedule of previous years, So-yoon would come to the Mu family to live permanently in July and August, replacing his wife who was on a business trip as usual, to suppress Mu Murano's stubbornness and prevent him from being undisciplined and lawless. "Aunt Su is here, should I confess my cultivation to her?" Kimura couldn't help but think of how he had asked Aunt Su to use her connections to do a paternity test, and how his mother knew about it in less than half a day, and even pulled out a few strands of her hair and put them on the coffee table in front of her, as if she was going to do it again if she was not sure. Now it seems that Aunt Su must have been telling her mother about it while helping him. Oh, a spy. After a brief consideration, Mu Murano looked at Chi-zing Mu and Su Daji who were waiting for instructions by the bed, and said, "Daji can speak human language and cultivate immortality. These 2 points must be kept secret from the outside world. Daji, your current character setting, no, your fox setting is a special fox that can understand human nature. You are my favorite pet, do you understand?" "Clear." Su Daji was full of energy and wagged her tail, imitating the pet fox perfectly. When she was still in human form, she had kept a fox as a pet, so she was very good at imitating it. "Aunt Mu, did you delete the surveillance video at home yesterday?" asked Kimura. "I deleted it this morning." "That's no problem. I'll wash up first and go meet Aunt Su. Daji, you just stay in your room." Su Daji shook her tail and said nothing. She wanted to develop the habit of not speaking human language from now on. What kind of woman is this who can make her benefactor feel as if he is facing a formidable enemy? Su Daji was a little curious, but she was a pet and her owner didn't let her go downstairs, so she could only stay quietly in the room. Only well-behaved pets are loved by their owners. This is her experience in raising foxes. As soon as Kimura went out, he looked down from the railing at Aunt Su, who was leaning on the sofa in the hall with her eyes closed. Then his eyes unconsciously followed the graceful curves of Aunt Su's chin and neck. Chi-zing Mu, who was standing by, stared at his absent-minded eyes with a smile on his face. Kimura noticed her scrutiny, withdrew his gaze, coughed lightly, and quickly went downstairs. To be honest, he did not recommend Aunt Su to wear such tight clothes, which revealed her figure too much. She should wear loose clothes like Aunt Mu. Otherwise, in front of the beauty, it would be too eye-catching, and he, who was innocent, would look too vulgar. Hearing the footsteps coming down the stairs, Soo-yoon opened her eyes, sat up straight, and after seeing who was coming, her eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. "Auntie Soo, you're here," Kimura said with a smile. "Why call me aunt? I sound old. Call me sister," Soo-yoon said with a smile. "Sister Soo," Kimura yelled obediently. This was a fixed exchange between him and Aunt Soo every time they met again after a long separation. Hearing this refreshing call of Sister Soo, Soo-yoon's smile became even wider. She and Mu Ting-meng have been good friends since childhood. Except for Mu Ting-meng's family background being much better than hers, and her appearance being comparable to Mu Ting-meng, she is inferior to Mu Ting-meng in other aspects. For the first 23 years of her life, she had been looking for a way to be better than Mu Ting-meng. After Mu Muruno was born, she found a way to make Mu Muruno call her sister. Although she was a generation lower, she sounded younger than Mu Ting-meng, and that was enough. Compared with youth, what does seniority mean? Unfortunately, her method was not agreed by the sensible Kimura. Calling a strange aunt sister is emotional intelligence, calling mother's friend sister is inappropriate. To this end, when Kimura was 7 years old, she had a cordial and friendly discussion with Aunt Soo. In the end, the two decided that Kimura would occasionally call Aunt Soo a sister to make her feel secretly happy. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, a pair of beautiful twin sisters stood on the roadside, looking at the villa area in the distance. Both sisters were wearing square-soled high heels, their straight and shapely legs were wrapped in high-quality stockings, and their skirts were fluffy and decorated with lace. The sister dressed in pure black was the first to speak. "Yesterday's sunset, the front line of natural disasters is now." The younger sister, dressed in pure white, reminded her, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." The elder sister readily agreed. Yesterday evening, a heavenly calamity appeared ahead. According to the president's theory, black lightning is a heavenly calamity that can only be brought about by a 9-rank expert. The younger sister nodded and said, "That's why I came here." "What do you mean?" The elder sister looked at her younger sister who had arrived by plane early this morning in confusion. "My sister explained, the president said that the black lightning is a sign of the failure of the 9 level to impact the 10 level. The current strength of the strong man who caused the heavenly calamity is unknown. It is not a good idea for us to use force against Kimura again. The organization has already lost a group of elite members in the kidnapping of Kimura. Now there is a spiritual practitioner of unknown strength beside him, so the organization needs to be extremely cautious in its actions. I was ordered by the president to use the honey trap on Kimura to seduce him to leave Xia country." Hearing this, the elder sister asked in confusion, "Honey trap? Why did the president go to the trouble of sending you here? Kimura is just a superficial whore." The sister's delicate face was full of disdain. The outsourced members of the organization had kidnapped Kimura in front of an expensive club. The younger sister shook her head and said, "First of all, the honey trap is not to become his prostitute, but to become his lover. A prostitute can only get his money, but a lover can take his heart. Secondly, Kimura was just passing by the club at that time and did not enter." "Sister, you should take a closer look at the original action record. The actions a year ago have proven that Kimura's vitality is extremely strong and cannot be destroyed physically. The president has changed his strategy and recruited him to work for the organization. My sister has big eyes, slightly reflective like a cat's eyes, bright and lively, and charming under the shade of her eyelashes." The elder sister ignored her younger sister's charm and asked, "Then what's the point of sending you? Can't I be his lover?" The younger sister met her elder sister's scrutinizing gaze and said with a smile, "Your figure is not good enough." My sister looked down at her toes, her face darkened, and she said, "Then can I apply to the organization to return to Japan?" "No, you have to stay here. I may need your help at a critical moment." The younger sister looked at her elder sister with eyes that were dark, deep, and meaningful. The elder sister asked faintly, is Kimura yes so important? We can't guess what the president is thinking. The younger sister said solemnly, from the moment the president took me in, I was determined to give her everything. Me too. My sister raised her head and looked towards the villa area with a firm look in her eyes. The two sisters are both outstanding members of the organization. They have inherited the president's noble surname and have a very high sense of honor and belonging. The younger sister took out a document from her bag and said seriously, I, Takahashi Hungze, have been ordered by the president to serve as the leader of this heart-chopping operation team. Page 10. My sister took the document, glanced through it quickly, and then said, I, Takahashi Ayako, have been ordered by the president to serve as a member of the heart-cutting operation team and will be directly led by team leader Ayako. After saying this, Takahashi Ayako bowed to her sister. Takahashi Hungze nodded, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. This was the first time she had led her sister in action since she was a child. Slightly restraining her excitement, Takahashi Hungze instructed, haste makes waste. Next, we should patiently collect information about Kimura and his social network and make preparations in advance. Yes, team leader. Takahashi Ayako responded. Muse House, Hall. Soo-yoon held Kimura in her arms, and her body fragrance, like orchid and musk, filled the air around him. When it comes to getting along with Kimura yet, Soo-yoon and Mu Ting-meng are worlds apart and very close. Chi Xing-mu smiled as he prepared breakfast for Kimura yet. Lee Wonking, who was standing beside Soo-yoon, narrowed her eyes and keenly observed that the marks on the young master's neck had become lighter. Kimura gently pushed Soo-yoon's shoulder, reluctantly bidding farewell to the familiar embrace, and asked, Aunt Soo, why did you come here so suddenly? Xiao Yat, do you mean that I shouldn't come? Soo-yoon wiped her eyes, pretended to cry, slowly stood up, and pretended to leave. As expected, when a woman gets older, she will be looked down upon wherever she goes. How could that be? Aunt Soo, you always look as young as you were in your 20s. Kimura quickly grabbed her hand and said with a smile, Aunt Soo, please don't misinterpret and accuse me. I'm just simply curious. You came a month earlier this time than in previous years. Soo-yoon snorted and said, I heard that Xiao, you won't be going to college for the rest of this semester, so of course I have to come and see you. Kimura understood that Aunt Soo was here to conduct a field investigation. Not going to school was not important, but the reason for not going to school was important. With this in mind, Kimura invited, Aunt Soo, I'll take you to see the fox. Not urgent. Soo-yoon waved her hand, and seeing that Kimura was still in pajamas, she asked with concern, you just woke up, you haven't had breakfast yet. Yet. Kimura responded. Soo-yoon-dae raised her eyebrows, and wanted to reprimand Chi Xing-mu for not fulfilling her duties as a maid, but she gave up the idea. Chi Xing-mu and Mu Murunyi had developed a deep relationship, and she occupied an extremely important position in Mu Murunyi's heart. Rashly accusing Kagure would only cause Ono's disgust. Just as Soo-yoon was thinking this, Chi Xing-mu came into the hall carrying breakfast. Soo-yoon's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was secretly glad that she didn't say anything more. Lee Wonking, who was standing nearby, had deep eyes and took in all the changes in President Su's expression. She thought to herself that she would have to make another note in the report she sent privately to his wife. After finishing breakfast, Kimura went upstairs with Soo-yoon and Chi Xing-mu. When Soo-yoon opened the door, she saw a fox curled up beside the chaise longue. The fox's eyes shone with a lively light, and its smooth fiery red hair covered its body like brocade. If you didn't look closely, it looked like a ball of fire burning on the carpet. Have you checked its body for germs? Has it been vaccinated? Soo-yoon asked. Aunt Mu has done it. Mu Kunyi lied. Anyway, he had relevant equipment and medicines at home, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Chi Xing-mu nodded in agreement. In dealing with Soo-yoon's questioning, the two of them had already had a tacit understanding. Soo-yoon squatted down and looked into the red fox's eyes, and asked, "It looks pretty well behaved. Is it a male or a female? If it's a male, Xiao, you can't keep it. Your mother doesn't like the opposite sex in her living space. There is such a thing. Then why did my mother give birth to me?" Kimura said in surprise. Soo-yoon shook her head and said, "I don't know about that. My mother couldn't have given birth to me on purpose to torture me." Kimura thought back to the years when he was treated coldly and felt that everything was explained. How could that be? Soo-yoon quickly stood up and touched Kimura's head, and said softly, "Isn't your mother's attitude towards you getting better and better? When you were just born, your mother didn't even want to look at you, but now she can eat at the same table with you. Right, Xiao Mu?" Chi Xingmu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Madam is becoming more and more maternal. When she learned that you, young master, had been kidnapped last year, Madam was really angry. Even though Madam may sound cold and mean, her concern for you is genuine." Ugh! Kimura looked puzzled, sighed faintly, and then said, "This fox is a female." Soo-yoon nodded and said, "Xiao Qing said this fox is a little special. When Ameng comes back, let her take it to the research institute for research." "No." Kimura hastily refused. "Oh." Soo-yoon dragged out the words, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, hiding the flash of brilliance, and then her expression suddenly changed, and she said sternly, "It's a special fox, Xiao, are you so confident that it will be by your side, and don't care about its life at all?" "Hey! Another bad woman." Sudaji was angry. Kimura thought about it and compromised, "She can go to the research institute, but I want to go with her to prevent the staff from hurting her. This woman's status is higher than that of the benefactor, no wonder the benefactor was so nervous before." Sudaji felt the difficulty that Kimura had gone through to protect her, and she hugged Kimura's calves affectionately, rubbing her fox head against his knees, her fox eyes full of water. Noticing the red fox's behavior, Soo-yoon smiled and said, "This fox is quite human-like. No wonder you are so concerned about it, Xiao." "Yes, what a lovely fox." Kimura squatted down with a smile and gently stroked Sudaji's soft hair. Soo-yoon glanced at the red fox enjoying being stroked by Kimura yet, walked slowly to the chaise longue, put her knees together, stroked her cheongsam from the hips down with her right hand, sat down gracefully, and asked Kimura yet, "Have you given it a name?" "Daji." Kimura did not reveal Sudaji's last name. After all, it was disrespectful to name a pet after an elder's last name. Although it was not his name, Aunt Su didn't know, so it was better not to tell her. However, Soo-yoon still had a bad association. Yin Xin attacked Yusu, and Yusu took Daji's daughter with him. Soo-yoon raised her eyebrows slightly. Nowadays, most popular reading materials give Daji the surname Su. She was not sure about Kimura's intention of naming his pet Daji. Then, she said calmly, "Xiao Mu, I was sweating a little when I got off the car just now, I need to take a shower." Chi Xingmu was slightly stunned, then responded and went to the bathroom to run the water. Kimura looked at Soo-yoon with some confusion. Aunt Su had come to visit, but she lost interest in the fairy fox so quickly. Extra volume, The World of Spiritual Resurrection in Tsukuyomi, Extra Volume 4, Part. Noticing Kimura's puzzled look, Soo-yoon smiled and explained, "I just came to see you. As for this fox, it doesn't seem to be threatening at the moment, so you can keep it." Soo-yoon said, stood up and walked into the bathroom. Kimura squatted down and whispered to the fox, "Auntie Su will stay in my room for a few months. When you want to practice next time, go to Auntie Mu's room." Sudaji nodded in understanding, not finding it troublesome. She nourished herself with spiritual energy, and did not need sleep like ordinary people. It was very simple to avoid Soo-yoon from noticing anything unusual. She only needed to practice in Chi Xingmu's room while Soo-yoon was resting at night. Kimura glanced at the bathroom door, smiled and touched Sudaji's head, stood up and sat on the sofa. Although it would take a while for a woman to finish bathing, he didn't dare to communicate with Sudaji for a long time. He didn't know when Aunt Su would suddenly come out. Kimura leaned on the sofa and vaguely heard the sound of water in the bathroom. He clenched his fists, veins popping out on his arms, and a fierce and brave force was gathered in them. Since he stepped into the 4th rank song last night, he has noticed many changes in his body. My eyesight has been restored, and I no longer need to wear contact lenses. My hearing has been enhanced, and I can now hear sounds through the soundproof glass door. My sense of touch has been enhanced, and I have a richer sense of touch when touching objects. My physique has also been obviously enhanced, and my whole body is filled with powerful strength. I always feel that my palms can crush any hard material. Kimura thought about it and decided that maybe he should do a comprehensive test to see how much stronger he had become, so he picked up the phone on the coffee table, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Lin Ro. Sister Ro, design a professional and comprehensive physical test for me. It is good. Lin Ro, who was working out in the gym, noticed her phone screen light up, put down the heavy barbell, and quickly replied to the message. Kimura exited the chat interface with Lin Ro and saw a red number on a white piano avatar with the note "Beautiful Girl." This was the WeChat he had just added in the milk tea shop yesterday afternoon. The other party was a senior executive of a company, over 30 years old, very well maintained, like a gorgeous peony in the milk tea shop full of young girls. After a few pleasantries, he found that she was almost middle-aged, but still had a youthful cuteness. Thinking of the instant hit it off yesterday, Kimura smiled and opened the chat interface with his female leader. The first message was at 6 p.m. yesterday afternoon, "I'm home." There was a hint of reserve in these 4 simple words. If Kimura had not been busy paying attention to the fairy fox at that time, they could have had a good chat over this message. At 6:30, the female leader sent the second message, "I just took a shower and changed my clothes." What followed was a full-body selfie in the mirror. The female leader was wearing a black dress with a light grey ribbon tied around her waist, which showed off her slender waist. There was a delicate grey border around her chest. Her long hair was casually tied into a bun, and against her fair and delicate face, she had a unique charm. She was over 30 years old, had accumulated enough experience, and was intellectual and elegant. Looking at such a beautiful photo, it was hard for Kimura to connect her with the woman in the milk tea who was wearing white trousers with bright red stains on her trousers. The female leader was so eager to send him this charming photo, obviously wanting to erase the embarrassing impression left in his mind. The 4th message was at 9:30, "I have cleaned your clothes. When can I return them to you?" Next was a photo of a flawless light blue brocade jacket spread on a plain mattress. Kimura happened to be standing in line behind the woman at the time. Noticing her embarrassment, he promptly took off his thin coat and handed it to the embarrassed woman, and then added her on WeChat. Kimura thought for a moment and replied. At the same time, in a company office, Qin Xieying, who was shopping online, received a message from someone with the note "Naruto boy. It's convenient for me. You decide the time." Qin Xieying's face darkened. "I posted such a beautiful selfie, but you only care about your coat? You don't even know how to compliment me? I've been waiting for your reply since last night." Qin Xieying was a little angry and held her heaving chest. In fact, she felt a little regretful after posting the selfie last night. It was too impulsive and casual, and not in line with her reserved nature at all. However, when she thought that the other person was a kind, considerate and handsome young man, she had an inexplicable affection for him as if they had known each other for many years and hoped to get close to him. In addition, the leakage of menstrual blood yesterday was too embarrassing and shameful, so Qin Xieying was eager to change her image and did not withdraw. Who would have thought that this brat had no positive feedback at all? Qin Xieying became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She even lost the mood to buy clothes. She slammed her phone on the table and casually opened a book beside her elbow to divert her attention. Being angry is bad for your skin. You have to calm down. The phone suddenly vibrated slightly. Qin Xieying thought about giving the other party another chance to organize his words, but when she opened it, she found that it was a message from the work group to all members, and there was no movement on the other party's Tsunade avatar. Qin Xieying angrily set the group message to Do Not Disturb. At this time, the other party finally sent a message, You look beautiful in a skirt. I look forward to seeing you next time. Qin Xieying's face suddenly lit up with joy, like a blooming flower, and all her previous unhappiness disappeared. Do I look beautiful in a skirt? Qin Xieying clicked on yesterday's selfie, admired herself carefully, then exited the chat interface with satisfaction. She flipped through the calendar, happily planning the time and place of the next date. Bah, what date? It's just a simple meeting. The other person is still in college, so choose a weekend. Qin Xieying studied Kimura's avatar, signature, nickname, WeChat ID, and circle of friends last night. She used Qiandu image recognition to find out that the back figure in the avatar was a popular character in a migrant worker comic. Xiao Qin, are you in love? Are you picking a date? A gentle voice sounded beside her ears. Qin Xieying looked up and saw a familiar female colleague lying on the partition of the desk and looking at her with ill intentions. No way. Old Wu, you can't say such nonsense and tarnish my innocence. Qin Xieying gathered up her messy hair and firmly denied it righteously. Old Wu smiled nonchalantly and said, It's normal for a single mother like you to fall in love. Why should your innocence be tarnished? She and Qin Xieying have worked together for many years and have a close relationship. They know each other very well. Qin Xieying is a single mother with a 19-year-old daughter. Now Xiao Qin wants to find a man to spend the rest of her life with. In Lao Wu's opinion, this is very normal. Anyway, the child is about to grow up. You're thinking too much. Qin Xieying waved her hand and stood up. Otherwise, she would always feel a little insecure if she sat there facing Old Wu's scrutiny. You're still saying no. Old Wu reached out and gently pinched Qin Xieying's moist cheeks, and said with a smile, Your face has become so pink. Qin Xieying quickly looked in the mirror, and the blush spread from her ears to her entire cheeks, just like a spring breeze painted in ink and the fragrance of flowers wafting in the air. Why did my face turn red without me noticing? It was just a simple compliment. Qin Xieying placed her slender hands on her cheek, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Qin looked like she was in love. Old Wu understood what was going on and slowly made 2 cups of tea, gossiping, What does the man do? Page 11. Qin Xieying took a cup of tea and replied, I'm a college student and I don't have a job yet. Old Wu took a sip of tea, nodded, and said with a smile, PhD student. Qin Xieying shook her head and said, Not a doctoral student. Graduate student. Qin Xieying shook her head again. Old Wu was slightly stunned, his eyes widened, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes bloomed. He asked in surprise, Could it be an undergraduate student? Qin Xieying nodded shyly. Old Wu was so shocked that he lowered his voice and reminded, The age difference is quite big. I just like him and want to spend more time with him. Qin Xieying's jade fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the cup, her cheeks flushed, and she looked even more beautiful. In her opinion, the age gap was not that big. Her body and mentality were always as charming as those of a young girl in her 20s, and she was a perfect match for him. Old Wu put down his teacup, restrained his smile, and asked seriously, How long have you known him? Qin Xieying was surprised by Old Wu's serious attitude and answered obediently, Less than a day. Then make a decisive move before you get stuck in it. Old Wu tapped Qin Xieying's smooth forehead. Why? We haven't started yet. Qin Xieying looked puzzled, slapped Lao Wu's hand away, and gently rubbed her forehead. Her skin was delicate and needed careful care, and she couldn't let Lao Wu prick it. Why? Have you thought about the consequences? Old Wu frowned and reminded him, we've only known each other for less than a day, and you've already got this idea. It's probably because you're getting old and are fascinated by and yearning for the youthful vigor of young people. Can't it be love at first sight? Qin Xieying quickly looked in the mirror. The moist and charming face in the mirror was so beautiful that no one would think that she was an old woman. Old Wu was really talking nonsense. Old Wu glared at Qin Xieying, who had been specially taken care of by the years, and said earnestly, even if it was love at first sight, if his family knew about your relationship with him and it got out, would you still have a good reputation? Even if you don't care, you should consider the feelings of your family. At our age, we can't just care about our own emotions. Qin Xieying remained silent after hearing this, and her bright eyes dimmed a little. Just be alone and quiet for a while. Seeing that she seemed to have realized something, Old Wu left the office, leaving the quiet space to her. After sending the message, Kimura did not anxiously wait for the female leader's reply. If he had not met Sudaji before, he might have taken it very seriously and had high expectations. But now that he has embarked on the immortal path and witnessed the unparalleled cultivation of immortals, his mentality has inevitably changed, and he has become more relaxed about these little episodes in life. Kimura leaned leisurely on the sofa and browsed the news on his mobile phone for a while. He only saw a piece of news about abnormal weather in the suburbs yesterday afternoon. There was no follow-up on that news. No one is paying attention, which is a good thing. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives follows the clues, things will become more troublesome. Kimura felt relieved, put his phone on the coffee table, and fiddled with the flowers in the plain white vase out of boredom. He had originally planned to cultivate immortality with Sudaji at home and help Sudaji understand and become familiar with the world, but now that Aunt Su was here, he couldn't do these things openly. When the petals were fiddled with until they were drooping and losing their color, the phone on the coffee table vibrated slightly. Kimura opened the phone and saw a message from the female leader, meet at Lanyaju on Suiwen East Road at 5 p.m. on Sunday. I'll treat you to dinner. Kimura had never heard of the name Lanyaju. For the sake of safety, he basically only tried Qizing Mu's cooking and seldom ate out, so he didn't know much about restaurants in the city. He had heard of Suiwen East Road, which was only a few streets away from the school and was the university town. After searching online, I found Lanyaju, an elegantly decorated restaurant with an average per capita consumption of over 1,000 yuan. Kimura looked at it, took a screenshot and sent it to Li Wangqing, saying that the female leader would invite him to dinner here at 5 p.m. on Sunday. Receive. Li Wangqing replied quickly and concisely, but the specific work was not easy. She and Linro had to go to Lanyaju in advance to check out the restaurant and the surrounding buildings, prepare various emergency response strategies and escape routes, and use various channels to search and determine the identity information, growth experience, and family background of the female leader as much as possible to identify whether there was any threat. In addition, they had to report the date to the wife's secretary in advance. After Kimura informed Li Wangqing, he began to look through the female leader's circle of friends. He was going to have dinner with her in 4 days, so he had to get to know her well, so as to avoid having no common topic to talk about during the meal and looking at each other in embarrassment. Most of the female leader's circle of friends were forwarded articles from public accounts related to beauty and facials, and a small part were photos of the growth of flowers and plants in the home and office. There was nothing about work and interpersonal relationships. Kimura Yejhan was thinking that he might be assigned to a group of unfamiliar personnel by his female leader, when suddenly a faint fragrance wafted into his nose, and the sound of a stream flowing over rocks rang in his ears. Xiao Yet, whose moments are you looking at? You're so engrossed in it. Kimura was startled and quickly locked the screen subconsciously, then turned to look at Su Yun. Her skin was smooth after just taking a shower, and her fair complexion was tinged with an alluring pink. Her lips, without any lipstick on, still had the charming blush of her natural beauty. A female leader whom I met at the milk tea shop yesterday. Kimura Ye said truthfully. If he concealed it now, he would soon be betrayed by Lin Ro and Li Wangqing. Like someone. Su Yun glanced at Kimura's instantly locked phone with a half-smile. She had just come out of the bathroom and walked here. She called Kimura several times but got no response. When she got closer, she saw light in his eyes and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. He was concentrating on looking at the meaningless circle of friends, and it was obvious that he was interested in the owner of the circle of friends. Hearing this, Kimura pretended to be angry, and righteously covered it up by saying, "Aunt Su, your thoughts are not pure. I have only met her once. Don't just associate her with a man and a woman just because you see her circle of friends." Seeing that his attempt to hide his true intentions only made them more obvious, Su Yun stood up and looked down at Kimura Ye, who was sitting upright without realizing it. She raised her eyebrows slightly and thought that Kimura Ye was still young after all and could not hide his inner emotions. Su Yun glanced at Qi Xingmu next to her and asked with a smile, "Xiao Mu, did you know that Xiao Ye is in an online relationship?" Qi Xingmu was slightly startled, then shook her head and looked at Kimura in surprise. Except for last night, Kimura's daily routine, words and deeds were all normal. Most of his thoughts were spent on her. There was no abnormal behavior, and he didn't seem like someone who was in an online relationship. Hearing Aunt Su's arbitrary conclusion without any argument, Kimura Ye immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, "I just have a slight liking for her. I have no objection to you falling in love, oh no." Aunt Su ignored Kimura's forced concealment and sat down on the edge of the chaise longue while speaking, crossing her legs elegantly. The hem of her yukata wasn't very big, so she didn't mind that sitting like that would expose a large area of her snow-white legs. The people in the room were all relatives and friends with whom she had lived for more than 10 years, so there was no need for her to be on guard against anything. "How old is the other party?" Su Yun began to question further. Kimura replied, "About 30. Su Yun pursed her lips and said, "Women of this age usually have families. Xiao, your choice of love partner is not very good. Morally, I don't recommend you to do this kind of thing." Kimura shook his head and said, "I've only known her for less than a day, I don't know anything about her." Then he emphasized again, "And I just have some feelings for her. Aunt Su, don't make a fuss." Su Yun nodded slightly with a deep look in her eyes. It was unclear what she agreed with Kimura Ye's words. Then she asked thoughtfully, "It seems your mother has suspended your card, right?" Kimura nodded, "Yeah, it stopped after I was kidnapped last year." He didn't understand why Aunt Su suddenly changed the subject, but he was still happy that Aunt Su finally stopped dwelling on the female leader. The matter hadn't even started yet, but he was already nervous. If he really wanted to have any relationship with the female leader, he would definitely know everything about her in advance. Now they didn't even know each other's names, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were strangers. Well, it's not easy to date a woman of this age without money. Su Yun chuckled and added, "How about this, I'll let Xiaoan transfer 1 million to your card, and that will be your dating fund." Before Kimura could speak, Su Yun continued, "Don't be stingy when it comes to money, Xiao. It doesn't matter if you get cheated. It's just a little money. Just think of it as spending money to get to know people and learn a lesson. But you have to remember to carefully discern the other person's thoughts. If the other person is just playing around, then you can just play around. Stop after you spend 1 million on her. Don't get stuck in it. Do you understand? If you can't grasp it, you can come to me for advice." "Stop, stop, stop." Kimura Ye never expected that Aunt Su would bring the topic back again, and she leaned sideways and reached out to cover her mouth. How could Su Yun let him have his wish? She glared at him with a fierce look in her eyes. "Listen to me." Kimura obediently withdrew his hand. Seeing him listening obediently, Su Yun said solemnly with satisfaction, "If the other party is serious, then Xiao, you must also be serious. I won't talk about such far-reaching things here. In short, Kimura, you must not break the law. You must not do anything to disappoint a woman's feelings. Do you understand? Isn't this far enough? Kimura secretly complained that Aunt Sue's imagination was too fast to associate dating with looking at her friend's circle. But Kimura was still very happy to have the money. It would be bad to go to dinner with a female leader empty-handed, but buying gifts would cost money. He was originally planning to beg Chi Xingmu for some dating funds, but now Aunt Sue has solved his urgent need. For the sake of 1 million, Kimura no longer cared about Aunt Sue's excessive associations and responded obediently, "I understand. Just remember what I said." Soo-yoon has always been decisive in her work. After reminding Kimura, she immediately called her secretary who was still on the bus returning to the orphanage. In her opinion, although the person Kimura admires may not be very suitable or even immoral, if he likes her, Soo-yoon is willing to fully support her. After all, in her heart, Kimura's weight is far higher than morality. Chi Xingmu noticed that it was almost 12 o'clock, and hurried downstairs to prepare lunch. He had just spent some time bathing with Sister Sue and accidentally delayed the lunch time. Fortunately, the young master had just had breakfast, so he didn't have to worry about him being hungry. Looking at Chi Xingmu's graceful back as she left the room, Soo-yoon put down her phone and ended the call. She then asked Kimura softly, "Xiao, did Xiao Mu find a man this year? I feel like she's gotten a lot fuller." Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly, pretended to think, and calmly responded, "Has Aunt Mu's figure changed? I don't see it. She basically never leaves the house, so she doesn't have the opportunity to find a man. The bond between me and Chi Xingmu cannot be exposed. Otherwise, it will definitely cause a strong backlash from my family. How can a maid do seductive things in the name of taking care?" Kimura estimated that if his mother knew what happened in the family, she would ruthlessly remove Chi Xingmu from her position as a maid and drive her out of the Mu family. Chi Xingmu's suggestion was that Kimura was still young and that before she could compete with Madame Mu, she must keep this relationship strictly confidential. The two of them reached a consensus early on and imagined many suspicious points that others might notice, preset corresponding normal reactions, and rehearsed dozens of different scenes and roles to avoid revealing flaws. Kimura concealed the situation very well this time, without any sign of abnormality. This was all thanks to the rehearsals over the past year. "That's right." Soo-yoon nodded and no longer worried about Chi Xingmu's excellent physique. After all, yoga, massage, diet, spa and so on can also improve the body shape. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon decided to let Chi Xingmu give her a spa at home in the afternoon. Lin Ro designed and printed the physical fitness test list before lunch, and handed it to Kimura when he and Soo-yoon came downstairs to the lobby. Soo-yoon glanced at the words on the A4 paper and didn't ask any more questions. Xiao was getting older and older, and he had to be given space to live independently. Inquiring about every detail would only make Xiao annoyed. Soo-yoon could strike a balance between discipline and indulgence. After lunch, Soo-yoon asked Kimura to accompany her for a walk in the yard. After Chi Xingmu finished her housework, she took her to the spa on the 4th floor. Kimura refused Lin Ro's company and took Sudaji to the gym on the 3rd floor alone. He had already entered the 4th grade song. What if he broke the human record in any test? If Lin Ro noticed something unusual, wouldn't it expose his own abnormality? There are gyms on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the villa. The 2nd floor is for public use, and the 3rd floor is larger, 3 times the size of the gym on the 2nd floor, and is exclusively for Mu Ting-ming. However, the fingerprint lock on the alloy door has Kimura's fingerprint, so he can enter. This small privilege allows Kimura to enjoy a little bit of the treatment that a biological son should have. He had seen the design drawings of the villa, and there were no surveillance cameras installed in any private activity area, so he went to the gym on the 3rd floor with confidence to do a physical test. There were all kinds of fitness equipment in the room, all brand new, and some were even unopened, obviously never used by anyone. Is this a mortal's practice room? Sudaji looked at the dazzling array of equipment and sighed, you mortals don't have very good physical fitness, but the equipment you use for exercise is very rich. Kimura laughed and said, it's because your physical fitness is not that good that you have to work so hard to train. Sudaji nodded, thinking that Mumuruno wanted to practice here, so she diverted the air around her body, and several whitish spiritual energy cyclones emerged. She said to Mumuruno, you absorb it. No hurry. Kimura waved his hand, I want to test my physical fitness before absorbing spiritual energy, and then test my physical fitness after absorbing spiritual energy, and make a comparison. At the same time, Li Wangqing drove Lin Ro to Lanyaju. Lin Ro, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, have the marks on Master's neck become lighter? Li Wangqing looked forward and nodded slightly. She had noticed the subtle change when Kimura went downstairs to see Su-yun. Lin Ro added, he suddenly asked me to complete a physical fitness test this morning. He has never shown any interest in exercise before. Li Wangqing said calmly, there is no such thing as a sudden impulse without a reason. Obviously, the young master's body has changed. Can a low-level fairy fox really transform the young master's body? Lin Ro asked doubtfully. You need to improve your judgment of things. Yesterday, when it came to the life and death of the fairy fox, your judgment was not even as good as that of the mortal young master. Li Wangqing reminded him with a slight admonition, that was a fairy fox that had fallen in realm. Its original realm is still unknown, so it is normal for it to have some body modification techniques. Wouldn't it be very dangerous to let it live with the young master? Lin Ro suddenly became alert. Li Wangqing said calmly, I reported this matter to Secretary Lin on my way to the property management yesterday, and she replied, it's okay. Instructor He. Hearing Li Wangqing mention the almighty Secretary Lin, Lin Ro couldn't help but think of the days when she was trained under her. It was extremely painful but also very beneficial. If she says it's okay, then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Ro felt relieved. She had full faith in Instructor He's judgment. After all, she was a strong woman who was entrusted by the lady with the important task of managing all the Mu family's industries. In the gym, Kimura spent several hours doing all the tests in his normal state. Looking at the numbers recorded by Sudaji on the watch, he smiled and said, I didn't expect that you in fox form could write Arabic numerals so beautifully. Sudaji said proudly, I haven't written for hundreds of years, so I'm not very good at it. As the Supreme Lord of Central Continent, she no longer had to worry about issuing orders on worldly affairs. As the strongest person on the continent, she only needed to show up once in a while to prevent the increasingly powerful Western continent from making any rash moves. A 100-meter sprint in less than 7 seconds, a standing long jump of 6.2 meters, 75 pull UPS in a minute, and a barbell deadlift limit of 600 kilograms. Looking at the inhuman record he set, the sweaty Kimura couldn't help laughing. If this table in his hand were to be circulated on the internet, he would definitely be ridiculed by netizens. My physical fitness has become so strong that I have easily surpassed all human beings. This is normal. Fourth rank song is the destination of most cultivators' lifelong efforts, so it should naturally have a standard that matches its level. After Sudaji finished speaking, at Kimura's signal, several cyclones of spiritual energy flowed out from her body for him to absorb. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, it was like a dragon returning to the sea, circulating automatically within Kimura's body. The sweat turned into steam and rose up, dissipating in the gym. Kimura felt refreshed and full of energy. Looking at the bright red plum blossom pattern on his forehead in the floor-length mirror, Kimura asked, is this my spiritual pattern? Yes. Sudaji nodded. Everyone's spiritual patterns should be different, right? Ah. Kimura touched the plum blossom pattern and felt nothing special. He asked curiously, is my spiritual pattern strong? Sudaji stared at the spiritual pattern on Kimura's forehead, recalling the changes he had experienced after entering the 4th rank song last night. After a moment of thought, she replied, "Based on my current observations and the records in ancient books, the function of your spiritual pattern is related to vitality, which is extremely rare. As for how strong it is, it depends on you to discover and improve it. No matter how strong the spiritual pattern is, it still needs to be based on the realm." Kimura nodded and asked, "Daji, what is your spiritual pattern?" "It's a 9-tailed fox. I told you before that the spiritual image is the embodiment of the spiritual pattern. The spiritual image and the spiritual pattern are of the same origin." Page 12. Kimura looked thoughtful and said, "So, my future spiritual appearance will be plum blossoms. Well, but you don't have to think that far. Only when you reach Xiuqin will you have a spiritual appearance. It's so far away. I can't sense spiritual energy. When will I be able to reach Zukin?" Kimura sighed as he easily lifted the barbell that he had just lifted with all his strength. The spiritual energy in his body turned into spiritual power, which greatly improved his physical fitness. After hearing Kimura mention that she couldn't sense spiritual energy, Sudaji said, "I gave Qi Xingmu spiritual energy this morning as you said, but her body didn't react. Your physique is special enough. Although you can't actively absorb spiritual energy, after receiving my spiritual energy, your body can circulate it on its own and convert it into spiritual power. In this regard, you have left countless spiritual practitioners far behind." No response. "Does that mean Aunt Mu can't cultivate immortality?" "Ah." Sudaji nodded and said, "She cannot sense or absorb spiritual energy, so she has no chance of becoming an immortal." Kimura frowned slightly when he heard this. Although this was understandable, he was still a little disappointed. He hoped that Qi Xingmu could also have a part of the good things. Seeing his worried look, Sudaji comforted him. Normal people would be very yearning after seeing the wonders of cultivating immortals. But Qi Xingmu is different. She knew that she had no chance to become an immortal, but she didn't care at all and continued to talk and laugh as usual. This kind of mentality is truly extraordinary. Sudaji, who once touched the threshold of Shengxia, felt ashamed of herself. Except for me, Aunt Mu doesn't care much about other people and things, including herself. After I embarked on the immortal path, she didn't care much about the immortal path anymore." Mu Murano said with a smile. After more than 10 years of getting along, he understood Qi Xingmu's thoughts very well. Sudaji couldn't help but admire, she has done the job of a maid to perfection. Yes. Kimura felt the same way. It was his luck and blessing to have such a person caring for him in his life. After chatting, Sudaji squatted on the treadmill and stated her purpose to Kimura, who was leaning on the recumbent exercise bike. "Originally, I was going to start by teaching you how to cultivate immortality by circulating your spiritual energy around your body and transforming it into spiritual power. But my benefactor, you have a special physique, so this part of the teaching can be skipped and you can directly enter the cultivation of the specific realm. Each realm on the immortal road is not divided randomly. Each realm has its corresponding characteristics. For example, 4th rank song, this realm will have spiritual patterns, and the upper limit of spiritual power that can be stored in the spiritual body will increase. The upper limit of storable spiritual energy has increased." "What does this mean?" Kimura asked puzzledly. "Don't worry. Although you have become a 4th rank song, you still know nothing about cultivating immortals. I will start from the first realm underclassed and teach you common sense. It is good. Generally speaking, reaching the level of unworthy means that one can use spiritual energy to strengthen the body, reaching a strength that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, this is not permanent. Once one stops injecting spiritual energy into the body, it will return to normal. Then what's going on with me?" Kimura was stunned, and suddenly thought of the amazing quality of his body. He had not absorbed any spiritual energy during the test just now. "This is the function of your spiritual pattern. Sudaji explained, last night, when you stepped into the fourth rank song and activated the spiritual pattern, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy on its own and completely reshaped your body. This is a permanent change and does not require spiritual energy to maintain. My spiritual pattern is too powerful. Kimura looked excited, and put his right hand on the steel core plastic leather handle of the exercise bike, twisting it easily. There were no strong and protruding muscles on his arms, but they contained amazing power. Indeed. Sudaji looked at the twisted handle, narrowed her eyes, and said, the stronger the power, the harder it is to achieve perfection. Benefactor, the first stage of your training is to understand the physical qualities under the blessing of spiritual power and use them skillfully. It is good. Try to lift every piece of equipment in this room until you have exerted just the right amount of force. Sudaji walked down from the treadmill while speaking, and stood on the open ground to divert dozens of spiritual energy cyclones for Kimura, who would soon run out of spiritual energy, to absorb. A few hours later, at dinner, Kimura was in high spirits. With his spiritual power, he didn't feel tired at all after practicing all afternoon. Unfortunately, the effect of his practice was not good, and he made a mess of the gym. After all, he had been immortal for more than 10 years, and suddenly gained powerful strength. He was temporarily unable to match his consciousness with his strength, and it was easy to misjudge how much strength to use. This is also the reason why Sudaji designed the first stage of cultivation. She has seen many geniuses who have just entered a new realm and are easily defeated by spiritual practitioners of the same realm or even lower realm. If powerful strength is not synchronized with corresponding skills, it will only be a burden. After the evening walk, it was already 8 o'clock. Kimura Ye and Suyun returned to their room. Sudaji did not come with them. She had to practice at night, so she went to Chi Xingmu's room. Suyun changed into a shallow V-silk nightgown, stood on the balcony, and played the violin. The cool evening breeze gently fluttered her skirt, the bright moonlight shone on her skin, as if emitting a glittering luster. The melodious sound of the violin added a bit of elegance. Beauty is like jade, nothing more than this. Kimura glanced at Suyun and focused on playing with his phone. This was Suyun's fixed program to cultivate her sentiment every night. After playing the violin for half an hour, Suyun would stick her arm in front of him and complain, "It's so sore. If this continues, my arms will be uneven in thickness and look ugly." Then she would confidently ask him to give her an arm massage. Under the pure white piano avatar on WeChat, there is still the sentence, "See you at Lanyaju on Swaywan East Road at 5 p.m. on Sunday. I'll treat you to dinner." Kimura suddenly realized that he was interrupted by Aunt Sue at noon and forgot to reply to the message. Kimura slapped his forehead, quickly typed the words, and replied, "See you then." Then, Kimura saw the words the other party is typing below the note. The next second, a message flashed, "I thought you were too busy to have time." At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, in a warmly decorated bedroom in a residential building, Qin Xieying happily pressed the phone against her snow-white collarbone, and the moisture-rising mask covered her cheeks that were flushed with joy. "After waiting for so long, I finally got a reply from this bad guy." Extra volume, The World of Spiritual Resurrection in Tsukuyomi, Extra 5, Dating. Qin Xieying thought what old Wu said in the morning made a lot of sense at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was necessary to be so nervous. They had just met for the first time and their relationship was still very pure. Although Qin Xieying was extremely confident in her own charm, she thought she was reserved enough. Even if she wanted to develop to that stage with Kimura, it would take a long time. This is a long time, enough for her to carefully consider whether to form a bond with Kimura. Therefore, Qin Xieying specially picked a restaurant that she liked very much. The restaurant used simple and elegant screens to divide the interior space into real or virtual parts, which was both private and open, and the environment was quiet, which was the perfect place for her first meeting with Kimura yet. "What? Not our first meeting? Are you kidding? How can the dark history of the milk tea shop count? In Qin Xieying's heart, the meeting at Lanyaju on Sunday will be their first meeting, and it will definitely be a perfect first meeting. She will dress up carefully and attend with an impeccable and perfect attitude. After sending an invitation to Kimura at noon, Qin Xieying has been waiting for a response. Although from the previous chat, Kimura is not a person who replies to messages in time. She still can't help but check her phone from time to time, even if it doesn't vibrate. Fortunately, there is nothing to do today, otherwise it will inevitably delay work. Who would have thought that after unlocking the phone countless times for most of the day, Kimura hadn't sent a single message, but he had seen a lot of junk notifications from apps. Qin Xieying was so angry that she turned off the notification permissions of all apps except WeChat. After setting the Do Not Disturb function on the work group in the morning, she almost missed a meeting if Old Wu hadn't called to inform her. However, Qin Xieying didn't care and didn't cancel the Do Not Disturb function because that was a severe punishment for the work group that affected her good mood in the morning. When she returned home in the evening, Qin Xieying put her mobile phone on the marble table and wondered why Kimura hadn't replied to her message while cooking. The consequence of not concentrating on cooking is that my daughter complained that the food was burnt when she was eating dinner at night. Qin Xieying couldn't stand the fact that her hard work was criticized. She raised her eyebrows and handed over the heavy tasks of washing dishes, mopping the floor, and hanging clothes to her daughter. She went to the bedroom to do yoga for an hour, then took a bath, climbed into bed with a fragrant body, put on a facial mask, and absent-mindedly flipped through a book. She put the phone on her thigh, where the skin is extremely sensitive, and can clearly detect the slightest vibration, so she will never miss any news. At 8 minutes, the vibration that made her heart beat fast finally came. Qin Xieying pulled out her phone and saw "See you there." She was immediately overjoyed, but then she was angry at Kimura for replying to her message at 11:45 at this time. Did he care about her? Qin Xieying typed quickly and clicked send without thinking. When Qin Xieying saw the exclamation mark at the end of her message, she couldn't bear to look at it. She covered her face and thought to herself, how could she not be reserved at all and actually exposed her emotions? She should have put a period at the end of the message like Kimura did, leaving the tone and speed for others to guess. Qin Xieying was about to withdraw the message, but then she remembered that she replied immediately and the other party did not have time to exit the interface, so he must have seen it. It would be useless to withdraw the message, and it would seem deliberate. While I was still struggling, I felt the second vibration. The screen displayed a message from Kimura: "My mom's friend came to visit us, so I didn't have a chance to check my phone." Mom's friend? Qin Xieying realized that she had wronged Kimura and reflected deeply on it. As a mature and intellectual woman, she should have been tolerant of this young man no matter what, and given him warmth like spring breeze and rain. How could she not have any understanding at all? When someone comes to visit, he has no chance to look at his phone. Obviously, he has good upbringing and is very particular about how he treats people. The other party agreed to meet for dinner this time. Maybe he applied to his family with great difficulty and got it to happen. Then a man who is polite, kind, and warm in a milk tea shop will never do anything to ignore others. Qin Xieying was secretly annoyed that her willful and blunt words just now would inevitably dampen the other party's enthusiasm, so she carefully sent a message to make amends: "Okay, see you then, I will wear a nice skirt then." The punctuation mark has a slightly provocative meaning. Forget it, if I don't want to be reserved, then I won't be reserved. Qin Xieying's cheeks flushed slightly. She comforted herself that this was a thoughtful act that sacrificed her image, exuding alluring charm to arouse the other party's interest in meeting on Sunday and to make up for her mistake of speaking gaffe just now by catering to his preferences. Kimura replied, "Yet." The period she saw turned into an exclamation mark. Qin Xieying was in a good mood, her mouth wide open, her facial mask deformed by her smile. She got out of bed and ran barefoot to the closet, excitedly choosing a dress to wear when they met on Sunday. On the balcony, Soo-yoon played the second violin concerto with skillful technique. In the bedroom, Kimura leaned on the sofa, looked at him and said, "Well, see you there, I will wear a nice skirt then," and smiled. The female leader obviously remembered his compliments in the morning, otherwise she would not have deliberately pointed out that she would wear a skirt in a seductive way. It was really cute and interesting. Kimura no Game flipped through the records and clicked on the selfie sent by the female leader yesterday and clicked save. It was really beautiful and worth collecting, but it was a pity that the phone blocked half of her face. After finishing the half-hour performance, Soo-yoon put the violin back into the case, walked quietly to the bed separated from Kimura's large bed by a curtain, and lay on the bed with her arms outstretched in a cross shape. Kimura consciously came to Aunt Sue's bedside and massaged her arms. This was his daily routine. After each massage, Aunt Sue would give him a lot of money. Soo-yoon was wearing a suspender nightgown today with two thin ribbons hanging on her shoulders. The hem of the skirt just reached 1/3 of her thighs. When she lay down, her legs, which were as white as snow and dazzling to the eyes, were exposed. Kimura concentrated on massaging her. As night falls, the entire villa area falls into dark silence. After Chi Xingmu finished his bath and changed into his pajamas, he walked out of the bathroom and saw Sudaji sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the living room. The aura around her was dense and flowing into her body. This scene was quite similar to when Kimura entered the 4th grade song. For a moment, Sudaji's fiery red hair was completely covered by the sticky white aura, as if she had turned into a white fox. Chi Xingmu walked into the bedroom on his own, took out a set of manicure tools from the bedside table, then put his feet on the emerald rattan chair and leaned over to massage and care for them carefully. Her feet are as white as jade, and her ankles are slender and plump. The white arch of her foot is dotted with a few light blue veins, her toes are soft as if they have no bones, symmetrical and neat, and the toenails painted with light red nail polish are as delicate and pink as petals. Chi Xingmu rubbed her toenails with her fingertips, and when she felt the slightly sharp edges, she used a file to smooth them. She would do this treatment every night to keep her feet in perfect condition. After taking care of her feet, Chi Xingmu went to the bathroom to wash her hands. When she came out, she was shocked. The tail at Sudaji's coccyx had turned from 1 to 2. Chi Xingmu asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Sudaji explained, "Every time I recover a realm, I gain 1 more tail. Now I am already 2nd level Ming. So fast." Chi Xingmu was surprised. She remembered that in the online literature, the masters who fell into a state of decline usually recovered very slowly. Sudaji's speed far exceeded her psychological expectations. She was promoted to the 2nd rank Ming in just 1 day. At this speed, she would soon recover to her peak and leave the Mu family. How could the young master cultivate immortality? A mere 2nd rank Ming, a lone saint lord of Zhongzhou, what's the big deal about ascending to a higher realm? Although Sudaji was disdainful in her heart, she thought that the maid in front of her was someone her benefactor cared about very much, so she had to give her some face, so she patiently explained, "The spiritual energy here is rich, and I am in a shattered realm, so it is normal for me to be a little faster." After returning to Shangshang, "Will you leave the Mu family?" Chi Xingmu asked anxiously. She only cared about this point, as it would determine how long Kimura could accept teaching. "Bad woman, you only want to drive me out of the Mu family. Can I stay here for just 1 day?" Sudaji misunderstood Chi Xingmu's meaning. At this moment, she remembered Chi Xingmu's words, "This fox is so scary, it must not be kept alive," and the terrifying white pistol. The fox had to bow its head under the eaves. "I will remember this grudge." Sudaji slowly lowered her head, hiding her angry eyes, and whispered, "The realm is recondensed, the closer it is, the higher it is. It will take me an unknown amount of time to return to Shangshang, maybe several years, or even decades, and I may have to bother the Mu family for a long time. Chi Xingmu heaved a sigh of relief and walked towards the bedroom in a good mood. She thought Sudaji would be able to return to Shengshang in less than half a month. A few decades should be enough for the young master to grow to the level of independent cultivation. It's just a pink skeleton. Sudaji stared at Chi Xingmu's back, feeling angry. 100 years later, I will be a powerful man from Shengxia, and you will be nothing but a pile of dirt. Don't even think about threatening me with a mere pistol. Chi Xingmu didn't know that Sudaji still had other thoughts. She went to the bedroom to get a laptop, and then returned to the living room. Placing the laptop on the coffee table, Chi Xingmu smiled at Sudaji and said, "The young master told me last night that he promised to help you get familiar with this world. Now that Sister Su is here, it will be difficult for the young master to be alone with you. I will help him with this matter." Sudaji was slightly stunned. This woman was so vicious just now, but now she is so friendly. Her face switching is no less than that of the barbarians in Zizhu. I want to see how far this alien world has developed, and what the future of Zizhu will be like if it chooses the path of science and technology. Sudaji temporarily put the grudges behind her, walked to Chi Xingmu's side and squatted, staring at the glowing computer screen with various icons on it, which was very similar to the mobile phone used by Kimura. Chi Xingmu introduced, "This is a laptop computer. It has many functions. We can do many things with it. I will teach you how to use it now. After that, you can search for the knowledge you want to know on the internet at will." Internet. The internet is. The night was long, and Chi Xingmu carefully helped Sudaji get familiar with Blue Star. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday afternoon. Linro was wearing a loose white sportswear. Considering that Kimura had complained about her smelly feet before, she changed into a pair of highly breathable sports shoes and drove to Lanyaju alone in advance. This was her usual way of moving around Kimura as a passerby to avoid any danger. At 3:15, Li Wangqing drove Kimura to Lanyaju. It took about an hour and a half to drive from the villa to Suiwen East Road. Arriving 15 minutes early was a perfect way to express respect for the female leader and her eager anticipation for the meeting. Kimura, who was sitting in the back row, was still wearing a white t-shirt and cropped pants today, plain and simple. He was originally going to dress more formally, but Aunt Su suggested that the female leader was over 30 and would definitely like younger men. There was no need to act old. Just dress normally and show the youthful sunshine that Kimura should have. Kimura accepted the advice readily. After all, Aunt Su was also a woman in her 30s and she definitely understood the tendencies and preferences of female leaders of the same age better than he did. Page 13. On the seat next to her was a plain paper bag containing a set of reasonably priced cosmetics. Su-Yun had ordered her secretary to bring it to Kimura as a gift for the female leader. Su-Yun believes that no matter what the female leader likes, it is right for Kimura to give her cosmetics. There should be no woman who hates cosmetics. When they were 1 block away from Suiwen East Road, Kimura walked out of the brand new Maybach Exelero, carrying a paper bag, and walked towards Lanyaju. Before his relationship with his female leader made significant progress, he was not prepared to reveal his extremely wealthy family background, lest the female leader be discouraged or mix too many other thoughts into the pure relationship. It is now June. Although it is not midsummer yet, it is already a little hot. The sun is setting and the evening breeze is blowing, bringing a little coolness. The shops on both sides of the street have all lit up their signs, giving it a neat and orderly atmosphere like a demonstration commercial street. The red light came on, and Kimura stood on the unfamiliar street, quietly waiting for the green light. Most of the women passing by on the sidewalk, except for those who looked down at their phones, looked back again after passing by the handsome Kimura, and felt a touch of amazing color in their lives. Kimura was already accustomed to the admiring looks from the opposite sex. When he was still in kindergarten, the girls liked to line up to play on the slide and play house with him, and the mothers who picked up and dropped off their children also praised him highly. Later, the girls became more reserved and no longer acted so enthusiastically, but Kimura still enjoyed the benefits of her looks. "Be careful." As I was walking, a slightly sharp voice suddenly came from the noisy street. The voice was trembling slightly, and it was filled with panic from the heart. Kimura turned around and saw a pink electric car rushing towards him on the non-motorized vehicle lane behind him. Kimura wanted to avoid the car, but he saw a Mercedes in front of him turning sideways. If the two sides were driving on this route, they would definitely collide. The owner of the electric car who violated the traffic rules would have to pay a large amount of repair fees, and it is unknown whether his savings would be emptied. "Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today," Kimura whispered, turned slightly, and took a deep look at the ordinary-looking girl on the electric bike. He had been in a good mood these days. First he met a beautiful and lovely female leader, and then he embarked on a strange immortal road. Now he didn't mind doing a good deed to spread his good mood. When the electric bike rushed to his side, Kimura made a lightning-fast move and grabbed the steel pole on the side of the electric bike. After pretending to be unable to hold it and being dragged a few steps, he stopped the electric bike at the moment when it was about to hit the Mercedes. This is a critical moment. The fruits in the electric bike basket rushed out of the plastic bag and rolled all over the ground. There were boos of surprise on the street, and many passers-by took out their phones to film. An electric car and a Mercedes collided, and there was a handsome young man next to them. It was quite a topic. A short video will definitely go viral. At the same time, the Mercedes slowly stopped, and the electric windows at the back row suddenly dropped down, revealing a face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The young man looked gentle and successful in his career. If the photo was used as the cover of a success book, it would surely make the book a bestseller. The young man paused his call with the subordinate department, and his sympathetic eyes swept across the face of the frightened girl on the electric bike, and fell on Kimura Yejun's indifferent face. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When you grow up, you will know that you were just a hair's breadth away from a huge compensation. That might be the amount you can earn in half a lifetime of working. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the young man disdained to look at the two people under the car and continued to listen to the work report of the leader of the subordinate department. He obviously thought Kimura and the girl on the electric bike were siblings. The car window rolled up, the Mercedes slowly drove away, and its expensive tires crushed an apple into pieces, splashing juice all over the ground. Ignoring the contemptuous and arrogant attitude, Kimura conservatively agreed with the young man's warning. So while helping the girl put the fruit into the bag, he smiled and said to her, "Did you hear that? You were just one step away from a huge debt. Next time, don't ride your electric bike so hard. You didn't even have time to brake." I don't know why, the brakes suddenly failed. The girl's freckled face was full of panic and grievance. She bowed deeply to Kimura, handed him a bag of fruit she had picked up, and said sincerely, "Handsome boy, thank you for what you did just now. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to pay for it even if I sold myself. I don't have much money, so I'll give you this bag of fruit. Add me on WeChat, I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." The girl was probably in her 20s, her cheeks were tanned, and she did not have the delicateness that one would expect from her age. There were thick calluses on her hands, and it was obvious that her life had not been easy. Kimura pushed the girl's hand holding the fruit bag back, stared into her clear eyes and said, "Don't bother with so much trouble. I'm just helping you out. Go get your electric bike fixed. You may not be able to get someone to help you next time." After saying that, Kimura took advantage of the red light turning green and walked across the street. The time for the appointment with the female leader was getting closer and closer. It was the first official meeting, so he couldn't be late. Walking to the other side of the street, Kimura's mind suddenly emerged with the girl's clear eyes that were out of tune with her face and made him feel relaxed and happy. He turned around to look for the girl and look at those moving eyes again, but found that the street was bustling with people and cars coming and going, and the girl had already disappeared. Kimura calmed himself down, stepped onto the east road of the academy, and saw the female leader standing under the shade of a tree in front of the classical wooden door of Lanyaju from afar. Qin Xieying was wearing a light pink mid-length skirt today, with light green ruffles on her chest and waist. When she twisted her body slightly, it was easy to remind people of the scene of lotus leaves swaying in the breeze across the lotus pond. The black skirt goes over the knee, revealing a small part of the slender leg line, and is paired with light grey ultra-thin stockings, which is sexy and elegant. The whole person exudes a dignified and intellectual temperament. Such a beauty standing under the shade of the tree attracted many new customers to Lanyaju. The manager on duty today was thinking whether to give her some special gifts from Lanyaju and apply for a free VIP card for her. Kimura was attracted by the beautiful and pleasant female leader. His hormones were secreted rapidly, his blood flowed faster, and his pace unconsciously quickened. When I got closer, I found that the female leader was lowering her head with her hands in front of her, carrying a pure white exquisite leather bag, and looking at her watch from time to time. The front end of her black fish-mouth high-heeled shoes was pressed against the edge of the blind path, and two delicate toes wrapped in stockings were exposed at the toe of the shoes. Her toes were slightly contracted, revealing the female leader's anxious mood. Kimura looked at his phone and felt relieved. It was 5 minutes to 5, so he was not late. 4 or 5 meters away from the female leader, Kimura showed a sunny and handsome smile, walked slowly closer, and whispered, "Hello, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Qin Xieying looked up with joy. Her face, which was carefully made up, had the corners of her lips slightly raised, without showing her teeth. She was extremely reserved and subtle, but her pair of peach blossom eyes, full of charm, revealed her excitement. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Xieying pouted slightly, and unconsciously but very naturally, she started to act coquettishly towards Kimura. Her voice was sweet and sticky. "She drove here at 4:30 and has been enduring the sultry heat, quietly waiting for Kimura under the shade of a tree." The silk scarf around her neck was almost soaked with sweat. A few minutes ago, she was approached by a self-satisfied entrepreneur. It was a really bad experience. But now that she saw the young man she had been thinking about day and night, all her previous unhappiness disappeared. "I'm sorry, there was an accident on the road just now, so I was delayed for a while," Kimura explained with a smile. "Accident? You're not hurt?" Qin Xieying looked nervous for a moment and walked around Kimura in her high heels. She felt relieved when she didn't see any signs of injury. Qin Xieying is tall, 1.72 meters barefoot. After wearing 5 centimeters high heels, she is only a little bit taller than Kimura. She carefully selected the high heels of this length. Otherwise, if they were too high, it would easily create a sense of alienation and oppression for Kimura. She is already a bit older, so she can't make any mistakes in height. Kimura's eyes slid down from her nose, past the silk scarf embroidered with ink and wash landscapes, and finally landed on a bordered business card that she casually placed on her bag. Kimura was very familiar with the face on the business card because he had seen it just a few minutes ago, the pretentious young man sitting in a Mercedes and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man's name is Ma Jun, and his title is the general manager of a small but well-known construction company in the city. Mu Murano looked disdainful. This man was ordinary, but just now he looked down upon the world. The construction company under the Mu family was a scale that Ma Jun could not achieve even if he worked hard for half his life. Qin Xieying saw that Kimura noticed the business card she had deliberately placed there, and she felt a little excited and nervous. The reason why she accepted the business card despite her disgust was for this moment, to test Kimura's reaction and see what kind of person Kimura really thought of her as. Was she an aunt because of the age difference, or be reserved? Qin Xieying pursed her lips, touched her slightly red earlobe, stared at Kimura's cheek, and observed his subtle expressions. Kimura looked away from the business card and raised his head to look at Qin Xieying, only to see her hurriedly avoiding his gaze, her black eyes rolling around. Very strange performance. The location of this business card is also very strange. Who would put a business card on the zipper of a bag? Aren't you afraid that it will be blown away by the wind? Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly, not being able to figure out what she was thinking for a moment, so he could only point at the business card and ask directly, "What is this?" "Oh," he asked. He cared. He was nervous about this business card. Qin Xieying's eyes sparkled. She lifted the hair that was not scattered by her ear and said lightly, "The one who just came out of Lanyaju, the guy with glasses gave it to me." Although Ma Jun introduced himself quite formally, she didn't listen at all. At the moment, she could only refer to him by his most prominent features. Kimura smiled and said, "Is it because you are beautiful that I want to date you?" Hearing his praise, Qin Xieying remained silent, smiling without showing her teeth, but she was very happy in her heart. Today's careful dressing up was indeed not in vain. Of course, she knew that she was beautiful, but in order to maintain her reserved image, she could not agree with Kimura's words. "You admire him very much, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have accepted his business card." Kimura tested directly. "No way." Qin Xieying hurriedly stepped on her high heels and threw the business card into a nearby trash can with a tapping sound. For her, after experiencing Kimura's nervous attitude, this business card no longer had any value. After returning to Kimura, Qin Xieying turned her back to the female receptionists in front of the gate of Lanyuzhou and said to Kimura, "People like the man with glasses appear to be well-mannered on the surface, but they are filthy inside. He wanted to treat me to a meal when we first met. How annoying." Thinking of the hypocritical politeness of the man with glasses, Qin Xieying frowned. There is a unique charm in the beauty's slight anger. Kimura saw her disgusted expression and became even more confused. "If you hate him so much, why did you accept the business card?" Qin Xieying couldn't tell her true purpose, and was speechless for a moment. Then, she suddenly had an idea and said, "The reason I accepted this business card is to warn you. Don't become this kind of person in the future." Kimura laughed when he heard this. When he first met his female leader, he also wanted to invite her to dinner, but they were in a milk tea shop at the time and had water instead of rice. He did not do anything to offend the beauty. "Come to think of it, when I saw you at the milk tea shop, I also wanted to treat you to a meal. Now it seems that it's a good thing that I didn't do it, otherwise I would have left a bad impression on you," Kimura said. He and Qin Xieying had the same idea and wanted to test each other's views and attitudes. "How could that be? How can that guy with glasses compare to you?" Qin Xieying quickly expressed her opinion. She didn't want Kimura to misunderstand her and then dare not issue any invitation. A few days ago in a milk tea shop, many people noticed the red stains on her white pants, and most of them looked at her with various meaningful expressions. A small number of low-quality people even made mocking and provocative boos. She had never been in such an embarrassing situation before, and all kinds of emotions surged in her heart. She panicked for a moment and didn't know how to react. The handsome Kimura in front of her kindly and considerately took off the light blue tapestry jacket that was draped over her body and let her wrap it around her waist, easily resolving the embarrassment that made her blush and feel ashamed and angry. In an unexpected scene and encounter, the elegant Kimura broke into her heart in an unstoppable way. "There is no melancholy of I was born before you, and you were born when I was old." Qin Xieying thought that she was at the peak of her career and met Kimura at the perfect time. Kimura stared into her charming peach blossom eyes and said with a smile, "Since sister said so, next time I ask you out, don't refuse." "Ah." Qin Xieying nodded slightly with a faint smile, her heart already flying in the air, thinking about where Kimura would ask her to go. "Let's go in, it's a bit hot outside." Kimura's voice interrupted her thoughts. Qin Xieying came back to her senses and walked into Lanyuzhou with him. The female greeters on both sides of the gate were wearing emerald green cheongsams with a semicircular opening at the neck and slits on the sides of the thighs, showing off their beautiful figures. Kimura looked straight ahead and walked into Lanyuja with Qin Xieying. Compared with Aunt Mu and the others, these female receptionists were just ordinary women, with their figures wrapped in cheongsams, more or less flawed, and unworthy of careful appreciation. If you have time to look at them, you might as well appreciate Qin Xieying's long legs and stockings, with slender curves, wrapped in grey stockings, revealing a faint charm. Qin Xieying was very satisfied that Kimura ignored the flirting of the female receptionists. Unlike some inferior and vulgar men, who, when they saw the beauty of the female receptionists, would be eager to find out more. As for Kimura's eyes occasionally passing over her calves, well, that's not the vulgarity of peeping at beauty, but the elegance of knowing how to appreciate beauty. She dressed up like this, wasn't it just for Kimura to see? Click, click, click. With the sound of high heels stepping on the floor, Qin Xieying brought Kimura to the private room that had been reserved earlier. This was a private room by the window on the second floor, where one could see the rolling traffic on the street below and countless shining lights. The sky is grey and the sunset glows dark red. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, hazy light and shadows are cast on the smooth black table, which is quite interesting. The 3 screens embroidered with flowers, birds, insects, and fish formed a rather claustrophobic space, with only a narrow gap between the two for the waiters to enter and exit. If the white blinds were drawn, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a private room. While Kimura was enjoying the evening scenery, Qin Xieying quickly snapped a handsome photo of Kimura, who had his hands folded and casually placed on the table, looking out the window with his head slightly raised. The sunset outlined his handsome facial lines, and his cheeks and neck were covered with dark red sunset and shadows of leaves, like a beautiful painting painted by a young man, full of artistic conception. So handsome! Qin Xieying pursed her lips and stared at the protruding Adam's apple on Kimura's neck and the slightly red earlobes in the photo. With such a photo, she could directly use it as her phone screensaver instead of her selfie without adding any filters. Kimura withdrew his gaze from the sunset and looked at Qin Xieying, who was sitting across the table. Qin Xieying felt a little guilty. When he looked at her like that, she immediately locked the screen, covered her phone on the table, coughed lightly to clear her throat, and smiled, "Thank you for the last time in the milk tea shop." After saying that, she took out a transparent plastic bag from her bag, stood up, and handed it to Kimura with both hands. The bag contained the light blue brocade jacket, neatly folded. Kimura took the clothes with a smile and said nothing. He was not very familiar with Qin Xieying yet, so he would never mention her embarrassing past, even if he played the role of a kind rescuer. Otherwise, he would appear to be proud of his own achievements, which would be extremely unsightly. Kimura put down the plastic bag, handed the paper bag beside him to Qin Xieying, and said to her with a smile, "It's a little gift from me, see if you like it." Qin Xieying had noticed the elegantly patterned paper bag when she was under the shade of the tree, and had been secretly guessing what was inside. She took the paper bag and opened it. It was all Helena Rubinstein, and the price was higher than the meal she was about to treat. "Thank you, I like it very much." Qin Xieying did not refuse the gift because it was expensive. She had a certain psychological assumption about Kimura's family background. From the exquisitely crafted silk gown, to his calmness and generosity in the face of beauty, to his confidence and condescension in dealing with people, these are not what an ordinary young person can have. The other party obviously has a wealthy family, so he has sufficient confidence to be extraordinary. This is also one of the things Qin Xieying admires about him. It's not enough to just have a good appearance, you also need to have a good inner self. Qin Xieying liked Kimura's kindness and thoughtfulness that day, as well as the confidence he exuded in his every move. The manager on duty stood up straight and personally came to the private room to serve the order. He had no desire for the beautiful Qin Xieying. After all, she had a lot of life experience and was self-aware. He just wanted to provide thoughtful service to high-quality customers and attract them to come often, which would add a lot to Lanyuja and improve its performance. Kimura had never been here before. He took the initiative to order 2 glasses of watermelon juice. After explaining that he had no dietary restrictions, he left the main course and dessert to the host Qin Xieying to order. Qin Xieying ordered all the special dishes of Lan Yuzhu and her favorite dishes, without considering whether she could finish them or not. The important point was to share the food she appreciated with Kimura yet and let him have a taste. After Qin Xieying placed the order, the manager on duty tactfully left quickly, leaving the space to the 2 of them. The air suddenly became quiet. Qin Xieying was in a good mood as she looked at Kimura's contented face. This was her first time to have dinner alone with a member of the opposite sex who was not an elder in the family. Qin Xieying believed that she would explore and experience countless firsts with Kimura in the future. Volume 001, I Want to Improve Too Much. Hostage and Widow. Kimura Yat, male, 19 years old, time traveler. Page 14. His ninja qualifications are not ideal, and he is currently just an ordinary clerk in the Hokage building. He works at the B window in the lobby on the 1st floor and is responsible for pension-related work. His normal working hours are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. The Third Ninja World War, after a fierce battle with corpses everywhere, has finally come to an end. Many villages have signed ceasefire agreements to rest and recuperate. Konoha entered a very busy period, busy with rewards and punishments, busy with post-war compensation, busy with the transition between the 3rd and 4th Hokage, and busy dealing with the Hidden Cloud clan which refused to stop the war. The Hokage building was packed with people. There were long queues in front of each service window, even extending outside the main door. Recently, Kimura has to work overtime every day. Tonight I accidentally extended it to 10:30. Normally, I could leave after working overtime at 10 o'clock, but there happened to be 4 or 5 elderly people with grey hair and black clothes lined up in front of the window. Kimura thought about it, sighed, and simply did it to save the old man from having to make another trip. It took more than half an hour to complete the process, and the work efficiency was somewhat low. But there was no other way, as these elderly people were blind and hard of hearing, so it was difficult to communicate. After finally finishing work, Kimura stretched and hung a sign on the window that said "Please come back on Monday." It was already dark outside, but the hall on the 1st floor was still brightly lit. Unlike the B window which only operates during the day shift, most service posts work in 2 shifts, handling affairs around the clock and are very busy. Kimura greeted his colleagues with a smile, put on his coat and left the office. At the same time, in the lounge area of the hall, a beautiful black-haired woman stood up from her seat, followed Kimura's footsteps, and walked out of the building together. The moonlight is like water, rippling with coolness. Sorry for the long wait. Kimura chuckled. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head, glanced at the lunch box in her bag, and said regretfully, "You must be hungry, but the noodles I made for you must have become clumpy." Kimura smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't care." As an orphan who traveled through time and space to troubled times and had experienced the hard days of having no food to eat, he didn't care much about the taste of the food, as long as he could eat his fill. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Kimura's resolute and handsome face, a soft look flashed in her eyes, and then she handed the lunch box to Kimura. After walking side by side for a while, Uchiha Mikoto praised softly, "Anno was very gentle just now." He was obviously exhausted after working all day, but he still patiently guided the elderly. Kimura smiled and said, "This is my job. As for patience, don't forget, I used to teach children in an orphanage how to read and write, so I developed it a long time ago." As they were talking, the two turned the corner and stopped in front of a single-family house. The nameplate on the gate was engraved with pharmacist. Kimura said, "I'm home." Uchiha Mikoto nodded, pursed her lips, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she said softly, "Anno, you have been working overtime recently." A woman's blush when she expresses her true feelings is worth more than many words. Kimura smiled and said, I didn't have time to work overtime, so I neglected my training. I haven't come to you to ask for advice on fire escape for a week. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I'm off. Are you free tonight? Uchiha Mikoto's eyelashes trembled slightly and she responded softly. Hokage Building, 3rd floor, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his pipe while reviewing documents. In this critical period before retirement, he had a lot of work to do. Shimura Danzo leaned on a cane and stood in front of the French window, overlooking the long street. On the street, Kimura and Uchiha Mikoto walked side by side, turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Danzo Shimura withdrew his gaze and looked at the 3rd Hokage who was working at his desk. Hiruzen, have you made up your mind to entrust the village to that young man Minato? We are already half buried in the ground. It is time to hand over the village to more prestigious younger generations. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and said slowly. Minato Namikaze, at a young age, is famous in the ninja world for his yellow flash and is deeply respected by the villagers. His master is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and his wife is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Strength, teacher inheritance, reputation, and combat record, each one is impressive. Shimura Danzo couldn't find fault with it, so he simply changed the subject. The young man you recruited into the village last year has been very close to Uchiha Fugaku's widow in the past few months. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said as he reviewed the documents, Patriarch Fugaku has been sacrificed for more than a year. Lady Mikoto wants to start a new life, and we should respect that. Shimura Danzo pounded his cane. I'm not interested in worrying about the emotional affairs of Uchiha women. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. If you're not worried about Uchiha, are you worried about Kimura? He's the most important person to the walking Miko. I won't allow you to mess with him. The safety of the hostages must be guaranteed. Otherwise, how can we make the retired ace spy return to his old job? Shimura Danzo was also very clear about this, and snorted coldly, saying, I am worried that Uchiha will use Kimura to obtain information from Yakushi Nono, which will be detrimental to the village during this critical period of transition and handover of the Hokage position. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said, Do you think that Uchiha Mikoto is dating Kimura for some other purpose? Shimura Danzo nodded heavily. Don't underestimate the evil of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo, you worry too much. With the proud nature of the Uchiha, they would not let the former clan leader's wife get close to an ordinary person who is not even a genin for such a thing. Shimura Danzo sneered, Hiruzen, you are overthinking. What if Uchiha Mikoto really likes Kimura, and then at the request of the tribe members, she took the opportunity to extract information? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, he tapped his pipe, and said, I have my own considerations on this matter. Shimura Danzo frowned, banged his cane on the ground, and said angrily, If you fail to suppress the Uchiha's rebellion today, you will be the sinner if the village is destroyed in the future. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head with a serious expression. You won't be one soon. Shimura Danzo responded coldly. At least for now. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly signed his name on a document and handed it to Shimura Danzo. The funding for the root department is getting higher and higher. I will indulge you one last time before I retire. You won't be so lucky in the future. Shimura Danzo took the approval document and his expression eased slightly, but he still said stubbornly, It's better than wasting money on the orphanage with your monthly allocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed, then silently picked up his pipe. If there is no funding, no orphanage, and no Kimura, is there any way to tie down the walking shrine maiden? Danzo, you are too short-sighted. You only saw the hostages but not how the hostages came into being. P.S. 1. Please add to favorites and vote orts. 2. Pya book, I am in Naruto, my mother is a time traveler. Volume 002 I want to improve so much. The highest Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Kimura Yat, whose real name is Lin Kun, traveled to the ninja world 10 years ago and followed the local customs. His name was broken up and recombined to become Kimura. He also borrowed the Ya from the orphanage director, Yakushi Nono, and became the current Kimura Yat. Kimura is an orphan. After all, it is unlikely that he will have parents in this world if he travels through time in the physical world. His luck was not very good when he traveled through time, and he happened to encounter the Second Ninja World War. In troubled times, human life is worthless. When Kimura traveled through time, his body accidentally reverted to the state he was in when he was 9 years old. Fortunately, his memory was preserved. Unfortunately, the people in the ninja world were living in poverty, and he could not find a place to make a living, so his life was very difficult. By chance, he met a few children from an orphanage and went to the orphanage run by pharmacist Nono, where he successfully found a job and had food to eat. Later, Kimura wanted to change his career and become a medical ninja, but perhaps because of his physical body's travel through time, this body lacked the talent for cultivation. After trying for a long time, he could only condense a small amount of chakra. Unfortunately, he could not learn the Dean's medical ninjutsu and missed out on a valuable skill. However, as he was an educated student with some culture, he simply found a job in a nearby town to earn some money and make some contribution to the orphanage. After a few years of peaceful life, the Third Ninja World War broke out. The small town where Kimura worked was unfortunately affected by the war and was almost reduced to ruins, and the people in the town fled. Kimura lost his job because of this, but he also accidentally discovered his own special feature, MUJI healing. He was working in the town at the time and was affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Unfortunately, he broke several ribs and his lungs seemed to be punctured. Even the slightest breath was extremely painful. I thought my life of time travel would end hastily, but after lying on the ground for less than a minute, the pain faded away little by little. When I came to my senses, there were no injuries on my body, and I was intact. Kimura was overjoyed and realized that he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, without the power to protect itself, this excellent physique is likely to attract the covetousness of outsiders and lead to disasters. So, Kimura didn't tell anyone and continued to be an ordinary person in a low-key manner. Of course, all this could not be hidden from the walking witch. Yakushi Nono realized that Kimura was special through daily clues. In order to protect him, he stopped him from going out and let him teach basic cultural knowledge to the children in the orphanage. This year, many displaced children joined the orphanage. One of them was named Yakushi Kabuto by the director. With more and more children needing to eat, the orphanage's funding is becoming increasingly insufficient, and its operations are becoming increasingly difficult. 2 years later, the Battle of Kanabi Bridge broke out. At the same time, Kimura, who was promoted to vice president, came to Konoha with the dean, pharmacist Nono, to apply for a higher amount of funding. The third Hokage agreed, on one condition: Kimura would stay in Konoha and work as a low-level clerk in the Hokage building. On the surface, he appreciated Kimura's conversation and character, but in fact, he was holding him hostage under a mask of kindness. Kimura and Yakushi Nono were both aware of this, but they could not refuse. After all, without Konoha's funding, the orphanage would not be able to eat. Moreover, strictly speaking, in troubled times, it is definitely a very good choice for ordinary people to live in such a powerful ninja village as Konoha. At least it is safer than living in a remote orphanage. Of course, the premise is that the physical condition of the Muin healing is not exposed and is not affected by the future Nine Tails rebellion. However, the third Hokage had spoken, and no matter what Kimura thought, he had no choice but to join Konoha. Yakushi Nono returned to the orphanage, ready to carry out Konoha's mission at any time. Kimura moved into Yakushi Nono's house in Konoha and was responsible for pension-related work in the Hokage building. The Third Ninja World War resulted in countless casualties. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of the time traveler Kimura, that Uchiha Fugaku, who could have lived safely until the end of the war, died heroically in a battle. As the clerk in charge of pensions, Kimura accompanied the Konoha high-ranking officials to the home of the Uchiha clan leader to comfort the widow Uchiha Mikoto and young son Uchiha Itachi. Later, Kimura visited Uchiha Mikoto several times in accordance with the regulations. The single man and the single woman, the handsome man and the beautiful woman, gradually fell in love with each other. A few months ago, it all came together. We have been living happily day by day until now. The sun is shining, and I don't have to go to work on Sunday. The air is filled with a pleasant fragrance. Kimura woke up slowly, hugged Uchiha Mikoto, and enjoyed the warmth of the morning. Uchiha Mikoto gently touched the top of Kimura's abdominal muscle with her fingertips, where there was a palm-sized bagua mark. The overall color of the mark was very light, almost invisible, with only the li gua being a dark black. This gua had gradually turned black since the two of them had achieved their goal. Since then, Kimura's fire properties have changed, and his chakra amount has gradually increased. He can finally condense chakra like a normal ninja. In addition to the bagua mark on his abdomen, Kimura also has a tiny black diamond mark on the palm of his right hand. After summarizing his experience in the past few years, Kimura discovered that his ability to heal without seals was related to the diamond-shaped mark on his palm. Every time he healed himself, black lines would appear around the diamond-shaped mark. Before Kimura traveled through time, he had not watched Naruto Next Generations, but he had heard of a famous line, "The era of colored contact lenses is over, and now is the era of tattoos." Therefore, Kimura had a general understanding of the wedge mark and recognized that the black diamond mark on his palm was the wedge mark. However, it was not clear which Satsuki had said it. The wedge seal has side effects. Whether it is used or not, it will gradually devour the body. The more it is used, the faster it will devour. Kimura has been acting like an ordinary person these years, avoiding using the wedge mark and trying to delay the process of being swallowed. Of course, no matter what the final result is, it is already a win. After all, without the wedge mark, he would not have survived the explosion in the town. As for the bagua mark on his abdomen, Kimura had no idea what it came from at first, but until last night when it completely turned black li gua, he finally understood that this was his golden finger as a time traveler. Wedge seal devouring progress, 40%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 12.5%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 27.5%. According to the subtitles that first appeared in his mind at that time, Kimura knew clearly that the wedge seal was set by Kagaya Hime, and the bagua seal could resist the swallowing of the wedge seal. As for the number 12.5%, which is 1/8, it just happened that only one hexagram in the 8 trigram seal was dyed black. And this hexagram was gradually dyed black after being with Mikoto. In other words, by forming a bond with Mikoto, one can resist being devoured by Kagaya's wedge seal. Page 15. Volume 003, I want to improve so much. Some ideas about the Uchiha clan extermination. A wedge mark was set on him for unknown reasons, and Kimura couldn't figure out when he had any contact with Princess Kagaya. She has been sealed on the moon for thousands of years. How could she possibly interfere in the affairs of the ninja world? After much thought, Kimura felt that there was only one possibility, that is, when his physical body traveled through time, he passed by the moon halfway, and Kagaya seized the opportunity, set a wedge mark, and erased this memory. However, this is not important for now. The most urgent task is to resist the devouring of the wedge mark. Currently, the bagua seal has pointed out a path, to establish a bond with the opposite sex. Of course, the specific feasibility needs to be verified later. Kimura has been busy working overtime and having an affair with Uchiha Mikoto these days, so he has no time to contact other women. Besides, cheating is an immoral and high-risk thing. Mikoto is now relying on him wholeheartedly. If she is stimulated to open her Mangeki Sharingan, the situation will probably be difficult to resolve. Everything needs to be considered in the long run. The sun on Sunday morning exudes a faint warmth, and the shadow of the light moves slowly on the tatami. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Kimura and Uchiha Mikoto got up and washed. Afterwards, Uchiha Mikoto went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Kimura stretched and walked along the corridor. In the yard, 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi was practicing shuriken with Uchiha Shisui, sweating profusely. "Good morning, Shisui, Itachi." Kimura greeted with a smile. "Good morning, brother/uncle Eno." The two of them stopped, greeted Kimura politely, and then continued practicing. He has both talent and bloodline, and he works very hard. One is Shunshin Shisui. One is a genius who witnessed Uchiha Fugaku's heroic sacrifice on the battlefield at a young age and directly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Kimura estimated that he might not be a match for Itachi without using the wedge seal. Now that Uchiha Fugaku died early, Uchiha Sasuke had no chance to be born, and I don't know whether Uchiha Itachi will be exterminated for other reasons in the future. Kimura was not very sure about this. As long as the conflict between Konoha's high-level officials and the Uchiha clan is not resolved, genocide is always a possibility, the only difference is the process. For Mikoto's sake, this must be avoided. Unfortunately, Kimura is of low status and has no influence, so he is not qualified to participate in such a grand narrative. He can only educate Uchiha Itachi to the best of his ability while he is still young to prevent the child from growing up in a wrong direction. Uchiha Itachi is very well behaved at the moment. He respects his mother's pursuit of happiness in life, and also respects his cheap stepfather Kimura Noboru, and is willing to obey. Kimura was very satisfied with this. He believed that in the future, without Uchiha Itachi as their sharp weapon, the Konoha high-level officials would not easily think of exterminating the clan. For the rest, we'll just take it one step at a time. After breakfast, Kimura and Uchiha Mikoto practiced fire release in the backyard. Not long after, they received a notice from the Anbu to go to the Hokage building. The Anbu did not explain what it was about. "Why can't we talk about things during work?" Kimura really wanted to refuse, but as a hostage, he couldn't be so willful. He had no choice but to follow the Anbu to the Hokage building. Walking on the streets of the Uchiha clan, passers-by cast all kinds of looks at me. Gossip always spreads quickly. The fact that the widow of the former clan leader is in love has been known to the entire Uchiha clan, and everyone has various attitudes towards it. Most of it is gossip that is suppressed in private, but there are a few people who are out of their minds. "Hey, you guy, I have something to ask you." Turning the corner, a tall, long-haired Uchiha stopped Kimura. Uchiha Inahim, one of Uchiha Fugaku's loyal followers. "You're almost 20 years old and you're not even a chunin. How dare you be so shameless as to be with Lady Mikoto? Please watch your words." Mr. Kimura is a clerk in the Hokage building and belongs to a different consideration sequence from the ninja, said the Anbu. Uchiha Inahiro curled his lips, looked at Kimura, and said coldly, "Are you so useless that you only dare to hide behind the Anbu? Don't you even have the courage to be a man?" Kimura was used to this kind of scene, and asked calmly, "If you don't become a chunin by the age of 20, does that mean you are a waste?" "Of course. Is there any need to ask?" Uchiha Inahiri asked without hesitation. Kimura raised his eyebrows and said, "Might Dai, who fought 1 against 7 and reduced the 7 ninja swordsmen to 3, is he a waste?" Uchiha Inahiro's expression froze, he swallowed and said angrily, "Don't give me that, you are just talking about a special case." Kimura smiled and asked back, "How can you be sure that I am not an exception? There is still a long way to go in the future, don't be so anxious." After saying that, Kimura left. Uchiha Inahiro clenched his fists and shouted at the back, "I want to see how strong you can be in the future. Don't be afraid to come to the clan ninja competition next month." Leaving the Uchiha clan territory, we made our way to the Hokage building. Kimura entered the Hokage's office, stood in front of the desk, looked at the third Hokage who was smoking, and said, "Hokage, what can I do for you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and smiled kindly, "You have done a great job in the past 6 months." Kimura didn't say anything, not sure if this was a sarcasm or not. After all, he was representing the village to express condolences to Mrs. Mikoto, but in the end, the condolences ended up going to the bed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words dispelled Kimura's doubts. "I sent people to visit the village, and except for a small number of people, everyone has a good impression of you. I am very happy that you have such a good reputation. Hokage-sama is good at selecting the right people for the right positions. It is because you have arranged suitable positions for me that I can make my own contribution to the village," Kimura said respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said with a smile, "Being an ordinary clerk is too unfair to you. You should have a bigger platform to display your talents." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed a letter of appointment from the table in front of Kimura. The Uchiha Affairs Office is directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction and is responsible for Uchiha-related affairs, meeting needs and solving problems. Orochimaru is currently the director of the office. You will be the deputy director, with a monthly salary of 100,000 ryo. Uchiha Affairs Office? What kind of unit is this? I've never heard of it. Kimura looked confused as he took the appointment letter and quickly glanced through it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, "From now on, everything you see and hear, no matter how big or small, about the Uchiha, you must organize and report it. This work is confidential, and the specific content is not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. On the surface, you are responsible for receiving the petitions of the Uchiha clan. Remember." Kimura's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated. Hokage-sama, do I also need to report the details of my relationship with Mikoto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, "There is no need to record trivial family matters. The main purpose of your job is to promptly detect any resentment that the Uchiha are developing towards the village." Kimura sighed softly, "Hokage-sama, I'm afraid I can't do this job well. During this time of dating Lady Mikoto, there have been many Uchiha who have been openly or covertly resisting me. I just ran into one on the way here." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Young people should be full of vitality and not be afraid of challenges." Kimura looked embarrassed, "I am relatively weak. If I unfortunately have a conflict with Uchiha..." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, "Minato will take over as Hokage next week. I will discuss with him and transfer one of his ANBU to be your bodyguard." Kimura thought about it and was about to speak again. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table and made the final decision, monthly salary of 200,000 taels, with bonuses depending on work performance. Kimura's expression changed and he nodded heavily, "As a member of Konoha, I have no choice but to do this job." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and picked up his pipe, "Work hard, don't let the village down, and don't bring disgrace upon your reputation as the dean. Volume 004 I want to improve so much. Can I become the savior of the Uchiha?" Taking the promotion appointment letter, Kimura went to the first floor to find his leader to settle his salary. After saying hello and goodbye to his colleagues, he went up to the third floor and came to the Uchiha Affairs Office. "From now on, this is the new unit. Working hours are from 9 am to 6 pm, Wednesday to Sunday. Yes, there is no weekend break, mainly to make it easier for the Uchiha clan members to make time for petitioning. There are only 3 workstations in the office. The largest desk, of course, belonged to the director. There was nothing on the desk except a rectangular wooden sign with Orochimaru's name engraved on it. It was very tidy. The slightly inferior desk was neatly laid out with basic office supplies and a wooden sign with Kimura's name engraved on it. The smallest desk is very close to the door. A short-haired man in his 30s is drinking tea and reading a newspaper. On the edge of the desk is a small rectangular wooden sign with the words Saratobi Tsukika engraved on it. "Hello, I come here to take up my position on the orders of the Hokage-sama." Kimura showed his appointment letter to his new colleague with a smile on his face. Saratobi Tsukika looked up, then quickly stood up and bowed slightly. "Hello, Director Kimura." After a brief greeting, Kimura asked, "Where's Lord Orochimaru? Didn't he come to work today?" Saratobi Tsukika shrugged, "In the years I've been working here, I've never seen Lord Orochimaru come here." Kimura shook his head and laughed, guessing that Orochimaru was still focusing on Hashirama's cells and forbidden techniques at this stage, and had no interest in Uchiha's Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not be so indifferent to Uchiha affairs. "So you've always been the only one in this office?" "No, there was a former deputy director of the Shimura family who retired last month," said Saratobi Tsukika. "You've been working alone during this period." "Are you busy?" asked Kimura. "Not busy." Saratobi Tsukika smiled and waved her hand. "I've been working here for a few years and I've never seen an Uchiha visit." Kimura was slightly stunned, then reacted. Come to think of it, with the Uchiha's proud and self-respecting nature, any issues would be handled internally, or at worst the clan leader would report back to the village's top management. Why would they care about this small office? Kimura nodded and went straight to his workstation, looking around at his new working environment. At present, this job is very easy, but the salary is very generous. The only thing he needed to worry about was the task assigned by the third Hokage, to report what he had seen and heard about the Uchiha. To put it mildly, it's telling tales; to put it more seriously, it's espionage. Being a spy is not easy, the risk is too great. Kimura once talked with the dean, and the ace spy said that if you work in this profession for a long time, you will definitely have psychological problems, and there is basically no turning back. Kimura cherishes his beautiful life and does not want to be a spy, but facing the third Hokage, he has no room for refusal and can only ask for as much reward as possible. Kimura couldn't understand why he was chosen, as the previous staff of this office were all people who were related to the village's top leaders. Could it be that because his work was so outstanding and his good reputation made it easier to get closer to the Uchiha? Or, because he was close to Lady Mikoto, the third Hokage believed that he had the opportunity to get in touch with the core circle of Uchiha? No, according to the meaning of the third Hokage's last sentence, it seems that he believes that I have been trained by the dean and have excellent potential to be a spy. However, the real spy genius is still in the orphanage. Kimura was helpless. However, since we are here now, there is no point in worrying about the reason. In short, the third Hokage hopes to collect information about the Uchiha. Kimura stared at the appointment letter, silently thinking about how to carry out the work next. He definitely couldn't be a spy; not only would it go against his life philosophy, but it would also hurt Mikoto's feelings. Like Orochimaru, slacking off all year round? Kimura thought that he probably didn't have that much face, and he would definitely be reprimanded and fired soon, and bid farewell to this office forever. Of course, this is also a way. However, it is better to try to keep this job. 200,000 taels a month is 10 times the original salary. I can send a lot more money to the orphanage every month. I can't give up easily. How can I avoid being a spy and avoid being forced to resign? Kimura rubbed his frowning brows and casually opened the brand new Uchiha Affairs Office manual in front of him, printed in the Hokage building. The first chapter of the manual states the status of the Uchiha Affairs Office, which is directly under the Hokage and has the same administrative level as the Konoha police force. Kimura was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this unnamed office had such a high status. However, when he thought about it, the unit that allowed Orochimaru to work there must be good. Kimura grinned, and stroked the bright and beautiful desk with his palm, feeling very satisfied. This promotion not only increased his salary, but also improved his status. From a grassroots clerk, he became a senior leader in the village. Kimura was in high spirits and was laughing when suddenly an idea came to him. Page 16. Since the level is so high, there is actually a lot of room for maneuver. If you want to have enough content to report to the Hokage, you don't need to steal Uchiha's secrets like a rat in the gutter. You can use your authority to actively create some events related to Uchiha. Before, I was still worried that my position was too low and my words were not taken seriously, so I could not participate in resolving the conflict between Uchiha and the higher UPS. Now, a great opportunity is before me. Kimura suddenly felt enlightened, his brows relaxed, he took a long breath, felt relaxed all over, and left the office leisurely. Sarutobi Tsukika watched the new leader get promoted and made a fortune, and continued to drink tea and read the newspaper in silence. He was just an ordinary clerk responsible for receiving petitions and could not leave at will. This was a position that his family had arranged with great difficulty, so he had to cherish it. Kimura didn't mind being away from work during working hours. After all, his real job was to collect intelligence on the Uchiha clan, and contacting the Uchiha clan was his top priority. In that case, going to see Mikoto during working hours certainly didn't count as being away from work. At noon, Kimura invited Uchiha Mikoto and her son, as well as Uchiha Shisui, to a big meal to celebrate their promotion and salary increase. Afterwards, Kimura and the three Uchiha clans went to a large lake in the clan territory to practice fire escape. As for using the authority of the deputy director of the office to carry out work related to the Uchiha clan, it would have to be put aside for the time being. There was no rush. Next Friday, the third Hokage will abdicate and the fourth Hokage will take over. With the change of leadership, there will definitely be a lot of personnel changes in the village. Rushing to do things now will only increase the workload and will most likely be a waste of effort. It is better to wait until everything is stable before officially starting work. Right now, cultivation is the most important thing. In this chaotic ninja world, a strong fist is always a reliable guarantee. Moreover, when working against Uchiha, strong strength can make people more convinced and reduce resistance. Otherwise, being ridiculed and provoked from time to time is quite annoying. Wedge prints have side effects and can only be used as a life-saving trump card in times of crisis. It is impossible to rely on them unconditionally. It is urgent to improve your own strength. I want to improve so much in the first volume. 005 Unique Amaterasu. When Kimura was in the orphanage, his chakra was too little and he had difficulty condensing chakra. He did not have the qualifications to become a ninja, and was therefore isolated from all knowledge about ninjas. After coming to Konoha and being with Mikoto, his fire properties changed, and his chakra amount gradually increased, and he could condense chakra more and more smoothly. So he simply followed Mikoto, the orthodox descendant of Uchiha, and practiced fire jutsu. In the past few months, due to overtime work, I have been working intermittently and have barely caught up on the ninja knowledge I missed. As for the entry-level fireball technique, I have not yet mastered it. People like Shisui and Ataka both got it right at once, and they could spit out fireballs as easily as spitting. As a ninja who had just entered the sect and had never even attended a ninja school, Kimura could not compare with the Uchiha geniuses and could only practice diligently. Fortunately, Mikoto was a gentle woman who accompanied him patiently without any annoyance. According to Mikoto, Kimura's current chakra amount is approximately equivalent to 1 ka, which is slightly less than the underage Kakashi. As for why Mikoto used underage Kakashi's chakra as the unit of measurement, it was naturally because of Kimura's suggestion. This is more intuitive and easy to understand. With so much chakra, it is enough to try the fireball technique many times. The key to the great fireball is simple: make hand seals, temporarily accumulate chakra from the chest to the mouth, and then exhale violently. Unfortunately, Kimura's training results so far are that he has become very skilled in making seals, but the fire he spits out is just like the fire he plays with a child. His throat hurts from spitting, but it is still just a small ball of fire and lacks deterrent power. At the lakeside, today's training officially begins. The four of them occupied two shores. Kimura and Mikoto were in a group, practicing the great fireball technique. Shisui and Itake were in a group, practicing the more advanced fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The balls of flame containing shurikens cut through the water surface, burning the lake with a sizzling sound, which was terrifying. Kimura looked at the two children who were performing the tricks skillfully and praised them sincerely. They are indeed geniuses. Mikoto smiled faintly and consoled him, Ano, you just started late. Once you master the basic knowledge of ninja, you will surely make rapid progress. I hope there will be a breakthrough today. Kimura Nono smiled at Mikoto, then formed seals with his hands, and chakra accumulated from his chest to his mouth. Fire escape huge fireball technique. Phew! Kimura opened his mouth wide and unexpectedly smoothly spurted out a fireball with a diameter of about 3 meters. Unlike before, the flames this time were no longer bright red, but a deep black. Swish! The temperature around rose instantly, and the air seemed to have ripples, causing a layer of fine sweat beads to quickly cover people's foreheads. The black flames fell onto the surface of the lake and spread rapidly like ink, raising misty water vapor. It continued to burn and ravaged the vast lake madly, with no signs of extinguishing. Mikoto stared at the lake, the firelight reflected on her face, and said in shock, Ano, this. Kimura was also stunned. The black flame that never goes out, isn't this Amaterasu? How did the Mangekyo pupil technique come out of my mouth? Kimura was secretly shocked, then he realized that this was probably due to the Bagua seal. When he was condensing chakra just now, the Li Guo had been getting hot. This phenomenon had never happened before. At the same time, Shisui and Itake noticed the strange phenomenon here, and quickly jumped over, saying in surprise, what a powerful fire escape technique, it can't even be extinguished when it comes into contact with water. What kind of technique is this? Kimura laughed and said, I was practicing the great fireball technique, but I ended up spitting out something like this. This is much stronger than the ordinary fireball. Shisui was full of admiration. In his entire life, he had never seen such a powerful fire escape technique that could destroy a lake. Mikoto recovered from her surprise and frowned, saying, we can't let this fire keep burning, or the lake will dry up. Itake, I'll ask Aunt Kushina to seal it. Well, let's go. Kimura smiled and patted Itake's little head, watching him run away quickly. Mikoto clapped her hands and praised, Ano is very talented. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful fire escape technique. Shisui nodded in agreement, I haven't seen it either. Brother you can give it a name. Kimura thought for a moment and said with a smile, let's call it fire style, wild Amaterasu. This technique consumed an astonishing amount of chakra. Just once, it used up about half of his chakra. Of course, the power of this technique is worthy of such a huge consumption, and it is more powerful than dozens of conventional fireballs. However, the fireball technique I tried a few months ago did not produce such a strange change as today. Li Guo, why did it only take effect now? Kimura pondered secretly, and then realized that the Li Guo was not completely black until last night. This might be the premise for it to work. The ordinary fireball evolved into the kaleidoscope-like Amaterasu, which is a truly surprising leap forward. After mastering this move, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and you will no longer be a ninja that can be manipulated by anyone. Kimura was very satisfied. He turned his head to look at Mikoto beside him and said with a smile, I heard that the meaning of the Uchiha clan emblem is a person holding a fan that can control flames. As your man, I can use this level of fire escape, so I am qualified, right? Mikoto pursed her lips and smiled, even if Ano doesn't know ninjutsu, he is still a very good person. Kimura grinned and said, your company is indispensable for my mastery of this technique. I will reward you well tonight. Mikoto's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, She rolled her eyes at Kimura, and nodded slightly. The light bulb Shisui suddenly looked up and asked, "Brother you are so powerful, will you participate in the clan's ninja competition next month?" "Not participating." Kimura shook his head decisively. Although Amaterasu is strong, she also has many countermeasures. If you don't defeat your opponent first in a battle, you are likely to be counterattacked and injured. His sealless healing was purely passive and uncontrollable. Once it was exposed in battle and detected by the root, and then Danzo associated it with Hashirama's cells, it would be troublesome. Until you have sufficient strength, you must try to avoid fighting in public. It's right not to participate. Mikoto nodded in agreement. "Anno, you've only been a ninja for less than half a year. It would be a huge disadvantage for you to rashly compete with those middle and jonin who have opened the Sharingan." "What a gentle and caring woman." Kimura smiled and held Mikoto's soft hand, saying seriously, "One day, I will be strong enough for all the Uchiha to recognize me. Let them know that I am worthy of your admiration." Mikoto glanced at the raging black flames on the lake and nodded heavily. "I believe you. I want to improve so much in the first volume." 006 New Hokage. Late at night, a meteor streaked across the sky at high speed and eventually disappeared into the dark sky. In the bedroom, Kimura sat on the edge of the tatami, holding a crystal cup. The muscles on his body were slightly highlighted, full of masculinity. Under the light, the thin layer of sweat on his back glowed faintly. Handsome in appearance, strong in physique, judging from his appearance alone, he can be said to be top-notch in the ninja world. Mikoto was lying on the tatami, staring at Kimura in a trance, the corners of her lips slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. Kimura drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, passed half of it to Mikoto, and then said with a smile, "This new job is good, it's so relaxing. A lot of time that was originally occupied by work can now be used to practice and spend time with your loved ones. You deserve the promotion, Mikoto smiled. "You did such a good job in the relief work, everyone praised you." As she spoke, Mikoto sat up, her long hair wet and stuck in clumps, as if it had been pulled out of the water. You got promoted, you deserve a gift." Mikoto casually pulled her hair up, walked to the closet, opened the door, and took out a set of neatly folded black clothes. "I made this myself. I originally intended it for you as a birthday present, but now I'll use it as a promotion gift." "You're so thoughtful. When did you secretly measure my size?" Kimura said as he walked up to the woman. "When you sleep, of course." Mikoto blushed slightly, looked at Kimura's muscular body, and asked, "Do you want to try on new clothes now?" Kimura shook his head. "Forget it, I'm sweaty now, don't get it dirty. I'll wear this outfit to attend the inauguration ceremony of the 4th Hokage on Friday." "Well, it's all up to you." Mikoto nodded, rewrapped her clothes and put them back in the closet, then turned around, glanced at the bagua seal on Kimura's abdomen, and asked softly, "Anno, is the special technique you performed this afternoon related to this black Li Gua?" Kimura was slightly stunned, then smiled helplessly. The bagua seal is usually not visible, but will automatically appear during strenuous exercise or emotional excitement. No matter how secretive this kind of thing is, it can't be hidden from the person next to you. Mikoto watched with her own eyes as the Li Gua was dyed day after day until it turned completely black last night. Then, Kimura made the Great Fireball undergo a qualitative change today, and then tried other fire escape techniques and mastered them easily. The cause and effect between them could be connected without any effort. "This is my most important secret, don't tell anyone, including Itaki," Kimura said with a serious face. "Okay." Mikoto nodded solemnly, then snuggled into Kimura's arms, stroking the fading bagua seal, as if thinking about something. After a while, Mikoto looked up and met Kimura's gaze and asked, "Anno, if I want to dye another hexagram seal black, what should I do?" Kimura shook his head, "I'm not sure at the moment. Mikoto blinked and said nothing more, only scratching the bagua seal with her fingertips until it completely faded and disappeared. Kimura stroked her black hair and asked with a smile, "Are you worried about something?" Mikoto was slightly stunned, shook her head, and smiled. "I was wondering, will you also go to the battlefield in the future?" Kimura looked startled, and gently stroked her soft face, smiling, "The war has just ended. Even if it is a battle between the border and Kumagakure, there are enough combat forces, and they will not want a beginner like me." Mikoto shook her head and said, "Ano, the world of ninja is cruel. According to the history of Konoha since its establishment, it is very likely that a ninja war will break out again in the future. You have embarked on the path of becoming a ninja, and you will inevitably have to fight in the war. My parents died in the war, so I hope you can become stronger and stronger, and have more hope of surviving on the battlefield." As she spoke, Mikoto's eyes turned scarlet and 3 Megatama appeared. "I've already lost my parents, I don't want to lose you again." "What are you talking about? We will be together forever." Kimura was moved and hugged Mikoto tightly. "Yes." Mikoto responded softly, and the Megatama in her eyes slowly dissipated, "We will be together forever. Don't worry, I won't die." Kimura kissed Mikoto's smooth forehead and hugged her tightly. Under the light, the two figures snuggled up to each other, unable to tell one from the other. Page 17. Happy times pass quickly. Kimura practiced the basic ninja skills every day and got along well with Mikoto, and his life was very fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. The simple and solemn Hokage inauguration ceremony was held as scheduled on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The third Hokage abdicated and was succeeded by the fourth Hokage. It was the popular choice. Even the Uchiha clan, who were keen on the position of Hokage, were convinced, and the admiration on their faces was genuine. The ceremony was short and ended in less than a morning. After the event, Danzo and Orochimaru quietly retreated to the underground route base. On the rooftop, Minato Namikaze was wearing a brand new divine robe, with a sunny smile on his face, and he was communicating with everyone in a cordial manner. The third Hokage led Kimurano to Namikaze Minato and said with a smile, "Fourth Hokage, let me introduce you. This is Kimurano. He used to work at the orphanage sponsored by Konoha. Later, he was transferred to the clerk of the Hokage building. He is currently the deputy director of the Uchiha Affairs Office." Namikaze Minato shook hands with Kimura and said with a smile, "I've heard of you. You did a good job in the relief work, and many people praised you." Kimura said modestly, "Everyone has contributed so much to protect the village, and it is my duty to do my job well." Yet, Minato Namikaze nodded with satisfaction. The third Hokage smiled and said, "The Uchiha have always admired the strong. It may be difficult for Kimura to carry out the work alone. Fourth Hokage, please assign someone to be his assistant." "Working alone?" Namikaze Minato frowned, "Isn't he the deputy director? Where is the director of the office?" "It's Orochimaru, but he's busy with other things and doesn't have much time," said the third Hokage. Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows, a gleam in his eyes, and said calmly, "Senior Orochimaru has worked too hard, we can't let him carry so much burden on his shoulders. From now on, the position of office director will be taken by Kimurano." The wrinkles on the third Hokage's face trembled slightly, and he laughed and agreed, "That's indeed how it should be." One of the three ninjas, the fourth was very skillful and courageous when he dismissed someone just because he said so. Kimura, who was promoted without any effort, quickly recovered from his joy and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Volume 007. I want to improve so much." Dean enters the village. New Naruto, new atmosphere. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, many people were in high spirits. Namikaze Minato smiled and patted Kimura's shoulder, saying, "With your reputation, you should be able to do well in this position." The Uchiha are a very outstanding ninja clan. There may be some shortcomings, but you must not be prejudiced and treat them sincerely. Sincerity for sincerity, there will be good results. Kimura smiled and nodded in agreement, but he still had reservations about this statement. After all, there are still a few rebellious bastards among the Uchiha, such as Itaki and Obito. There is still a possibility of recovery for Itaki. Since being with Mikoto, Kimura has always focused on teaching Itaki by example, but he also always remains vigilant. After all, Itaki's actions in the original work were too outrageous, and his train of thought was extremely bizarre. Kimura was not sure that he could 100% correct him. However, now, with the convenience of his position, he can work hard to improve the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha's high-level officials, and he is more and more confident of avoiding tragedy. Moreover, even if it comes to a last resort, he can unite with Shisui and Itaka to kill those high-level officials of Konoha who are not doing anything. As for Obito, it can be said that he has completely embarked on a path of no return. The only chance to reverse the situation was to change the Battle of Konobe Bridge. But at that time, Kimura had not yet come to Konoha. He was just an ordinary deputy director of an orphanage and had no intention of interfering with Uchiha Madara's plan. Now, Obito has accepted Madara's mantle and is obsessed with planning the infinite Tsukuyomi. In the near future, he will launch a brutal attack on Konoha, create the Nine Tails Rebellion, and hurt many innocent people. When Kimura was in Konoha, every night when he rested with Mikoto in his arms, he would often think about how to avoid the Nine Tails Rebellion and keep this beautiful life. However, no feasible solution has been found yet. After all, Obito has the Kamui Manjiki that is strong enough to fight with Kagayahime, and combined with Zetsu's outrageous perception ability, it can be said that he is impossible to defend against. If nothing unexpected happens, the fourth Hokage will die heroically next year. Kimura looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him with sympathy. At the same time, Namikaze Minato waved to a young jonin with silver-white hair not far away. The latter felt the call and walked over quickly. Namikaze Minato turned to Kimura and introduced, "This is my student Hitaki Kakashi, he is very outstanding. He will be your assistant in the future and help you carry out your work." "Hello." Kimura greeted with a smile. "Hello." Kakashi nodded politely. Kimura looked at the melancholy boy of 13 or 14 without leaving any trace, and was very satisfied. With such an excellent jonin to escort him, the work will definitely go more smoothly. Immediately afterwards, Minato Namikaze summoned a middle-aged ninja with a beard. "This is Mr. Akari, the head of the Uchiha clan and the new captain of the Konoha police force. You two should get to know each other so that it will be easier for you to carry out your work in the future." Kimura, "Hello, Mr. Fire Making." The Uchiha started a fire. "Hello, Kimurino." They greeted each other and exchanged a few polite words, then Uchiha Shenguo turned and left. Kimura looked at his majestic back, thoughtfully. Kimura had heard a little about the new Uchiha clan leader. He was Shisui's uncle. Unlike Shisui, who is kind to others, Uchiha is a typical Uchiha, with great strength and arrogant personality. It is said that in the village he only respects the fourth Hokage. Of course, he also respects Tsunade and Jiraiya, who are away from the village. It was obvious that Shenguo had just gone against his usual behavior and was willing to say a few more words to save Minato's face. Kimurino asked Shisui 2 days ago and learned one thing. That Shenguo was very dissatisfied with his behavior with Fugaku's widow. It is understandable that anyone would not be in a good mood to see the widow of the previous clan leader with a weak outsider. However, this will obviously make the work more difficult. As Kimura was pondering, a head of bright red hair appeared in his sight. "Ano, it's been a while since we last met. In the blink of an eye, you've become the office director." Kushina and Mikoto walked over together and said with a smile. "This is all thanks to the support of the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage." Kimura smiled, and suddenly, his eyebrows trembled, and he felt the bagua seal on his abdomen getting a little hot. This phenomenon had never happened in the past 10 years, but it was not the first time since he was with Mikoto. It had happened before when he ran into Yui Kurane and Mitarashi Anko on the street. If nothing unexpected happens, these women can all be stained with the black hexagram seal. It's a pity that Kushina is currently happily married. And Yui Kurane and the others are too young and need to grow up for a few more years. Simply put, there isn't a suitable one right now. Kimura couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. Come on. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me for help. Kushina smiled and expressed her support for her best friend's lover in her work. Well, I will try my best. Kimura nodded seriously. In just 1 week, he was promoted from a grassroots clerk to office director, a position second only to the top management. His monthly salary increased from 20,000 taels to 200,000 taels, and this morning it was increased to 250,000 taels. It can be said that he was promoted and made rich. After Kimura left the Hokage building, he invited Mikoto and Itaka to have a big meal together to celebrate his promotion. Mikoto had already sent a gift a few days ago. Itaka's gift took him almost a week to make by hand, and it was an exquisite kunao engraved with the Uchiha clan emblem. When Kimura received the gift at the banquet, he couldn't help but hesitate. After all, a kunao as a gift is not a good sign. At the beginning, Minato Namikaze gave Kakashi a Flying Thunder God kunao as a gift for becoming a jonin, but not long after, Kakashi lost 2 teammates on the battlefield. However, the child's pure intentions should not be let down. Kimura finally accepted Itaka's kunao with a smile. After spending a wonderful night with Mikoto, Kimura returns to the dean's house to move some personal belongings to Mikoto's house. The dean's house is closer to the Hokage building. It used to be very convenient to go to and from get off work. Now that his position has changed, moving to Mikoto's house means being in the Uchiha clan's territory, which will help him get closer to the Uchiha and make it easier to carry out his new work. As soon as Kimura walked into the house, he saw a beautiful woman in a white robe sitting on the sofa in the living room. She had a gentle face, wore round frame glasses, had a faint smile on her lips, had long legs, and an elegant posture. Without knowing the details, no one could have imagined that such a gentle and unobtrusive beauty is the ace spy in the ninja world, the walking shrine maiden. It's been a long time since we last met, and Kimura missed him very much. A smile appeared on his face and he rushed over quickly. Volume 008. I want to improve so much. Dean, you don't want me to be bullied, do you? On the sofa, Yakushi Nono opened his arms with a smile, welcomed Kimura into his arms, sniffed gently on his neck, and smelled a faint scent of perfume. You've been staying at Mikoto's house these days, right? I see there's some dust accumulated in the house. Pharmacist Nono said softly. Ah. Kimura nodded. He had already mentioned his relationship with Mikoto to the dean in past correspondence. Dean, when did you come to the village? Last night. Why don't you look for me? I can't disturb your happiness with Mrs. Mikoto, can I? Yakushi Nono asked back with a smile, and tidied up Kimura's messy hair. Kimura was enjoying the warm embrace, when he suddenly felt the bagua mark on his abdomen getting a little hot, and his eyes narrowed. Yakushi Nono instantly noticed the change in his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Kimura raised his eyebrows and smiled, "I have a bold idea, I'll talk about it later. What I care about most now is why you suddenly came to Konoha, Dean. Did Danzo issue a mission?" "Yes, that's right." Yakushi Nono nodded, "I wanted to see you before I leave, so I came here." Kimura frowned, "Isn't the war over? Why send you out?" Yakushi Nono smiled faintly and explained, "The large-scale war is indeed over, but local conflicts still exist in many places. Moreover, even if the ninja world is peaceful, intelligence work will not stop and will always be ahead of the war." Kimura nodded, leaned close to the dean's ear, and whispered, Be careful, not only the enemy, but also the village. You have too much information, and Danzo will definitely not let you go. Yakushi no, the Dark Ninja. I know Danzo is cruel and ruthless. However, the ninja world has just returned to stability, and there is too much information to be explored. The top leaders will not be willing to get rid of me for the time being. As he spoke, Pharmacist Nono pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about me anymore. I heard that you, Ono, have been promoted to a higher position recently. It seems that the orphanage has restricted you, and the position of vice president has overshadowed your brilliance." Kimurino smiled and shook his head. "Without the qualities I developed while working at the orphanage, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been appreciated by the Hokage. You've always been so likable. You'll have a great time wherever you go." Yakushi no had a smile in his eyes and kissed Kimura's forehead. Generally speaking, the affairs of each clan can be discussed directly with the higher UPS. The second Hokage opened a high-level office specifically for the Uchiha clan, which can be considered as special care for the Uchiha clan. It can also be said to be a buffer to avoid direct conflict between the higher UPS and the Uchiha clan. Of course, the third Hokage's purpose in placing you in this position should be to guard against the Uchiha. However, the fourth Hokage is different from those high-ranking officials. Now that he is in power, it is time for him to show his talents. You can take advantage of this opportunity and do your job well. Remember to pay attention to your own safety. The Uchiha people admire the strong, and you have just become a ninja not long ago, so they probably don't take you seriously. When you are working, you can raise the banner of the fourth Hokage more often. For some sensitive matters, let Mikoto come forward for you, and you will have some face among the same clan. Okay, I remember it. Kimura nodded seriously. Yakushi no thought for a moment and continued, "The Uchiha clan is one of the founding clans of Konoha. And they have made great military achievements. Unfortunately, due to the defection of Uchiha Madara and the subsequent counterattack, the Uchiha clan has been in a rather awkward situation. Moreover, their personalities tend to go to extremes and are very uncontrollable. Therefore, the second Hokage has always been very wary of the Uchiha, but he also gave them an opportunity to display their talents, the Konoha police force. The Uchiha was obsessed with the position of Hokage, but did not make good use of the platform of the police force. He did a very bad job. Over the years, his reputation is even worse than that of a grassroots clerk like you. In fact, the Uchiha have no lack of love for the village. As long as they are disciplined and do not act impulsively, they will surely win the love of the villagers. This is also the result that the fourth Hokage wants to see. When you carry out your work in the future, you can contact the head of the Uchiha clan and work together to create an excellent Konoha police force." As he spoke, Pharmacist no blinked, pursed his lips and smiled, "You should know all this, I am being long-winded." Kimura smiled and shook his head, "After listening to the dean's explanation, my thoughts are clearer." Yakushi no smiled and tapped Kimura's nose with his fingertips, "You are so sweet. Tell me, what was that bold idea you just had?" Kimura coughed lightly, cleared his throat, sat up straight, grasped his thighs tightly with both hands, and said seriously, "I'll tell you, Dean, please don't be angry with me." "Oh." Pharmacist no let out a sigh, and said with great interest, "Just tell me, let me see how bold you are." Page 18. Kimura opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened and closed it again. After repeating this several times, he finally took a deep breath and spoke. "Dean, be my woman." After the words were spoken, the air stagnated for a moment. Yakushi no narrowed her beautiful eyes, glanced at Kimura's face, and asked softly, "Why do you suddenly have this idea?" "Dean, you have to promise me before I can tell you the reason," Kimura said. Yakushi no frowned, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he smiled and said, "Is it related to the 2 marks on your body?" Kimura was slightly stunned, and said helplessly, "Did you guess it so quickly?" Then, he confessed, "The mark on my body needs a woman to work better. However, I have only tried it with Mikoto, so I'm not 100% sure. There is no other suitable candidate at the moment, so I want to try with you, the dean." Greater effect. Pharmacist Nono narrowed his eyes, "More powerful than Muji healing." "Ah." Kimura nodded and explained, "My Muin healing actually has side effects. Mikoto helped me eliminate some of the side effects and allowed me to master the everlasting fire escape technique, which is incredibly powerful." Yakushi Nanoyo leaned back slightly and exclaimed, "When I first discovered that you knew the unsealed healing technique, I thought you had a connection with the first Hokage. Now it seems that your origins are far more profound than I thought. If the 8 diagram seals correspond to different escape techniques and have powerful unique benefits, then what you possess is definitely not a simple bloodline limit, it is very likely to be far beyond bloodline elimination. This is too far away. I have only opened the League What at the moment," Kimura said. Pharmacist Nono pursed his lips and smiled, "Okay, I will help you open the second hexagram. I want to improve so much in the first volume. 009 The second hexagram, open." In the quiet living room, Yakushi Nono's voice was like the sound of nature. Kimura was excited and said happily, "Dean, you agreed." Yakushi Nono had a smile in his eyes and reached out to touch Kimura's handsome face. "Why not agree? You can become stronger and have an extra guarantee of survival, which is exactly what I want. Besides, oh no, when have I ever refused your request?" "Thank you, Dean." Kimura was deeply moved, opened his arms, and hugged Yakushi Nono tightly, wishing that they could become one. After Yakushi Nono Uren Kimura hugged him for a while, he patted his back gently and said with a smile, "Xiao Yat, you are too hard, I can't breathe." Kimura quickly let go. Yakushi Nono smiled, stared into Kimura's eyes, and asked, "If you don't need to open the hexagram seal, would you think of letting me be your woman?" "Of course." Kimura nodded without hesitation. "Don't you mind that I'm a 30-year-old woman?" Pharmacist Nono asked again. Kimura raised his eyebrows, "Dean, you know me. Young or mature, as long as they are beautiful, I like them all." Yakushi Nono smiled and held Kimura's hand. "I have no problem being your woman, and I don't mind you having other women. But, what about Mikoto? Are you going to keep it a secret from her or do you have other plans?" "Well, let's keep it a secret for now," Kimura said. He was not sure about Mikoto's attitude towards her husband's infidelity, and he didn't dare to test it. After all, once the deep love of Uchiha was betrayed, it was hard to imagine what kind of explosive reaction it would have. Pharmacist Nono was also aware of the risks involved, but since Kimura needed her, she could only try her best to cooperate. "I will definitely not reveal any flaws." "Oh no, you have to be careful and don't let Mikoto notice," Pharmacist Nono reminded. "Okay, I'll pay attention." Kimura nodded. As soon as the words fell, their eyes met, and everything was said without words. Yakushi Nono got up from the sofa and said softly, "I'm going to take a shower and change clothes." The happy time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it went from morning to late night. The pharmacist's residence, which had been very quiet over the past week, was particularly lively today. Kimura and Yakushi Nono's footprints were all over the entrance, living room, kitchen, stairs, and finally, they returned to the bedroom. The room was filled with a sweet aroma, and on the pale yellow bed sheet, a few small plum blossoms were smudged, adding a touch of elegance. Kimura was sitting on a rattan chair, his abdominal muscles were clearly defined, and the 8 trigrams were fully visible. After the Li trigram, the Qian trigram gradually turned black, as if ink was spilled into a pool, with wisps of silk floating around. Wedge seal devouring progress, 40.06%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 12.625%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 27.435%. After 6 days, the wedge seal's engulfing progress increased by 0.06%, which means that without using the wedge seal, it naturally increased by 0.01% every day. The bagua seal's anti-engulfing progress rose to 12.625% at noon today, and there has been no movement since then. If nothing unexpected happens, 0.125% is the upper limit of the bagua seals dying within 1 day. Yakushi Nanoya squatted in front of Kimura, lightly touched the hexagram seal with his fingertips, looked up and asked, "Did you get stronger?" Kimura nodded, "The amount of chakra has increased a bit. In addition, I have the property of yang transformation." Yakushi Nono's eyes lit up, "So can you try medical ninjutsu now? You can learn it, but if you want to fully master it and make a qualitative improvement, you probably have to wait until the Chiengua is completely black," Kimura said. Pharmacist Nono gently rubbed the slightly hot hexagram seal and asked, "How long will it take for it to turn completely black?" Kimura thought for a moment and said, "Based on my and Mikato's experience, it will take more than 3 months. Pharmacist Nono frowned and said, "I will stay in the village for 3 days at most. The mission cannot be delayed for too long." Kimura grinned, "It doesn't matter, there are still many days to come." "Ah!" Yakushi Nono nodded, stood up, leaned into Kimura's arms, and looked around the elegant bedroom. Except for the mess today, everything was very clean and tidy. "Mikato cleaned the room for you, right?" asked Pharmacist Nono. "How did you know that?" Kimura asked curiously. Yakushi Nono smiled and said, "You never go out of your way to put clothes, paper, pens, and the like in order." Kimura suddenly realized, Mikato's habits are indeed different from mine. I never organize those things that I use frequently. Sooner or later, they will get messed up anyway. So, it's good to have a woman by your side to love and take care of you. Yakushi Nono stroked Kimura's hair with a smile, and at the same time, Kimura's eyes unconsciously swept across her white shoulders and neck. "Want to continue dyeing the hexagram seal?" Pharmacist Nono raised the corners of his lips slightly, as if smiling. "Ah!" Kimura nodded sincerely. Thus, the pharmacist's residence, which had been quiet for a short while, became lively again. During the short 3 days, the two of them had a very fulfilling time, including but not limited to dyeing the black hexagram seal and studying medical ninjutsu. Similar to his experience of learning fire release, Kimura has only mastered the basics of medical ninjutsu. He can release a ball of crystal clear chakra, which only looks like palm fairy technique on the surface, and the actual healing effect is minimal. However, this was enough for Kimura. With the automatic triggering of the Muji healing, Kimura does not need medical treatment at all. He only needs to use medical ninjutsu to hide his injuries. In this way, even if he is injured in public, his Muji healing physique will not be exposed. Time flies. 3 days later, Kimura stood in front of the gate of Konoha to see off Yakushi Nono and watched her figure disappear on the long tree-lined avenue. Yakushi Nono is heading to Kirigakure to carry out a confidential spy mission, while Kimura Noya is returning to his daily routine to officially perform his duties as office director. Regarding the reform of Konoha police force, Kimura had a draft in mind. He quickly wrote it into a document and submitted it to the Hokage's office. The 4th Hokage had just taken office and there were a lot of documents to be approved. Kimura estimated that it would take a few days for his proposal to be approved. Kimura did not wait in vain, but took Mikato and Kakashi to visit the Uchiha families one by one. Since no one came to the office to visit, he took the initiative to visit them, understand the Uchiha, and help the Uchiha. Due to the relief work done some time ago, Kimura has a good reputation among the villagers. Kakashi is the son of White Fang and a fighting hero who was gifted with the Sharingan, so it was easy for him to be accepted by the Uchiha. Mikato is the wife of the previous clan leader, and even though she has remarried now, she still has a certain status in the hearts of the clan members. After all, in the ninja world full of death, reconstituted families are a very common phenomenon. Therefore, the three of them went to visit the Uchiha together, and it went very smoothly, and there was almost no door that they couldn't knock on. Volume 010. I want to improve so much. Kimura Noji Clan. The first step is to visit the home to understand the problem. The second step is to solve the problem. To accomplish something, it is best to have power, money, people, and channels. Kimura is the office director, with a rank equivalent to that of the captain of the Konoha police force. He is also endorsed by the 4th Hokage and holds a high position of power. As for the funds, they will be transferred directly from the village's special account. In addition, Sarutobi Tsukika was an old hand and was familiar with all the departments in the village. No matter what the matter was, he could quickly find the relevant department. The time, place, and people are favorable. The work in the office is going very smoothly. Half a month later, Kimura and his three companions knocked on the door of an Uchiha family again. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with long hair. Enemy road is narrow. Kimura recognized him at once. It was Uchiha Inahiko. The one who had blocked his way and provoked him on the day of his promotion, and a loyal follower of Uchiha Fugaku. When Uchiha Inahime saw Kimura, he immediately frowned and showed his annoyance without disguising himself. What are you doing here? Kimura Nozomi maintained a good attitude while working, still smiling. I am here on behalf of the Uchiha Affairs Office to visit you and learn about your family's situation and help you solve the problems in your life. Uchiha Inahiro snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I am an Uchiha, not a weak ordinary person like you. How could I need your help? I should be the one helping you. You don't need it, but maybe your family does. Kimura said with a smile. I can take care of my family myself. There's no need for you to meddle in their affairs. Instead of spending this time, you might as well improve your own strength. I will teach you a lesson in the clan ninja competition next week. Uchiha Inahiko finished speaking and raised his hand to close the door. At the same time, an old voice came over, Daohuo, who is here? Uchiha Inahiri really wanted to say perfunctorily no one came, but besides Kimura, Mikoto, and Kakashi were also present, so it was inappropriate to say so. The old lady walked over slowly. When she saw the three people, her cloudy eyes lit up. She patted Uchiha Inahiri's head in dissatisfaction and lectured him, how rude. Why don't you welcome the guests in for tea? But, mother. Uchiha Inahime glanced at Kimura, somewhat reluctantly. Damn kid. The old lady was so angry that she banged her cane on the ground. She stretched out her hand to push Uchiha Inahiri away and said to the three people with a smile, come in. After saying that, he turned his head and glared at Uchiha Inahiro, and shouted, why don't you go make tea? Got it, mother. Uchiha Inahiko quickly lowered his head and responded, not daring to look at Kimura any longer, and ran to pour water to make tea. The old lady welcomed the three people into the main hall with a smile. Mrs. Mikoto, Mr. Ono, and the children of the White Fang family, I was very rude just now. I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. More than half an hour later, Kimura left the Inahiri household with Mikoto and Kakashi. With the old lady's maternal love, Uchiha Inahiri was like a kitten in the corner, very well behaved and polite. Kimura's work was going very smoothly. It's a good thing that you, Ano, are not participating in the ninja competition next week, otherwise Inahiri would have been suppressed so badly today, and she might have taken double the revenge on you then. Mikoto said thankfully. No, I want to participate, said Kimura. Page 19. Ah! Mikoto exclaimed, frowning in confusion, why do you suddenly want to participate again? Didn't you say you wouldn't participate before? Kimura smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not going to be a contestant. As they were talking, the three of them turned the alley and the tall Uchiha, who was making fire, came towards them. "Kimura, don't visit Uchiha anymore. We can handle the trivial matters within the clan ourselves, and we don't need help from outsiders," Uchiha Shenguo said without any courtesy, and there was a warning in his cold tone. Kimura raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "Can you handle it yourself?" As he spoke, Kimura pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase and said, "These are the problems I have learned about during this period. Many of them have existed for a long time and have not been solved. Your work efficiency seems to be very average." Uchiha Shenguo frowned. "In recent years, the Ninja World War has been going on, and we have been busy on the battlefield, so it is inevitable that we have neglected the daily affairs of the clan." Kimura nodded, "You have neglected it, and as the director of the Uchiha Affairs Office, it is my duty to help you make up for it. Mr. Shenghuo, you don't have to thank me, but you can't stop me from helping the Uchiha live a better life in Konoha, right?" Uchiha Shenguo frowned, was silent for a few seconds, and said, "Other than that, don't interfere in other areas of Uchiha." Kimura shook his head, "I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. I want to be a judge in the Uchiha clan's inner ninja competition next week." "Judge?" Uchiha Shenguo frowned even more tightly, and looked Kimura up and down. "You haven't even been to a ninja school, what qualifications do you have to judge those outstanding ninjas who have experienced war?" Kimura grinned and pulled a document out of his briefcase, showing it to the Uchiha. "The 4th Hokage has agreed to my request to reshape the Konoha police force. Through this clan ninja competition, a group of talented and well-educated Uchiha will be selected to form a new Konoha police force." Uchiha Shenguo glanced at the signature of the 4th Hokage on the document and shook his head, "I didn't receive any notice." "Kimura, the village has many affairs, so it is normal to have delays. There will be a notice in the next few days. I hope Mr. Shenguo will follow the instructions of the 4th Hokage and cooperate with my work to make Uchiha better and better." Uchiha Shenguo narrowed his eyes. 3 Megatama appeared, and said coldly, "What's the problem with the police force? Why do we need to disband and reorganize it?" Kimura smiled and said, "The police force is the window through which the Uchiha present their image to the entire village. If the Uchiha wants to have a Hokage, shouldn't the police force be made better and have a more positive presence?" As he spoke, Kimura pulled out a copy from his briefcase. "This is the rectification plan I wrote some time ago. The 4th Hokage has reviewed it. You can take it back and have a look." Uchiha Shenguo looked at Kimura deeply, reached out to take the plan, and said coldly, "I will study it carefully. If there are any omissions, I will definitely impeach you to the 4th Hokage." Kimura nodded with a smile, "Welcome to check and fill in the gaps. Everything is for a better tomorrow for Uchiha." Uchiha Shenguo's expression froze, he snorted coldly, and left without looking back. "Let's go visit the next one." As he said that, Kimura took a step forward, followed closely by Mikoto and Kakashi. Volume 011 I want to improve so much. Mikoto's bribe. After a long and busy period, I finally received a generous salary in the middle of the month. Basic salary, 250,000 taels, bonus, 350,000 taels. A total of 600,000 taels. As an ordinary person who does not participate in the fighting, such a monthly income can be said to be extremely high, equivalent to working as a grassroots clerk for 2.5 years. As your position gets higher, basic social engagements become inevitable. On the day when salaries were paid, Kimura and Sarutobi Tsukika hosted a banquet for many of the village's staff to thank them for their enthusiastic cooperation over the past few weeks. Afterwards, Kimura privately invited the 4th Hokage, Kakashi, and Mikoto. Minato Namikaze was busy with government affairs and could not attend, so he had to arrange for Kushina to attend on his behalf. As the drinks flowed, except for Kakashi who always had a stern face, Kimura, Mikoto, and Kushina were all smiling. "I never thought that you, a foreigner, could treat Uchiha so attentively." Kushina had heard Minato praise Kimura several times, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Facing a character like that of Uchiha, most people probably wouldn't be able to hold out. Kimura smiled and said, "I am the director of the Uchiha Affairs Office. It is my duty to treat Uchiha with my heart. Moreover, even if it is just for Mikoto, I have to work hard and make some achievements so that Uchiha will take me, an ordinary person, seriously." As he spoke, Kimura held Mikoto's hand under the table, and they smiled at each other with affection. Their eyes seemed to be able to pull out silk threads. "Ah!" Kushina drew out the words and shook her shoulders exaggeratedly. "It's so corny, it gave me goosebumps." Kakashi ate his noodles in silence without any emotion. In the past half-month, he had gotten used to being a light bulb. In the evening, the banquet ended and everyone went home. Kimura and Mikoto went to a bank and transferred 300,000 taels to the orphanage's official account. This is Kimura's habit. Half of his monthly income is sent back to relieve the orphanage's financial pressure. It is not only the responsibility of the deputy director, but also a spontaneous remembrance and love. For Kimura, the orphanage is his hometown in the ninja world and the place where his soul rests. After leaving the bank, he went straight back to the Uchiha clan territory. Except for a light on under the eaves of the front door, the rest of the house was pitch black. Itake went to Shisui's house to practice during the day, and it seemed that he stayed there at night and did not go home. "Do you think Itake deliberately didn't come back to create a world for us alone?" Kimura smiled and hugged Mikoto's slender waist. "Come inside and do something weird again." Mikoto glanced at Kimura with amorous eyes, then took his arm and walked in together. The lights in the house lit up and went out again. In the end, only the edges of the pure black curtains in the bedroom were shining with a faint light. Kimura was leaning against the bed, reading the letters from the children in the orphanage. Mikoto was lying beside him, leaning sideways in Kimura's arms. "This kid, Kabuto, wants to learn from the dean, join the route, and become a spy for Konoha." Kimura looked at the childish handwriting of Kabuto Yakushi, shook his head and laughed. "Join the route." Mikoto was a little surprised and couldn't help but look up at Kimura. Why would a kid from an orphanage want to join the Yami ninja? Kimura explained, "Kabuto is a very smart child with great potential. Orochimaru saw his talent, and he himself wanted to seize this opportunity to strive for greater development and make contributions to the orphanage." Mikoto nodded. "Lord Orochimaru is indeed a very good ninja. However, I always feel that he exudes an evil aura, and I feel a little scared every time I see him from a distance." "I feel the same way." Kimura smiled and kissed Mikoto's forehead. "However, Kabuto is a good match for Orochimaru, who studies science and forbidden techniques. If he follows Orochimaru, he will have a bright future." In the original work, Kabuto Yakushi finally combined forbidden techniques, bloodline limits, fairy techniques, and intelligence into one, looking down on the ninja world. He can be said to be the strongest ordinary person besides Kai. It's a pity that he lost to the divine skill from heaven, isn't it? Today, Kimura and Yakushi Nono, the adoptive parents of the children in the orphanage, are still alive. Yakushi Kabuto will not lose his identity, and will no longer be restrained by Izanami, and his future is even brighter. Kimura thought about it, then quickly wrote a few lines on Yakushi Kabuto's letter and put it back into the envelope. Mikoto's eyes were as clear as water as she waited quietly for Kimura to finish his work, and then she gently drew circles on his chest with her fingertips. "Ano, you've worked hard during this period. Thank you for doing so much for the Uchiha," Mikoto said softly, her cheek resting on Kimura's shoulder. "This is all my responsibility." Kimura patted Mikoto's waist with a smile. "Besides, the better the Uchiha is, the better our future will be. I do all this for our family." "Ah!" Mikoto responded softly and kissed Kimura's cheek, then sat up, pulled out a thick envelope from the bedside table beside her and handed it to Kimura. Here are 2 million taels, a small token of my appreciation to the orphanage." Kimura narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "Haven't you been secretly sending money to the orphanage these past few months? Why do you want to give me another sum? You knew I transferred money." Misaka was slightly surprised. She had always gone to the bank alone to transfer money anonymously and never expected to be discovered. "Of course I know." Kimura hugged Mikoto with a smile, because the first date the orphanage received private remittances was almost the same as the day we confirmed our relationship. "You've already given enough to the orphanage. There's no need to do this anymore," Kimura said, pushing the envelope back. "But I want to help you." Mikoto pouted her lips slightly, her tone soft and charming. In front of the man she loves, a beautiful woman can act like a spoiled child no matter how mature she is. This is a woman's natural advantage. Without waiting for Kimura's response, Mikoto suddenly had an idea and hugged his arm, begging softly, "Just think of it as a bribe from me. Dear director, no, you are so amazing, please take care of me in the future." Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the person next to him would suddenly change his behavior in such a unique way. Kimura couldn't help but sit up straight, looking down at the soft and graceful Mikoto. Lifted her smooth chin, and smiled, "Are you tempting me to make a mistake? Then, are you willing?" Mikoto's eyes were seductive and her lips were as red as fire. Kimura grinned and said, "For you, I can make an exception once. However, my care cannot be exchanged for mere money. As long as it's what you said, I will try my best to do it." Mikoto understood very well and immediately bowed down before Kimura, showing her obedience and gentleness. "I want to improve so much in the first volume." 012 Director Kimura is also a great banner. Under Mikoto's inducement, Kimura made a terrible mistake. As for the 2 million taels, Kimura did not act pretentiously. He simply accepted this grey income and remitted it to the orphanage to improve the lives of the children. A new day begins and the sun rises. Kimura persists in his daily work and practice. As for work, the visit to each Uchiha clan has come to an end. Kimura has roughly figured out the situation in the clan. If he were a spy, he could actually compile a very rich intelligence. However, in order to prevent the upper echelons from harming the Uchiha clan, Kimura only recorded some minor life issues. In terms of training, Kimura relied on the League Wa to fully master the Uchiha's fire ninjutsu and gained unique insights. Of course, this does not include ninjutsu containing shuriken, such as fire ninjutsu, Phoenix Claw Red. After all, compared to Uchiha who has the Sharingan, Kimura, a beginner, still has a long way to go in the use of ninja tools. The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Uchiha clan's internal ninja competition. For the Uchiha who value martial arts and strength, the ninja competition is undoubtedly a grand event. The square of the tribe was full of people. Men, women, old and young, sitting on small stools, eating melon seeds, bringing tea, drinks, and snacks, talking to each other. There was no silence. "Hey! Isn't that Mr. Ono?" An old lady was sharp-eyed and noticed Kimura sitting on the judges' panel. The other old lady smiled and nodded, "Yes, yes. Mr. Ono is here too." An old man looked at the judges' table in front of the square and frowned in confusion. "From what I understand, Mr. Ono seems to have only been a ninja for a short time. How can he be a judge?" Uchiha Inahiro nodded in agreement, feeling annoyed in his heart. He had originally planned to teach Kimura a lesson, but now he had no chance. He couldn't just climb onto the judge's table and fight him. "Humph! What do you know?" The old lady waved her palm leaf fan at the old man, as if to fan away his stupidity. "Mr. Ono must have his own ideas for coming here." "That's right." Another old lady nodded in agreement, "We have to trust Mr. Ono. He has done so much for our neighbors during this period. The water and electricity on the street have been aging for many years and have never been improved." After Mr. Ono learned about it, the construction team came that night. "Yes, Yes. In the past, people had to walk a long way to buy vegetables in the West District, but now a new vegetable market has opened nearby, which makes it much more convenient. Yet, Mr. Ono did a great job in the relief work before, and now that he's the director, it's even better. The fourth Hokage has a good vision. The audience's heated conversation was more or less carried to the judges' seats by the breeze. Uchiha Shenguo frowned, looked stern, and felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had military merits, otherwise he would have to give up the position of clan leader out of shame. The hour hand moved slowly, and soon it pointed to 9. The Uchiha clan's internal ninja competition officially begins. Uchiha Shenguo stood up, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "In the past few years, the Third Ninja World War took place, and the ninja competition within the clan had to be delayed for a few years. Today is the first ninja competition after the war. According to the instructions of the fourth Hokage, I have specially invited Mr. Kimurano, the director of the Uchiha Affairs Office in the Hokage building, to serve as a judge." After he finished speaking, Kimura stood up, faced 3 directions of the square and bowed respectively. Uchiha Shenguo continued, "According to the instructions of the fourth Hokage, the original Konoha police force will be disbanded. The new Konoha police force will be selected from the Uchiha clan members who performed well in the next ninja competition. The specific candidates will be jointly decided by me and Director Kimura, and will be handed over to the fourth Hokage for the decision. I hope that all the ninjas in the clan will actively demonstrate not only their outstanding ninja talents, but also their excellent character qualities. The Konoha police force will be a shining business card created by the Uchiha. If the clan wants to produce a Hokage, they must not waste this important position." With that, the Uchiha built a fire and bowed to his clansmen. The audience applauded and cheered continuously. Whenever the position of Hokage is mentioned, everyone's emotions become extremely high. Page 20. No matter which tribe member, no matter how pure and simple-minded they can't help but have a vision of the Uchiha becoming the Hokage. This is an obsession that has been passed down since the ancestor Uchiha Madara. As the founding clan of Konoha, how could they not produce a Hokage? There must be one. With the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the ninja competition officially began. They are all outstanding ninjas who have experienced the Third Ninja World War and survived the near-death experience. Their strength is more impressive than the other. Uchiha Shisui and Itaki are the most outstanding. Looking at the 2 rising stars, Uchiha Shenguo was very pleased. If the Uchiha clan had a chance to produce a Hokage, then the hope must be on these 2 children. Unfortunately, Itaki is now Kimura's stepson, and Shisui is very close to Itaki. The 2 rising stars have more or less ties with Kimura. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shenguo's mood became a little unpleasant again. As the competition gradually came to an end, Kimura wrote down a dozen names on a piece of paper. Suddenly, Uchiha Shenguo stood up, left the judge's seat and walked to the center of the square. "Everyone, I was the captain of the Konoha police force before. Now that the force has been disbanded, I can't continue to serve as the captain with a shameless face. Everyone has gone through the assessment and selection, and I have to participate in the assessment and selection as well," Uchiha Shenguo said in a deep voice, turning his head to look at Kimurano who was sitting on the judges' panel. "Director Kimura, please come down and compete with me. Here, only you are qualified enough to fight me." "It is good." Many Uchiha ninjas applauded and cheered. They were all very unhappy that Kimurano married the widow of the Fugaku clan leader. How could a ninja who was so weak that he was not even a genin be worthy of the wife of the former clan leader? Now it was just the right time to force Kimurano to fight in the name of selection. Teach him a lesson. At the same time, a group of old men and old women stood up and shouted loudly. "Mr. Ono has only been a ninja for a short time. You little brat, are you trying to bully me?" Yet, Ono-san is a judge, not a contestant. He's not joining the Konoha police force." "Fire, if you want to take part in the test, go compete with that Shisui kid. The sentiment is indignant. Uchiha Shenguo was so angry that his face turned red. He was originally unhappy that Kimura used the banner of the 4th Hokage to suppress others, but now it seems that Kimura is a banner in the clan. Uchiha Shenguo was a little embarrassed, but he was too embarrassed to sit back in the judge's seat. Standing in the square, he felt like he was in a fire, his face was roasted red. Kimura sat on the judge's panel with a faint smile on his face. Volume 013 I want to improve so much. Orochimaru's invitation. After letting Uchiha get angry awkwardly for a while, Kimura stood up slowly, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to make seals with his hands. The whole audience quickly returned to silence, staring at him intently. Could it be that Director Kimura, who had just become a ninja, really wanted to accept the challenge of the battle-hardened clan leader? Kimura looked around the room, slowly forming hand seals while saying, I know that many people have doubts about me, thinking that a weak ninja has no right to interfere in Uchiha affairs. Martial arts and admiration for strength are the characteristics of the Uchiha, and are also common to many ambitious ninjas. But I think that in addition to this, the Uchiha have another characteristic: they are full of emotions. That's why treating the Uchiha with care has become the key to my job as a weak ninja. Of course, I haven't neglected my training. Since I'm with Lady Mikoto, I naturally have to work hard to become stronger and worthy of the Uchiha name. During this period, I have been practicing fire escape and have gained some experience. I would like to ask Mr. Shenguo for your guidance. After he finished speaking, Kimura completed the last seal. Fire style, Amaterasu of the Wild. The blazing black flames gushed out like a fire dragon, rushing towards Uchiha Shenguo swiftly, stirring up a gust of hot wind. Uchiha Shenguo's eyes condensed, and immediately 3 Megatama appeared, and he quickly dodged. The intuition cultivated by many years of fighting made him instantly certain that his own fire escape would definitely not be able to compete with this strange black flame. At the same time, the audience was stunned. They originally thought that Director Kimura was just an ordinary beginner ninja, but now it seems that he is not that simple. No one in the clan can perform such a level of fire escape. Uchiha Shenguo dodged and fired kunao at Kimura, but they were all melted by the spreading black flames. The terrifying black flames changed into countless forms, expanding or contracting, gathering or dispersing, raging wildly in the square. This is exactly the result of Kimura's recent training. With the help of Li Guo, he can easily control the black flame with his mind, which is very convenient. The only disadvantage is that the chakra consumption is too high. Of course, this is not the disadvantage of the technique, but the disadvantage of Kimura. Today's Amaterasu in the wild is similar to a combination of Amaterasu and Kagyutsuki no Mikoto. In less than 10 seconds, the chakra was almost exhausted. Kimura quickly gathered the black flames into a ball and raised his hand to signal the Uchiha to light the fire. I have finished demonstrating my fire style. Sorry for the embarrassment. Uchiha Shenguo was about to fight back, but when he heard this, he had to stop. He felt very aggrieved, as if he had finally peeled a banana, but the flesh inside fell to the ground with a plop. The audience did not have such emotions, they either applauded or cheered. Too strong. Mr. Ono. What kind of fire is this? Director Kimura. Black fire, so rare. In the crowd, Uchiha Inahino looked at the terrifying black fireball in amazement. He couldn't believe that this was a fire escape performed by a foreigner, and a ninja who had been practicing for less than half a year. Too strong. Extraordinary talent. Uchiha Inahime was secretly amazed and suddenly realized, no wonder Mrs. Mikoto fell in love with Kimura. Now it seems that your worries are unnecessary. Although your husband was bullied, he was able to resolve the situation perfectly. There is no need for me to help. As they were talking, Kushina, who was invited by Mikoto to calm the situation, performed a sealing technique to seal the black flames to prevent it from burning the square to ashes. The ninja competition within the Uchiha clan came to a successful conclusion. The candidates for the members of the Konoha police force were decided personally by the 4th Hokage after Kimura and Uchiha Norihiro submitted a list. 2 days later, the new Konoha police force, with Captain Uchiha Imeki, Vice Captain Uchiha Shisui, and 20 members, officially took up their posts. In addition, a new position was added, Inspector, which was taken up by Kimura Noboru. At the same time, the Konoha police force code agreed upon by Kimura and the 4th Hokage also officially came into effect and was strictly enforced. The image of Konoha police force in the hearts of the villagers began to improve little by little. Uchiha affairs are back on track. Since he showed off his skills in the square, Kimura's work in Uchiha has been unimpeded. The powerful black flame made the Uchiha ninjas who admired the strong realize that Kimura's attainments in fire escape far exceeded those of them who had flame fans printed on their clothes, and he deserved respect. The intensity of work in the office has decreased a lot, and Kimura has become more and more free. At the same time, the intensity of the war between the border and Kumigakure increased, and the front-line battle was tense, so many outstanding ninjas were transferred to support, such as Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi. As a result, Kimura lost a capable assistant, but the 4th Hokage soon sent another Enbu member, Uzuki Ujio, to serve as Kimura's secretary. Mao Uzijio is an iconic beauty with a clear temperament and her long purple hair is very eye-catching. When Kimura saw her, his hexagram seal couldn't stop getting hot. Obviously, this was another female ninja who could dye the hexagram seal black, but unfortunately, she, like Yui Kurane and Mitarashi Anko, still needed a few more years of growth. In the office, the desk that Orochimaru had never touched became Kimura's. And Kimura's desk was first Kakashi's, and now it became Uzuki Ujio's. Kimura's reputation has been established, and now, Uchiha is very happy to visit the Hokage building, saving Kimura's trouble to visit in person. After all, strictly speaking, the original work efficiency is somewhat low. Half a month after his fame spread, Kimura, who was drinking tea in the Uchiha Affairs office, was summoned to the Hokage's office. As soon as Kimura entered the room, he saw the 4th Hokage, as well as Orochimaru and Kushina standing in front of the desk. The bright red hair is like a burning flame, eye-catching. The hexagram seal is getting hot again. Such a pity. Kimura sighed secretly, retracted his gaze, and walked to the desk. Hokage-sama, what do you want from me? Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. It's not me who is looking for you, it's Senior Orochimaru who is looking for you. Kimura's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at Orochimaru. This mad scientist now looked even more gloomy than a month ago, just as Mikoto described, full of evil. I want to make a deal with you. Orochimaru was straightforward and unceremonious. What deal? Kimura asked. I hope to study your black flame. As for the equal conditions, you can set them at will. Orochimaru said. Amaterasu, in the original work, is a kaleidoscope-level eye technique, a flame that never goes out. For a scientific research madman like Orochimaru, it is indeed attractive. The conditions equivalent to it should also be valuable. Kimura's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked, Senior Orochimaru, what kind of research are you talking about? I want to understand it and see if I can accept it. Volume 014 I want to improve so much. The Legacy of Ryokai Cave. In response to Kimura's question, Orochimaru replied, I will go to the front line to meet the enemy Kumigakure next week. You only need to create and preserve black flames of different shapes in the next month. I will study it myself after returning to the village. Orochimaru's request was very restrained. I did not ask for the specific principles and process of the spell. After all, this black flame that never goes out is obviously a very precious secret spell, and it is impossible to reveal it all for a simple transaction. Second, he did not ask for any part of Kimura's body tissue. After all, the experiment of transplanting Hashirama's cells a few years ago was finally covered up by the third Hokage. Now that the master has abdicated, he must keep a low profile as much as possible to avoid being caught on the human experiment. Of course, to put it simply, Orochimaru has limited interest in Black Flame and doesn't want to get too involved. His current main job is to study forbidden techniques related to prolonging life, as well as to complete the research related to Hashirama's cells assigned by Danzo. Orochimaru simply wanted to satisfy his curiosity about this black flame that was said to never go out. When Kimura heard that he just wanted fire, he was very satisfied. As long as it does not involve the two top secret things like the wedge seal and the bagua seal, everything else can be discussed. Kimura thought for a moment and said, "Senior Orochimaru, I have only been a ninja for a short time and have little experience. I am not very clear about the value of the black flame and may not be able to propose equal trading conditions. Why don't you propose it? I believe in your vision." Orochimaru narrowed his snake eyes slightly. As one of the long-established three ninjas, he couldn't take advantage of Kimura, a junior, in front of the fourth Hokage. Instead, he had to give preferential treatment to the newcomer Kimura and show the demeanor of a senior. Orochimaru thought about it and summoned a scroll. "This is the spiritual contract of Longdi Cave. Sign your name with blood, and you can communicate with and counter-communicate with the snakes in Longdi Cave at will. However, for some of the high-level snakes, you need to get their approval in advance." As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned another scroll. "Besides that, I'll give you some snake-related ninjutsu as well. Of course, if you have ideas, you can also go to Longdi Cave to find the White Snake Immortal to learn immortal arts. As for whether you can learn it, it depends on your own aptitude. The ways of snake spiritualism, snake ninjutsu, and immortal arts, almost 60% of what was passed down in Longchi Cave. Although how much one learns depends mainly on one's personal talent, the terms of the transaction can be said to be very generous." Orochimaru was so generous, partly out of consideration for Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru was very satisfied that the orphanage had cultivated such a talent. He was happy to have a capable assistant in the future and now he could regard it as an advance payment. Kimura did not rush to accept the offer, but thought about it again and asked, "Senior Orochimaru, those flames don't seem to be easy to preserve. How should I leave them to you?" Kushina laughed, "That's where I need to show up. I'll seal the flame into the scroll, and when Senior Orochimaru returns from the front, I'll pass it on to him." Kimura nodded, thinking that in this case, Orochimaru wasn't really at a disadvantage. It is the easiest thing to make a fire, and the black flame will never go out. In the next month, all kinds of black flames were sent over, which was equivalent to providing an inexhaustible fire bank. Orochimaru had mastered the Mangekyo level I technique, Amaterasu in disguise. And there were no side effects. That's great, neither side suffers a loss, it's a healthy and stable transaction. Kimura accepted it gladly, bit his finger and signed his name on the spiritual contract. "Very good, the deal is done. In the days to come, both parties please perform honestly." Namikaze Minato witnessed solemnly and made the final decision. "I go first." Page 21. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in the office. Kushina smiled and said, "Anno, let's seal the black flame every morning. I'll go to your office." Namikaze Minato laughed and said, "Don't burn down the Hokage building, you too." Kimura nodded, looking at the bright and beautiful Kushina, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, the hexagram seal is getting hot again. Uzuki Zian, Kushina, Perm, and Perm. After accepting the deal with Orochimaru, Kimura, who had finally had some free time, started to get busy again. Every morning at 9 o'clock, Kushina arrived at the office like a courier delivering milk on time. According to the note left by Orochimaru, Kimura performed fire style, Amaterasu of the Wild, transformed the black flame into the corresponding shape, and then handed it to Kushina to seal. The changes in the form of Amaterasu consume a lot of chakra. Every time Kimura performs a move, he uses up most of his chakra. After seeing Kushina off, Kimura entered a state of meditation directly on his office chair, concentrating his chakra until noon, when he ate the lunch box brought by Mikoto and went to the training ground to practice snake summoning techniques. Snake-type ninjutsu has many uses, including but not limited to attack, defense, and substitution. Of course, the snake-type ninjutsu that Kimura obtained are only these three types. And summoning techniques are the basis of most snake ninjutsu. There are many kinds of snakes in the Ryokai cave, and their number is endless. Except for a few high-level snakes, most snakes are consumables that can be summoned at will. The only limit is the amount of chakra of the caster. As for the immortal arts, regardless of qualifications, the requirement for the amount of chakra alone is not ordinary, otherwise it is easy to be swallowed by natural energy. Kimura's current chakra amount is not enough at all. What's more, in the process of practicing immortal arts, there will be side effects brought by natural energy, which will inevitably trigger the healing of the seal and accelerate the process of swallowing the wedge seal. By then, it is very likely that Kagaya will be possessed by him before he has learned the immortal arts. Kimura gave up the idea of practicing fairy arts and focused on ordinary ninjutsu. Kimura's talent in basic escape techniques is average. If he didn't rely on the League Wa, he might not have fully mastered the sea-level fire escape, great fireball technique until now. I thought that practicing spiritualism would be very slow. Unexpectedly, it went very smoothly. The snake ninjutsu based on the spirit summoning technique also progressed very quickly without any difficulty. Originally, he had planned to ask Orochimaru's disciple Anko Mitarashi for advice, but now there is no need for that at all. He can even give Anko Mitarashi some pointers while practicing snake-related ninjutsu with her. Kimura vaguely felt that his talent in ninjutsu might be in the field of time and space. In order to verify this speculation, Kimura went to find Mikoto and practiced Uchiha's shuriken summoning technique, and he also learned it quickly. Kimura became more and more convinced that he did have a talent for time and space. At the same time, the one-year anniversary of meeting Mikoto is getting closer. After receiving Kimura's approval, Kabuto Yakushi, who is determined to become a ninja, also rushed to Konoha from the orphanage. The first thing Yakushi Kabuto did when he entered the village was to visit Kimura. In the living room of Yakushi's residence, Kimura and 8-year-old Yakushi Kabuto were kneeling on both sides of the coffee table. Having not seen each other for nearly a year, the young child missed the tall and majestic vice president terribly. Beneath the deep respect on his little face was a well-hidden joy. Volume 015, I want to improve so much. Always think of the bad. It's been a while since I last greeted you, Dean. Yakushi Kabuto bowed his head deeply, his every move revealing a maturity that was not in line with his age. Most of the children in the orphanage were like this, their innocence had long been worn away by the tragic past. In the orphanage, the children all call Kimura Ye the Dean, instead of the Vice Dean. After all, the Dean, Yakushi Nono, and Kimura Ye are the same, so there is no need to make a special distinction. Kimura looked at the intelligent and steady child in front of him and said, "Have you thought it through? Join the route under Danzo." "Yes." Pharmacist Do nodded heavily. Kimura took a sip of tea and said, "Actually, things are different now. The director has returned to his old job as a spy and is earning a lot of money. As for me, I'm lucky enough to be promoted by the Hokage and have a good salary. The orphanage is not as difficult as before, so you don't need to take risks." Kabuto Yakushi said seriously, "I am a member of the orphanage, and I want to contribute to the orphanage like you, the director. Moreover, the war in the ninja world will never stop. I hope to become strong enough to protect everyone from future wars." Kimura put down the teacup and nodded. In the troubled times of the ninja world, it is indeed necessary to have power. A good life ultimately depends on our own hands to create it. Yes. Pharmacist Do nodded heavily. Kimura, you are a smart kid. At such a young age, your understanding of things has surpassed most people. However, before you join the route, I still have a few words to say. The route led by Danzo is pursuing the elimination of the self. Moreover, in order to prevent leaks, he will impose the tongue elimination seal on almost all members. Of course, you are a potential spy, and the nature of your work is special. You should not have your tongue sealed like the dean, otherwise it will be too easy to be exposed. Kimura thought about it, skipped the argument, and came to the conclusion directly. In short, Danzo is not a good person. You have to be careful not to be led astray by him. Yes, Dean. Pharmacist Kabuto nodded seriously. Kimura continued, there are many heroes in the ninja world. In the future, you will meet many geniuses with bloodline and secret techniques. Until then, you must not underestimate yourself or doubt yourself. Because your wisdom is your strongest point, no worse than any bloodline limit. Senior Orochimaru is a treasure trove. You can learn a lot from him. Keep a humble and confident heart, keep moving forward, and you will definitely have a bright future. Of course, even if you fail, it doesn't matter. No matter what the future holds, the orphanage will always be your home. The director, I, and everyone else will be waiting for you. Yes, Dean. Pharmacist Do nodded heavily. Kimura smiled and touched his head, then took out 100,000 taels of banknotes and a pack of strawberry-flavored chewing gum. I've been away from the orphanage for more than a year. And I don't know if your preferences have changed. So I just bought your favorite snacks as I did before. One piece of chewing gum can be chewed for a long time. Even if there is no taste at the end, you can continue chewing and pretend that there is still taste. Such a long-lasting snack is especially suitable for orphanages with limited financial resources in the past. It is one of the few favorites of children. This 100,000 taels is my pocket money for you. Konoha is very prosperous. It's your first time here, so go shopping and buy whatever you want. As he said this, Kimura pushed the money and gum in front of Yakushi Kabuto. Thank you, Dean. Yaeshido did not refuse and accepted it respectfully. In the troubled times, I grew up thanks to the care of the two deans. Their kindness is as great as the sea. There is no need to be hypocritically polite, just remember everything in your heart. Let's go. Let's go to Konoha Street and I'll take you to the best meal. Kimura waved his hand, stood up with a smile, put on his coat, and walked out the door. Yakushi Kabuto stood up and walked behind Kimura. Looking at the dean's tall and broad back, the corners of his tightly pursed mouth rose slightly unconsciously. A few days later, Kabuto Yakushi successfully joined the route and accepted the leadership of Orochimaru. He became a spy with a secret identity and was cut off from the outside world. The young eagle left the nest and flew away. A few days later, it was the one-year anniversary of Kimura and Mikato's acquaintance. A gorgeous candlelight dinner was set up in the living room. Kimura was leaning on the sofa, and Mikato was kneeling in front of him, her long, soft black hair swaying slightly, like a breeze blowing through the woods, creating waves. Tonight, Mikato was wearing a black tight-fitting striped dress with gold embellishments, which made her look elegant and intellectual. The custom-made dress was tailored to fit her perfectly, outlining her graceful curves and highlighting her figure perfectly. The fabric was delicate and soft, as smooth as a second layer of skin, and it glowed slightly under the light. Kimura looked down from above, and over the swaying hair, he could just see the hollow design on the back of the dress. The exquisite and complex black pattern, covering the fair skin, added a bit of mystery and temptation. Kimura picked up the wine glass, drank it all, let out a long breath, and felt relaxed both physically and mentally. After a moment, Mikato coughed lightly, picked up the wine glass on the coffee table, took a sip, pursed her rosy lips, and swallowed silently. Kimura stroked her soft hair and said with a smile, "Time flies so fast, a year has passed in the blink of an eye." Mikoto smiled softly, with a hint of helplessness between her eyebrows. Kimura slowly smoothed her eyebrows and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Mikoto sighed and rubbed her cheek, "I'm another year older." Kimura smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's not much age difference between us, we can grow old together." Mikoto shook her head. "There's a 7-year age difference between us. When you're 40 and in your prime, I'll be an old woman in my late 50s. Kimura laughed and said, "I am 19 now, and I still have 21 years to go before I am 40. During this period, the Fourth Ninja World War is likely to break out. When I die on the battlefield, you won't have to worry about me looking down on you because of your aging face." "Nonsense! Ba ba ba!" Mikoto quickly covered Kimura's mouth and rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Kimura gently moved Mikoto's slender white wrist away and comforted her, "If you think about the bad side of things, you will find that life is pretty good now. Don't worry about those things, cherish the present." "Ah!" Mikoto nodded and snuggled into Kimura's arms, her face pressed against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The night is still long and beautiful. After an unknown amount of time, the bright red wine splashed onto the carpet. The high-heeled shoes with hooked toes created a trembling light and shadow. Volume 016. I really want to improve. This question is too difficult, I can't do it. The next day, morning. The sunlight shines into the house through the window. On the sofa, Kimura woke up slowly, opened his eyes and looked around. Last night's mess has been cleaned up, as tidy as if nothing had happened. The kitchen door was half closed, and there was a faint sound coming from it, which was the sound of kitchen utensils touching each other. Without thinking, I knew that Mikoto was preparing breakfast. A woman, who is obviously physically weaker and was very tired last night, still managed to get up early and do housework as usual. Perhaps, this is the talent of a good wife and mother. Kimura secretly admired it, stretched, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Mikoto was wearing a light yellow apron and was squeezing fresh juice. The sun shone on her face, spreading feather-like warmth. There is an indescribable charm in a woman who does her housework seriously. Kimura's spirits were lifted and he had to step forward and bother Mikoto. An hour later, the table was filled with exquisite breakfast desserts. Kimura was drinking milk and reading a newspaper leisurely. Mikoto was sitting beside him, resting her hands on her cheeks, looking at him quietly, her eyes full of happiness. After a while, Mikoto shuddered and said, "Ano, since you are so talented in the field of time and space, why don't you try to learn Flying Thunder God?" Kimura was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "That is a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. Ordinary people are not allowed to learn it, right?" Mikoto smiled and shook her head, "Ano, you are already a big shot second only to the top leaders, not an ordinary person. Moreover, although it is a forbidden technique, I inquired about it from Kushina a few days ago, and the fourth Hokage doesn't mind teaching it to others. For example, his guard class is practicing this technique." Kimura's eyes narrowed, he put down the glass, rubbed his chin, and said, "If that's the case, I can indeed try to practice Flying Thunder God. Once you have learned this trick, escaping from danger will definitely not be a problem, no matter what else." Hearing Kimura's intention, Mikoto smiled and said, "Then I'll ask Kushina for help and ask her to convince the Hokage to teach you. No need to be so distant." Kimura waved his hand, "I am the subordinate of the fourth Hokage after all, so you can just go find him directly." "Makes sense." Mikoto thought about it and nodded in agreement. Kimura, with a clean background, clean resume, excellent abilities, and an outstanding reputation, has recently made outstanding achievements in Uchiha affairs and made significant contributions to the village. He is naturally qualified to practice the village's precious ninjutsu. Mikoto couldn't help but feel proud of the man. Kimura smiled and held her hand, praising her, "You are worthy of being my good wife. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even thought of the Flying Thunder God jutsu." Mikoto smiled and intertwined her fingers with his. After breakfast, Kimura rushed to the Hokage building to visit the fourth Hokage. After some pleasantries, Kimura asked directly, "Hokage-sama, can you teach me the Flying Thunder God technique?" "No problem." Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement without hesitation. "This is the inheritance left by the second Hokage. Someone as outstanding as you, Anno, can certainly practice it. However, I can only give you the Flying Thunder God scroll, and you can study it on your own. I can't teach you more specific things. Because I learned it in one go, and there is no training process worth your reference. Once you learn, you will." Kimura curled the corner of his mouth, thinking that he was indeed a ninjutsu genius. Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and added, "There is one thing I want to remind you. Flying Thunder God is an S-level space ninjutsu, which is very difficult. You have only been a ninja for less than a year. It is actually a bit early to get involved in this. It is likely to be a waste of time and effort without any gain. You must pay attention to the allocation of time and don't let Flying Thunder God delay you." Page 22. Kimura nodded, "Yeah, I understand." Namikaze Minato suddenly had an idea and said, "By the way, the most important thing about Flying Thunder God is the reaction speed of the caster. On the battlefield, if your reaction is not as fast as your action, you will be easily injured. I've remembered that. Thank you, Hokage, for your guidance." Kimura bowed slightly. "Ah." Namikaze Minato nodded, summoned a scroll with intricate patterns, and handed it to Kimura. Kimura took the scroll with both hands and turned to leave the office. The Flying Thunder God technique is a space-time ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. It uses a technique to achieve instant movement in space. It does not require hand seals when activated, and is very convenient and widely used. The most powerful thing is that the Flying Thunder God technique is almost impossible to erase and can be said to exist forever. The second Hokage used Flying Thunder God to kill his longtime rival Uchiha Izuna. The fourth Hokage used Flying Thunder God to become the famous Yellow Flash in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God's record is brilliant and dazzling. Of course, as an S-level ninjutsu, it is extremely difficult to practice. Over the years, apart from the second Hokage who invented Flying Thunder God, only the fourth Hokage has mastered this technique. As for the fourth Hokage's guard team, it takes 3 people to perform Flying Thunder God. There are too many restrictions, and it is far from being mastered. Kimura believed that he had some talent in the field of time and space, but this was only compared with his own poor talent in escape techniques. If compared with the top-notch talent of the fourth Hokage, he would definitely be far inferior. Therefore, Kimura had the right mindset from the beginning. As long as his practice was not without progress, he would be considered a winner. As for the allocation of time, Kimura had no choice at all. Flying Thunder God was a life-saving skill, and no ninjutsu was more important than it. Although the sealless healing can save lives, it will increase the progress of the wedge seal. Moreover, it can only save one's own life and cannot take care of the family. But Flying Thunder God can take his family to avoid danger together. So, Kimura began to practice selflessly, day and night, so hard that Mikoto couldn't help but complain that he worked too hard and neglected the essential daily life between husband and wife. In this regard, Kushina and Mikoto have a lot in common. The fourth Hokage was busy with the Ninja World War before, and now he is busy with village affairs, so he has no time to take care of his family. Kimura studied it seriously for more than a month, but unfortunately, the progress was very poor. He only understood the basics and was far from being able to put it into practice. In front of the S-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Kimura's pitiful time and space talent is not worth mentioning at all. This is the value that only 2 people have mastered for decades. Kimura finally realized the profound meaning of the fourth Hokage's reminder to pay attention to time management. The so-called time allocation is not about the relationship between ninjutsu and ninjutsu, but the relationship between training and life. Flying Thunder God is definitely not something that can be learned by squeezing in time. Excessive study may waste a good life. Some things will not necessarily have results just because of hard work. Kimura reluctantly recognized the reality and returned the focus of his life to his family. As for Flying Thunder God, he just treated it as a daily leisure activity and tried to learn it. Volume 017 I want to improve so much. Lady Hokage. It's a brand new day, and the sun is shining brightly. In the distance, on the back mountain of Konoha, a large number of workers were working on the rock wall, chiseling and building the face of the fourth Hokage. It had been more than 2 months since the construction began, and it had taken shape, and it could be seen that it was the appearance of Minato Namikaze. In the Hokage building, in the Uchiha Affairs office, Kimura sat behind his desk, drinking tea leisurely, with his legs resting on Mikato's thighs, enjoying the elastic texture which was far better than that of the sofa. The tea was brewed by Mao Uxi Gao earlier. The daily job of the secretary Mao Uxi Yan is just to serve tea and water, and she basically has no other tasks. Compared to her life in the Anbu, it can be said to be very leisurely. After all, Kakashi had assisted Kimura in almost all of the office affairs during his tenure. After the police force was reorganized, it became more disciplined. Occasionally, when a few people committed crimes, they were handled according to the rules and regulations, which was quick and convenient. Uchiha Shenguo is a smart man. Since he realized that the reputation of Uchiha is really improving, he has been more proactive than Kimurano and is working hard for the position of Uchiha Hokage. Therefore, the office does not need to worry too much and the workload is greatly reduced. Uzuki Ujeo, the secretary, had almost nothing to do. Sarutobi Tsukika, the old hand at janitor and errands, also returned to his leisurely days of drinking tea and reading newspapers. However, at the moment, Kimura and Mikato were the only 2 people in the office. Uzuki Ujeo and Sarutobi Tsukika had already gone out tactfully, leaving the space for the couple. It wasn't really against the rules for Mikato to stay in this office for a long time. After all, she was a legitimate Uchiha and could be said to have come to this office to pay a visit. This was a tip Kushina gave Mikato some time ago. Otherwise, with Mikato's well-behaved personality, she would never have thought of taking advantage of the loopholes in the Hokage building system. Of course, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Kimura could just go to the Uchiha clan to visit Mikato's house under the pretext of work. As for whether it was work at home, no one would know. However, changing the environment is refreshing. Although there are many inconveniences in the office, getting along in that ambiguous atmosphere is a kind of hazy beauty. When there was a knock on the office door, Kimura was resting her head on Mikato's long legs, and her hair rubbed against her stockings, making a slight rustling sound. Hearing the knock on the door, Kimura sat up immediately. Mikato gathered the hem of her robe, checked in the mirror to make sure she was dignified and decent, and quickly went to open the door. Kushina walked in with a smile and said, "Mikato, when I mentioned this to you a few days ago, you said it was inappropriate to take advantage of this loophole. I didn't expect it to be implemented so soon." Mikato pursed her lips, her face a little thin, and lowered her head in shame. When Kimura saw this uninvited light bulb, his seal began to heat up again. This kind of heat was much higher than when I met Uzuki Ujeo, and it was very uncomfortable. In the month after agreeing to the deal with Orochimaru, Kimura had to endure the heat of the hexagram seal every day, creating black flames for Kushina to seal. After Orochimaru's customized black flame was created, he no longer needed to meet Kushina, and the hexagram seal was no longer so hot. It finally calmed down for a while, but now it's back again. A married woman, and this husband is the beloved fourth Hokage. Kimura was helpless and asked, "What are you doing here?" Kushina, Minato said that he wanted you to come with me to monitor the construction of the Hokage face rock. Kimura frowned and wondered, is it necessary for two people to go for something like this? Kushina smiled and said, I thought the same as you. I originally planned to go by myself. Unfortunately, I don't have an official position in the village. If I go alone to make decisions, it would seem like I'm relying on Minato's influence, which is not appropriate. So, Minato considered that you are relatively free recently, so he arranged for you to go with me. I see. Kimura nodded, then let's go to the back mountain together. A quarter of an hour later, Kimura, Mikoto, and Kushina arrived at the back mountain of Konoha together. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up at the towering rock walls, one can clearly feel the majestic aura of successive Hokage. As a time traveler, Kimura possessed the Bagua seal with an unknown upper limit and claimed to have unique luck. Looking at the majestic Hokage face rock, he couldn't help but think I can replace it. Of course, it was just a thought. Being a Hokage was too busy and too tiring, and all he had in his mind was government affairs. A newcomer like Minato Namikaze had not had a single day of peace since he took office. The position of Hokage was something that most people could not do. Kimura and Mikoto, accompanied Kushina, inspected the area. The Hokage face rock is well chiseled and the construction is progressing steadily. According to the current trend, in 2 months, we will be able to see the complete 4th generation Hokage face rock. By then, there will be 4 huge human faces on the rock wall of the back mountain of Konoha, overlooking the entire village. Afterwards, adhering to the principle of since we are here, the 3 of them went to the shelter in the cave in the back mountain to take a look. There was a large space inside, with a small memorial hall showing the history of the founding of Konoha village, and statues of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. There was also a statue of Uchiha Madara, which was demolished after his defection. Kushina was a very lively and talkative woman, and she had been talking almost non-stop all the way, making Mikoto, who was gentle and calm, seem a little introverted. With her fiery red hair, Kushina was as bright and blazing as the sun, emitting an uplifting warmth that made people feel the beauty of a thriving life. Kimura couldn't help but think of the dean. As an ace spy in the ninja world, Yakushi Nono is always scheming and his true character is very deep and introverted. But in daily life, he still shows a cheerful and positive attitude, like a moon, without light, but still spreading light, illuminating the orphanage. After visiting the memorial hall, the 3 of them went down the mountain together. Kushina asked, Ano, you haven't made any progress in practicing Flying Thunder God. How are your other ninjutsu going? Kimura coughed lightly and corrected himself seriously, to be precise, I have made some progress. Compared to others, my mastery of Flying Thunder God is better than others. As for the snake ninjutsu given by Senior Orochimaru, I have already mastered it. Then let me test your level, how about it? Kushina suggested excitedly. Kimura shook his head and refused decisively, you are too strong. I can't be your opponent. It's okay, you're a newcomer, I'll give you some leeway. I won't bully you too much. Kushina said with a smile. Volume 018 I want to improve so much. Kushina is pregnant. Since becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina's identity has become much more sensitive and she has been subject to many restrictions. Even when the Ninja World War was a bloody war a few years ago, she had no choice but to stay in the village. Therefore, fighting became something very far away from Kushina. This is why she became interested in fighting with Kimura. Kimura finally agreed to Kushina's request. What a ninja needs most is combat experience. After training till now, he has never really fought with anyone. Now he has a jonin like Kushina as a sparring partner, which will definitely help him improve his strength. The 3 of them came to the training ground in the back mountain together. Mikoto held up a parasol and sat on a bench beside the field, while Kimura and Kushina stood in the middle of the field, ready to go. In order to avoid triggering the healing process, Kimura declared in advance, let's stop here. In other words, you have to defeat me without getting hurt. This should be more interesting. Okay. No problem. Kushina agreed without hesitation, her interest growing. If you're all ready, let's get started. Mikoto announced from a distance, sitting on a bench. As the words fell, the training ground fell into silence for a moment, and the sunlight was a little dazzling. The next moment, Kimura's figure flashed, and he waved his sleeves and raised his hand. Latent shadow snake hands. Dozens of pythons jumped out from Kimura's sleeves, forming a black mass and quickly attacked Kushina with a terrifying momentum. Kushina snorted, without dodging or avoiding, her hands flashed with kunao and spun them at high speed, quickly cutting off each snake head. Her technique was steady, accurate, and ruthless. The dripping snake blood stained a large area of the field red. At the same time, Kimura took advantage of the cover of the snakes, rushed to Kushina's side, and kicked her in the waist. Kushina was not in a hurry. She dodged and raised her leg to block, then threw away the kunao and punched Kimura in the face. Just as her fist was about to hit Kimura's nose, Kushina's eyes narrowed, noticed the puffy cheeks, and she withdrew her fist like lightning and quickly stepped back. Fire style, Amaterasu of the wild. The blazing black flames gushed out like a fire dragon. You told me to stop, but you attacked me with such a powerful ninjutsu. Kushina smiled with excitement flashing in her eyes, and 6 golden chakra chains suddenly shot out from her back, entwining with each other and forming a wall to block the oncoming black flames. Under the burning flames, the chakra that is enough to restrain the tailed beasts continues to melt and flow like magma. King Kong blockade. Seeing this, Kimura immediately released the control over the black flames form and stopped the rapid consumption of chakra. Then, Kimura explained with a smile, I actually held back. I can control the shape and trajectory of the black flame. Even if you don't react, it won't really hit you. How could I not be able to defend against it? Kushina grinned, and took the initiative to break the part of the chakra chain that was stained by the black flames, and once again gushed out thick chakra, recondensing and extending the chakra chain. The sealing technique won't hurt you, will it? I won't hold back. As she spoke, Kushina concentrated and controlled 6 chakra chains as thick as her wrists, rapidly attacking Kimura. This is a ninjutsu for dealing with tailed beasts, but you're using it against me. While complaining loudly, Kimura raised his hand and shot a python far away, then used reverse spiritualism to barely avoid the first wave of attacks from the King Kong blockade. Kushina responded with a smile, Anno, you underestimate yourself. Your black flame is enough to deal with the tailed beasts. I use the diamond seal, so it doesn't count as bullying you. Come to think of it, you have really learned some skills from Orochimaru-senpai. You are more proficient in using these snake-related ninjutsu than Anko. Kushina stood where she was, controlling the direction and speed of the chakra chain, and chased Kimura in a measured way, always trying to catch up with him. Kimura was being chased around the training ground, dodging several times, when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he kept dodging and consciously approached Kushina. Kushina saw all this and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. When Kimura was only a few body lengths away from her, she increased the speed of the chakra chain and tightly wrapped around Kimura. Kimura immediately opened his mouth wide. His jaw split at an alarming angle, and his outer body was discarded as a substitute as if he was shedding skin, and a new body jumped out of his body. Orokai-style substitution technique. Kimura consumed a large amount of chakra to escape the restraint of the diamond ceiling, and then took advantage of the height difference from jumping out of the mouth to pounce on Kushina from top to bottom, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Kushina, who had been smiling confidently, suddenly looked gloomy, frowned, and stood there in a daze, as if her whole body was frozen. Kimura noticed something was wrong, but he was in the air and couldn't stop his attack, so he could only knock Kushina to the ground. Then he quickly helped her up and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Page 23. Even if the way I escaped was beyond your expectations, I shouldn't just take the beating without any reaction, right? Mikoto noticed the abnormal situation and rushed over immediately. Kushina took a while to calm down, her complexion finally improved, and she shook her head. I anticipated that you would use the Great Snake-style substitution technique, and I let you use it on purpose. Otherwise, with your level, once you are blocked by the diamond, you will not be able to control your own chakra at all. I was originally planning to let you go and fight with you for a while. But, the seal on my body suddenly loosened. I feel a little nauseous and want to vomit. The seal of the 9 tails has loosened. Mikoto's face changed drastically. This is no small matter, go find the Hokage. Feeling nauseous and want to vomit? Kimura narrowed his eyes, thinking, and then said, I have learned some medical ninjutsu from the dean, let me check it out. Yeah. Kushina nodded in agreement. Kimura released a ball of crystal clear chakra, which stuck to Kushina's lower abdomen, and she immediately felt a wave. You are pregnant, so nausea and vomiting are normal reactions, said Kimura. Pregnant? Mikoto was slightly stunned, then she smiled and patted the back of Kushina's hand. Congratulations, Kushina. You're going to have a baby. Pregnant? Kushina didn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, she reached out and touched her lower abdomen. Her expression gradually became serious, and she had completely lost her previous liveliness. According to the experience of the previous Jinchuriki, Mrs. Mito, during the 10 months from pregnancy to childbirth, the energy used in the seal of a female Jinchuriki will gradually transfer to the baby in her belly. Therefore, the strength of the tailed beast seal will inevitably decrease. No wonder I always feel like... Kushina muttered to herself, then stood up and looked at Kimura and Mikoto, instructing them, don't tell anyone what just happened. Volume 019, I want to improve so much. Naruto's birth crisis. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki's pregnancy is a serious and confidential matter. When Minato Namikaze learned that Kushina was pregnant, he was only briefly happy and then quickly contacted the 3rd Hokage to hold a secret meeting. The only attendees were the 3rd Hokage's wife, Biwako, Kushina herself, and the people who first discovered her pregnancy, Kimura and Mikoto. There were 5 people in total, and they held a small meeting at Minato's house. After Biwako checked Kushina's body and confirmed that there was no problem, she breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately frowned. This is ridiculous. As a Jinchuriki, you're just fighting so casually while you're pregnant. If something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. Hey. Kushina laughed awkwardly and scratched her head, knowing that she was in the wrong and feeling a little ashamed. Kimura thought for a moment and said, I also have a share of responsibility. I should have decisively rejected Kushina's proposal to fight. Namikaze Minato waved his hand and said, it has nothing to do with you. Normally, nothing would happen to Kushina after such a restrained fight like you. Pregnancy is something that most people would never think of. The 3rd Hokage said, early detection is also a good thing. Now that we are only 3 months pregnant, we can make preparations early. Biwako, when Lady Mito gave birth, the seal was almost broken. We must be careful. Namikaze Minato nodded, I will accompany Kushina at that time and maintain the seal of the 9 tails at all times. The 3rd Hokage thought for a moment and said, just to be on the safe side, Kushina should give birth inside the barrier outside the village. Biwako will be in charge of the delivery. Minato's ANBU and I will be in charge of the protection. Then, the 3rd Hokage emphasized seriously, this matter is a secret among secrets. Do not disclose it to anyone. Even the ANBU responsible for protection must wait until before the birth before notifying. Kushina, your belly is getting bigger. Try not to go out to avoid being noticed. Minato nodded in agreement, looked at Kimura, and pleaded, Kushina will probably be bored staying at home alone. You and Mikoto, if it is convenient, please come visit Kushina often to keep her company. Yes, we will. Kimura nodded in agreement. After finishing the business, the third Hokage and his wife Biwako left hand in hand. After asking Kushina about her well-being, Minato Namikaze hurried back to the Hokage building to handle government affairs. Kushina let out a long breath, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed, "I'm going to jail from now on. This is a serious matter and cannot be neglected. I will come to accompany you often." Mikoto smiled and comforted. Kushina raised an eyebrow, looked at Kimurano, and smiled, "You are lucky, you won the previous contest." Kimura smiled and shook his head, "Don't mention it. I'm still a little scared when I think about it now. Fortunately, I was unarmed when I pounced on you, otherwise a kunao might have killed you." Kushina raised her chin and said proudly, "You underestimate me. I am from the Uzumaki clan, even if there are a few holes poked in my body by kunao, it's no big deal." Kimura smiled helplessly and admitted defeat. Kushina rolled her eyes, her gaze moving back and forth between Kimura and Mikoto, and said, "I have a suggestion." Mikoto gave him a questioning look. Kushina giggled and said, "You and Ano move to my house and stay with me for a few months." Mikoto didn't dare to agree to such a big thing as moving casually. She turned to look at Kimura and asked him to make the decision. "This is inappropriate." Kimura declined politely. "Isn't it pure torture to have hot flushes from morning till night every day?" Kushina chose to take a step back, "Then Mikoto will move in alone." Kimura shook his head and laughed, "My woman, living alone in the Hokage's house, what's going on? It's easy for rumors and gossip to spread." Mikoto nodded in agreement, "Yes, people's words are scary." Senior White Fang was hurt by rumors, which led to the tragedy. Kushina reacted, patted her forehead, and said apologetically, "I didn't think it through." Then, she refused to give up and continued to beg, "Then you two should move in together. Otherwise, I will be so bored at home alone. I am such a lively and active person, trapped in this disguised prison, and you two can't visit me every day. What if one day I can't stand the loneliness and am devoured by the hatred of the nine-tailed fox?" Mikoto was a little hesitant when it came to matters concerning the tailed beasts, and couldn't help but look at Kimura again, asking him to make the decision. Kimura frowned, suspecting that Kushina was exaggerating, but he had no evidence. After all, it was difficult to judge things in the personal spiritual realm. Kimura thought for a while, sighed, and said, "For the sake of the Jinchuriki's mental health, Mikoto and I are willing to move in. But, will the Hokage agree?" Kushina's wish came true. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Minato is very busy. Sometimes he even stays overnight in the office. He is eager for you two to accompany him. Didn't he ask you to do it before he left just now?" Having said that, Kushina was afraid that Kimura would go back on her word, so she quickly dragged Mikoto out of the living room, saying as she walked, "Come, I'll show you around our new home." The residence of Minato Namikaze and Kushina covers a large area. In a spacious courtyard, there are 2 three-story buildings, connected by a glass corridor on the second floor. The building on the left is where Minato and Kushina live, the building on the right is prepared for future children to live in, and at the moment, it has temporarily become the residence of Kimura and Mikoto. This arrangement not only ensures the convenience of visiting each other, but also takes into account the privacy of the two families. Kimura was very satisfied. In this way, Mikoto could just deal with Kushina on a daily basis, and he could try to avoid the hexagram seal from getting hot. However, such a spacious home is obviously not Naruto's home in the original novel. Perhaps, on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Minato and Kushina, along with this current home, were destroyed forever. Now, Kushina is 3 months pregnant, which means that the countdown to the Nine Tails Rebellion has begun in 7 months. Obito accepted the inheritance of Uchiha Madara and knew very well the weakest time of the Nine Tails seal. He was also a student of Minato and had long known about Kushina and Minato's marriage. Now he must come to Konoha often to observe secretly, and sooner or later he will find out that Kushina is pregnant. Obito will never miss this best time of childbirth. Konoha is not like Kumagakure, and there is no mobile base on the sea far away from the land like Kame Island. The place where Kushina gave birth could not avoid the top perception of the Earth. Obito also possesses the top space-time eye technique in the ninja world, which can ignore barriers. It's hard to guard against. Is the tragedy of delivery night really unavoidable? Kimura leaned on the sofa with a frown on his face, listening to Mikoto and Kushina's laughter in the kitchen, trying hard to think of a way to break the deadlock. Volume 020. I want to improve so much. Kimura's strategy. Ding ding ding, dinner is ready. Kushina and Mikoto brought plates of sumptuous dinner delicacies to the dining table. Someone seems very unhappy. Did I disturb your world of two? Kushina took off her apron and glanced at Kimura, who was in deep thought on the sofa. Mikoto glanced at Kimura and smiled at Kushina. Ano is just thinking about something, don't get me wrong. Well, I'm thinking about life. Kimura came back to his senses, smiled, stood up, sat at the dining table and picked up the chopsticks. Thank you both for your hard work. I'm getting started. Well, let's get started. Mikoto and Kushina looked at each other and each picked up their chopsticks. The three of them began to enjoy their dinner happily. As for Minato, he was still working overtime in the Hokage building. After a while, Kushina wiped her mouth with a napkin, pointed at the table full of sumptuous dinner, and said, Ano, are you interested in guessing which ones were made by Mikoto and which ones were made by me? Mikoto did all of this, Kimura answered without even thinking. Ah! Kushina was slightly surprised. Why do you say that? I stayed in the kitchen for a long time, how could I not cook a single dish? Kimura raised an eyebrow and said, based on what I know about Mikoto, she would never let a pregnant woman cook. Kushina drank up the juice in the cup in one gulp and said with emotion, I didn't expect you to get all of these right. Mikoto has always only allowed me to watch from the side and not to interfere. Mikoto ate in silence, chewing in small bites, listening to the two people's conversation, a faint smile on the corner of her lips. Kimura looked at Kushina for a moment and couldn't help asking, I see you seem to be in a very relaxed state of mind. Aren't you worried about any accidents during childbirth? There's nothing we can do if something unexpected happens. Kushina shrugged. We'll just solve the problem when it arises. We've already made all the necessary preparations. There's no point worrying about it now. Solve problems when they arise. Kimura's eyes narrowed, and after savoring it several times, he suddenly shuddered. Yes. Why are you so obsessed with preventing Obito from invading? Wouldn't it be better to just assume that he will invade and then find a way to defeat him? Kimura's thoughts suddenly opened up, and he was extremely happy. He hugged Mikoto and kissed her cheek hard. You guys eat first, I'll go back and think about something. After saying this, Kimura hurried to the study in the next building. Kushina blinked, looked at Mikoto, and asked, is he always this weird? Mikoto smiled faintly, that's about right. Ano often thinks about something, and when he figures it out, he celebrates with me. Kushina couldn't help but wonder, the Uchiha's affairs are basically settled. What other problems have been solved that would make him so happy? Mikoto shook her head. I don't know either, but I always asks me directly when she needs my advice. She didn't say anything this time, so it's probably not something we can get involved in. Eat quickly, you're pregnant, so you need to eat regularly. Yet. Kushina nodded. In the study in the next building. Kimura stared at the white paper on the table, holding a pen, thinking silently. The key to the Nine Tails rebellion was that the fourth Hokage was alone and unable to protect both the infant Naruto and Kushina, who was exhausted after giving birth. In other words, as long as someone shared the pressure with the fourth Hokage and protected one of them, the Nine Tails rebellion could have been avoided. But he must be an extremely strong ninja, otherwise he will not be able to resist Uchiha Obito. Obito's paper strength, wood style, fire style, pupil techniques, illusion, single kamui, izanagi. Page 24. Each one is of the top standard in the ninja world today. In front of Obito, the human wave tactic is meaningless. Most ninjas may be killed before they can even see Obito's mask clearly. Looking at the ninja world, only the fourth Hokage, a genius, could calmly analyze the weakness of Kamui in an extremely urgent situation and severely injure Obito. No one else could do this. Of course, Kimura could take appropriate measures to inform the guards on the day of delivery of Obito's information in advance. However, most ninjas, even if they knew the information in advance, would not be able to resist Obito's invasion. At present, the top ninjas of Konoha are only the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage, the Sunin, the Inoshikajo combination, Danzo Shimura, Uchiha Shisui, and Mito Kato-en. Among them, the third Hokage and Mitoman-en are over 50 years old. Danzo has evil intentions, Tsunade suffers from hemophobia and is traveling, Shisui has not yet opened his Manjiki and his pupil power is weak. These people can only stay in the village just in case. As for the younger generation, Akai, whose father died not long ago, kicked down the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist in the Third Ninja World War. Akai is currently working hard to master the 8 gates of ninja, and he still needs time to grow. Kakashi has not yet mastered the Kamui Manjiki Eye technique, and he also needs time to grow. All in all, Konoha only has the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Inoshikajo who may be able to resist Obito. However, the battle between the border and Kumagakure is still going on, and someone must stand at the front line and take the lead. It is impossible for Orochimaru and Inoshikajo to retreat from the front line. In other words, only the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya, the master and apprentice, were qualified to serve as bodyguards. Of course, Kimura himself is a hidden top ninja. As long as he is willing to use the wedge seal unlimitedly, it will not be a problem for him to defeat anyone in the current ninja world. However, the price is very high. Kimura had carefully calculated that the healing technique he used to escape death in his childhood increased his devouring progress by about 3%. Kimura had not used other wedge seal abilities, so he did not know much about them, but he estimated that the side effects would not be less than those of the healing technique. If he really opens the wedge seal and fights with Obito, then it is very likely that by the end of the battle, he will be possessed by Kaguya. Kimura does not have the spirit of selfless dedication. Although he is willing to sacrifice himself for others, his objects are limited to the orphanage, Yakushi Nono, and Mikato. His relationship with the 4th Hokage and his wife is not deep enough yet. Using the known future intelligence, formulate an emergency plan for the day of delivery to avoid the tragedy of Konoha. This is the greatest contribution Kimura is willing to make. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on luck. Now, the countermeasures have been decided. What remains is how to tell Minato and Kushina all this in an appropriate way without arousing suspicion. After all, who can predict the future so accurately and in detail? Even the prophetic dream of the Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain was relatively vague and not precise in detail. How could a ninja from an orphanage who had joined Konoha for only a little over a year know so much? What to say? Kimura frowned, drawing aimlessly on the paper while thinking about the art of language. Volume 021 I want to improve so much. Predicting the future? At night, a crescent moon hangs in the sky, shining brightly. In the bedroom, the long-lasting noise gradually returned to silence. Mikato tucked her messy hair behind her ears, pressed her cheek against Kimura Noboru's chest, and murmured, "Ano, should we have a baby too? I have been taking contraceptive measures all along." He suddenly brought this up today, apparently because of Kushina's pregnancy. Kimura stroked Mikato's back, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's wait a few more years. The ninja world is not completely stable yet, and the environment is not suitable. It's too cruel for Itaki, who is so young and should be enjoying a carefree life in the ninja school, to go to the battlefield so early. Ah! Mikoto nodded softly in agreement and stopped thinking about it. After she mentioned this, Kimura suddenly had an idea and thought of something interesting. According to the current trajectory, Uchiha Sasuke will never appear in this world. So, what will happen to the Indra Chakra that was originally going to possess him? I don't know who will be the second choice for Indra's Chakra. Who will be Naruto's destined opponent? Kimura was not clear about the underlying logic of Indra's reincarnation. However, if we extrapolate from their similar ages, Kimura guessed that Itaki was most likely possessed by Indra's Chakra. As for whether the guess is correct, it depends on whether Itaki and Naruto will become enemies in the future. Kimura smiled, put all this behind him, and pinched Mikoto's fair and smooth earlobe. It's still early, let's continue. During the day, Kimura went to work as usual. In the evening, he returned to the home of the fourth Hokage. Occasionally, when colleagues in the office curiously asked him the reason, Kimura would just evade the question with a few simple words. The fact that the Jinchuriki was pregnant could not be leaked. Fortunately, both families had good reputations, so no strange public opinion arose in the village. The days passed peacefully one by one. Soon, Yakushi Nono, who was on a spy mission in Kirigakure, returned to the village. Since he had to go back to Minato's house at night, Kimura could only cherish the daytime time with the dean, so he skipped work without hesitation. Newlyweds reunited after a long separation. Kimura Nono and Yakushi Nono are inseparable. I don't know how long it took, but I finally managed to express my passionate emotions. Wedge seal devouring progress, 41.28%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 13.000%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 28.280%. Pharmacist Nono took a light breath, regained his composure, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said seriously, "Nono, I feel that the atmosphere in the village is a little heavy, as if something big is brewing." Kimura was slightly surprised. "Really? Why do you say that?" "Yakushi Nono, the village's defense has been increased. The security guards are very strict in their review, claiming that they are preventing spies from other villages. Today, I am a ninja from the root who came forward to testify, and after the approval of the Hokage, I was able to enter the village smoothly. Not only that, after entering the village, I found that the patrol frequency of the Anbu directly under the Hokage is obviously higher than before. However, the police force is behaving as usual. There is no need to say much about the rest. It is obvious that something big has happened, and the confidentiality level is very high. Only people related to the Hokage are qualified to participate." Kimura nodded and praised sincerely, "Dean is amazing, she is worthy of being a walking shrine maiden, her observation is so sharp." Then, he smiled and said, "Since we are talking about this matter, I will say by the way, I have an important matter and would like to ask you for help, Dean." Pharmacist Nono smiled and said, "I remember that the last time you asked me for help, it was about the hexagram seal. Could it be that this time it is related to the diamond-shaped mark on your hand?" Kimura shook his head. "Dean, I remember you said at the time that when you first discovered that I could heal with the seal, you thought I had a connection with the first Hokage. After knowing the miraculous effect of the hexagram seal, you realized that my origins were much deeper than you thought." "Yes, not bad." Pharmacist Nanoyu nodded. The 8 trigrams mark on the abdomen corresponds to 8 changes in chakra properties. Each trigram mark can enhance Kimura's talent for the corresponding escape technique to the extreme, and also increase the power of the escape technique amazingly. This kind of hexagram seal is unique in the ninja world. Regardless of whether this Bagua seal is related to bloodline or is set up by someone later in life, it means that Kimura's origins are extraordinary. Yakushi Nono was very curious about Kimura's background, but he never asked. After years of living together, Going through hardships and difficulties, they have developed a deep trust and tacit understanding, and have become the most important people to each other. Some secrets will be revealed naturally when the time comes, and there is no need to deliberately pry into them. Kimura held the hand of the pharmacist Nono and said seriously, Dean, I am indeed not an ordinary person. The 8-diagram seal is only part of my ability. In addition, I have other special abilities. For example, I can predict the future. Predict future. Yakushi Nono's eyes condensed, but he was not too shocked. With the special ability of the 8-diagram seal as evidence, no matter how outrageous other abilities were, they were very reasonable when they existed in Kimura. Is it like the giant toad sage in Maiboku Mountain? It can see the distant future in its dreams. Yeah, almost. Kimura nodded, and then, according to the draft he had prepared a few days ago, he began to explain the future Nine-Tails Rebellion. Dean, the Kyuubi seal is at its weakest when a female Jinchuriki gives birth. You should know this, right? Well, that's what Mrs. Mito is like. As pharmacist Nono said this, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he instantly thought of the abnormal situation in the village. Obviously, the current Jinchuriki should be pregnant. Kimura continued, in the future I foresee, a masked Uchiha descendant will seize this opportunity to attack Konoha, control the Jinchuriki, and release the Nine Tails. An Uchiha descendant wearing a mask. Yakushi Nono frowned and quickly checked in his mind which Uchiha had such ability. Shunshin Shisui. No. Kimura shook his head, the attacker is from another village and is related to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Nono raised his eyebrows slightly and speculated, it is possible that this is the bloodline left behind by Uchiha Madara after he betrayed the village. This child inherited his will and tried to destroy Konoha. This Uchiha descendant is very powerful, possessing wood release, fire release, and the Mangeki Sharingan. His pupil technique is related to time and space, and he can switch between virtuality and reality at will. Kimura briefly explained Uchiha Obito's various abilities and Black Zetsu's perception abilities. His wood release level is so high. Yakushi Nono was so shocked that he didn't even have time to marvel at the Mangekyosai technique. Volume 022, I want to improve so much. The proper way to share information. No matter how powerful Kamui is, it is still the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, and belongs to the category of Uchiha. Wood release, isn't it the first Hokage's skill? Even Lady Tsunade didn't inherit this technique. How can the Uchiha have it? Pharmacist Nono frowned, and countless pieces of information flashed through his mind. The next moment, she suddenly thought of the human experiment that Orochimaru had done before, Hashirama cell transplantation. However, the only successful case of that experiment only mastered a defective wood release technique, which was far from the level of the first Hokage. Could it be that the Uchiha bloodline is more suitable for wood release? Yakushi Nono frowned, waved away the scattered thoughts in his mind, and said, if my guess is correct, Uchiha Madara probably stole body tissue during the battle with the first Hokage, cultivated Hashirama cells, and left them to the younger generation. I'm not sure about that. The future I saw didn't include this part, but I think the facts should be similar to what you speculated, Dean. Kimura pretended to be ignorant, maintaining the setting that predicting the future is random and fragmentary. Otherwise, if the Dean suddenly asked about other things in the future and he couldn't answer, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Pharmacist Nono silently digested it for a while, and said, Xiao Yat, you suddenly told me this, do you want me to tell the village? Okay. Kimura smiled and hugged Yashi Nono, kissed her cheek, and said, Dean, you understand me so well. Using the harvest of the spy mission as a cover can effectively prevent the village from suspecting the source of the intelligence. This is the appropriate method that Kimura thought of a few days ago. Pharmacist Nono pondered for a moment and said, Nono, have you ever thought that if you predict the future and change the present, it may further affect the future, and then everything may not happen as you expected. Kimura shrugged. That's not something I consider. I just know that if we don't make changes, many people in the village will die and everyone's good life will be destroyed. Ah! Yakushi Nono nodded in agreement. This Uchiha descendant is already at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If he suddenly attacks the village, the harm he will cause will be unimaginable. We must take precautions in advance. The matter was of great importance, so Yakushi Nono did not delay and rushed to the Hokage building to meet the fourth Hokage alone. The descendants of Uchiha Madara intend to attack Konoha on the day of the Jinchuriki's birth. With the reputation of an ace spy as a guarantee, it is impossible not to believe such shocking intelligence. Namikaze Minato was extremely shocked and immediately rushed back home and called a small meeting with the third Hokage, Kimura no, Biwako, Kushina, Nono, and Mikoto. Descendants of Uchiha Madara. The third Hokage looked solemn. Is this true? Yakushi Nono nodded. The information is very reliable. The current Mizukage Yagura is implementing a policy that is completely pushing Kirigakure into a fire pit. His behavior is very abnormal and it is very likely that he is being controlled by the Sharingan illusion. Page 25. The third Hokage made a tisk sound, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. He wanted to smoke, but he held back because he was concerned that Kushina was pregnant. Biwako said, even if he knew that childbirth is when the seal is at its weakest, he wouldn't be able to determine the day Kushina would give birth, right? Minato shook his head. We can't have any luck. The other party has mastered the time-space pupil technique and ignores the barrier. As long as he often comes to the village to investigate, he will find out sooner or later that Kushina has not shown up for a long time. Moreover, he has an assistant who is good at perception. There is no point for Kushina to hide outside the village. That's right. That's it. Kimura secretly praised and thought that it was fortunate that the senior leaders of Danzo were excluded from the confidential information, otherwise they would definitely change the topic to the fact that there was an Uchiha inside the village. The third Hokage pondered for a while and said, since the opponent is so strong, then it is meaningless to have ordinary elite Jonin as guards. We must have the strongest of the strong. Namikaze Minato, this could also be false information deliberately leaked by Kirigakure in order to distract our attention. The defenses at the border cannot be weakened. We must be careful of Kirigakure's sneak attacks. Okay. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Kirigakure always likes to come up with some bizarre plots. For example, during the Third Ninja World War which had just ended not long ago, they sealed the Three Tails into Nohara Rin's body and tried to sneak into Konoha and cause a rampage. Namikaze Minato suggested, let's call the master back to the village. The third Hokage nodded and suggested, well, Jiraiya is traveling outside and has nothing to do. Also, call Tsunade back as well. Tsunade? Kimura was slightly surprised. Doesn't she suffer from hemophobia? Biwako explained, Tsunade's symptoms are relatively mild. Apart from being unable to face a battlefield with large-scale bloodshed, there are no other problems. As she spoke, a smile appeared on Biwako's face. Otherwise, with her bad luck of losing every time she gambled, she would have lost all the property left by the first Hokage long ago. She has been entangled in gambling debts for years. If she doesn't do missions to earn rewards, how can she pay it off? Kimura twitched the corner of his mouth, speechless. He never expected that Tsunade would be free from her hemophobia ahead of time. Sure enough, reality is the best medicine, forcing people to adapt as quickly as possible. In this case, with 2-3 ninjas assisting the fourth Hokage, the young Uchiha Obito should not be able to cause any trouble. Kimura felt relieved and relaxed. After finishing the business, the third Hokage and his wife Biwako left hand in hand. After asking Kushina about her well-being, Minato hurried back to the Hokage building to rearrange the village's defenses. In the living room, only 4 people were left, Kimura, Kushina, Mikoto, and Yakushi Nono. The legal wife and the third party happened to get together today. Kimura and the dean looked at each other and at Mikoto, who was kept in the dark. The atmosphere became a little subtle. Mikoto didn't know any of this. She only knew that pharmacist Nono was Kimura's beloved dean, so out of respect, she was the first to greet him, Senior Nono. Yakushi Nono immediately responded politely, and at the same time secretly looked at Mikoto. Her face, figure, age, temperament, everything was identical. After reading it all, Yakushi Nono felt very satisfied. It was great that Kimura had such a caring woman to accompany him in the village. Afterwards, she used her superb conversation skills to start a friendly exchange with Mikoto, and before she knew it, they had dispelled the unfamiliarity between them, while at the same time not revealing her deep relationship with Kimura. Kimura sat aside, secretly admiring that the dean was indeed an ace spy and had no flaws at all. Volume 023, I want to improve so much. Time management. Due to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's pregnancy, Konoha's security has been greatly increased. No one is allowed to leave or enter the village without a valid reason. For example, Yakushi Nono applied to leave the village to go to the orphanage, but unfortunately, she was rejected. Unless she went out to perform an important spy mission, she was not allowed to leave the village. Given the situation, Yakushi Nono had no choice but to stay in the village, and his only serious task every day was to accompany Kimura. Of course, they still get along as the dean and vice-dean to the outside world. After all, Kimura's only woman in public is Mikoto. Monogamy and multiple concubines were very common in the Warring States period of the ninja world. In the ninja group, polygamy is more common. There is no difference in status. It is just a first-come first-served order. The children of wives receive the same education. Whether they can become successful depends on their personal talent, whether they can survive in the war depends on their luck. After the establishment of the ninja village, the living environment became relatively stable, and polygamy gradually ceased to exist among the ninja community. Simply put, in today's ninja village, if Kimura announced that he had more than 2 women, it would instantly attract everyone's attention and become the hottest gossip. Moreover, once Mikoto knew the truth and found out that she was betrayed by the man she loved most, it was hard to imagine how she would react. It was only because Yakushi Nono had always acted cautiously that Kimura dared to cheat on her. Besides, with the pride of the Uchiha clan, they would definitely not accept that the wife of the former clan leader would fall into such a state. This is a great insult. Therefore, before Kimura has done enough deeds to gain the Uchiha's submission, even if Mikoto agrees to his cheating, the Uchiha clan will not agree. If Kimura rashly exposes his harem now, it will only arouse the anger of the Uchiha people, and it is very likely that all previous efforts in Uchiha affairs will come to naught. Taking this into consideration, Kimura was very careful. He occasionally skipped work during the day to visit the dean's residence, and returned to Minato's house at night to accompany Mikoto. Time management is very good. Although Kimura is a ninja with a very small initial chakra amount and very poor talent in escaping techniques, he also has his own unique advantages, excellent physical strength and abundant energy. Therefore, daily life with the 2 girls is easy. The reason why he didn't practice physical skills despite his excellent physical fitness was because the risk was too great. Physical training, punching and kicking, daily training will inevitably lead to injuries. The healing of the seal is triggered passively, so wouldn't the progress of the wedge seal be increased rapidly? The gain is not worth the loss. Cherish life and stay away from physical exercises. With the company of the dean and Mikoto, Kimura spent his days happily. After more than a month, through unremitting efforts, Qiangua continued to turn black, and Kimura's chakra volume gradually increased, finally exceeding Liang Ka. Wedge seal devouring progress. 41.68%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 18.000%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 23.680%. At the same time, Kushina's pregnancy gradually became apparent, and her belly grew visibly larger. The one-year anniversary of Kimura and Mikato's relationship finally arrived. Mikato is a woman who knows how to manage her life, and she always attaches great importance to the sense of ceremony on memorable days. Mikato discussed with Yakushi Nono, and then Yakushi Nono went to Minato's house to temporarily accompany pregnant woman Kushina for a day. Mikato went out on a date with Kimura, and went to Yakushi's residence at night. This was the place where the two officially held hands and confirmed their relationship. The night was long and the light was always on in the bedroom. Mikato changed into a new outfit tonight, with heavy makeup, fiery red lips, and a short dress with a deep V-neck and hip-hugging waist. Against the backdrop of pure black fabric, the skin on her shoulders and neck was as white as snow, and her collarbone was crystal clear, with a pure white glow. The long and straight legs are put together, fitting perfectly with beautiful lines. The hem of the skirt just covered 1/3 of the thighs, and the ultra-thin black stockings concealed the delicate skin, which was faintly glowing under the soft light. Paired with 10 cm black diamond-studded high heels, her figure looks even more impressive. This outfit can be said to be very bold. When worn by a noble lady like Mikato, it is incompatible with her elegant temperament, and the contrast is huge. No matter how she poses, she does not look frivolous and wanton, but rather funny and cute. Kimura couldn't help but put his arm around Mikato's waist and said with a smile, "It's hard to believe you put so much thought into this." Mikato's eyes were like water, and she smiled softly, "I'm glad you don't feel bored, Kimura was slightly stunned and felt a little ashamed. His wife loved him so much, but he was secretly cheating on her. Although I had to do this to fight back against the devouring, I still failed him in the end." Kimura sighed softly, "Mikato, I'm really ashamed. I've always been the same and never brought you any freshness." Mikato shook her head, "How could that be? I am happy every day when I am with I." In the eyes of the beholder, all looks are good. No matter what Kimura looks like, in Mikato's eyes, she is worthy of joy. Anniversary time is extremely precious and should not be wasted at all. Time passes happily. The diamond-studded high heels fell next to the chair. The originally exquisite stockings, like withered and dying leaves, fell on the high heels in tatters, casting mottled black shadows under the light of the ceiling chandelier. Mikato tucked her messy hair behind her ears, pursed her lips, and gently stroked the emerging bagua seal with her fingertips. Your Qiangua has turned a lot darker. Well, if we both keep working hard, this divination will soon turn black again," Kimura said with a smile. During this period of time, he has been deceiving Mikato in this way, attributing the credit of Yakushi Nono to Mikato. Mikato only had a vague understanding of these things, so after listening to Kimura's words, she believed them to be true. "Ano, will your medical skills be as powerful as Lady Tsunade's in the future?" Mikato asked curiously. Kimura smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too. Although there is no seal to heal and protect yourself, you don't need to rely on medical ninjutsu, but if you master Yang Escape, you can use it to save the lives of people around you at a critical moment. In this ninja world full of surprises, it is still very useful. Unfortunately, the Dean will be heading to Kumagakure on a spy mission next week. Qiangua, there is no chance to dye it black before Kushina gives birth." Kimura felt a little regretful. Yakushi Nono's mission this time is to spy on the subsequent military deployment of Kumagakure, so that Konoha can accurately control the border defense forces and transfer the saved troops to the other side to guard against potential attacks from Kirigakure. This task would take at least 4 months to complete. Now, there were less than 5 months left until Kushina's due date. And it would take another 2 months for the Qiangua to be completely dyed black. In other words, on the day Naruto was born, there was no way Kimura would be able to master Yang release, his strength could not be improved to the next level, and he lacked the confidence to deal with unexpected events. However, as long as Tsunade, the slug princess, returns to the village, it shouldn't make much difference whether she masters Yang release or not. Volume 024. I want to improve so much. Tsunade returns to the village. It has been more than half a year since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Konoha is still in the transition period from wartime order to post-war order. It is neither like wartime nor like post-war. There are always large numbers of ninjas rotating to the border, and the number of casualties continues to increase. After all, the Union side is still not at peace. It has been harassing the border and maintaining small-scale battles of a certain intensity. After resting in the village for a while, the ace spy Yakushi Nono received a new mission to sneak into Kumagakure and spy on their military deployment plans. In front of the main gate of Konoha, Kimura and Mikoto stood side by side, watching Yakushi Nono's back disappear at the end of the tree-lined avenue. At the same time, two figures, one big and one small, were getting closer and closer in the distance, becoming clearer and clearer. The older one looked to be only 20 years old, young and beautiful, with long light yellow hair tied into a big ponytail, a blue-purple diamond mark on her forehead, red lips, and white teeth. She was wearing a light green striped coat and black ninja high-heeled sandals. Her 10 toes were as white and smooth as bamboo shoots, and her toenails were painted with bright red nail polish, which was bright and attractive. The younger one was about 14 or 15 years old, with short black hair, a pure appearance, a slim black shirt and black pants, and holding a cute pet pig in his arms. Obviously, these two people are Tsunade and Shizuan. Kimura narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Tsunade at this stage had not yet reached the stalwart figure of old age, and her figure was still within the normal range, so she could wear a regular ninja uniform. Ano, these two are Lady Tsunade and her disciple Shizuan. Mikoto was worried that Kimura wouldn't recognize them when they first met, so she reminded him in a low voice. Ah! Kimura nodded, and the bagua mark on his abdomen began to heat up, even hotter than when he faced Kushina. As if it was on fire. As the two approached, Kimura and Mikoto greeted them respectfully. Tsunade-sama, welcome back to the village. Hello. Tsunade smiled kindly, then gently patted Mikoto on the shoulder and said, I heard about the sacrifice of Patriarch Fugaku. Please accept my condolences. Mikoto bowed slightly, thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. In fact, I already have a new family. Oh! Tsunade exclaimed softly, her dark eyebrows slightly raised, and she was secretly surprised. This remarriage was so fast. It seems that the man is very attractive. Which ninja is so outstanding? Tsunade asked curiously. Mikoto looked to her side with a smile in her eyes. Tsunade followed her gaze and looked at Kimura, smiling, so it's you, your face looks unfamiliar. Page 26. Kimura smiled politely and briefly introduced himself. Tsunade looked Kimura up and down and nodded secretly. Judging from his appearance alone, this young man is indeed very attractive to women. Even in the Uchiha clan, which is full of handsome men and beautiful women, he is top-notch. No wonder Mikoto remarried so quickly. Kimura's first impression is indeed very good and can easily open people's hearts. However, he had only been a ninja for less than a year, which was too late to start with. He was weak and very unpopular in the Uchiha clan, which admired the strong. Tsunade and Shizuan looked at each other, as if they had seen what happened to Kimura in the Uchiha clan. After all, marrying the wife of the former clan leader was not an easy thing, and they would definitely be treated with difficulty. This road to happiness was destined to be bumpy. At the same time, a patrolling team of 3 Konoha police officers passed by the gate. Good morning, Director Kimura, Mrs. Mikoto. The 3-man team stopped and greeted with a smile, then noticed Tsunade beside them, was slightly surprised, bowed and greeted, Tsunade-sama, you are back to the village. Hello. Tsunade smiled in response, narrowing her beautiful eyes, and watched the patrol team of 3 go away. The police force has changed a lot. They are now walking on the streets in an orderly and organized manner. They were not as disciplined as they are now. Shizuan exclaimed softly, and couldn't help but suspect that she was under an illusion. It was hard to imagine that this was the unruly Uchiha. Tsunade nodded, looked at Kimura, and said, as the director of the Uchiha Affairs Office, you have a lot of weight among the Uchiha people. You can actually make them stop and greet us. In Tsunade's impression, the Uchiha Affairs Office was just a nominal position. All the previous office directors had never done anything substantial, let alone gained the respect of the Uchiha. The changes in the police force are basically all due to I. Mikoto smiled as brightly as a flower and proudly recounted Kimura's political achievements. After listening to this, Tsunade couldn't help but look at Kimura no more. This young man was not only outstanding in appearance, but also very good inside. He actually handled the affairs of Uchiha properly. He was a rare talent. Tsunade was very happy and did not hide her appreciation. Afterwards, the four of them walked and talked as they headed towards the Hokage building. A few days ago, Namikaze Minato sent an urgent recall order to Tsunade, and the letter stated that there was an important mission. The mission was naturally to escort Kushina to childbirth, but in order to avoid the risk of the letter being intercepted, it was not specified in the letter. Of course, even without the emergency recall order, Tsunade would have to return to the village. After all, she had been wandering outside the village for so long, and owed tens of millions of taels of gambling debts, with the interest rising terribly. If she didn't come back to take on S-level commissions and earn the rewards, she would not be able to pay it off. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Kimura led Tsunade and Shizuan into the door. Minato Namikaze, who was working at his desk, saw Tsunade and quickly stood up to greet her. After the greetings, he briefly described the emergency situation in the village. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina was pregnant and the descendants of Uchiha Madara were very likely to launch a surprise attack. Descendants of Uchiha Madara. Tsunade couldn't help but frown, feeling very troubled. It would be fine if he was the descendant of someone else, but with the name of Uchiha Madara, people cannot ignore him. Is the information true? Tsunade asked. Namikaze Minato nodded. The information is provided by the walking Miko, so it can't be wrong. Tisk. Tsunade sighed, it's been so many years, and they're still thinking about attacking Konoha. The Uchiha Madara clan is too persistent. If Konoha is the inheritance of the will of fire, then Uchiha Madara is the inheritance of the will of water, and he is determined to put out the fire. Transferring time and space at any time and anywhere, switching between reality and illusion, this pupil technique is too powerful. Jingyan exclaimed in a low voice. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement. It is precisely because of the opponent's powerful ability that I urgently summoned Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama back to the village. Ordinary ninjas cannot deal with such a powerful Mangeki Sharingan. Well, the Mangeki Sharingan is indeed not something that ordinary people can resist. Let's discuss the specific tactical arrangements after Jiraiya comes back. Tsunade said. Volume 025 I want to improve so much. Tsunade's favor. Now, according to normal delivery calculations, there are still more than 4 months before Kushina gives birth, which is relatively ample time. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, is there a suitable S-rank mission? The higher the reward, the better. Namikaze Minato shook his head and laughed. Lady Tsunade, how much gambling debt do you owe? Tsunade waved her hand and said casually, about 30 million ryo, not a lot. Kimura was secretly shocked and silently calculated how many years of his salary this was. Namikaze Minato held his forehead with his hand, speechless, then flipped through the folder and said regretfully, Lady Tsunade, there is no reward of more than 10 million ryo among the existing S-level missions. Please wait in the village for a while. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, forget it. We don't know how long we have to wait for this. First, come and get a commission worth several million ryo. I will hurry up and complete the order, and then rush back to the village to escort Kushina to give birth. Ah! Namikaze Minato nodded, took out a letter of commission from a stack, handed it to Tsunade, and said, "The reward is 8 million ryo, which is the highest among them." Tsunade took the letter of authorization, read it carefully, frowned, and said hesitantly, "I'm afraid this is not suitable for me. I currently cannot overcome the psychological barriers of large-scale battles and bloodshed." "Do not worry." Namikaze Minato grinned and explained, "The client's enemy is the Ghost Army, so there will be no bloodshed. The client's guards were almost wiped out by the Ghost Army. There are few survivors on both sides of the war, so there is no possibility of large-scale bloodshed." "It is good." Tsunade accepted the commission, glanced at Kimura, and said to Namikaze Minato, "A team of 3 to 4 people is more suitable for carrying out the mission. Do you have any candidates to recommend to me?" Namikaze Minato noticed Tsunade's gaze and said, "With Lady Tsunade's strength, it will be no problem for her to carry out S-level missions alone. Since you are interested in training your juniors through missions, I do have a good candidate to recommend to you." "Who?" Tsunade asked with a smile. "He's right next to you." Namikaze Minato pointed at Kimura, who was standing beside him. Kimura had been listening silently, but when his name was suddenly called, he was stunned. How could an S-level mission suddenly fall on his head? Such a difficult task will inevitably cause injuries, which will trigger the healing of the seal and speed up the process of swallowing the wedge seal. This is burning life. Kimura shook his head and refused. "I have only been a ninja for about a year. My strength is too weak. If I participate in the S-level mission, I will definitely hinder Lady Tsunade." Namikaze Minato smiled and said seriously, "I know that you have just joined the team, so I arranged you to be a member of Lady Tsunade's team. Lady Tsunade's ability to heal diseases, wounds, and detoxify is at the top of the ninja world. As long as you don't die on the spot during the mission, she can save you. Moreover, from what I understand, your ninjutsu level has surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. What you lack most at the moment is actual combat. With Lady Tsunade leading you in your missions, you can gain combat experience to your heart's content and improve your strength." Kimura was somewhat helpless. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't avoid the S-level mission. Seeing that he was reluctant, Tsunade said seriously, "Kimura, the situation in the ninja world is changing rapidly, and war is difficult to eradicate. As ninjas, we must be able to manage the village well and defend it. The village is now lacking in talent, and those who can get along well with the Uchiha are even rarer. You are young and intelligent. As long as your strength improves, you will definitely be a face of the village in the future. I hope to train you." Since the third Hokage took office, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has become increasingly alienated and has gradually deteriorated. That is, the outbreak of the Ninja World War temporarily led the conflict from within the village to outside the village, but it did not resolve it. It is very rare that Kimura was able to effectively alleviate the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha after the war, and he should be a good link connecting the Uchiha in the future. Such talents are worthy of careful cultivation and training. Tsunade's heart was filled with emotions. She stared at Kimura with burning eyes, not hiding her respect and admiration for Kimura. Being placed with the hopes of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Her brother Nawase and her good friend Jiraiya both died on the road to realizing their dreams. If Naruto had not been very lucky, he would have died young. Kimura suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and his scalp felt numb. Seeing that he was still silent, Tsunade sighed secretly, thinking that after all, he was not a regular ninja who had received educated in a ninja school, and lacked the awareness to risk his life. Ninja, how can you not risk your life? Once you embark on this path, there is no choice but to fear death. Children of any age can go to the battlefield. Even the village's senior officials who are now retired, Mito Kato and Inutane Koharu, were tempered by war when they were young. As a ninja, without solid combat record, you will not be able to stand firm. The Uchiha will admire a novice ninja who can use black flames now, but what about 3 years later, or 5 years later? In order to think about the future, we must prepare early. The S-level mission is just the first step. It's settled then. You'll be my team member and go on the mission with me. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, her face serious, not allowing for any argument. Kimura looked at her, suppressed his rising and falling emotions, and nodded helplessly, "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The S-level mission that Tsunade took on was commissioned by a person from the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons is a small country located in a remote area, with almost no presence in the ninja world. Compared with the Hidden Rain village located at the junction of major countries, the Land of Demons is very lucky and has never suffered from the scourge of the Ninja World War. Of course, this does not mean that the Ghost Kingdom is always stable. More than 20 years ago, a group of people, with the help of a monster named Wang Liang, led a ghost army and tried to overthrow the rule of the witch. The rebellion quickly spread across this small area, causing great suffering and resentment among the people. The previous priestess of the Demon Kingdom, Maitreya, turned the tide, sealed the monsters and stopped the rebellion. In order to prevent the demon from causing trouble again, Maitreya separated its body and soul, sealed the body in a shrine in the mountains of the swamp country, and sealed the soul in the underground palace of the ghost country. The two seals are far away from each other and are very safe. After sealing the monsters, the kingdom of ghosts returned to peace. A few years after giving birth to his daughter, Moroku passed away. His daughter Shin took over as a Miko and ruled the kingdom of demons with the assistance of ministers. The days passed peacefully one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. When Shin reached adulthood, he took soul power, was supported by the people, and the country was stable. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. A few months ago, the remnant of the Ghost Legion, Huang Chuan, rebelled again, and led his men to secretly unlock the seal in the underground palace of the Ghost Kingdom, releasing the souls of the monsters, and then gained powerful evil power, awakening the Ghost Legion that had been silent for many years. Shin was still very young and not as strong as Moroku was back then. Facing the rebels, he felt very overwhelmed, so he decisively sent a commission to Konoha and asked for help. Volume 026 I want to improve so much. Tsunade's guidance. In the legend of the Land of Demons, monsters are extremely powerful and can absorb people's negative emotions, constantly increasing their strength with almost no end. They are terrifying monsters that can destroy the world. Of course, given that the people of the Ghost Country are weak and narrow-minded, this legend is definitely mostly exaggerated. In fact, judging from the characteristics described in the rumors, the monsters are somewhat similar to the tailed beasts. Can the tailed beasts destroy the ninja world? Except for the 10 tails, the others obviously cannot. Moreover, if the demons can really destroy the world, how can the demon country survive to this day? Could it be that the previous priestess of the demon country was as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths? This possibility is so small that even a drop of water plucked from the torrent of history is tens of millions times greater than it. However, even if Wu Yang is just an ordinary tailed beast, the reward of 8 million ryo is too little. The reward is not proportional to the difficulty. Therefore, this S-level mission has been piled up until now, and was finally taken over by Tsunade today. The mission was issued a month ago. It is hard to imagine how bad the situation in the Ghost Country will become. Tsunade did not delay at all. The next day after taking on the mission, she led Kimura and Shizuan and set off for the Land of Demons. Kimura had no experience in carrying out missions, and Mikoto helped prepare everything. Before leaving, Kushina gave him a Flying Thunder God Kunao as a gift for his first mission. Flying Thunder God Kunao is not a good sign. When Kakashi received Minato's Kunao, he lost 2 teammates in succession. How tragic! However, This also proves that the flying thunder god Kunao can save lives. Otherwise, Kakashi himself would have died at the hands of his enemy. After some consideration, Kimura accepted the flying thunder god Kunao. As Mikoto watched them from afar, he, Tsunade, and Shizune disappeared at the end of the boulevard. As a hostage designated by the third Hokage, Kimura left the village in a swagger. His achievements exceeded the third Hokage's original expectations. Initially, Kimura was assigned to be the deputy director of the office. The third Hokage only used him as a wedge to infiltrate the Uchiha camp and do some spy tasks. The succession of the fourth Hokage disrupted the plans of the third Hokage. The two Hokages have different policies. If the third Hokage was in office, Kimura's plan would never have been approved or supported. The changes of the times allowed Kimura to achieve remarkable results and gain the appreciation of the fourth Hokage. He was able to secure his position as director and get rid of his hostage status. Now, he has gained Tsunade's favor and follows her out of the village to carry out S-level missions. Page 27. Wedge Seal Devouring Progress, 41.75%. Bagua Seal Anti-Devouring Progress, 18.875%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Possession Progress, 22.875%. It can be predicted that when fighting against a monster at the level of a tailed beast, no matter how careful you are, you will definitely get hurt. The pace of devouring the wedge mark is bound to increase. Ugh! Kimura sighed secretly, staring at Tsunade's beautiful back, and silently made up his mind that this S-level mission trip must be rewarding enough and not let down the heavy price he paid. Tsunade is a very beautiful woman. In comparison, Shizune is a little ordinary, but she is also a qualified supporting role. The master and the apprentice are more beautiful together than when they are alone. Kimura was walking with the master and his disciple. The bagua mark on his abdomen was always hot, even hotter than when he was facing Kushina, as if it was on fire. Fortunately, after experiencing the training from Kushina before, Kimura has developed tolerance and his willpower has been greatly improved, so he does not show any abnormality. The training Tsunade mentioned was not just a compliment. During their daily journey, she gave Kimura just the right amount of guidance based on the actual situation, patiently and meticulously, without any airs of a big shot. One of the three ninjas, a teacher for beginners. This treatment is not too good. Kimura had never dared to dream about it before, but now he is actually enjoying it. He can only be grateful, listen carefully to the lectures and absorb knowledge. It took less than half a month for Kimura to transform into a well-trained ninja, no longer just knowing some ninjutsu. At the same time, after a long journey, he, Tsunade, and Shizune arrived at the northwest border between the Land of Fire and the Hidden Grass Village. After so many years in the ninja world, this is Kimura's first time going abroad. The border had been ravaged by war for many years and was in a state of disrepair. In some places, one could even see piles of bones. Today, there was no human habitation or war on this border, and the situation was much better than the eastern border, where Konoha and Kumagakure were at war. Kumagakure is a very warlike ninja village that admires the strong. Even though the third Raikage died in the Ninja World War and the temporary change of commander did not affect the fierceness and bravery of Kumagakure. After all, the death of the third Raikage, who fought against 10,000 enemies alone, was too heroic and greatly boosted the momentum of the Hidden Cloud Village. Except for Konoha, which produced many outstanding people, no other ninja village could match its brilliance. Nowadays, Kumagakure seems to be using the border of the Land of Fire as a place to train its troops, constantly rotating ninjas to maintain a certain intensity of the war. Konoha was beaten up in the Third Ninja World War and suffered the heaviest casualties. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is no problem for them to deal with a mere Kumagakure. But if the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion occurs, everything will be uncertain. Hopefully, we can avoid it by taking precautions in advance. Kimura sat by the campfire, leaning against a tree stump, looking at the jumping flames, his eyes dazed, thinking absent-mindedly about the countless possibilities of the Nine Tails rebellion. Snapped. Suddenly, a branch hit my forehead, not too hard or too light, with a crisp sound. Kimura shuddered and suddenly came to his senses. Following the long branch, he saw a pair of white arms, a slender neck, and a beautiful face with a diamond-shaped mark on the forehead. You let your guard down in the middle of nowhere? You didn't react until you were hit in the face. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were filled with sternness and she scolded him while collecting the branches and throwing them into the campfire. Kimura lowered his head and listened obediently. Jingyan, who was standing by, turned the grill and chuckled, Are you missing the village because you are too far away from home? Kimura shook his head and said, For someone like me who stays at home under a small sky all year round, it's nice to come out and see the vast world outside occasionally. Tsunade said calmly, The outside world is not as beautiful as you think. Before, we were in the land of fire, which was relatively stable, and there were almost no setbacks along the way. Now that we are in the hidden grass village, the enemies we encounter are no longer simple robbers. There may be a well-trained ninja team. Kimura laughed and said, With your reputation, Lady Tsunade, even if you encounter a ninja team, they will immediately flee. Oh, really? Tsunade snorted coldly, raised her eyebrows, and glared at Kimura, her posture showing majesty. Hey, just pretend I didn't say anything. Kimura lowered his head with a wry smile, avoiding Tsunade's burning gaze and stopped talking back. Volume 027 I want to improve so much. Tsunade's mask. Tsunade's teaching to Kimura was a combination of hardness and softness, just like how she treated Shizuan. The difference was that one was more hard, and the other was more soft. This kind of different treatment was not due to gender, but Tsunade vaguely felt that Kimura's respect for her seemed to be only at the level of politeness. When ordinary people see the three ninjas, no matter what faction they are in, they will have an attitude of admiration or awe in their hearts. However, this new young man has admiration, but not much, and his eyes reveal a passion that is difficult to hide from time to time. Very strange attitude. Tsunade couldn't understand the reason, so she could only adopt a stricter teaching method and establish her authority so that Kimura, a young man who had just entered the world of ninja, would understand how powerful she was. Of course, this definitely doesn't work. As a time traveler, Kimura knows all the strong men in the ninja world from ancient times to the present. Princess Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hamura, Indra, Ashura, Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara. Compared to these gods and men, Tsunade is far inferior. Besides, Kimura has the wedge mark on his body, so as long as he dares to risk his life, it is not difficult for him to reproduce some of Kaguya-Hime's sporadic charm. In this context, Kimura's attitude towards Tsunade was not to look up to her, but at most to show polite respect to his senior. As for the warmth in his eyes, it was of course from the burning bagua seal in his abdomen. Tsunade is not an old stubborn person who likes to put on airs. Although she hates Kimura's backtalk, she also listened to his words. What Kimura said makes sense. If they encounter an enemy, as long as they have heard of the three ninjas, they will be afraid of the slug princess's strength and flee to avoid the battle. In this case, it will not have the effect of training Kimura. Tsunade thought about it, took out the scroll, took out a black leather mask, put it on her face, covering most of her face, and her beautiful facial curves were vaguely visible. The texture of the mask is very good. With feather-like white lace dotted around the eyebrows and eyes, which shades the clear and beautiful eyes and exudes a vague sense of mystery. Kimura was slightly stunned, and instantly thought of the incompatible field with gambling and drugs. He couldn't help but sit up straight and asked, Lady Tsunade, what are you going to do? Tsunade snorted and explained, hiding your identity allows you to encounter as many enemies as possible on this road and gain more training. Kimura raised his eyebrows, secretly annoyed with himself for talking too much. If she didn't talk back, Tsunade wouldn't have thought of hiding her identity. Now, the enemies that might have been dormant will show up. The risk of injury has greatly increased. Kimura sighed secretly, put this behind him, faced the reality optimistically, looked at Tsunade across the bonfire, and said with a smile, "Lady Tsunade, your mask is quite unique. I just bought it at a jewelry store." Tsunade said lightly. While the two were talking, Shizun finished roasting the rabbit meat. While cutting it with a kunao, she chuckled, "Speaking of this mask, it's actually quite interesting." "Oh!" Kimura exclaimed, his eyebrows slightly raised, a little curious. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shizun but didn't say anything to stop her. Shizun continued, "Tsunade-sama has been losing in the casino and is regarded as the legendary big fat sheep. This reputation is not good. Tsunade does not want to be looked down upon by others, so she bought this mask and returned to the casino. Guess what happened?" Kimura thought for a moment and said, "Is it because I'm too attractive wearing a mask that you're being harassed?" Shizun shook her head and laughed. Lady Tsunade entered the casino with a brand new face. No one knew her, this big fat sheep, so they played against her very seriously. As a result, Lady Tsunade lost even more miserably. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Shizun couldn't help laughing when she recalled the scene at that time. Laughter is contagious. Kimura tried to hold back his laughter, but finally burst out laughing. Tsunade was a little embarrassed, she sneered and said, "I am just accumulating luck, you young people have no foresight at all. Tonight, you two will keep watch while I rest." After saying that, Tsunade snatched the plate from Shizun's hand and chewed the fragrant rabbit meat viciously. In the moonlight, laughter lingered around the campfire and dissipated with the wind. After leaving the border, you will officially enter the Kusagakure village, then cross the Rain village, and then a series of small ninja villages, and finally arrive at your destination, the land of demons. Compared to the rich land of fire, the Kusagakure village is very poor. The flames of the Third Ninja World War made it even poorer. It's a small ninja village, full of mixed people of all kinds. Kimura was on high alert, guarding against sneak attacks. Fortunately, they only encountered some blind bandits, and there was no fierce battle. After all, the mask can only cover the face, not the chakra. Any ninja with perception can sense Tsunade's strength and dare not provoke her easily. Travel during the day and rest at night. In the evening, on the grass, Kimura and Shizun set up their tents and went into sleep. Tsunade was in charge of keeping watch. The sky was dark and the air was a little humid. Tsunade sat on a branch, waving her fan. Dozens of slugs of all sizes were wriggling a few dozen meters away, keeping watch on the surroundings. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, there was a loud thunder and heavy rain poured down. The dampness was washed away and it was immediately cool. Tsunade put down her fan and stretched. Standing alone in the silence, my thoughts can't stop wandering. Tsunade cast her eyes towards the tent under the tree, and could not help but think of the time when Jiraiya had raised 3 orphans in Yugakure for 3 years. At that time, the rain falling on the wooden house must have looked like this. Passed down from one generation to the next. I wonder what path these young people will take in the future? When will peace be achieved? Tsunade looked up at the endless rain and sighed softly. The rain kept falling, and the grass was bent down. Suddenly, there was a loud noise louder than thunder, and then there was an earthquake. On the low hill not far away, rubble and trees rolled down, mixed with rain water, like a mudslide with great force. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, and she quickly instructed the slug to go and investigate. At the same time, Kimura was awakened and lost all sleepiness. He quickly summoned dozens of pythons and under their cover, he cautiously stepped out of the tent. "Lady Tsunade, what happened?" asked Kimura. Tsunade raised her index finger, hushed softly, and said, "Don't panic, listen carefully, there is a sound." Kimura narrowed his eyes and pricked up his ears. Between heaven and earth, there were thunder, rain, the noise of mudslides, and also, some faint roars. Although it is very light, it has a terrifying power that cannot be ignored. Volume 028, I want to improve so much. The Three Beauties of Kumagakure. The location where Kimura and Shizuan were camping was at the 5 o'clock direction of the low mountain, which was also the direction where the mudslide rolled down. As for the low roar of the beast, Kimura listened carefully and determined that it was coming from the 10 o'clock direction of the low mountain. A mudslide is coming. We should leave now. Let's go over there and take a look. Tsunade said, and took the lead to run around the mountain, rushing to the 10 o'clock direction of the short mountain. Kimura and Shizuan looked at each other and followed closely. In the rain, three figures nimbly avoided the rocks and ran quickly, splashing water again and again. The opponent's strength is extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, you can experience a real battle. Tsunade said. Kimura frowned and said hesitantly, it can even shake the mountains. This level should be the fighting power of the tailed beasts. It seems a bit inappropriate for me to challenge them. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Kimura and said calmly, don't you still have me here? Once you're on the battlefield, you can't choose your opponents. While I'm here to protect you, practice more. Kimura seemed to vaguely see the rapid increase in the speed of the wedge seal's swallowing, and he sighed secretly. Being a ninja is a road of no return. There is no option of fearing death unless you can accept everyone's contempt. Page 28. Senior Hitaki Sakumo gave up the mission just to save his teammates, and he suffered tremendous public pressure and was overwhelmed. If you avoid fighting because you are afraid of death, you can imagine that kind of social death scene. I am afraid that living is more uncomfortable than dying. Unless you change to a new environment where no one knows you. However, as a hostage, it is impossible to leave Konoha. Besides, reputation is not only related to oneself, but also to the orphanage, the director, and Mikoto. Even if it is for the people behind you, you cannot be afraid of death, you must fight for it. Kimura took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes gradually became firm. Good, just keep your current state. That's like a ninja. Tsunade had a smile in her eyes and was very satisfied. As we got closer to the 10 o'clock direction, a huge monster appeared in our field of vision, tens of meters tall and as big as a mountain. Its shape was somewhat similar to that of a cat, and its entire body was burning with deep blue flames, emitting blazing heat and light, evaporating the misty rain into gas, which spread out like a faint halo. In this dark night, it was like a small sun, dazzling and shining, reflecting the lightning in the sky, shaking out a terrifying might. Two-tail. Kimura instantly recognized that this was the tailed beast of Kumagakure, currently being controlled by the two perfect Jinchuriki, the wooden man. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and smiled, it turns out to be the Jinchuriki of Kumagakure. Good luck. The Third Ninja World War ended, and various villages signed ceasefire agreements one after another. The only one that did not cease fire with Konoha was Kumagakure. Now, fighting with the Cloud Ninjas is simply a matter of killing the enemies, and there is no need to worry about any risk of expanding the conflict. Shizuan looked at the battlefield not far away and said, it seems that the Cloud Ninja encountered a strong opponent and had to release the two tails to fight back. That's not right. Kimura frowned, Yamato shouldn't be here. Compared to the crucial 8 tails Jinchuriki, the 2 tails Jinchuriki was not restricted by the 4th Reikage. She was the main force of the hidden Cloud Village and had long led her troops to fight against the Konoha ninja on the eastern border of the Land of Fire. But now, it has appeared in the Kusagakure village thousands of miles away. It seems that she is carrying out a mission more important than the war on the front line. Tsunade analyzed. It can only be like this. Kimura nodded, agreeing with Tsunade's judgment. As he spoke, he glanced at the battlefield in the distance and caught sight of 2 silhouettes not far from the 2 tails. One has short silver hair and dark skin, the other has blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and outstanding looks. Both are beauties. The latter, in particular, has an outstanding figure and shows impressive potential. The three beauties of Kumagakure, Mabi, Samui, and the two Yumoto. Kimura looked at it from afar, and the already scalding hot hexagram seal became even hotter. Obviously, these female ninjas of Kumagakure can also be stained with the black hexagram seal. Kimura suddenly came up with a bold idea. If these female ninjas from Kumagakure were captured alive, it would mean a 37.5% increase in the anti-devouring progress. As long as the devouring progress is less than this number, you will make a profit. Kimura's heart ignited with the desire to fight, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "Tsunade-sama, what should we do next?" Tsunade smiled slightly and asked, "Ano, in the competition between ninjas, what do you think is the most important?" "Intelligence." Kimura answered without hesitation that this was common sense in the ninja world. Unless the strength is absolutely overwhelming, intelligence is very likely to be the most important factor in determining the direction of the battle. "That's right, it's intelligence." Tsunade tapped her chin, "So, what we have to do now is, observe. In ninja battles, intelligence is the most important thing." The Two Tails Jinchuriki was somewhat famous in the ninja world, and relevant information was widely circulated during the Ninja World War. But the other two Cloud Ninjas are pretty unknown. As it happens, the other party is currently fighting the enemy. If you just observe for a while, you should be able to analyze some abilities and characteristics and increase your chances of winning. Ano, observe carefully. Report your insights to me later, Tsunade instructed. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Kimura nodded and paid close attention to the intense battlefield in the distance. Unfortunately, after the second tail appeared, the battle became somewhat one-sided. After all, there are not many ninjas who can compete with the tailed beasts. Moreover, this is a tailed beast controlled by a perfect Jinchuriki. The second tail displayed a ferocious and overwhelming attitude, sweeping across the battlefield. Under its protection, Samui and Mabi don't need to take any action. Kimura did not collect any useful information, but as a time traveler, he had some understanding of the background of the three beauties of Kumagakure. The second Uedoku is a perfect Jinchuriki. He is undoubtedly a strong man, but he is very arrogant and easily underestimates his enemies. Samui is indifferent and rational. In the future, he will be an excellent jonin trusted by the fourth Reikage. He is good at using short swords, but his current strength is unknown. Mabi is calm and intelligent. In the future, he will be a jonin trusted by the fourth Reikage. He masters a special space ninjutsu Tensung Jutsu. His current strength is unknown. Simply put, Kimura only knows their upper limit. Judging only by the upper limit, the three women combined are no match for Tsunade. What's more, they haven't reached their upper limit yet, while Tsunade is in her prime. Kimura knew that his side had a sure win, so he smiled and said, "Lady Tsunade, the situation is one-sided, and we can't see anything useful. The battle over there is almost over, so let's get started." "Ah!" Tsunade adjusted the mask on her face and handed the two little slugs to Kimura and Shizuan respectively. Then, briefly describe the tactical arrangements. "I will suppress the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Shizuan, you deal with the blonde Kunoichi with the short sword, and leave the remaining one to Ono." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Kimura and Shizuan nodded in response. The next moment, the three of them turned into speeding black shadows and rushed forward. Volume 029. I want to improve so much. Battle. The destructive power of the tailed beasts is terrifying. The lush forest at the foot of the mountain was almost flattened. In the heavy rain, blue flames burned fiercely, melting the broken trees into ashes. Steam rose up like a vast white mist, dissipating bit by bit with the wind. The two of them released their tailed beast transformations from wooden figures, glanced at the charred corpses on the ground, and said disdainfully, "With this level of skill, you dare to sneak attack us? A few bounty hunters are targeting Jinkraki. Stupid. After all, there are only a few ninjas who can fight against the tailed beasts. However, they are not weak anymore. At least they forced you to completely transform into a tailed beast." Mabi said. The two Yukato sighed and reflected, "I still have a lot of room for improvement. I will definitely become stronger in the future and won't use the tailed beast transformation easily. Let's go, it's time to look for the descendants of the whirlpool. Don't waste time, otherwise the Kirigakure will get there first." Samui's voice was light, revealing a chill, like water flowing on the ice, emitting a clear chill. Mabai nodded in agreement. The second tail is too conspicuous, and its position has definitely been exposed. We should move as soon as possible. As they were talking, the three women formed a battle formation and left quickly and in a well-trained manner. The two wooden figures walked forward and said with a smile, "It seems that Kirigakure has also sent out some very powerful ninjas. I am really looking forward to fighting them." Samui said calmly, "If the intelligence is correct, there are experts who have mastered 2 types of bloodline limits in the opponent's team. They are very difficult to deal with." Before he finished speaking, Mabai's eyes focused and he suddenly discovered that a strange chakra appeared within his perception range. Mabi quickly raised his hand to signal, "Warning, 3 ninjas are heading our way, and one of them has a chakra that is very strong, no less than that of the Raikage. No less than the Raikage-sama." The second Yukato's smile froze. Although she was proud, she knew the gap between her and the 4th Raikage. If Kirigakure sent out such a master, they would lose this battle. Escape. Samui made his decision calmly and without any hesitation. Mabai shook his head, "It's too late. We just went through a big battle and our physical strength has dropped significantly. At the speed the enemy is moving, they will catch up with us soon. It looks like we can only fight to the death." The two wooden men grinned, showing no fear at all, and Blue Two Tails chakra surged out of their bodies, which then exploded into a ball of fire as huge as a hill, growing sharp fangs and claws, and quickly transformed into the form of a cat. The pouring rain turned into steam in the scorching flames, and the dissipated white mist became thick again. Samui looked solemn, drew his sword, and was ready to strike. Mabai held a kunao in his hand, his eyes flickering, his lips tightly pursed, and he was thinking of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. Kimura knew very well that apart from killing a few waves of small bandits on the way, he was about to face the first actual combat in his life. This battle is not a simple game, but a test of blood and fire. Even the residual power of the battle between the Two-Tail and Tsunade is likely to kill people, so it should not be underestimated. As he got closer and closer to the 3 women from Kumagakure, Kimura's breathing became more and more rapid. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest, and the hand holding the kunao was trembling slightly. "Don't panic, don't panic. I have the Muji cure, it's okay to die." Kimura kept giving himself psychological hints, and finally managed to ease some of his tension. His hands stopped shaking, but his heart was still beating violently. The roaring sound seemed to drown out the thunder in the sky. Unknowingly, Kimura followed Tsunade's footsteps, passed through layers of fog, and rushed to the front of the 3 women of Kumagakure. Only a dozen meters apart, the 2 tails were as tall as mountains. Even if you looked up at the sky, it was difficult to see their heads. The high temperature of the blazing fire dissipated the coolness of the rainy night. Layer after layer of heat waves surged like waves, rolling in and filled with a dull and dry feeling. Tsunade quickly glanced around, and the next moment, she stomped fiercely with her feet filled with extraordinary power. Snapped! The ground cracked, and dense spider web-like cracks appeared, extending to both sides of the second tail. Then, 2 punches came down. The huge rocks under the soil were lifted up by the strange force, with huge angles raised, like 2 barriers, separating Mabai, Airway and Samui. The terrain of the battlefield changed in an instant. On! Tsunade roared, leaped up, and rushed towards the two tails that was as big as a mountain. Yin Seal Resolution. Ninja Technique, Creation and Regeneration, the Art of 100 Healings. Black lines quickly spread from the diamond-shaped mark on the forehead to the entire body. Tsunade decisively used her best trick at the beginning. After all, the power of the tailed beast is beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. She can only ensure victory by going all out. Fortunately, with the mask and clothes covering it, the yin seal pattern was only slightly visible on the neck and soles of the feet. In the eyes of the three women of Kumagakur, Tsunade, the masked woman, was just a surge of momentum. At the same time, Kimurano and Shizun rushed towards Mabi and Samui respectively. The battle has officially begun. Tsunade's eyes were very sharp. Among the three female ninjas, Mabi is the weakest. As a newcomer, Kimura is the most suitable opponent for her. However, Mabi is at least a ninja who can team up with a perfect Jinchuriki. His strength is not ordinary and he is currently one of the best among the Chunins. Kimura had the advantage of age and physical strength, while Mabi had the advantage of skill and proficiency. Click, click. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and sparks kept flying as the kunao crossed each other. After a few rounds, Kimura used the recoil from the kunao to jump backwards to create a safe distance, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Mabi narrowed his eyes, stared at Kimura's hands, and began to form seals skillfully. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, Kimura's seal is completed. Mabi's eyes flickered as she recognized it as the Great Fireball Seal of the Konoha Uchiha. Page 29. Fire Style, Amaterasu of the Wild. Kimura opened his mouth wide and blazing black flames gushed out like a fire dragon, rushing towards Mabi swiftly and stirring up a gust of hot wind. This power is even stronger than the blue chakra flame of the two tails. Ordinary water jutsu is simply not able to resist it. Mabi's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he saw such a powerful fire escape. He was extremely surprised. He quickly gave up the hand seal and hurriedly jumped onto the boulder to avoid the attack of the fire dragon. Kimura did not use his consciousness to control the black flames to track, as his meager chakra supply did not allow him to be so extravagant during the trial phase. Why did the ordinary fireball technique transform into this? Mabi didn't have time to think about it and immediately shouted, "This is the Konoha team." The sound was quickly carried by the wind to the ears of the other two people. The two Yumoto who transformed into the two-tailed beast shuddered and immediately matched the masked woman he was fighting with someone in his memory. Konoha female ninja, super strength physical skills, no seal healing. Tsunade Heim. Damn it! I actually ran into one of the three ninjas. The two wooden men felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, and without hesitation, they tried their best to use their special moves. The two tails roared and opened their huge mouths. Yin and Yang chakras surged rapidly in his mouth, mixing in a ratio of 2:8, condensing madly. Volume 030, I want to improve so much. A gamble of life. Under the skillful control of the two wooden men, the tailed beast ball in the mouth of the two tails became more and more refined, and the powerful pressure became more and more frightening. During the Third Ninja World War, many people died from this move. Tsunade understood the horror of the tailed beast ball and quickly formed seals with her hands. Psychic Slug. In an instant, the small slugs on Tsunade, Kimura, and Shizun expanded rapidly, wrapping their bodies tightly. From a distance, they looked like giant white dumplings, rolling away. Tailed beast ball, indiscriminate attack. In order to avoid being injured accidentally, Mabi and Samui used the huge rock to jump onto the second tail. The two tails is a tailed beast made of blue chakra flames. It is difficult to control the flames without the body. However, the flames of the body can be controlled as easily as the arms and fingers. Under the intentional control of the two wooden figures, the flames on Mabi and Samui's path fell off like pet hair. The two women arrived at the top of the second tail smoothly without being harmed by the flames. They have slugs to protect them, so the tailed beast ball may not be effective, Samui reminded. It doesn't matter. I've already thought of a way out. Mabi smiled faintly, with confidence that everything was under control hanging on the corners of his lips. As he spoke, the tailed beast ball was condensed and compressed. Roar! The two tails exerted all its might, and the tailed beast ball was like a sharp black arrow, breaking through the rain curtain and shooting towards the direction where Kimura and the other two were. Boom! A dull roar sounded like an explosion. The thunder in the sky suddenly became silent, as if it had been muted. The terrifying shock wave rapidly expanded outward from the epicenter. The heavy rain was squeezed and splashed everywhere, like a layer of water film covering the black ball, constantly breaking apart. At the same time, Mabi and Samui jumped into the mouth of the second tail. The second tail closed its mouth, and the inside of the mouth was dark, with only a little dim light of blue flames floating in it. I will use the heavenly sending technique to take you back to the village. Mabi proposed a way out. Samui frowned. The Heaven's Song technique can indeed teleport the target to a designated location instantly at high speed. However, when moving at high speed, it will produce intense friction with the air, which the average person's body cannot withstand and is likely to be torn into pieces. Therefore, this technique is generally only used to transport objects. Mabi, we don't have the physical strength of the third Reikage. The two of them separated from the two tails through the wooden man and appeared and said. I know. Mabi smiled, but we can hide inside the two tails body. It's made of fire, so there's no risk of it exploding. Smart. The two Yukito's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to cover Mabi's back. The size of the two-tailed beast is too large, and your chakra alone is definitely not enough to transmit it. I will transfer some chakra to you. Although the transfer step is fast, it also takes time for my spell to take effect. The whole process is not a moment. Let the two tails run first and keep a distance from Princess Tsunade. Mabi said. Okay. On the ground, the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated with the wind. Kimura let the slug open a tiny gap and carefully observed the outside world through the gap. Airway had already turned around and ran away, his figure getting smaller and smaller. Mabi and Samui were also nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Asked Kimura. The slug sensed it and replied, they are in the mouth of the second tail. Kimura frowned and looked at the two tails that were getting farther and farther away, feeling a little hesitant. Although Niwei is a pseudo-cat made of fire, it is still a cat and moves very agilely. With such an escape speed, there is no way our side can catch up. Unless, use time and space ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Flying Thunder God is too difficult and I haven't learned it yet. However, there is still a way. Kimura suddenly had an idea. He took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao from his backpack and said to the slug, ask the slug in the village to notify the Hokage to come over. Yes. The slug nodded in response. At the same time, the slug in the Hokage's office said to Minato Namikaze who was working, Minato, Team Tsunade needs help. Minato Namikaze's eyes narrowed, he picked up the slug on the table, and with a flash of light, he disappeared from the office in an instant and appeared next to Kimura. Hokage-sama, there's the two tails. Understood. Minato Namikaze reacted extremely quickly and understood the situation instantly. He immediately summoned Gamabunta and chased after him. Kimura looked at the toad bouncing along the road, smiled and patted the slug, praising, as expected of you, we have a common consciousness, so we are efficient. It took no time at all for the two slugs to pass the message from Kusagakur to Konoha. In the blink of an eye, Minato Namikaze was called over. With the yellow flash there, you don't have to worry about anything else. Kimura has great confidence in Minato Namikaze's abilities. However, the next moment, his heart was lifted again. Because, suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared in the distance. The beam of light went straight through the sky and earth, and its landing point happened to be the second tail running madly. A very striking feature of the operation. As far as I can remember, apart from the cancellation of the impure world reincarnation, there is only the heavens send technique. Kimura shuddered and instantly understood Ma Bai's plan. How clever! Using the body of the tailed beast to resist the side effects of the Tensui technique. Kimura secretly admired, looking at the two-tailed beast with flames surging in the light column from afar, and his mind began to ponder like lightning and thunder. Are we going to watch them run away? This is 37.5% of the anti-devouring progress. Now that there is no devouring progress at all, should I take the risk of activating the ability of the wedge mark, pay some cost, and gain this 37.5% anti-devouring progress? In Kimura's mind, the dispute between prudence and adventure was going on fiercely. But the body made the choice immediately. After all, the speed of the Tiansong technique's transfer is extremely fast, the opportunity is fleeting, and there is no room for hesitation. Kimura believes in his instincts without hesitation. Thinking back to when I traveled to this troubled wilderness, I had no experience at all, but I relied entirely on my intuition to find the orphanage step by step and survived. Now, relying on my intuition, I will definitely be able to resist Kagaya's devouring. For the 37.5% anti-devouring progress, let's fight for it. Could a battle consume more than 37.5%? The healing ability of the Muji can only cure 3% of a fatal injury. A quick victory will never hurt you. When I, the Kagaya-sama Jinchuriki, take action, who in the ninja world can compete with me? Kimura roared to boost his courage, and the diamond-shaped mark on his right hand, which was covered by the flesh-colored sticker, continued to release lines and extended rapidly. At the same time, strange black lines continued to appear on his cheeks. After living for so many years, this was the first time that Kimura took the initiative to use the wedge seal. The emerging lines were quickly absorbed by the Bagua seal and disappeared. Countless abilities flooded into the mind, and I could use them easily without any instruction or practice. The only price one has to pay is to be gradually devoured by Princess Kagaya. This battle against devouring must not be lost. Volume 031. I want to improve so much. Princess Kagaya Jinchuriki. Yomi Hirazan. As soon as Kimura thought of it, a 2-meter-high diamond-shaped black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, the subtitles in the mind showed that the wedge print swallowing progress changed from 41.94% to 46.94%, and increased at a rate of 0.01% per second. It's too tiring. Kimura's heart was bleeding, and he quickly stepped into the diamond-shaped black hole, leaving the slug standing there in shock. The next moment, in the column of light that shot up into the sky, a 2-meter-high diamond-shaped black hole appeared in the mouth of the two-tail, and Kimura rushed out of it. The wedge engulfing progress stopped at 46.96% and no longer changed. Kimura sighed and looked at the three beauties of Kumagakure with a burning desire in his eyes. Now that things have come to this, we must make it back today no matter what. The three beauties of Kumagakure suddenly saw Kimura, who was only a few meters away from them, and they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How did this guy get here? Even the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God had to set up the Flying Thunder God seal beforehand. Who on earth is this guy? Ma Bai frowned, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Run!" Roar! The second tail had already been teleported to Yunli Gorge in Yunyin. It opened its bloody mouth and spit out all four people in its mouth. The four people who were thrown into the air lost their balance and could hardly move. Two tails! Hurry up and notify Lord Rakage and Lord Killer Bee! Ma Bai shouted. Airway understood what he meant and let out a loud roar, and his loud voice immediately echoed among the peaks of Yunli Gorge. Kirabi, who was resting in Yunli Gorge, was awakened by the roar. The 8 tails heard the 2 tails cry for help and hurriedly urged Killer Bee to rush over. At the same time, a yellow light flashed by. With the help of the flying thunder god Kunao in Kimura's hand, Namikaze Minato flashed to Yunli Gorge. "Anno, have you mastered flying thunder god?" Namikaze Minato looked at Kimura with amazement in his eyes. Kimura shook his head. "Hokage, let's talk about this later. It seems that we have come to the enemy's base camp, Kumagakure." Kimura was very familiar with the scenery of Yunli Gorge. After all, Sasuke had suffered the most spectacular beating of his life here. Surrounded by mountains, the boy who opened the Manjiki Sharingan led the Hawk Squad to fight against the perfect Jinchuriki, but he did not have the upper hand at all. Of course, none of this would happen in this world. But it did not prevent Kimura from being impressed and remembering Yunli Gorge, which had only appeared a few times. Page 30. The imbalance in the air finally ended, and the 5 people fell to the ground, split into 2 groups, and confronted each other at a distance. Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes and saw the Killer Bee rushing towards him. After thinking for a moment, he took out the little slug from his arms and said, "Let's reverse summon Lady Tsunade over here." "Ah!" The slug nodded the tentacles on its head, and immediately, chakra surged. Wetbone Forest Reverse Spiritual Communication. Swish! Tsunade appeared next to Minato, Namikaze and Kimura. "The hidden cloud village has come," Tsunade said in surprise. "Let's make this a quick decision. We can't delay, or else they will come in large numbers." As Minato Namikaze spoke, he threw out a large string of flying thunder god Kunao, shooting in all directions. Tsunade formed seals with her hands and summoned a small part of the wet-bone forest slug, which was as majestic as a mountain. Kirabi arrived at the scene, saw Minato Namikaze, and grinned, "Asshole, idiot. We meet again." As he spoke, Killer Bee instantly transformed into a half-tailed beast. Facing the yellow flash, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. For a while, the 2 groups were at loggerheads. At the same time, among the peaks, the Cloud Village Gorge Guard Squad heard the roar of the 2 tails, saw the huge slug, and caught a glimpse of the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze. They were extremely surprised and quickly sent someone to report to the 4th Raikage. "Killer Bee, 2 Yujitos, 2 perfect Jinchuriki." Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Anno, I'm afraid the battle here is not suitable for you. Do you want to go back to Kusagakure village first?" Kimura asked, "Are you and Lady Tsunade sure you can take down these people?" Namikaze Minato shook his head. "Kirabi is not a simple character. He can definitely delay until the 4th Raikage leads his troops to arrive. The opponent is playing at home, so we are at a disadvantage. Obviously, this battle is likely to be fruitless, just like in the Third Ninja World War, when Minato Namikaze fought against the Ab brothers and left after a few rounds. Of course, Kimura could not accept this happening. The progress of the Wedgemark swallowing has increased, and there must be a reward. I want to join the battle." As he spoke, Kimura took the lead and rushed towards Mabi and Samui. "Pick the softest persimmon to pick. These 2 female ninjas are definitely weaker than the perfect Jinchuriki, so take them down first as a backup." Kimura rushed straight forward, treating Kirabi and the 2 Yukato as heir. Namikaze Minato and Tsunade looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Kimura really didn't play by the rules. He tried to shirk the S-level mission before, but now he was faced with a desperate battle. Why was he so brave? The 2 opposite were perfect Jinchuriki. Insanity! The 2 wooden men shouted loudly, and the 2-tailed beast immediately swung its cat claws and attacked Kimura. Boom! Tsunade punched the 2 tails' front limb with incredible force. The limbs made of blue chakra flames were instantly smashed into pieces and had to be reassembled to form the 4 limbs. At the same time, Minato Namikaze also began to move. His figure turned into a yellow stream of light, trying to restrain Killer Bee and prevent him from affecting Kimura's battle. Under the cover of his two top teammates, Kimura successfully rushed in front of Mabi and Samui. However, before he could make any move, dozens of light blue beams flew towards him. Storm escape, encourage frustration and lock the simple. The bloodline limit is a combination of lightning release and water release. The swift laser transformed from water and electricity has the destructive power of lightning and the control of water. The storm release launched by the Kumagakure Gorge Guard team from a blind spot hit Kimura hard. Kimura flew backwards and fell to the ground, seriously injured. The progress of the wedge seal swallowing began to refresh immediately, increasing at a rate of 0.1% per second. The injuries on her body healed quickly, just like Tsunade, who had activated the 100 healings technique, and even recovered faster than her. Kimura frowned, stood up with great pain, and felt angry. Even after using the wedge seal, he was still attacked by a group of people and seriously injured. Kimura was annoyed at his lack of combat experience, and then chakra surged throughout his body. Would escape. The wedge mark swallowing progress immediately soared by 4%, and increased at a rate of 0.01% per second. Kimura stretched out his hand, and dozens of wooden pillars instantly emerged from his palm and rushed towards Mabi and Samui. Although limited by his own strength, he is unable to fully demonstrate the power of Hashirama's wood release. However, the speed of the wind was so fast that the two women had no time to react, and they were entangled by the high-speed moving wooden pillars and could not move. This was not a simple restraint. It contained the suppression of chakra, making it impossible for the two women to perform ninjutsu and resist, so they could only surrender. Kimura felt relieved and smiled slightly. 25% anti-devourment progress, got it. Volume 032. I want to improve so much. Who are you? It's no wonder that the two girls were slow to react. Even Killer B, who had rich combat experience, was stunned when he saw the wood release. It has been so many years since the death of the first Hokage, and there is actually someone in the ninja world who can use wood release again. You know, even Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, did not inherit the bloodline limit of wood release. Not only Killer B was shocked, but also Minato Namikaze, Tsunade, the two Yukatos, and all the ninjas present were all in shock. The Cloud Village's Gorge Guard squad once again used storm release, reinforcement lock, trying to rescue the two women who were bound by wood release. Kimura did not linger in the fight, and decisively used Yomi Hirasaka to open up a space channel, and left with the two prisoners. As for the storm beams that were chasing after him, Kimura took them all with his body. Let's go, Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama. After saying this, Kimura crossed the space channel and returned to Kusagakure. Shizuan was standing there, accompanied by a giant slug. Wedge seal devouring progress, 58.32%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 18.875%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 39.445%. In this battle, the wedge seal's devouring progress increased by 16.38%, and Mabai and Samui were captured. This means that the Bagua seal's anti-devouring progress will increase by 25% in the future. All in all, I made a profit of 8.62%. Kimura was very satisfied and not greedy. He no longer thought about the 12.5% of the second Yumu. After all, the wedge seal is too expensive. If you use it a little, the devouring progress will increase. And the perfect Jinkriki is more difficult to deal with. If you continue to fight in Kumagakure, the price you have to pay will definitely be more than 12.5%. It's better to quit while you're ahead. A profit of 8.62% is already pretty good. Kimura looked at the two Kumagakure beauties with a smile, as if he saw a bright future beckoning towards him. Who are you? Why do you know wood release? Mabai looked Kimura up and down, confused and uncertain. Samui could no longer remain calm and indifferent as usual. The man in front of him was too weird. Space-time ninjutsu, black fire escape, wood escape, sealless healing. Such a powerful ninja was actually unknown before today, and not even a little information about him was leaked in the ninja world. Konoha is so well hidden. Is this the foundation of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world? Mabi and Samui looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. They were not too angry or frustrated about being captured. After all, losing to Wood Release was not shameful. Kimura looked at the two girls and said with a smile, "Don't be so curious. We will have plenty of time to learn more about it later." Before he finished speaking, a yellow light flashed and Minato Namikaze appeared behind Kimura. Tsunade was also reverse summoned to the side of the slug. The two men didn't say anything, but just stared at Kimura with burning eyes, as if they wanted to see through his flesh and blood. Kimura spread his hands and smiled, "Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, I know you have a lot of questions. But before that, let's discuss how to deal with these two prisoners." Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered, and he asked, "You risked your life today fighting just for these two?" Kimura nodded and said frankly, "Hokage-sama has a sharp eye and can see through my thoughts at a glance." Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and said, "Since we've captured him alive, we should try to keep him alive and try to get information about Kumagakure. Other than that, you are free to do whatever you want with him." "Thank you, Hokage," Kimura said with a smile on his face. In the ninja world, the human rights of prisoners are not respected. Both sides of the war have no mercy on each other. Once you become a prisoner, everything you own no longer belongs to you, unless your village is strong enough to make the other party afraid of you. Mabi and Samui wanted to commit suicide, but they were unable to do so. The power of Wood Release was beyond their ability to contend with. "Hokage, please send them both back to the village and properly settle them down," Kimura requested. "Ah!" Namikaze Minato nodded, and the next thing to talk about was Kimura's special abilities. The two girls from Kumagakure definitely couldn't be allowed to sit in. "You can talk to Lady Tsunade and tell me when you return to the village." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze grabbed the Wood Release cage, and with a flash of yellow light, he disappeared on the spot. Tsunade stared at Kimurano and asked, "Oh no, what is your relationship with my grandfather?" "No seal healing, would escape." Compared to her, the granddaughter, Kimura seems more like the descendant of the first Hokage. Tsunade couldn't help but suspect that she was picked up. "Lady Tsunade, you misunderstood. I have no blood relationship with the first Hokage." Kimura waved his hand and smiled. "Then why do you have these abilities?" Tsunade looked suspicious. "This is a long story. Please give me some time to organize my words." Before today, Kimura had never thought of using the power of the wedge seal in front of outsiders, except for the hidden passive power of the sealless healing. Even his right hand was always covered with a flesh-colored sticker to cover the black diamond mark on the palm. The fewer people who know about the wedge seal and the bagua seal, the better. Today's exposure happened suddenly, but it had to be done. Resisting Kagaya's devouring is the top priority. When dealing with enemies like the three beauties of Kumagakure, there is no need to abide by moral laws and regulations. As long as you capture them, you can directly help dye the 8-diagram seal black without cultivating any feelings. It is very efficient and convenient. Faced with a 37.5% anti-devouring progress, how could one not be tempted? Moreover, being on the same team with Tsunade, Shizuan, and the fourth Hokage, there was no need to worry about being backstabbed. However, how to explain all this requires careful consideration. One's biggest secret cannot be confessed to outsiders without reservation, and a reasonable explanation must be made up. Kimura thought for a while and said, "Tsunade-sama, you should have heard of the 8 gates, right? Might Guy relied on this technique when he challenged the 7 ninja swordsmen." Of course Tsunade had heard of this, so she nodded and wondered, "Does this have anything to do with your ability?" Kimura shook his head, I just gave this example so that you can understand my ability. Then, he elaborated, the 8 gates of ninjutsu, just the death gate, is to burn life to gain temporary strength. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is hundreds of times stronger. It's the same for me. By burning my life, I have temporarily mastered some special abilities. Perhaps, this can also be called a secret technique, but I was born with the ability and don't understand the principle. Kimura made up a story. What? Jing-Ian frowned in disbelief. The improvement of the 8 gates of ninjutsu's life-burning style is achieved by releasing the body's restrictions on chakra, so at least there are traces to follow. And Kimura's burning life, there is no process. It's like opening a store to exchange various ninjutsu, too weird. Who is qualified to open such a store? The legendary 6-path sage. If it's something that can be acquired naturally, it should be Kekii Genkai or Kekii elimination. Tsunade corrected. Maybe. When I have offspring in the future, I can verify it. Kimura said with a smile. Page 31. Tsunade nodded and didn't dwell on it. There were many strange things in the ninja world. The Uchiha Sharingan alone contained countless mysteries. Then, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she asked, "Oh no, why did you risk your life to capture those 2 Kumagaku no Ichi? In comparison, the perfect Jinkriki should be more worthy of capture. Why did you stop after capturing only 2 ordinary female ninjas?" Tsunade was very suspicious. Volume 033. I want to improve so much. Audiobook, I am willing to be your mentor. To Kimura, Mabi, Samui, the 2 Yukatos, and the 3 women are all of equal value, and each represents 12.5% of the anti-devouring progress. However, the difficulty of capturing is not at the same level at all. I originally planned to join you and Hokage-sama to take down the perfect Jinchuriki. But the opponent was very smart and used space ninjutsu to transmit back to Kumagakuer. The opponent is fighting on their home turf, so they have too much of an advantage. I am burning my life, and you are using up the chakra accumulated over a long period of time. Neither of us is suitable for a protracted battle. Therefore, I can only capture 2 people and leave Kumagakuer. Otherwise, if I return empty-handed, it will be a waste of my life. Kimura selectively revealed a small part of the truth. As for being completely transparent, there is no need for that. After all, explaining one's own unique abilities is very sensitive and risky. I have said all this so far out of my understanding of Tsunade's character and my gratitude for her guidance over the past half-month. For more in-depth communication, let's wait until the relationship becomes closer in the future. Please keep my affairs confidential, Lady Tsunade, and do not reveal them to anyone other than the 4th Hokage, Kimura said solemnly. Tsunade nodded. Your information must be kept confidential, of course. If nothing unexpected happens, Kumagakuer should start collecting information on you now. The fewer people who know you, the better. After that, he urged, since this ability is obtained by burning your life, try to use it as little as possible. Practice diligently every day to improve your strength. Okay, I'll try my best. Kimura nodded in response. I see you have mastered those snake-related ninjutsu quite well. Do you want me to talk to Orochimaru and ask him to accept you as his apprentice? Tsunade asked casually. Kimura shook his head and smiled, thank you for your kindness. However, given my personality, I'm afraid I'm not suitable to get along with Lord Orochimaru. Let's forget it. You must keep a distance from Orochimaru. Otherwise, the peculiarities on your body will be exposed, and Orochimaru will covet them, and things will become very troublesome. Orochimaru has a strange personality, and it is indeed difficult for ordinary people to get along with him. Tsunade nodded to show her understanding. Kimura's eyes flickered, and he suggested, why don't I take you as my master? Ah! Tsunade hesitated, it seems that there is nothing I can teach you. Medical ninjutsu depends on talent. Ninjas like Kimura who don't have precise chakra control are far from it. Kimura blurted out, "You can teach me taijutsu and impart combat experience to me. I'm just a beginner and there are many areas where I need to improve." Kimura felt that he must have a backer with a good background in Konoha. In this way, even if he is targeted by the third Hokage's high-ranking officials in the future, he will not be in danger. Moreover, the Dean and Kabuto both serve in the route. In order to ensure the safety of the two, it is very necessary to strengthen their own powers so that Danzo will not dare to act recklessly. Although Kimura is already an office director with a very high status, his foundation is too shallow. Once he is involved in the high-level struggle, he will easily fall. After all, the so-called support from the villagers is too vague and not reliable at all. The bloody example of Hitaki Sakumo has not yet dried. A reputation as great as the White Fang can also become tainted by public opinion manipulated by Konoha's top brass. Kimura doesn't think he can compare to White Fang's reputation. Therefore, in addition to his constant personal struggle, Kimura has also been looking for a reliable supporter. The fourth Hokage is not stable enough, and he will be qualified to be a backer only after he survives the Nine Tails Rebellion and is no longer in danger of his life. In addition, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the great-niece of the second Hokage, the apprentice of the third Hokage, one of the three ninjas, the Slug Princess, Tsunade, is the most solid backer and will never fall. No matter who it is, no one can touch her. Just hold on to this thigh tightly and you can avoid a lot of trouble. And becoming a disciple is one of the most direct ways. Kimura's eyes were eager, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, sizing up the young man in front of her, and said with a half-smile, "Even if you don't want to be my disciple, I can still teach you." Kimura looked solemn and said, "I have learned so much valuable knowledge without becoming your disciple. I feel ashamed of it." Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly, and suddenly realized, finally understanding what was going on in his eyes during this period of time. It turned out that he wanted to become his disciple. Tsunade wasn't particular about accepting disciples. From their first meeting to their journey together for more than half a month, she had a very good impression of Kimura, otherwise she would not have suggested introducing him to Orochimaru as his apprentice. Moreover, Kimura's abilities are very special: wood release, unsealed healing. So similar to the first Hokage. Tsunade felt close to him from the bottom of her heart. The only thing that Kimura could be criticized for is that he is very careful about his life and even refuses to carry out S-level missions. However, being afraid of death is also a good thing. At least you won't die easily. Tsunade couldn't help but think of her deceased grandfather, second grandfather, and younger brother. Then, she said, "I am very strict with my disciples. You have average talent, so be prepared. I will often criticize and educate you in the future." "Yes, Master." Kimura quickly responded, established the master-disciple relationship, and bowed respectfully to Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and nodded. Shizuan stood aside, looking at her junior quietly. In the sky, a sun rises slowly, its ruddy light dyes the clouds and sprinkles on the earth. The shadows of the master and his three disciples continued to lengthen and gradually gathered together. A new day begins, and we continue our journey towards the kingdom of ghosts. Tsunade's appetite increased significantly as she wanted to replenish the chakras she consumed yesterday. Of course, the battle didn't last long yesterday, and the chakra consumed was not much. The yin seal was still clearly visible on her forehead, and Tsunade was still as young as a 20-year-old beauty. After Kimura became Tsunade's apprentice, he received stricter teachings, just as Tsunade had said. Tsunade started teaching from the very beginning, starting with the most basic chakra control. After all, except for a small number of strong people whose chakra is as vast as that of the tailed beasts, most ninjas do not have enough chakra. Kimura was a latecomer and had not received any systematic training. Although his chakra capacity was only a little over 2 cards, the way he used chakra was very rough. If you want to make the most of limited chakra, you must improve the efficiency of chakra utilization and avoid waste. Not only that, this is also the foundation for practicing other techniques in the future. For example, super strength, medical ninjutsu, yin seal. Tsunade accepted Kimura as her apprentice, intending to pass on all her skills to him. Of course, this was just a wishful thinking of the master, and whether it could be realized depended on the apprentice's talent. Kimura's talent is average, but under the one-on-one guidance of Tsunade, his personal practical performance has been continuously improving. Although he cannot be compared with a genius, he has also opened up a clear gap with ordinary ninjas. Time flies as you practice. Half a month later, the master and his 2 disciples arrived at their destination, the Kingdom of Ghosts. Unlike the small countries they passed along the way, the ghost country was even more dilapidated, with ruins everywhere and black blood stains vaguely visible in many places. The ghost army is wreaking havoc. Kimura sighed in a low voice. I hope we're not too late. Tsunade said, looking off into the distance. Volume 034. I want to improve so much. The witch in trouble. Find the client first. Tsunade looked at the devastation, set her primary target, then formed seals with her hands and summoned a slug. The giant slug split into countless small slugs and scattered in all directions, looking for the client. The ghost country sounds big, but it is actually very small, just a few villages and towns. It doesn't take too long for the slug to go around. Half a day later, the master and his 2 disciples came to a conclusion: there was no trace of the witch in the ghost kingdom, and the palace was deserted. Everyone had fled and sought refuge. I hope nothing happened to the witch, otherwise our trip would have been in vain, said Kimura. Yes. Tsunade nodded, thinking about the 8 million ryo reward. Then, the master and his 2 disciples discussed it and went to interview local people separately, trying to find clues related to the witch. In the evening, Jing Ian learned the whereabouts of the witch from a fleeing palace maid. The military strength of the ghost country is weak and unable to resist the ghost army. After Huang Xuan led the rebels to sweep across the country, he turned to the neighboring swamp country, intending to unlock the seal of the ghost's body, reunite the ghost's body and soul, show the most complete posture, and release the strongest power. In order to stop Huang Quan's ambition, the Witch-Chan also led the remaining troops to the swamp country. It looks like we're going to the swamp country, Kimura said. Tsunade nodded, the situation is extremely critical. We need to speed up and find the client. We cannot let her be killed by the rebels. The master and his 2 disciples did not linger but rushed to the swamp country under the cover of night, still using slugs to search for their targets. A few hours later, in the early morning of the next day, a faint light appeared in the sky. The slug found the priestess Shen hiding in the mountains, and the master and his 2 disciples rushed to meet her. Unlike the glamorous woman in the photo in The Power of Attorney, her clothes were covered with dust and stains, her brows were furrowed, and she looked haggard and sad. She is about 20 years old, with long light yellow hair. Although it is grey, you can still vaguely see its soft texture. She has red lips and white teeth, and a pretty face. She looks somewhat similar to an adult Hinata. A small and exquisite bell hung on her fair and slender neck. She wore a yellow coat with a pink collar on her upper body, which had obvious curves, and a pair of red cropped trousers on her lower body. The color of the clothes had lost its original brightness and cleanliness. She was wearing a pair of grey low-heeled sandals, and her white and smooth toes were slightly dusty, making them look even whiter and more lively. Simply put, she has the poignant beauty of a princess in distress, which makes people love her. When Kimura saw her, the bagua mark on his abdomen became even hotter. Another woman of the right age to die the black hexagram seal. Kimura's eyes lit up and he felt a little moved. Ziwan had been on the run for a long time and her nerves were tense. She was startled when she suddenly saw 3 people. Then, noticing that Kimura was handsome and Tsunade was beautiful, he let down his guard a little. It is really hard to feel bad about such an appearance. After confirming her identity through the power of attorney, Ziwan breathed a sigh of relief and felt at ease. She wanted to cry, but she held it back. She barely suppressed her fluctuating emotions and gave a brief summary of the recent situation. After arriving in the swamp country, the remaining troops who had followed her all died in the fight against the Ghost Legion. She failed to stop the Ghost Army and was hunted down instead. During this period, she had been hiding from place to place, trying to save her life, waiting for the ninjas of Konoha to come to her support and counterattack together. Huang Chuan has gone to dig the deep mountain where the swamp country shrine is located, trying to bring the seal of the ghost's body back to light. The Ghost Army works day and night, digging very quickly, and according to the time, it is almost time to finish. After understanding the situation, Tsunade said, "Please rest assured. We Konoha ninjas will do our best to complete the mission and stop Huang Chuan from reviving the monsters. There are only 3 of you. Can you do it?" Shin expressed doubt. The Ghost Army led by Huang Chuan numbered in the tens of thousands. They had no fear and no pain, and were perfect warriors. Just 3 ninjas, plus a Miko like her, were going to challenge him. Wouldn't that be courting death? "Don't worry," Kimura promised with a smile, "my master is one of the 3 ninjas, known as the Slug Princess, and her strength is well known in the ninja world." Sunan. Shin was in awe. Although the place was remote, she had heard of the reputation of some of Konoha's ninjas, otherwise she would not have sent a letter of commission to Konoha. The 3 ninjas are one of Konoha's signature brands. Shin felt relieved and bowed slightly. "The future of the ghost country depends on your performance. Completing the client's task is what we ninjas should do," Tsunade said with a smile. Page 32. "Let's take a day off first. We've traveled thousands of miles without a rest and we must be exhausted," Kimura suggested. "Anyway, the client has been found, so there is no need to worry. The situation can't get any worse. It's nothing more than Huang Chuan resurrecting the monsters. It won't have much impact. It's just a tailed beast. As long as the client is safe and sound, just pay the fee afterwards." Tsunade and Shizuan looked at each other and agreed to Kimura's proposal. The master and his 2 disciples protected Ziwan and moved to another safe place, where they set up camp and rested. Ever since the army was wiped out, Ziwan has been alone, frightened and sleeping very lightly, often dozing off. She is very tired and her eyelids are drooping. She doesn't even dare to take a bath and is dirty all over. If it weren't for the nobility she has cultivated in the palace for so many years, it would be hard to associate her with a shrine maiden who rules a country. Now with the protection of the 3 masters and apprentices, Shin could finally take a comfortable bath to wash away the filth on her body, ask Tsunade for clean clothes, then relax and have a good sleep. This sleep was more comfortable than ever before, even more comfortable than lying in the bedroom before. "I slept from morning till night." Tsunade, who was relatively energetic, was in charge of the guarding. Kimura and Shizuan took advantage of Shin's rest time to catch up on some sleep. The long journey over the mountains and hills was too tiring. Late at night, it was Tsunade's turn to rest. Kimura, Shizuan, and Shin sat around the campfire to keep watch. In the distance, dozens of little slugs were on guard. Unlike in the morning, Ziwan is now clean and tidy, with a gleam in her watery eyes, bright and beautiful, and even more charming. After communicating for a while, Kimura discovered that this shrine maiden had a simple mind, was spoiled and stubborn, spoke directly and in a light tone. Of course, this was not a princess syndrome, because she was really a princess, not a disease. The priestess who governs a country has such a clear performance. Kimura speculates that it is probably because the area is remote, has little intersection with the ninja world, and the people are relatively simple, or it is because she was brought up by the ministers and maidens of the demon country and is protected too well. Moreover, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of the time traveler, there are some deviations in time and events in this remote area of the ninja world. Originally, the previous priestess was supposed to seal the demons in this era, but it happened more than 10 years ago. Originally, the Huangchuan rebellion was supposed to happen more than 10 years later, but it happened earlier in this era. It was as if an invisible hand had sped up the time in the land of demons and the land of swamps by more than 10 years. The age of the residents in this land also increased accordingly. The Mycoshan is already an adult woman of 20 years old. Volume 035. I want to improve so much. The fight with the witch. No matter how the remote areas change, it will have little impact and will not hinder the main progress of the ninja world. Kimura happily accepted the fact that Shin was 20 years old. A woman of the right age would definitely be more suitable for him to relieve Kagaya's swallowing than a woman of the wrong age. Although there is no sign of further development in their relationship, it does not affect his happiness about it. Since you are Princess Tsunade's apprentice, you should be very strong. Can you let me see it for myself? Shin opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Kimura. Although she asked politely, she would obviously not be happy if she didn't get what she wanted. The night is long and it's time to have nothing to do. Kimura raised his eyebrows and asked, "How do you want to see it?" "I'll know after I compete with you." Shin raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She has never fought a ninja in her life. Competition? Kimura thought for a moment and said, "You want to fight me? No problem. But we have to set the rules first." "What rules?" Shin asked. "We can't hurt the other side." Kimura stressed solemnly, "We're going to fight the ghost army tomorrow, and I don't want us to get hurt unnecessarily and waste our energy before then. The meaningless healing must be stopped. It is Kimura's responsibility to protect the progress of the devouring." "Okay, sure. I won't hurt you." Shin nodded without hesitation. This was not a difficult task at all. She had mastered the sealing technique passed down from generation to generation by the Myco. It was completely possible to restrict a person's movements without hurting him. "Then let's get started." Kimura stood up and left the campfire, and Shin followed him to the gravel ground beside the stream. Shizuan sat there, holding her chin and watching the show. "Remember, stop when you have reached a certain point and don't hurt anyone." Before the fight began, Kimura emphasized it again, in case the delicate shrine maiden did not observe martial ethics. "Do not worry." Shin agreed readily, but felt that Kimura was being too nagging, so she took decisive action and chakra burst out from her palm. Instantly, golden chakra threads flew out from her hands and rushed towards Kimura. Instant without seal. Kimura's eyes narrowed, thinking that he was worthy of being the only survivor of the demon country's army. It seemed that he was not only protected by others, but also had enough strength. Latent shadow snake hands. Kimura raised his hand and waved it. Dozens of pythons jumped out from his sleeves and rushed towards Shin opposite. With golden light flashing, thin chakra threads wrapped around the ferocious pythons, binding them so tightly that they could barely struggle and were no longer able to move. "I didn't hurt you, but you let the snake bite me." Shin pouted and stomped her feet angrily, very unhappy. Kimura quickly explained, "These are my summoned beasts, under my control. They can only restrain you, but they won't bite you." "Oh, that's more like it." Shin's emotions came and went quickly, so she ignored them and continued to concentrate on controlling the chakra threads to attack. Kimura narrowed his eyes, quickly formed seals with his hands, and used the basic ninja clone technique. Instantly, 3 Kimura appeared, running to different directions and launching attacks separately. "Interesting." Shin's eyes lit up, and she controlled the chakra threads to split into 3 clusters and chased after him relentlessly. The 3 Kimura were being chased and running wildly. Soon, the 2 weak clones were caught up by the chakra threads, tightly entangled, and exploded into smoke. The real body rushed straight towards Shin, who was standing there. Shin saw this and a smug smile appeared on her face. She then waved her hands, and the chakra thread increased its speed a bit, quickly wrapping around Kimura. "You can't move. I win." Before Shin could finish her words, Kimura opened his mouth wide, his jaw split at an alarming angle, and his outer body was discarded as a substitute as if he was shedding his skin, and a new body jumped out of his body. Orokai-style substitution technique. Kimura consumed a large amount of chakra to get rid of the golden thread seal that had not yet taken shape, and then took advantage of the height difference from his mouth to pounce on the witch from top to bottom with great momentum. "What's this?" Ziwan had never seen anything like this before. Witnessing the scene of shedding skin and changing body at close range was so shocking that she felt so nauseous that she forgot to resist for a moment. Kimura threw her to the ground, then quickly helped her up and said with a smile, "The competition is over." Shin's sealing technique is somewhat similar to Kushina's diamond seal, but it is much weaker and takes a relatively long time to take effect. The control of the target and the suppression of chakra are not fast enough. This can be seen from the python that was just entangled. Although it was controlled, it still had time to struggle and breathe. The time difference between being wrapped in the gold thread and being completely bound gave Kimura enough buffer. After Tsunade's guidance over the past few days, he could cast spells much faster than before. This little time was enough to perform the great snake-style substitution technique and catch Shin off guard. Of course, this was just Kimura's beautiful idea, and it just happened to come true due to luck. After all, Shin was a shrine maiden who had participated in wars and had accumulated a lot of combat experience. The reason she didn't react was that she was disgusted by this sticky ninjutsu. Nausea, it came and went quickly. Shin came to her senses, the strong smell of a man lingering in her nose, and when she looked carefully, she saw Kimura was very close, holding her shoulders. In the past in the palace, no person of the opposite sex dared to get so close to her, so close that her face was clearly reflected in those black eyes. In other words, Kimura's handsome face was also reflected in her eyes. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and Ziwan's heart trembled. She turned her eyes away somewhat unnaturally, and looked down at her slightly painful hands. There were slight scratches on the edges of her palms, which were caused by the sharp stones when she was knocked down just now. Shin snorted lightly, pushed away the arm that Kimura was supporting her with, then raised her own hand and showed the wound on her palm to Kimura. "You lost. We agreed not to hurt anyone, but you hurt me." The witch raised her smooth chin and said proudly. "Well, I broke the rules. Sorry." Kimura apologized and turned to ask Shizuan to come and treat Shin's flesh wound. If the wound is not treated quickly, it will heal soon. After healing the wound, Shin looked at the skin shed by the great snake-style substitution technique with a look of disgust, and said, "The technique you just used is so disgusting." She said she felt sick, but she didn't look away. Her sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity. Obviously, she had forgotten her nausea. The vast and new ninja world was unknown and interesting to her. "The technique I just used isn't pretty enough, but it's very useful. If you want to see some cool techniques, we have them too." As Kimura said this, he formed seals with his hands, then snapped his fingers, and a wisp of black flame ignited at his fingertips. The black flame's shape kept changing, sometimes a snake, sometimes a frog, sometimes a slug, all vividly and lifelike. Shin's eyes lit up, she smiled and clapped her hands in praise. "Interesting." Kimura grinned and said proudly, "This is me." "Oh no." In the quiet early morning, a female voice with a hint of anger and authority suddenly sounded, interrupting Kimura's show-off performance. Volume 036, "I want to improve so much. Everyone has their own thoughts." A familiar female voice. Kimura shuddered and turned his head to look over, and it was indeed his master. Tsunade rested for most of the night and happened to get up and saw Kimura showing off his fire-release Shin. With her keen eyesight, she naturally saw the apprentice's romantic feelings for the witch. It would be fine if Kimura was single, but he already has Mikoto. Isn't it an attempt to seduce a simple shrine maiden who has not experienced the world by doing this now? This is not possible. Tsunade can't sit idly by and watch Kimura play with her client's feelings, and as a master, she must stop her disciple from going astray. Oh no, you should save your chakra and use it when you kill the enemy. After Tsunade finished speaking, she didn't even look at Kimura and Shin, but went to the stream to wash up. Kimura heard the hidden meaning in Tsunade's words, and withdrew his hand awkwardly, no longer showing off his fire escape technique. Shin was watching with great interest when she suddenly stopped watching. She felt a little unhappy and pouted at Tsunade's back. "Yejun, how did you do that just now?" Shin asked curiously. Kimura secretly glanced at Tsunade's back and whispered, "Let's talk about this later." "Are you afraid of her?" Ziwan asked softly. Kimura coughed lightly, "It's not fear, it's respect, understand? She is my master, she has taught me. I have great respect for her." Shin nodded, a cunning look flashed across her eyes, and said, "I understand, you are afraid of her. Otherwise, you wouldn't even dare to explain fire release to me." Kimura gave Shin a blank look and laughed, "Ms. Maiko, your method is too crude. I won't be fooled." The provocation failed. Shin snorted and pouted, "I don't want to know how you did it. Don't ever tell me." After saying that, he turned around and left, sitting next to Shizuan, deliberately not looking in Kimura's direction. It was just like a quarrel between two kids, without any of the maturity of an adult. Kimura shook his head and laughed. A few minutes later, Tsunade finished washing up, and the four of them packed their luggage and headed to the swamp country shrine led by Shin. More than 20 years ago, after Maitreya sealed the ghosts, she organized the people to bury the temple, forming a mountain. Now, Huang Chuan is leading the ghost army to dig the mountain day and night in order to release the ghosts' bodies. The territories of the swamp country and the demon country are about the same size, with a total of several small towns. Page 33. The three masters and apprentices followed Ziwan's footsteps and took 2 hours to reach the high ground near the mountain where the ancestral hall was located. From a distance, halfway up the mountain, the ghost army was vast and grey. It was like a dark cloud, with at least tens of thousands of them. The excavated soil had already piled up into a small hill, which was quite spectacular. A deep tunnel opened up halfway up the mountain, extending deep into the mountains. "We must stop Huang Chuan and not let him unseal the body of the ghost. Otherwise, the ghost's soul will merge with the body and be completely resurrected, and things will be bad." Ziwan frowned, worried. Tsunade nodded, "Well, I've sent the slug down into the tunnel to get a feel for the situation. Once it's done investigating, we'll discuss tactical arrangements." "Yet." Shin nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the slug on Tsunade's shoulder shared consciousness with the slugs in the tunnel and relayed the actual situation to everyone. "The ghost army has dug a tunnel to the ancestral hall, and Huang Chuan is trying his best to unlock the seal on the monster's body. Oh no! If the seal on the body is also released, the monster will really be resurrected." Xiuan frowned. Tsunade thought for a moment and made arrangements. "Oh no, and I will use reverse summoning to get there. Shizuan, you stay with the client and protect her safety." "No." Shin rejected it immediately, "That's a demon. Only the sealing technique of the Maiko can seal it." "Real or fake?" Kimura raised an eyebrow, not quite believing it. According to what Shin said, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was dissatisfied. Shin rolled her eyes at him and said, "How can I lie to you? I'm a Maiko. In this land far away from the ninja world, the shrine maidens are gods and the monsters are demons. The purpose of the witch's existence is to seal the monsters and protect the people. Although Ziwan has been pampered since childhood, she has always abided by her ancestors' teachings and insisted on being on the front line in the fight against monsters." Tsunade was a bit troubled. "You don't have reverse summoning. If you want to go to the ancestral hall, you must get through the obstruction of the ghost army. Kimura was flexible and said, let Shin also sign a spiritual contract with Shijulin, and cancel it after the mission is completed. This will save a lot of trouble. Tsunade glared at him and raised her voice, what do you think the blood contract of the wet bone forest is? You can sign it if you want, and cancel it if you want. Only because Kimura worshipped her as his master could he sign a spiritual blood contract with the Holy Land that had been passed down for thousands of years. How could he just add a name to the contract casually? Kimura thought for a moment, and then said, or we can ask the Hokage to come here and use Flying Thunder God. Tsunade interrupted his opportunistic attempt calmly, this is our S-rank mission, not Minato's. It's not a life and death situation. Do you think he's your subordinate, someone you can summon at will? Kimura rubbed his brows and said, then we can only use the stupid method and rush up from the bottom of the mountain with Shin. Tsunade nodded, I will go into the cave alone to stop Huang Chuan, you and Shizun will protect Shin and fight your way out of the ghost army. It's a good opportunity to train and accumulate some combat experience. Kimura, got it, master. Protect the client. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Tsunade burst into a cloud of white mist and disappeared on the spot. Kimura turned his head and looked at the grey fog that covered the mountains. I've asked Shin before, and I know that the Ghost Legion is at best just ordinary soldiers. They don't know ninjutsu, but they are not afraid of death and cannot die. Although they are weak, they are extremely difficult consumables. When gathered together, their power is extraordinary. In the chaos of the army, scrapes and collisions are inevitable. Kimura narrowed his eyes, turned and walked into the tent. What is he doing back in the tent? Shin asked. Wear armor. Shizun replied. The armor was given by Mikoto before she left. I heard that it was passed down from ancestors, and the style is somewhat similar to that of Uchiha Madara. It can slightly resist some of the power of weapons and fire and thunder. It has little defensive effect, but is rather heavy, which affects movement and is not very practical. Kimura usually doesn't wear it, and only puts it on when cleaning up robbers, to avoid unnecessary trauma as much as possible. You don't wear armor? Shin asked Shizun, who shook her head. Shin raised her eyebrows slightly, Tsunadeheim doesn't wear one either, is Yekun a special case? Shizun shook her head, not really, Master used to wear armor on the battlefield. While the two girls were talking, Kimura walked out of the tent, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. He had changed his clothes and was now wearing a black tight combat uniform with dark red layered armor on the outside. He was handsome and heroic, far superior to any soldier Ziwan had ever seen. The witch was slightly stunned and pursed her lips. Shizun coughed lightly and said, let's go. Volume 037 I want to improve so much. The Resurrection of the Ghost. Kimura and Shizun, protecting their client Shin, set out together and quickly rushed towards the ghost army on the next mountain. Amid the flying dust, the three men arrived in front of the army and immediately attracted the attention of the Ghost Legion. The ghost army was like ants seeing candy, swarming in. They were dressed in grey armor, densely packed like flowing mud, surging over, emitting low roars from their mouths, and when they gathered together, the sound waves reached the sky. Ziwan's body trembled, and painful memories flooded into her mind. Some days ago, she and her army were defeated by this group of fearless ghosts. The soldiers of the ghost country were pierced by spears and bled to death. The scarlet blood stained the armor of the ghosts and the withered earth. The painful memories, like an overwhelming shadow, hang over my heart. Shin couldn't suppress the fear in her heart, her legs went weak, and she subconsciously took a step back. Kimura put his hand on her back and comforted her with a smile, don't be afraid, we won't lose. As he finished speaking, he formed seals with his hands. Fire style, Amaterasu of the wild. The blazing black flames gushed out like a fire dragon and quickly wrapped around the ghost soldier rushing towards him. They are called ghosts, but they are tangible after all, not illusory souls. After being entangled by the flames, they cannot break free and make low roars. Amaterasu had an absolute advantage in clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers. The more enemies there were, the better the effect. As the ghost soldiers charged, black flames quickly raged through the army, soon burning into a vast ocean, melting a large number of ghost soldiers. They are excellent consumables, producing neither smoke nor ash. While helping the black flame continue to burn, the ghost soldiers slowly regenerate. Shin, watch out for my control of fire style. Tsunade was not present, so Kimura used the battle as a legitimate excuse to once again demonstrate his fire escape technique. Under his control, the disorderly expanding black flames spread rapidly and burned into 3 fire curtains several meters high, blocking the ghost army outside. However, the ghost soldiers have no sense of pain and are not afraid of death. Even though the black flames were fierce, they never stopped and continued to charge from all directions, their bodies wrapped in blazing flames, breaking through the fire curtain and rushing in. The battle situation was urgent. Shin had no time to cheer for Kimura's excellent fire escape technique. She hurriedly used her only move, Maiko sealing technique. A large amount of chakra gold threads burst out from her palm, entangled the ghost soldier who broke through the black flame curtain, and then killed him. At the same time, Shizuan also took action. Although she was only 15 years old, she was already an excellent medical ninja. She had been taught by Tsunade for many years and her physical skills were also decent. It seemed very easy for her to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. Kimura was not idle either, he raised his hand and waved. There are many snake hands in the shadows. Dozens of pythons hissed and jumped out, forming a black mass, quickly attacking the ghost soldiers who were rushing forward bravely. Then, Kimura remembered Shin's previous curiosity about the black flame, so he explained to her, "This black flame is my special move, called Amaterasu of the Wild, and it is controlled by my thoughts. Some time ago, under the guidance of my master, I made great progress in chakra control and improved my special move. After making a seal, I can release the black flame at will." Shin heard it clearly, and a small smile rose at the corner of her mouth, but she remembered what she had said before, "I don't want to know," so she quickly turned down her mouth, and dealt with a ghost soldier who tried to attack Kimura, and said lightly, "Mr. Yat, it's too noisy here, what did you say just now?" Kimura was sure that she had heard it, so he grinned and said, "I just said that your sealing technique is very good, worthy of being a priestess from the land of demons. Thank you for the compliment." Shin raised her chin, a little proud, turned her head and gave Kimura a bright smile, which was regarded as putting the previous little unpleasantness behind her. Glancing at the two people in this situation, Shizuan sighed secretly, thinking that she should be in the cave, not here. Tsunade-sama arranged 3 people to attack the ghost army, which was too generous, so Anno was still in the mood to chat. Shizuan's eyes flickered, and she warned in a stern voice, "Hurry up and charge over, rush into the cave, help Lady Tsunade, and seal the monster." "Got it, senior sister." Kimura stopped smiling, responded solemnly, and concentrated on killing the enemy. Indeed, Shizuan was young, but she was the first to become a disciple, so she should be the senior sister. The 3 of them killed the miscellaneous soldiers on the mountain easily. At the same time, Tsunade in the cave had a serious look on her face. The deep tunnel, through the long soundproofing, completely isolates the noise outside the cave, and the cave is utterly silent. Huang Chuan was lying beside the ancient altar, without a sound. He was already dead, but he was not killed by Tsunade, but he asked for death on his own initiative. When Tsunade was reversely summoned here by the slug, Huang Chuan had already unlocked the seal on the monster's body. He then sacrificed his life to release the monster's soul from his body, promoting the fusion of the monster's soul and body, and resurrecting the real monster. Above the altar, a purple-black mist enveloped the area, and the color gradually became thicker, more and more purple, almost black. At the same time, a faint roar was heard in the silent cave, as if a giant beast was gradually waking up. Tsunade watched the strange phenomenon unfold and felt it was extremely difficult. She wanted to stop it, but she was powerless against the almost invisible mist. "Try using acid." Tsunade turned her head and said to the slug beside her. The slug moved its tentacles, then opened its mouth and spurted out streams of yellow acid. The ancient and solemn altar was quickly corroded. However, the purple-black mist above the altar was not affected at all and continued to grow thicker little by little. Tsunade couldn't help but frown. It seems that it is just as Shin said, it needs the sealing technique of the Miko, otherwise it can't be suppressed. "What should we do now?" "Go out and pick up Shizuan and the others," asked the slug. Tsunade shook her head. "We can't leave the demon alone in the cave. I must stay here to contain it, otherwise it will take the opportunity to slip away and it will be troublesome." After that, he turned and asked, "How is the situation over there, Jingyan?" "It went smoothly. Kimura's black flame is very powerful. It can even burn ghost soldiers. It looks like we'll be able to enter the cave in about half an hour." The slug replied. "Half an hour?" Tsunade muttered to herself, looking up at the increasingly thick mist, thinking that by the time the little witch arrived, the monsters would probably have been fully integrated and resurrected. However, we can only wait. Fortunately, the oppressive feeling of this monster chakra is at best at the level of Tsunagaku or Shikaku, so even if it is resurrected, it will not be able to cause any trouble. Tsunade remained calm, standing where she was, concentrating on being on guard against the increasingly thick purple mist. Volume 038. I want to improve so much. The glory of the Miko. The cave was as quiet as night, but outside the cave the sound of killing was deafening. After clearing out a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, the advantage of Amaterasu's everlasting power was fully demonstrated. No matter how the ghost soldiers recovered, the black flames always existed and burned fiercely. With these soldiers as consumables, the fire grew bigger and bigger. The originally grey army had already turned black. Kimura, wearing armor, with Shizuan and Shin, stabbed into the abdomen of the ghost army like a sharp blade, and climbed up the rugged mountain road, getting closer and closer to the cave. The cave was originally invisible, but now a cave entrance like a small dot appeared in the field of vision. So tired. Xiuan was sweating profusely, not caring about her ladylike manners, and panting heavily with her cherry-red mouth open. She was a delicate woman, fighting and climbing at the same time, and her physical strength was consumed too quickly, and she was about to run out of energy and could not hold on at all. Shizuan, who was standing by, wasn't in much better condition. She was young, and a regular medical ninja, so her physical strength was very limited. Her face was flushed and she was sweating. Kimura was in the best condition, with no other abnormalities except for his increased heart rate. He was born with excellent physical strength and energy, and he fully demonstrated his excellent physical fitness in daily life and work, whether he was with Mikoto and the Dean day and night, or fighting hard with the enemy. Kimura looked at the exhausted Shin and encouraged him with a smile. "I remember you said that only a Miko can seal the monsters. You must not fall down. Come on." "Okay." Shin listened to what Kimura said and nodded heavily. "For the glory of the Shrine Maiden and for the home of the Demon Kingdom, we must never give up." Shin took a deep breath, cheered herself up, and tried hard to move her legs that felt like they were filled with lead to continue moving forward. At the same time, from all directions, the ghost soldiers who were not afraid of death were still breaking through the fire barriers. Page 34. The three of them climbed up the mountain while killing the enemies. Drop after drop of sweat kept falling on the soil, slightly moistening it, but was quickly trampled by the ghost army and disappeared without a trace. Ziwan's breathing became more and more rapid. The three of them were getting closer and closer to the cave. The cave entrance in their sight was already as big as a coin. "We're almost there. Hold on." Kimura's voice was loud and powerful, cheering up Shizuan and Shen. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ziwan suddenly felt that she couldn't breathe, and then endless fatigue surged into her heart, and the string that had been tense in her mind broke. So tired. Don't want to move anymore. Ziwan's eyes dimmed and her steps staggered. She suddenly felt that the soil under her feet was so familiar that she wanted to lie down on the ground without caring about anything and have a good sleep. Once this thought came to mind, I could no longer suppress it. There were no other thoughts in my drowsy mind. In the blink of an eye, Shen's body went limp and she fell to the ground. Are you okay? Kimura's eyes narrowed, and he quickly reached out to support Shen. Xiuan's rosy lips opened slightly, but she only breathed instinctively and did not utter a word. Obviously, he was completely exhausted. Seeing her like this, Kimura couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, will is just will after all, and not everyone can burn their will to break through their limits. Most people try their best to persist, but in the end they just lose their lives. Shen has been able to drag her exhausted body, which feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, and persist until now. This is an act of extraordinary perseverance. Just rest for a while. I'll carry you to the cave. Kimura said softly, then reached out and grabbed Shen's thigh and carried her on his back. Ziwan was in a daze, and suddenly she felt like she was floating in a cloud. She no longer had to stand on the ground with any effort. She could release all the stress in her body and mind, feeling relaxed and happy. Although Kimura's armor was cold and hard, and far less soft than the bed in the bedroom, Shen only felt comfortable, without any discomfort at all. The only embarrassing thing was that I had only known Yejun for less than 2 days, but we had such close contact. This thought flashed through Shen's mind, and was soon replaced by the comfort that filled her whole body. When you are extremely tired, it is really comfortable to have a pair of shoulders to lean on. At this moment, the glory of the Miko was out of her mind. Shen just wanted to rest for a while. She put her hands on Kimura's shoulders and wrapped them around Kimura's neck to stabilize her body and reduce the shaking of the bumpy mountain road. Then her eyelids became heavy and she simply closed them completely and fell into a light sleep. Before going to sleep, she whispered softly, "Thank you, Ye-kun." Kimura smiled and said, "It's our duty to help our companions." The slug in Shen's arms really wanted to show that it could expand dozens of times and carry Shen forward, but seeing how harmoniously the two of them got along, it didn't make a sound and embarrass itself. Shen's delicate body weighing less than 100 pounds was not heavy for Kimura, but it still affected his movements. The combat effectiveness of the original team of 3 people was greatly reduced. Fortunately, there are not many enemies left. The fire was raging, and it became a sea of fire. Most of the ghost soldiers who tried to break through the black flames were incomplete and had no fighting power. Therefore, even though Kimura was carrying Shen on his back, he was still able to rush to the cave smoothly with Shizuan. As time passed, we got closer and closer to the cave entrance, and we could even see the rock walls and broken soil inside. It's finally here. Kimura took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his face. Shizuan smoothed her hair and tucked the wet hair on her cheeks behind her ears. Then, she fixed her eyes and said vigilantly, there seems to be something wrong with this cave." Shizuan pointed at the rock wall in the cave from afar, and Kimura looked over there, only to see the dust and gravel on the rock wall trembling slightly and then falling off. Kimura speculated, that should be the residual power of the battle between Master and the monster. The slug moved its tentacles and said, "No, that's the sound of the resurrection of the demon. Without the sealing technique of the Miko, Tsunade can't stop the demon. Then let's hurry over there," Kimura said as he rushed into the cave, waking up Shen at the same time. "Don't sleep. It's your turn to perform the sealing technique next." "Well." Shen raised her eyelids. Although she had only taken a nap for less than 10 minutes, it felt like a lifetime ago. Now she woke up with a bewildered look on her face. Then, he was blown by the cold mountain wind and shivered. He suddenly woke up and realized that he was heading towards the place where the monsters were. In the name of the witch, I will seal the monster. Shen looked solemn. Having recovered a small part of her energy, she picked up the glory of the priestess again. The next moment, she suddenly realized that she was still lying on Kimura's back. Her cheeks flushed as if she had been electrocuted, and she quickly loosened her arms around Kimura's neck. Volume 039. I want to improve so much. Sealing the monsters. Kimura noticed Shen's discomfort and immediately put her down. Shen landed steadily, avoiding the embarrassment of speaking, and was secretly grateful for Kimura's thoughtfulness. The roar of the monsters came from far away along the tunnel, like muffled thunder, exploding in the cave and echoing continuously. Slug led the way, taking the team of 3 to the altar. As the distance got closer, the roars became louder and louder, revealing a strong sense of power, as if a wild beast was patrolling its territory and deterring foreign enemies. Kimura was very calm. After witnessing the ferocity of the two-tail and the eight-tail, the momentum of the monster could not cause any fluctuation in his mood. Shen was worried. The Wu Yang was the strongest enemy she had ever seen, and her mother had paid a huge price to seal the Wu Yang. How big of a gap is there between her and her mother now? Can you accomplish the feat of sealing the monsters? Shen muttered to herself, but she didn't stop and rushed to the depths of the cave. No matter what, sealing the monsters and protecting the homeland are the missions that the witch must shoulder. Hu, ho, ho. Da-da-da. The roars and footsteps mixed together, composing a messy pre-war music. Under the leadership of the slug, the 3-person team successfully arrived at the location of the altar, where Tsunade was confronting the monster. You're finally here. Tsunade sighed, I can't do anything with this guy. I can't stop it from resurrecting. Give it to me. Shen looked solemn as he looked at the thick black-purple mist that filled the altar. He shouted loudly, and his whole body burst into golden light. It was a golden thread condensed from chakra, and it rushed towards the purple mist like a tide. When Wu Yang saw the familiar sealing technique, the shadow of thousands of years came over his heart, and he said angrily, Damn witch! Don't try to seal me this time. Immediately, countless bulges emerged from the purple mist, transforming into sharp spikes that attacked Ziwan. Kimura, Tsunade, and Shizun quickly moved to cut off the thrusts and protection. Then, Kimura formed seals with his hands and spit out a black fire dragon. Instantly, the temperature in the cold mountain rose a little. Black flames surged into the purple mist, burning with crackling sounds. Ugh! The ghost couldn't help but cry out in pain, and the purple mist turned into more spikes, attacking everyone. At the same time, golden chakra threads wrapped around the huge purple mist. Seal! Shen shouted loudly, golden light flared, and the chakra threads suddenly contracted. Bang! The purple mist was instantly suppressed and shrunk a little, and the sharp spikes that attacked also shattered into harmless mist. Wrapped in the golden chakra threads, the monster's power was suppressed. This is a sealing technique passed down from generation to generation by the priestesses of the land of demons, and it has a great restraining effect on monsters. Even though the ghosts have the power to destroy the ghost country in the legend, they have little power to resist the witches. From ancient times to the present, it has always been the witches who sealed the ghosts and protected this land. Damn witch! The ghost roared angrily, and the purple mist shrank and condensed on its own, then suddenly spread out, impacting the shrinking chakra threads. Clang! Clang! Loud noises like metal colliding continued to be heard. Under the vigorous impact of the purple mist, the golden light on the chakra threads gradually dimmed. Xiuan's face turned pale, she felt the power of the ghost. After all, she was not as powerful as her deceased mother, and could not suppress it absolutely. If she continued to let the ghost resist, the seal would be broken sooner or later. Shen could only try her best to inject chakra into the seal to suppress the resistance of the monster. However, Her meager chakra could not compete with the monsters that were like tailed beasts. Gradually, she fell into a disadvantage. The golden light that originally illuminated the cave was no longer brilliant. Tsunade noticed Shin's weakness and quickly put her hands on her back to inject chakra into her. Kimura and Shizuan looked at each other and also put their hands on her back to inject chakra into Shin. Suddenly, the golden light shone again. With the combined efforts of the four, they easily surpassed the monster, which was at best a single tail. Seal! Ziwan shouted loudly, and ancient and obscure words appeared in her pupils. The golden light of the seal shone a little brighter, as hot and blazing as a flame. The ghost couldn't help but howl in pain. Along with the howling sounds that became weaker and weaker, the purple mist was compressed by the golden thread and finally disappeared. Only a ball of golden thread remained, with densely packed ancient characters on the surface flowing like water. Shin took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, "The seal was successful. Mission accomplished." Shizuan clapped her hands in celebration. Kimura was all smiles. Today's battle was unexpected. Amaterasu played a miraculous role, and the ghost army didn't hurt him at all. The seal healing was not triggered, and the wedge seal swallowing progress remained unchanged. This was really a great joy. Thank you all for your help. Without you, I wouldn't be able to seal the monster with my own strength. Ziwan bowed and expressed his gratitude. Tsunade smiled and helped Shin up, saying, "It is our duty and obligation as ninjas to complete the tasks issued by the client. This is what we should do, you don't need to thank me." Then she asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Split the monster in two like your mother did." Shin shook her head. It turns out that splitting into two is not safe either. There is still a risk of the seal being unsealed. What's more, my sealing technique is far inferior to my mother's. Kimura thought about it and suggested, why not take Wolyang to Konoha and ask the fourth Hokage to add a few more seals for multiple layers of insurance. Shin thought about it for a moment, nodded in agreement, then hesitated and said, "But how can I return to the land of demons from Konoha then?" From childhood to adulthood, the only places she had been to were the land of ghosts and the land of swamps. She knew nothing about the outside world and was naturally wary of it. After going to Konoha, he returned to the land of demons alone. There were too many unknown variables. However, if he hired Konoha ninjas as guards, the reward would be too expensive. The previous reward of 8 million taels almost emptied the poor treasury of the land of demons. Shin felt a little embarrassed. As an honorable priestess, she had never cared about these mundane affairs. Now she was having trouble with money. It was so embarrassing. Kimura smiled and proposed a solution. "Don't worry, the fourth Hokage has mastered a very powerful space-time ninjutsu. When you want to return, he can take you through space and directly return to the land of demons. It's very convenient." "Okay." Shin cheered up and gave Kimura a grateful look. "Then let's go back to the land of demons first. I want to put the flying thunder god Kunao in your palace so that the fourth Hokage can locate it in the future," Kimura said. "Yeah." Shin nodded in agreement. Tsunade and Shizuan naturally had no objection. The four of them rested for a while, then left the cave and headed for the kingdom of ghosts, spreading the good news that the monsters had been sealed along the way. Volume 040 I want to improve so much. Hidden in the rain. After erecting a monument to commemorate the sacrificed soldiers of the Ghost Kingdom, the four of them rested for a night and then prepared to set off. "Is it okay for you to leave the land of demons like this?" Kimura was a little puzzled. It would be too hasty for the ruler of a country to leave the country without any backup plan. Page 35. Shin pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "I have sealed the monster and fulfilled my duty as a Miko. As for governing the country, it has never been my job. When the news of the ghosts being sealed spreads throughout the land, the people will naturally settle down and rebuild their homes. The old system will still exist, and those officials who fled will voluntarily return to their posts to manage the ghost country. Besides, I have informed the people where I am going, so they will not panic. In the past, monsters would break the seal every few decades. After every turmoil, order needs to be re-established. The ghost country has accumulated sufficient experience in this regard and will not lose its composure just because the witch disappears. Shin is not worried that anything will go wrong in the demon kingdom. Kimura shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. What I meant was, will there be any ambitious people who will seize power and usurp the throne while you are away from the land of ghosts?" Shin was slightly stunned, not understanding why Kimura would have such an idea. For thousands of years, the witch has been passed down from generation to generation, protecting the people and has become the totem of the kingdom of ghosts. As long as she shows up, she will be the undisputed ruler of the ghost kingdom, and no one can replace her. Unless someone wanted to change the dynasty and overthrow the witch's rule for thousands of years. However, the witch had just sealed the monsters and her reputation was at its peak. Who would have such a rebellious idea? Moreover, if the monsters break the seal again in the future, without the sealing technique passed down from generation to generation by the witches, who would have the confidence to protect this land and maintain rule? Therefore, Shin is not worried about being usurped. This is the confidence of being the mascot and guardian of the demon country. After making sure that Shin had no worries, Kimura felt relieved and took her away. Thus, the four of them officially set out on their journey back to Konoha. Along the way, we traveled through small countries and did not approach the borders of big countries. After all, the Ninja World War had just ended, and the nerves of the major countries were still tense and on high alert. If a ninja of Tsunade's level rashly entered other major countries, it would easily cause unnecessary disputes. Small countries have loose administration and have always been a buffer zone between big countries, so they can pass through at will. After a week of trekking, the four of them stepped into Yuyan's territory. It rains all year round in Yuyan, sometimes it is a drizzle, sometimes it is a downpour, revealing a lingering dampness and gloom. When passing by the remains of a battlefield, Shizuan explained to Shin the origin of the title of three ninjas. During the Second Ninja World War, the leader of the Omegakure clan, Hanzo, overwhelmed the young Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, and was awarded the title of Three Ninjas. When Tsunade was reminded of the past, a hint of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. It was indeed a thrilling time to fight side by side with Jiraiya and Orochimaru to fight against Hanzo. Kimura stood aside, listening to Shizuan's story, and some impressions of Hanzo emerged in his mind. Hanzo is known as the demigod who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Although this is a bit exaggerated, it is not outrageous as long as a prefix is added, the demigod who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world in the same era. The era was limited, and many legendary ninjas were excluded, such as the first-generation Hokage, Uchiha Madara, the second-generation Hokage. In Hanzo's generation, no one seems to be better than him. With his own strength, he protected the sovereignty of the Rain country in the gap between the major countries. It is extremely rare for a ninja from a small country to achieve this level, which is indeed commendable. Of course, that was many years ago. Today, the three ninjas are the ninjas standing at the top of the ninja world. Although Hanzo is still the leader of Yugakure, time is not forgiving. He is old and no longer at his peak. His strength has declined a lot and he is no longer as high-spirited as before. Facing the young strong men, he now feels more threatened than admired. For example, the Akatsuki organization founded by Yahiko grew stronger day by day and was regarded as a thorn in Hanzo's side. In a negotiation scheduled with Hanzo, the Akatsuki organization was framed by Hanzo and Danzo. In the end, Nagato and Konan escaped, but Yahiko died. Kimura is not sure about the exact time of this incident and cannot tell whether it has happened yet. On the side, Shizuan recounted the story of three ninjas versus Hanzo. After listening to this, Shin's eyes sparkled. She had a wonderful feeling of participating in a major event in the ninja world and felt a spiritual pleasure. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled, "Hurry up and get to the nearest town before sunset. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to camp in this heavy rain." "Okay." When Shin heard that they might have to camp in the rain, her eyebrows twitched and she quickly started walking towards the town. Tsunade, Shizuan, and Kimura looked at each other and smiled. Ninjas often live outdoors when on missions and do not care about living conditions, but Shin, as a shrine maiden, is very particular about the comfort of life. Except for the time when she was chasing the Huangchuan rebels, she had been living in the palace, enjoying a life of luxury. She had to live in seclusion in the mountains of the swamp country before, which she always regarded as the darkest moment in her life. Therefore, after sealing the monster, Shin began to enjoy herself with revenge, and even wanted to bring 2 palace maids with her to serve her. However, the small country they passed through was not stable, and it was not appropriate to bring 2 ordinary people, so Shin could only give up helplessly. However, camping is absolutely unacceptable. After the wandering in the swamp country, Shin had had enough of the hardships and fears of life, and she never wanted to camp in the wild again in her life, lest the bitter and embarrassing memories of that time come to mind. Staying in a hotel is her most basic travel need. In the evening, we arrived at a nearby small town. The people on the street were wearing all kinds of clothes, obviously from different countries, unlike the ghost country where everyone was wearing the same clothes. Restaurants, hotels, casinos, all kinds of places. There are many people and it is very busy. In order to ensure that the client Shin had a pleasant journey, Tsunade did not wear a mask to hide her identity this time. The reputation of the 3 ninjas can scare off many potential villains and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Many people along the way looked at her and recognized Tsunade as the legendary 3 ninjas. Word of mouth spread quickly in the town and many interested people heard about it. Tsunade, seeing the fluttering gambling flag from afar, couldn't help but feel her gambling addiction aroused. She became eager to try her luck, her eyes filled with excitement, and she unconsciously moved towards that direction. Shizuan coughed lightly and reminded, "Lady Tsunade, you still owe a lot of gambling debts." Tsunade's thoughts were revealed, and she quickly straightened her expression, "I firmly reject pornography, gambling, and drugs." Shizuan chuckled. Afterwards, the 4 of them went into a relatively upscale hotel in the town. Volume 041. I want to improve so much. My first meeting with Akatsuki. The 4 people were divided into 2 rooms. Kimura lived in one room alone, and the 3 women lived in another room. After dinner in the lobby, Ziwan suggested going out to the night market. She had finally come out for a trip, so naturally she wanted to appreciate the local customs and practices along the way as much as possible. The atmosphere in this small town is relatively good, and both locals and outsiders are very well behaved. After all, you may be a lawless desperado, and the other party may be a tough guy who is not easy to mess with. Unless the conflict reaches an irreconcilable level, no one is willing to fight with a stranger, otherwise you don't know who will be the one who falls in the end. There is a mix of good and bad people, but basic harmony is maintained. There's nothing wrong with strolling around town at night. Tsunade agreed to Shin's proposal, looked at Shizuan, and said, "You go with Shin and play on the street." Shizuan shook her head to refuse, a smile appeared on the corner of her lips, she said nothing, just looked at Tsunade. She wanted to stay and keep an eye on this gambling master, so that he would not sneak out. Tsunade saw what Shizuan was thinking, shook her head and laughed, turned to look at Kimura, and said, "Then you take the slug and go out with Shin for a walk, and come back early." "Ah!" Kimura nodded in agreement, put the little slug in his arms, and walked out of the hotel with Shin under an umbrella. Tsunade looked at the backs of the 2 and frowned slightly. In fact, she didn't want Kimura, a married man, to be alone with Shin. After all, a handsome and outstanding man like Kimura would have a huge killing power on Shin, a shrine maiden who had lived in the deep palace for a long time. During this journey together, although Kimura did not do anything out of the ordinary except that time when he carried Shin up the mountain, his charm was naturally radiating and could not be concealed. Shin found Kimura more and more pleasing to the eye, and often smiled unconsciously, and it was obvious that she had developed a good impression of Kimura. If this continued, who knows how far it would go. Tsunade felt a little troubled by this, but she could only let Kimura accompany Shin alone tonight. After all, she didn't dare to go out on the street, fearing that she couldn't resist the fatal temptation of the casino. Shizun had to stay and keep an eye on her. Tsunade watched the figures of the lone man and woman walk away, sighed softly, and thought that it was time to take precautions to prevent any inappropriate emotional entanglement between the two. Shin walked out of the hotel, not knowing that Tsunade was already worried about her. She and Kimura walked side by side in the night market that was far more prosperous than the Demon Kingdom, and they were very happy. Is Konoha's night market more lively than here? Shin asked curiously. Yes. Kimura nodded, you will see it once we enter the land of fire. Shin's eyes were suddenly filled with longing and excitement, and she smiled and said, I really envy you for living in such a prosperous country. Kimura shook his head and said, you are the supreme ruler of a country after all. There is no need to be envious. The living standards of most people are far inferior to yours. Shin pouted, that's not necessarily true. My mother died when I was very young. The same goes for my father. I seem to have never seen him as far as I can remember. I don't have any impression of him at all. In the demon country, where most people have both parents, her life experience is full of flaws. However, in Kimura's opinion, it was very ordinary. You are at least an orphan with fine clothes and delicious food. Many people have neither parents nor a good family background. For example, I had to worry about the next meal before I even finished the last one. Kimura said lightly, and his mind emerged the time when he first traveled to this world and struggled to survive alone in the war-torn wilderness. After hearing this, Shin couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. She didn't expect Kimura to have such a tragic past. She thought for a moment and said softly, if I had met you at that time, I would have helped you to have enough food and clothing. Kimura smiled and said, it's a pity that I didn't meet you at that time. However, I was lucky enough to meet another kind woman. Who is it? Your master? Ziwan asked. Kimura shook his head, it was the director of the orphanage. She gave me a job so that I don't have to wander anymore. As they were talking, they followed the aroma and went to a dessert shop. The business in the shop was good, so they ordered and sat down in the seats by the window. Outside the window, drizzles fell from the sky, splashing in the puddles on the ground. While enjoying the rain, Kimura talked with Shin about his experience in the orphanage. The streets were bustling with people. Not long after, 2 men and 1 woman came from a distance, wearing black robes and Yuyan forehead protectors. One of the men had fiery red hair and wavy patterns in his eyes, the woman had blue-purple hair and wore delicate paper flower ornaments. She was beautiful and had a cool temperament. Kimura's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly recognized that they were Nagato and Konan. The other one was obviously Yahiko, and all 3 of them were alive. It seems that Akatsuki has not yet experienced the conspiracy between Hanzo and Danzo, and is still the organization full of vitality and hope. Shin noticed Kimura's gaze and asked in confusion, No-kun, do you know them? Kimura smiled and said, well, I know them, but they don't know me. Are they famous? Shin asked. Kimura nodded. Yes, they are quite famous. They lead an organization called Akatsuki. Their current scope of activities is Yugakure. They pursue the idea of creating peace without relying on force and power, and they are supported and followed by many people. If not relying on force and power, then what should we rely on? Ziwan was a little confused. You know, even the priestesses who rule the land of demons by doing nothing have unique sealing techniques passed down from generation to generation and possess powerful strength. Without absolute force and divine authority, how can one convince the people? Shin finds it difficult to understand the Akatsuki's principles. Kimura laughed and said, they don't rely on force, but that doesn't mean they don't have force. That red-haired man is very powerful, and those wavy eyes are the eyes of the legendary Six-Path Sage. Six-Path Sage? Shin was shocked and stood in awe. As they were talking, 3 people walked over from a distance and also entered the dessert shop. After placing their orders, they sat at a square table, just a few steps away from Kimura. Shin couldn't help but sneak a peek at Nagato's Rin-Egan, and Kimura reminded her softly, don't glance around, or people might suspect you're coveting those eyes. Oh! Shin responded obediently, lowered her eyes and moved her gaze to the window. At the same time, the voices of the audio triangle could be heard. What they talked about was not the organization's confidential matters, so they had no reservations. Kimura pricked up his ears and listened quietly while eating dessert. The news of Tsunade entering the town spread widely, and Yahiko and his friends also heard about it. It just so happened that some people in the Akatsuki organization were seriously injured and urgently needed excellent medical ninjas to treat them. Yahiko and his friends thought of hiring Tsunade to help with the treatment. Volume 042, I want to improve so much. Be careful, Hanzo. Medical ninjas have always been scarce and very precious in the ninja world. Tsunade once proposed to the third Hokage that each team should be equipped with a medical ninja. This is undoubtedly too idealistic. Only Konoha is a big family with a lot of wealth, and it can train some medical ninjas. Most ninja villages lack excellent medical heritage, and there are very few medical ninjas. For example, in a small ninja village like Yuyin, there aren't many medical ninjas. If you get seriously injured in battle, you can basically just rely on yourself. Therefore, upon learning that Tsunade was in the town, Akatsuki did not want to miss this precious opportunity for treatment. The triangle chatted for a while, and then a female ninja in a black robe from the next table came over and exchanged a few words. Kimura vaguely heard a short sentence like Konoha Orphanage. Apparently, when he was talking to Shin about the orphanage just now, that thoughtful female ninja overheard it. Kimura estimated that if the Akatsuki organization knew that he was a ninja from Konoha, they would try to negotiate with him and then get in touch with Tsunade. Things developed exactly as Kimura had imagined. Page 36. After communicating with the members of the organization, Yahiko stood up and walked over with a warm smile on his face, and extended his hand to Kimura in a friendly manner. Hello, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko. Please forgive my rudeness for interrupting your meal. Hello. Kimura stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Yahiko explained his purpose frankly, I heard from my friends that you are a ninja from Konoha. Is it true that Princess Tsunade has come to town? Then, he added, we have no ill intentions, we just want to hire her to treat our injured partner. Kimura nodded. There was nothing to deny. Tsunade showed up in town in the evening. Anyone with eyes could tell that she was here. Could you please help introduce me? Yahiko asked. Kimura smiled and shook his head, don't bother, take me to see your wounded first. Yahiko was slightly surprised, are you a medical ninja too? Not at the moment. But I can handle most common injuries. Kimura said, pulling out a cute little slug from his arms. This summoned beast from the wet bone forest can defeat most medical ninjas. As Princess Tsunade's fame spread throughout the ninja world, slugs also became somewhat famous, and Tsunade was even given the nickname Slug Princess. Yahiko was delighted when he saw the slug, and bowed to Kimura, saying, I'll leave the treatment to you, please. You don't have to be so polite. Kimura smiled and waved his hand, speaking of which, we have some connections. I am Tsunade-sama's disciple, and you are Jiraiya-sama's disciples. We are actually quite close. I see. Yahiko grinned and understood why Kimura was so easy to talk to. Then he turned around and called Nagato and Konan over, and introduced them to Kimura and Shin. Afterwards, they went to Akatsuki's temporary base together. The slug healed the wounded with ease. To express his gratitude, Yahiko paid a generous reward. Kimura declined. As disciples of the three ninjas, it is only natural for us to help each other. Even if they really wanted to receive payment, Tsunade should have gone directly to Jiraiya to ask for it. After all, with the relationship between these two people who had been through fire and water together, talking about money would not be out of place, but would make their bond seem stronger. Kimura was firm in her refusal, so Yahiko had to give up the cash reward. It's a pity that the organization still has important things to do, otherwise I would really like to stay in this town for a few more days and spend more time with you. Yahiko laughed heartily. Very important thing? Kimura narrowed his eyes slightly, and the thought of Hans negotiating with Akatsuki flashed through his mind like lightning. This should be the most important thing for the Akatsuki organization. I don't know if this is what Yahiko was talking about. Kimura thought about it and decided to remind this practical man with great ideals. A ninja as good as him should not die tragically under the conspiracy of Hanzo and Danzo. I've heard of the reputation of Akatsuki. Your power is growing very fast. Hanzo should have heard of you. As the leader of a Megakure, can he tolerate an unofficial organization like yours? Kimura deliberately brought up the subject. Yahiko laughed and took over the conversation, saying, "Some time ago, Hanzo-senpai contacted us and agreed with us that, with Akatsuki as the core, we would negotiate with the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind, demanding that ninjas from other countries no longer invade the Land of Rain at will." Kimura frowned. It's a grand idea, but I don't seem to have heard any relevant news in the village. What? Yahiko was startled and a little hesitant, exchanging glances with Nagato and Konan. As a disciple of Princess Tsunade, Kimura was obviously qualified to access Konoha's secrets. If he had never heard of it, then the authenticity of this matter was questionable. Kimura observed the expressions of the three people and saw that he had successfully planted the seeds of doubt in their hearts, so he continued, "Is there a possibility that this is just a smokescreen, and what Hanzo really wants to do is set up an ambush and eliminate the unofficial organization Akatsuki?" Yahiko frowned even more and said hesitantly, "That shouldn't be the case. Senior Hanzo cherishes talent very much. He once gave our master the title of Three Ninjas and also spared the life of General Mifune of the Land of Iron." Yahiko was unwilling to believe that the hero of a Megakure was a despicable person. Kimura shook his head and interrupted, "People don't stay the same forever. Hanzo was indeed admired when he was young, but many years have passed. You can trust him, but you shouldn't be without any guard." "Okay, I'll remember that." Yahiko thought for a moment and nodded heavily. Kimura didn't know whether he really listened or not, but he had reminded him, and it was worth the fate that they met. As for whether the tragedy in the future could be changed, it depended on what the person involved did. At the same time, Shin covered her mouth and yawned. It was already very late, the drizzle had stopped for a while, and the moonlight outside the window was shining brightly. Kimura looked at the clock and said, "It's getting late. We should leave." Hearing that he was leaving, Yahiko suppressed his rising and falling emotions and thanked him solemnly, "Sorry to bother you tonight. Thank you for your help and reminder." As he said this, he, Nagato and Konan sent Kimura and Shin out. There were still many people walking on the street, and it was almost as busy as during the day. In the world of ninja, day and night were not clearly distinguished. "No need to see me off. You should have a good rest, conserve your energy, and strive to realize your dream as soon as possible," Kimura said with a smile. Zionin took a step forward and handed a bunch of paper flowers to Kimurino. She looked at him and Shin and said softly, "Thank you both for today. I wish you a happy life and a happy family." Kimurino and Shin looked at each other and guessed that Konan might have misunderstood. However, in order to avoid embarrassment, Kimura did not point it out on the spot and accepted the paper flowers with a smile. I will keep it well. Take care of yourself. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Yes. There will definitely be a chance. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan nodded heavily. Volume 043, I want to improve so much. Night chat at the hotel. After waving goodbye to the audio triangle, Kimura and Shin set out on the journey back to the hotel. Zionin sent a bunch of paper lotus flowers, which have many meanings, such as good luck and love. According to Zionin's blessing, it obviously refers to the love between a man and a woman. When Shin saw that Kimura accepted Konan's paper flowers calmly, she couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart and her cheeks turned slightly red. She secretly guessed the meaning of Kimura's action. Is it a euphemism to express his love for me? Shin was unsure, but she didn't think too much about it. Having been a shrine maiden for so many years, the subjects of the demon kingdom had never deceived or disobeyed her, so she always asked questions when she had doubts and never hid her thoughts. However, just as he was about to ask, he quietly closed his mouth. She suddenly thought that Kimura was not a subject of the demon kingdom, but a ninja of Konoha, and she and Kimura were not in a master-servant relationship. If she asked directly about this kind of relationship, and the answer was not what she expected, wouldn't the situation be very awkward? By then, everyone wouldn't even be able to get along normally as friends. Ziwan silently suppressed her temper and did not ask any questions. Kimura originally planned to take the initiative to explain to her Konan's misunderstanding of their relationship, but then he thought that he also wanted to pursue Shin, so there was no need to turn a wonderful misunderstanding into a boring truth. So, Kimura didn't say anything either. The two of them returned to the hotel quietly with their own thoughts. After saying good night to each other, they went back to their rooms. Tsunade and Shizuan were sitting on the bed, but neither of them was resting. One was fiddling with playing cards to relieve her gambling addiction, the other was studying a medical book with silver needles flying in her hand. When the master and disciple saw Ziwan coming in, they stopped what they were doing. Did you enjoy your outing? Tsunade asked with a smile. Shin nodded. We met Jiraiya-senpai's apprentice. Jiraiya's apprentice? Tsunade was slightly stunned, thinking, isn't Minato in Konoha? Why did he come to Yugakure? Then he realized that they were Yuyen's 3 children. Do you know them? Tsunade looked puzzled. Logically speaking, they had never met each other, so if they met by chance, they should have just thought of them as strangers. Shin, Yekun introduced him to me. Hey! Tsunade was even more confused. Only the 3 ninjas knew the teachers and students of those 3 children. Why did Ono know that? Tsunade thought about it and understood a little. Ono's dean was Konoha's best spy, a walking priestess, so it was not impossible for him to know this information. How are Jiraiya's 3 disciples doing now? Tsunade vaguely remembered that the 3 children were pitiful people, so she asked with concern. Shin, they are very powerful and have created a famous organization in Yuyan. Tsunade nodded, very satisfied. It's worth it that Jiraiya spent 3 years educating them. Now they are considered to be successful. Shin continued, there are wounded soldiers in the Akatsuki organization, and the 3 of them want you to go and treat them. Yekun agreed on your behalf and used the little slug to help. After that, he declined Yahiko's cash reward and only accepted Konan's paper flowers. How can you not charge money? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and pounded her pillow. She was already short of money to pay off her debts, but Ono, that brat, was pretending to be rich and had no sympathy for her master's difficulties. Of course we should accept the money from Jiraiya's disciples. They are the leaders of a large armed organization, not the poor children they were back then. No, next time I see Jiraiya, I must get back at him. Tsunade made up her mind silently. Shin stared at Tsunade in astonishment. She had not expected that this renowned senior would care so much about money. This was somewhat different from the highly respected three ninjas she had imagined. Then, she came back to her senses and remembered the main business. The reason she brought up the issue of healing the wounds of Akatsuki tonight was not to talk about money, but to talk about the bouquet of paper flowers. Shin took a sip of tea, cleared her throat, and continued, Konan wished me and Yekun a happy life. Yekun didn't explain and directly accepted the paper flowers. Tsunade Haim, do you think he likes me? The master should have some understanding of his disciple, and Shin wants to seek advice from Tsunade. Tsunade was delighted when she heard her ask the question. She was still struggling with how to bring up this topic and give Shin a heads up. Now that Shin took the initiative to bring up the topic, it was a good opportunity to talk about it. Shin, I think it doesn't matter whether Ono likes you or not. Tsunade said solemnly. Ah? Why? Shin frowned. Tsunade, Ono already has a wife in the village. I'm afraid she's not suitable for you. Ziwan didn't take it seriously at all, and asked in confusion, where is it inappropriate? Tsunade was stunned when these words came out, and Shizun was also startled, and moved her eyes from the medical book to Shin's face. Everything has been explained so clearly, do you still need to ask if there is anything inappropriate? Kimurino is already married. Which woman would go to court him knowing that he has a wife? No matter how outstanding and likable he is, it's not okay. You can't be the third party, right? That's too shameless. Tsunade and Shizun thought so. Thousands of miles away, Yakushi Nono suddenly sneezed. Shin saw Tsunade and Shizun's faces full of doubt and didn't understand. If Yekun has a wife, he has a wife. It doesn't affect being with me. What's the problem with this? After these words came out, Tsunade and Shizun looked at each other and were even more surprised. If Shin didn't know how to seal, the master and apprentice would even suspect that Shin had cast an illusion, otherwise how could they hear such outrageous remarks? Tsunade calmed down and said patiently, Ono already has a family. If you interfere like this, it will affect the relationship between the couple. Moreover, the outside world will despise your character. This is not a good thing. Shin looked confused. Why do you despise my character? Isn't it normal for a man to have several women? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, shocked by Shin's words, then a flash of inspiration came to her and she suddenly reacted. The demon country is remote and backward, and has a different system and social environment from Konoha. In the demon country, it is a common social phenomenon for men to marry multiple women. Living in such an environment, the shrine maidens naturally formed corresponding concepts. Tsunade thought about it and simply explained the difference between the two regions. After hearing this, Shin didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, it's very simple. Yejun and his wife can just go back to the land of ghosts with me. If we change our living environment, no one will talk about us anymore. Tsunade's expression froze. She couldn't find any fault with it, and actually felt that there was some truth in what Shin said. Since there are differences in concepts and Konoha does not agree, then they can move to the land of demons to live. That place is remote, but it is also just right. There is no need to worry about the outflow of the Sharingan bloodline limit. Konoha will not prevent Mikoto from moving to the land of demons with Kimurino. Tsunade thought carefully for a while and said, if you want to be with Ono, there are two key points you need to pay attention to, Ono's attitude and Mikoto's attitude. First, Ono really wants to make achievements in the field of ninja, and may not be willing to go to the land of demons with you to be an ordinary noble. Second, Mikoto may not be willing to accept you as a latecomer and share Ono's love with you. Ziwan shook her head and said, let's talk about this later. I still don't know if he likes me. Tsunade also shook her head, picked up the playing cards, and said, I can't help you with this. I have only known Ono for more than 2 months, and I don't know him much better than you do. I can't guarantee whether he likes you or not. Shin turned to look at Shizun. Shizun shrugged and spread her hands, me too. Shin pouted, sighed, and went to take a shower and wash up silently. Volume 044. I want to improve so much. The Mysterious Talent. Page 37. The night talk with Tsunade did not solve the doubts. Shin could only be patient and try to observe whether Kimura had a good impression of her from the clues in their daily interactions. After resting in the town for 3 days, everyone replenished their supplies and set off again, continuing their journey back to Konoha. Along the way, the place was desolate and barren, with refugees everywhere. These were basically the remains of the Third Ninja World War. A week later, we left Yugyakure and entered Kusagakure, finally getting rid of the continuous rainy weather. Ziwan looked back at the border that was getting farther and farther away, wondering, there is no place in this rain country where it doesn't rain. How do they farm? Shizun nodded and sighed, yes, the people of rain country have a hard time. If it weren't for the years of war that wiped out most of the population, rain country would have been in famine long ago. Shin pursed her lips and said, it seems that the rain country is even worse than my ghost country. At least, the sufferings that the people of the ghost country have to endure are limited to the disasters caused by monsters once every few decades, but they will not lack food or clothing. The rain country is indeed in dire straits. This is why Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization. They want to change this country, said Kimura. Tsunade, the rain country is pretty good among the small countries. It has a leader like Hanzo who is famous in the ninja world, and a group of outstanding young people with ambitions. The future is promising. The grass country, where we are now, has nothing. Shin secretly smacked her lips, thinking that compared to this, the kingdom of demons was really good. In the past, she had felt a little sorry for the remoteness of the ghost country, but now it seemed that being far away from the inland had helped it avoid disputes, and even though it lacked talent, people's livelihood would not be in decline. It was great to live in peace with the world. Compared to the Rain Kingdom, the Grass Kingdom is even more desolate and dilapidated. There are no towns. At a glance, there are either barren mountains or grasslands and forests. Therefore, Kimura and his group of 4 basically camped out every night. Although Shin refused to camp in the wild from the bottom of her heart, she had no other choice in the face of the backward living conditions in Kusagakure village. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened, and the red clouds burned in the sky like fire. By the stream, the bonfire was crackling. One after another, little slugs, some lying on the rocks by the stream, some swimming in the clear stream water, and some hiding in the lush grass, take on the responsibility of guarding. Kimura, Tsunade, Shizun, and Shin sat around the campfire, chatting and eating roasted rabbit, the aroma filling the air. Some time ago, we met the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumagakure in Kusayama. She didn't fight with our Konoha on the front line for no reason, but ran to Kusayama, a place that has nothing to do with us. What's the purpose? Kimura frowned, unable to understand. He must have been assigned an important task. Shizun said without hesitation. Kimura shook his head and laughed. Of course I can guess that she has another secret mission, but the key is, what is this mission? The perfect Jinchuriki is an extremely important fighting force in Kumagakure. What mission is worth her staying away from the battlefield? Tsunade, if Kumagakure doesn't reveal this kind of thing, who can guess it? When your dean returns from spying on Kumagakure, maybe we'll know the answer. Shin thought for a moment and said, maybe the Kusagakure village has important talents, and the Raikage sent someone to recruit them. Talent? Kimura raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. Why do you think of talent? Shin, because Kumagakure is a ninja village that values talent. Then she told a story about her ancestors. Decades ago, the Shrine Maiden of the Demon Kingdom was Shin's grandmother. The ghost country is located in a remote area, and the outside world does not know much about this country. However, the ghosts of the ghost country have caused chaos many times in history, and their bad reputation has spread to the surrounding small countries. The witch's sealing technique that can restrain the ghosts has also been widely praised. When the Kumigakure heard of the reputation of this technique, they sent Kinkaku and Ginkaku to travel thousands of miles across the continent to the land of demons to invite the shrine maiden to join the Kumigakure, promising her generous conditions, hoping to incorporate the shrine maiden's sealing technique into the ninja's heritage and strengthen the Kumigakure's strength. However, the shrine maiden abided by her ancestral teachings and did not allow the shrine maiden's sealing technique to be leaked. She declined the invitation of Kumigakure and remained in the land of demons to defend her homeland. However, Kumigakure's eagerness to recruit talents left a deep impression on the shrine maiden. Shin's grandmother told this story to Shin's mother, and Shin's mother told this story to Shin. Now, Shin tells everyone this story. Kimura nodded and said, "This is indeed the style of Kumigakure, but are there any special talents in Kusagakure?" As he said this, he turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade looked confused, swallowed the barbecue in her mouth, and said, "Why are you looking at me? How do I know what talents there are in Kusagakure village?" Kimura laughed and said, "Master, didn't you travel around the world in the past few years? Haven't you heard of some outstanding talents?" Shizun chuckled, "Ano, if you ask where the casinos are in each place, Lady Tsunade will definitely be able to answer fluently. But you are asking about talents, it will be too difficult for Lady Tsunade." Tsunade nodded in agreement, "Yes, that's right. For this kind of question, oh no, you should ask your dean. She is an excellent spy famous in the ninja world, and she probably knows what talents there are in Kusagakure village." Kimura shook his head. The director rested in the orphanage for a few years and only came back this year. The ninja world has changed so much, she probably doesn't know much about it. Then, he sighed and said, "A talent that is worthy of being sought out by the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumigakure must be extraordinary. I wonder if we will have a chance to meet him and invite him back to Konoha." Shizun looked up at the sky and chuckled, The moon isn't even out yet and you're already dreaming. We don't even have any concrete information, so we wouldn't be able to recognize a talented person even if we met one." Before he finished speaking, the little slug in Tsunade's arms reminded him, "There are traces of Kirigakure ninjas at 3 o'clock. According to current observations, there are 3 of them. Mist ninja." Tsunade's eyes narrowed and she became alert. After all, although Kirigakure and Konoha signed a ceasefire agreement, the two sides did not really reconcile, but just because they could no longer fight each other. War costs lives and money. If there is no profit, there is no point in continuing to fight. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was the richest. Kirigakure could not outlast Konoha, so they decisively requested a truce. Konoha followed suit and stopped fighting with Kirigakure, concentrating their forces to deal with Kumigakure. In past wars, Kirigakure's vicious schemes left a deep impression on Konoha, such as sealing the 3 tails into Nohara Rin's body and trying to sneak into Konoha and cause a rampage. I also heard some time ago that the Uchiha descendants who were exiled to Kirigakure are planning to seize the opportunity of Kushina's childbirth to trigger the 9 tails to go berserk. In Tsunade's opinion, the Kirigakure's mind is extremely cunning and vicious. She had to be extremely alert and be on guard against this mist ninja whom she met by chance, so as not to fall into his trap accidentally. I want to improve so much in the first volume. 045 for the descendants of Uzumaki. In fact, the 2 evil plots of Kirigakure were not planned by the Kirigakure ninjas themselves. The 3 Tails incident was arranged by Uchiha Madara, and the 9 Tails rebellion in the future was the evil intention of Uchiha Obito. However, most people don't know this truth. The blame was firmly borne by the Kirigakure ninja. Therefore, Tsunade did not have a good impression of Kirigakure, and when she heard that the Kirigakure ninja appeared nearby, she immediately became alert. Shizue also put down the kebabs and entered combat readiness. Shiuan didn't have any stress reaction. She ate and drank as usual. "Master, Didn't we sign a ceasefire agreement with Kirigakure? There is no conflict now, so there is no need to treat it as a serious enemy, right? Asked Kimura. Tsunade snorted coldly. Didn't your dean report before that Kirigakure was going to attack Kushina during childbirth? It's clear that they have bad intentions. We must be careful. Kimura was slightly stunned, then reacted. From his perspective, this was Uchiha Obito's personal wish, and had nothing to do with Kirigakure. But from the perspective of his master, Kirigakure had signed a ceasefire agreement but still had evil intentions, so they had to be on guard. Did you see the appearance of the Kirigakure ninja? Kimura looked at the little slug and asked. The little slug tapped its antennae and said, the leader is a middle-aged man with one eye. His left eye is normal, his right eye is covered with a black cloth, and there are paper talismans hanging from his ears. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the mist-hidden ninja who had the Byakugan transplanted, Ao. Besides, there is a man and a woman. The young man is ordinary, and the brown-haired girl looks about 15 or 16 years old. She seems to be the genius ninja with double blood limit from Kirigakure, Mei Terumi. The only precious Byakugan of Kirigakure actually came to this desolate and dilapidated Kusagakure village. Shizun's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Could it be that they have the same goal as the Jinchuriki team of Kumagakure? Kimura crossed his arms, trying to figure out Kirigakure's intentions. Tsunade stroked her smooth chin and couldn't help but feel curious. What on earth could have happened that made Kirigakure and Kumagakure so concerned? At the same time, the little slug reported, the mist ninja just discovered my presence and changed the direction of travel, and is gradually moving away from us. Kimura nodded with a smile. Master, you are amazing. You didn't even show your face, but you scared the mist ninja into turning around and running away. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, stop flattering me. I guess I just don't want to cause unnecessary conflict. How about tracking them and seeing what their goal is? Shizun suggested. Tsunade considered it for a moment and nodded, well, stay for a while. There are still more than 2 months until Kushina's expected delivery date, so there is still time. Moreover, the Mist Ninja's arrival here was not a coincidence. According to their intelligence, the target was probably active in this area. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Tsunade made up her mind, looked at the slug, and said, send out more clones and keep a close eye on the 3 Mist Ninjas. The slug moved its antennae and said, okay, don't worry. On the other side, the Mist Ninja was getting farther and farther away. The situation is becoming more and more difficult. Princess Tsunade of Konoha has actually returned to Kusagakure. Ching frowned, his eyes serious. 2 months ago, he happened to witness the fierce battle. At that time, he was using his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, looking for the trace of the descendant of Uzumaki, but he unexpectedly discovered that hundreds of meters away, the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumagakure was fighting fiercely with Tsunade in the heavy rain. He is very happy. After all, if everyone came for the Uzumaki descendants, then a fight between the Kumagakure team and the Konoha team would undoubtedly be a good thing. As the power of Kumagakure and Konoha weakened, the power of Kirigakure also increased relatively, making them more confident in capturing the descendant of Uzumaki. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. The Two Tails Jinchuriki was defeated, and the Kumagakure team disappeared from Kusagakure village. The battle for the Uzumaki descendants has lost a strong competitor. However, Ching still did not dare to relax. After all, it was Wood Release that bound the 2 Kumagakure captives. After many years, Wood Release reappears in the ninja world. Ching subconsciously thought that Wood Release was performed by Tsunade. After all, in that team, only Tsunade had a blood relationship with the first Hokage and had the possibility of inheriting the bloodline limit. Ching couldn't help but feel awe and secretly marvel at it. I never expected that Tsunade had so deeply and actually mastered Wood Release. Such a strong ninja, who in the ninja world can defeat her? At that time, Ching had the idea of retreating and wanted to withdraw from the battle for the descendants of Uzumaki. What was unexpected was that Tsunade actually led the team away from Kyuzagakure, with no intention of looking for the descendants of the Uzumaki. It seemed that she just happened to pass by and had a conflict with the Kumagakure Jinchuriki team. So Ching felt relieved and continued to lead the team to search for the descendant of the whirlpool. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Until today, when I met Tsunade's team again. Captain, it's a good thing that Tsunade has returned to Kyuzagakure. It just so happens that the 4th Raikage personally led his team to Kyuzagakure, and perhaps they will have another big battle. Mei Terumi comforted. Ah! Ching responded softly and considered it secretly. Half a month ago, the 4th Raikage personally led a team to Kyuzagakure, and obviously he had not given up the search for the descendants of Uzumaki. Of course, it could also be to rescue the 2 Kumagakure captives. However, the 2 captives were obviously brought back to Konoha by the 4th Hokage using Flying Thunder God. If they really wanted to rescue the captives, they might as well go directly to Konoha. In short, another powerful force from Kumagakure has joined the battle for the descendants of Uzumaki. This is not a good thing for Kirigakure. Now, Tsunade has returned to Kyuzagakure. Maybe they can repeat the battle between Kumagakure and Konoha team and weaken each other's power. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ching's lips. Then, his eyes flickered, and he turned his head to look at the bushes in the distance. Under the white eye's detection, the little slugs inside had nowhere to hide. It seems that Princess Tsunade also wants to get involved in the quagmire of Kyuzagakure. Ching narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Then let's be the middleman and introduce the 4th Raikage to Princess Tsunade." Before he finished speaking, he shuddered suddenly, and the scene he had observed with his white eyes flashed through his mind. Compared to 2 months ago, Tsunade's team has one more person, that young woman. Yellow hair, not red. But, it is also possible that the red hair was dyed yellow. Could it be that our intelligence was wrong, and the Uzumaki descendant was not actually active in Kyuzagakure? Did Tsunade go to another village and find her? If that's the case, then she sent the slug to follow us not to monitor our progress in finding the descendants of the vortex, but to prevent us from getting close to the woman next to her. Ching was shocked and couldn't help but frowned, saying, "Hurry up. Find a way to lure the 4th Raikage here and let him fight with Tsunade." Page 38. Volume 046. I want to improve so much. Genius Spy. 2 days later, Kimura and his 4 companions arrived at a small town. Compared to the scattered dilapidated houses seen along the way, this town is a pleasant sight, with clean and tidy streets and continuous houses. It can barely be called a bustling metropolis. As a rare town in Kyuzagakure village, this is the only supply point in the surrounding area. When ninjas from various ninja villages pass by Kyuzagakure village and need supplies, they will rush here to replenish. The town is not big, but it has everything. There are many entertainment venues for ninjas to relieve the high pressure of licking blood on the tip of the knife, such as casinos. Tsunade's eyes could not help but wander, her gambling addiction was aroused again. Shizun looked alert, staring at Tsunade to prevent her from sneaking into the casino. People are coming and going on the street. Except for the well-dressed ninjas, the local residents are basically ragged, with only a few wealthy families. Shin couldn't help but sigh at the backwardness of this place, which was far inferior to the remote ghost kingdom. The 4 of them walked to the hotel together. After checking in, they went to the restaurant next door for lunch. The reputation of the 3 ninjas is well known in the ninja world. Tsunade's slug is an even more striking feature. Therefore, Kimura and his group of 4, accompanied by the slug, attracted awe from passers-by, and no one was blind enough to bully or cause trouble. This lunch was quite comfortable. After dinner, under Shizun's supervision, Tsunade returned to the hotel and stayed indoors to avoid her gambling addiction. Kimura accompanied Shin shopping, the two talked and laughed, enjoying the exotic customs and culture and tasting the local special snacks along the way. More than an hour later, when passing by a narrow alley, Kimura caught a glimpse of an 8-year-old boy standing in the shadow at the alley entrance. He had silver-gray hair and round frame glasses on his nose that covered half of his face. He waved at him. "Pocket." Kimura was slightly startled and walked over with Shin. Then, under the guidance of Yakushi Kabuto, they walked into the depths of the alley, pushed open a shabby wooden door, and walked into the low room with a creaky sound. "Long time no see, Dean." Pharmacist Do greeted happily. "Haven't you finished your spy mission in Kusagakure village yet?" Kimura was a little surprised. "This kid, Kabuto, has been on the mission for almost half a year, and he's still staying in this shabby place." Pharmacist Kabuto smiled and said, "Dean, this is not a spy mission. To be more precise, it is a test before becoming a spy. I want to listen and see as much as possible in this village and collect as much useful information as possible. I didn't expect to meet you here. You want to be a spy at such a young age?" Ziwan was greatly surprised and couldn't help but look up and down at the seemingly harmless child in front of her. Yakushi Kabuto did not respond to her surprise, but cast an inquiring look at Kimura. Kimura introduced with a smile, "This is my client, Shin, the witch of the land of demons. You can just call her Sister Shin." Then, he introduced to Shin, "This is the child from my orphanage, Yakushi Kabuto, he is very smart. It's too cruel to become a spy at such a young age." Shin sighed softly. When the citizens of the Ghost Kingdom were this age, they were still playing carefree and at most helping with farm work at home. Yakushi Kabuto didn't feel too much, and said calmly, "Sister Shin, actually, my life is already pretty good. The disaster victims in Kusagakure village don't even have enough food or warm clothes. What's more, being a spy is my talent. I can use my expertise and contribute to the orphanage at the same time. I enjoy it." Kimura smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "The dean once praised you to me, saying that you are born to do this job and have perfectly inherited her legacy." Pharmacist Kabuto nodded, "In the past 6 months, I have been working hard to practice the wisdom taught by the dean and live up to her teachings." Kimura smiled and comforted him, "Don't be too stressed. You are only 8 years old and you still have a long way to go. Paying attention to your own safety is the most important thing." Then, he asked again, "Will your meeting with me affect your mission?" Yakushi Kabuto shook his head, "It doesn't matter. My mission in Kusagakure village is not sensitive or confidential. I took the initiative to meet you today because I have some information I want to share with you. A few months ago, I met 2 ninja teams in this town, the Jinchuriki team of Kumagakure and the Byakugan team of Kirigakure. From what I understand, their goal is to find an exiled descendant of the Uzumaki." "Descendant of Uzumaki?" Kimura narrowed his eyes slightly, and after screening in his mind, he roughly determined the identity of this descendant of Uzumaki. She should be Keiran's mother. No wonder Kumagakure and Kirigakure sent such a highly configured team to Kusagakure. Kimura understood it all instantly. Ever since the Whirlpool destroyed the country and the clan, most of the Whirlpool descendants have been wandering around, hiding their identities. Only a handful of them are in the open, and each has their own affiliation. However, various forces still covet it. After all, the vortex represents a powerful sealing technique and an amazing physique. For example, Kumagakure once tried to kidnap Konoha's Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, they failed. Instead, it led to the marriage between Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Now, an exiled descendant of Uzumaki has emerged in the ninja world. Any forces that get this information will not miss it. In this way, it is reasonable for Kumagakure to send out the perfect Jinchuriki and Kirigakure to send out the only Byakugan. Kabuto Yakushi continued, "These 2 teams have been searching for the Uzumaki descendants, but they have never found them. Later, the Jinchuriki team disappeared for some unknown reason. Half a month ago, another Kumagakure team came to town, led by the fourth Reikage himself. Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly. The fourth Reikage. Kabuto Yakushi nodded. Kimura sighed softly. Kumagakure and Kirigakure attach so much importance to the Uzumaki descendant, but they have spent so much time and still haven't found him. It seems that the Uzumaki descendant has a strong anti-reconnaissance ability. When Yakushi Kabuto heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Dean, in fact, I found the descendants of Uzumaki 2 months ago. During this time, I have been helping them hide their tracks." "You found it?" Kimura was shocked and looked at Kabuto Yakushi in disbelief. It is not an easy task to find the hidden descendant of Uzumaki among the tens of thousands of people in the Kusagakure village by one's own strength, and to escape the eyes and ears of the Kumagakure and Mist village teams. Then, Kimura realized that the boy in front of him was a genius spy no less than Yakushi Nono, so it was natural for him to achieve this level. "It's just like you, Kabuto." Kimura laughed heartily and patted Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder happily. Volume 047 I want to improve so much. Keirin's mother. The hidden cloud and hidden mist, the descendant of the Uzumaki who had been tried so hard to find but could not be found, was actually under the protection of Kabuto Yakushi. This was undoubtedly a big surprise for Kimura. At the same time, he also deeply felt the powerful abilities of Kabuto Yakushi. After patting Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder excitedly, Kimura took out a scroll from his backpack and handed it to Kabuto Yakushi. "I was originally going to give it to you as a gift to celebrate your first mission completion. But now it seems that there is no need to wait until then, as you have already exceeded your mission." Kimura's high praise made Yakushi Kabuto feel very proud, and he felt sweeter than if he had eaten any candy. In his mind, Kimura was the benchmark of a man. He was kind and amiable, making the children in the orphanage feel the warmth of home. He was knowledgeable and gave them an education that was no less than that in the city. He endured humiliation and was willing to be a hostage in Konoha for the orphanage. Now, this role model is full of praise for him. Pharmacist Do was extremely happy, and felt that all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past 6 months had disappeared. After a while, Kimura and Kabuto Yakushi calmed down and continued to talk about business. "You found the descendant of Uzumaki, but didn't you notify the village to come and pick you up? Why are you still staying in Kusagakure? It's too dangerous." Kimura frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that Kabuto Yakushi had to bear the pressure alone. "As soon as I found the Uzumaki descendant, I sent a message to inform Master Danzo, but I haven't received a response." Yakushi Kabuto explained, "The Kusagakure village is sparsely populated. If I bring the Uzumaki descendant back to the village alone, it will be too conspicuous and there is a high possibility that we will be discovered by the Kirigakure and Kumagakure teams. So, we might as well stay in this town, which is more convenient for hiding our tracks." Danzo didn't respond. Kimura frowned even more tightly, cursing in his heart that this old man was so incompetent that he didn't even take the descendants of Uzumaki seriously. Then, he shuddered and realized that Danzo must be busy conspiring with Hanzo to destroy the Akatsuki organization, so he naturally couldn't care about the information sent by the child Yakushi Kabuto. Even if he knew, he didn't have enough manpower. "That's perfect. Kabuto, come back with us. With Lady Tsunade accompanying us, nothing will be a problem," Kimura said. Pharmacist Kabuto nodded, "Yeah, I think so too. Where are the descendants of Uzumaki? Where are they?" Kimura looked around the room but didn't see anyone. "Yakushi Kabuto, I have placed them in another house in town." Kimura was slightly surprised. "Them? More than one?" Yakushi Kabuto, "Yes, that Uzumaki descendant has a baby who is still in swaddling clothes, 2 or 3 months old." Kimura, "All right, let's go meet up with Lady Tsunade first, and then we'll go meet the Uzumaki descendants together." "Ah!" Yakushi Kabuto nodded in agreement, then quickly packed his bags and left with Kimura no Enshin. An hour later, everyone arrived at the residence of the Uzumaki descendants. Yakushi Dozhwai entered the door first, talked to the woman inside for a few words, and then welcomed Kimura and others in. Inside the room, a woman wearing a black-brimmed hat was standing by the table. She was in her 20s, with a pretty face, and looked quite similar to the future grown-up Xianglin. A few strands of purple hair hung from her temples, and she was holding a light blue swaddling cloth, in which was curled a baby who was sleeping quietly. The woman looked at everyone, her eyes flickering with vigilance. This was a subconscious reaction she developed during her escape, a fear of strangers. Kimura looked at her, and the hexagram mark on his abdomen felt slightly hot. Obviously, this woman was as beneficial to him as Mikoto and the others. This is Uzumaki Karin. Her red hair is too eye-catching, so she dyed it purple to hide her identity. Kabuto Yakushi introduced to everyone. Then, she turned to Uzumaki Kazumi and introduced them. Sister Kazumi, this is my dean, Kimura. This is Princess Tsunade, this is Princess Tsunade's apprentice Shizuan, and this is the shrine maidenshin from the land of demons. Hello. Kimura and others nodded in greeting. Hello. Xiangsun held the child and bowed slightly. After the greetings, everyone took their seats. Ms. Xiangqian, are you willing to go to Konoha with us? Tsunade asked. Uzumaki Karin was actually not very willing to do so. After all, if she went to Konoha, the child in her arms might become the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha according to the old precedent of Mito and Kushina. However, if he didn't go to Konoha, the ninja world was full of dangers. All parties were coveting Uzumaki's bloodline and sealing technique. In comparison, going to Konoha is safer. At least, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique can suppress the Nine Tails, and they don't have to worry about it all the time. Uzumaki Karin nodded, I am willing to go to Konoha. Kimura saw through her worries and thought she was worrying too much. According to the fourth Hokage's thinking, it would be impossible for him to let the refugees who came to the village to take on the responsibility of being a Jinchuriki. Don't worry, we will take good care of you. Kimura smiled comfortingly. Uzumaki Karin bowed her head and thanked him. Has the child been named? Asked Kimura. I took it, and it's called Xianglin. Uzumaki Xiangxian replied. Tsunade coughed lightly and said, we can talk about family matters when we get to the village. We should hurry up and leave. Kimura nodded in agreement, well, let's go. This town is crowded and unsafe. Uzumaki Xiangsun did not hesitate to start packing her daily necessities. She did this very skillfully, as this was a necessary skill to master when traveling to various places on the run. Tsunade glanced at everyone and reminded them, everyone, stay alert on the road. I have been using slugs to track the Kirigakure team these past few days. The Kirigakure's Byakugan must be keeping an eye on my whereabouts. We have to be extra careful, Kirigakure is used to using tricks. Yakushi Kabuto thought for a moment and analyzed, the Kirigakure team's return to the town this time is very suspicious. According to their pattern over the past few months, they usually return to the town once every 10 to 15 days, but this time they only returned 4 days apart. Either they discovered that the Uzumaki descendants are in the town, or they deliberately lured you to the town. Kimura waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. We're leaving soon anyway. Kirigakure and Konoha have a truce agreement and won't clash directly. The most they can do is hope that we run into the Reikage team. Yes, the dean is right. Pharmacist Kabuto nodded in agreement. In the evening, Kimura and his group of 7 left the town. Desolation can be seen everywhere, the earth is covered with wild grass, one patch after another of withered yellow. Ching rolled his eyes, looked at the backs of the crowd from afar, and said, I didn't expect that the descendant of the vortex we have been looking for is hiding in this town. It's darkest under the lamp. Mei Terumi sighed, the most dangerous place is the safest place. King Yi sighed, Tsunade-sama moved too quickly, leaving no chance at all. I hope the perception ninjas from the 4th Raikage side can help and detect Tsunade-sama's chakra as soon as possible. May Terumi, if the two sides fight, who will win? Ching, it's hard to say. Kumagakure can't defeat Wood Release, but Konoha has some burdens. Volume 048. I want to improve so much. The Raikage is here. With a family to worry about, it is naturally not as efficient as before. Kimura's group of 7 was moving a little slowly. Even so, Xiao Xianglin was still awakened by the shaking and started crying. Page 39. Uzumaki Xiangxian was so distressed that she wanted to stop and comfort her daughter, but she didn't dare to ask everyone to stop and wait for her. Exiles, living under someone else's roof, are always prone to being cautious. Kimura noticed her tangle and said, "Just comfort her. It won't take too much time. It would be bad if the child's throat got damaged by crying." After the words were spoken, everyone stopped. "Thank you." Uzumaki Karin gave Kimura a grateful look, and then hurried to coax little Karin. "Don't cry, baby, mommy is here." The woman spoke softly, her face shining with the glow of motherhood, but also full of the vicissitudes of life. She completely lacked the high spirits of other women of her age. Pharmacist Do looked at her with deep emotion in his heart. He suddenly felt that when his parents took him to exile in various places, they were probably in the same state. It was a pity that he was too young at that time and could not remember it at all now. Kimura gently put his hand on his shoulder without saying anything. They were all orphans, and seeing this scene, their feelings were not much different. A few minutes later, under the care of her mother, little Xianglin's crying gradually weakened, and her big eyes were full of clarity, liveliness, and loveliness. "So cute!" Kimura praised sincerely. "Thank you." Uzumaki Sweet Nettle responded with a polite smile. Before she finished speaking, the little slug on Tsunade's shoulder moved its antennae and said, "At 8 o'clock, the 4th Raikage is coming." Everyone suddenly looked solemn. The 4th Raikage possesses a lightning chakra mode that is famous in the ninja world. It is extremely fast, only weaker than the 4th Hokage. Now, I'm being targeted by the 4th Raikage. I can't run away, I can only fight. Kimura really wanted to ask for help from the 4th Hokage, but unfortunately, the flying thunder god Kunao was left in the palace of the Demon Kingdom, and the 4th Hokage could not make it over. Tsunade didn't hesitate and summoned a slug as big as a hill. Then, he instructed, "Everyone, hide in the slugs." The 4th Raikage has a special skill of extreme speed. Once the battle starts, I won't be able to protect you in time. Use the slug's body as a buffer, plus its healing, even if you are attacked, you will be fine. Then, he said to the slug, "I will hold back the 4th Raikage, and you carry everyone away, the farther the better." "Master, it would be a bit difficult for you to deal with the Hidden Cloud team alone. I will stay with you." Kimura volunteered. Tsunade shook her head and refused, "No. This time it's not like fighting a perfect Jinchuriki. The 4th Raikage is extremely fast, I'm not sure I can protect you. If you want to join the battle, you have no choice but to burn your life. This will not train your combat qualities, but will encourage you to rely on shortcuts like burning your life." "Master, when you faced the 4th Raikage, didn't you also have to use the 100 healings technique, which also involved burning your life?" Kimura said. "The 100 healing technique is certainly powerful, but its essence is to promote rapid cell division, and the side effect is a shortened lifespan." Tsunade raised her eyebrows, snorted, and said, "I am your master, a member of the older generation. How can I let a junior like you burn his life with me? It would be fine if we could kill the 4th Raikage, but he is the fastest in the ninja world. We may not be able to stop him, and it is very likely that our lives will be wasted. I'd better fight a war of attrition with him alone. I won't die, he doesn't have that strength." Since Kimura has decided to step forward at this moment, there is no way he will give up halfway. Life should indeed be cherished. But, we keep our lives to protect the important people. Tsunade has taught him attentively and shown great care and love over the past few months, which has benefited him greatly. She can definitely be called a mentor. As a disciple, I have enough ability, so there is no reason for me to hide behind my master and watch him fight alone. Master, I'm with you. Kimura didn't say much, but his firm eyes showed his unshakable determination. Tsunade looked at him and suddenly remembered an old story. Several decades ago, my second grandfather led several young subordinates and was hunted by the Kumagakure Golden Horns. At that time, only the master volunteered to be the bait. Danzo also wanted to, but was struggling when the master got there first. Now, she is in a similar situation and can more or less understand her second grandfather's feelings at that time, and can't help but feel many emotions. Then, she collected her thoughts and said with a smile, "If you want to go together, then go together. We won't die anyway. I know sealing techniques and can help you." Shin volunteered to fight alongside Kimura. Tsunade decisively refused. Anyone who can't protect himself in front of extreme speed is a weakness. Then can you and Yekun really do it? Shin looked worried. This was the first time she saw Tsunade-sama acting like she was facing a great enemy like today. Don't worry, with Master and I here, nothing will go wrong. Kimura assured with a smile. Once the war starts, all that is done is using wedge marks. The wedge seal has been opened, and there is currently no one in the ninja world who can rival it. Kimura is very confident. Uzumaki Xiongxuan thought for a moment and said, "I can stay and treat you." Tsunade interrupted with a smile, "No, just protect yourself and the child." She and Kimura, one has the 100 healings technique and the other has the unmatched healing technique, so they don't need additional medical ninjas. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle opened her mouth and wanted to continue to argue. Her medical ability was extraordinary, she could save a person even if he only had one breath left. Tsunade didn't wait for her to speak before urging the slug, "Hurry up and transport everyone." Before he finished speaking, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, and a faint blue lightning surged. Obviously, the fourth Reikage had arrived. The slug quickly moved its body and wrapped everyone away. The interweaving lightning in the distance quickly approached, and the crackling thunder became more and more shrill. "Oh no, it's time to burn your life," Tsunade reminded, silently activating the chakra in her body. Yin Seal Resolution. Ninja Technique, Creation and Regeneration, the Art of 100 Healings. Black lines quickly spread from the diamond-shaped mark on the forehead to the entire body. At the same time, the fourth Reikage had already rushed in front of him and punched Kimura in the face with a powerful punch accompanied by bursts of thunder. The ninja world is extremely fast, almost no one can keep up, and it is difficult for anyone to react. Kimura subconsciously blocked with both hands, and then, like a kite with its string cut, he flew backwards and fell out. His arms were shattered and his face was severely injured. The healing without seal was triggered instantly. The fatal injury was healed quickly under the blessing of Kagai's wedge seal. The subtitles in my mind and the progress of the wedge engulfing began to refresh immediately, increasing at a rate of 0.1% per second. Kimura rubbed his cheek and stood up as if nothing had happened. He knew that Union had always adhered to the life principle of the bigger the fist, the more powerful the truth, so without any nonsense, he clasped his hands together. Wood Escape Flower Tree Realm is coming. Volume 049, I want to improve so much. Wood Release Master. Boom. The earth shook, and on the wasteland that was originally covered with weeds, a large number of trees suddenly emerged under the stimulation of chakra, forming a small forest in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Kimura's own strength is limited. Even with the blessing of the wedge seal, he still cannot just put his hands together and get whatever he wants. The tree world has arrived, but the flowers have not arrived. Compared to the flower and tree world descent, the tree world descent seemed ordinary. Without the poisonous pollen, the power of this technique was greatly reduced. Kimura was a little disappointed and sighed. Tsunade and the fourth Reikage were stunned. Both of them knew that Kimura had the Kekii Genkai of wood release and had seen him use it before. However, Kimura had only released a few pieces of wood in Yunlii Gorge, and the visual impact was far less than today's creation of a forest in the blink of an eye, which was truly shocking. Kimura thought for a moment, then manipulated several thick trees under his feet to gather together, lifting himself into the air and creating some distance between himself and the fourth Reikage. Changing the terrain could somewhat reduce the speed of the fourth Reikage and buy him some buffer time to cast spells. Immediately afterwards, Kimura made seals with his hands. Fire style, Amaterasu of the wild. The blazing black flames gushed out like a fire dragon, rushing into the sea of trees. Thick smoke rose up, and black flames moved along the twisted trees like fire snakes, rapidly expanding the scope of the burning. The ground was covered with black flames, leaving the fourth Reikage with nowhere to go. He was keenly aware that these black flames were extremely strange, and even with the protection of the thunder escape armor, it was difficult to defend against them. They were so far away from Kimura, if they rushed in forcefully, they would probably be burned to ashes before they reached Kimura. The fourth Reikage came in a hurry this time because the sensing ninja detected the chakra of Tsunade's team. He wanted to test Kimura's strength and collect more information. After all, Kimurano's use of wood release in Yunlii Gorge was too surprising. After so many years, there are still people in the ninja world who can use wood release. The fourth Reikage was very puzzled. At that time, Konoha had the fourth Hokage, Princess Tsunade, and the wood release master Kimura. On paper, they had the upper hand in strength, so why were they in a hurry to leave? Could it be that Kimura's wood release was just a bluff and not the real wood release? The fourth Reikage's doubts were completely dispelled today. The tree world has arrived, and Kimura can use such ninjutsu, which makes him a real master of wood escape. But if they were so strong, why didn't they continue the fight at Yunlii Gorge? Why did they only capture Samui and Mabi? Are these two female kunoichi more important than two perfect Jinkriki? The fourth Reikage didn't understand, but he didn't bother to think about it. Right now, he is no match for Tsunade and Kimura. There is no point in dragging it out. Full of doubts, I will go back to the village to seek advice from the think tank. The fourth Reikage's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he turned decisively, turning into a ray of lightning, quickly moving away from the spreading black flames and disappearing at the end of Kimura's sight. You're running away now? You're such a coward. Kimura's brows knitted tightly, feeling that it was a mistake. If he had known that the fourth Reikage was not reckless, there would have been no need to use wood release. It seemed that he was still quite rational in not hurting his brother Killer Bee. Kimura sighed softly. Tsunade followed with a sigh, he is the fastest in the ninja world. Whether to leave or stay, the initiative is in his hands. Kimura nodded in agreement, thinking that although he could perform Yomi Hirasaka, this technique was only advantageous for long-distance space movement. As for short-distance space movement, the lightning chakra mode was more flexible and convenient. Kimura thought for a moment and said, Master, our team's mobility is not as good as the fourth Reikage's. We must quickly distance ourselves from him to avoid being harassed by him. Yeah, that's well said. Tsunade nodded. With Uzumaki Karin, and Kabuto, they would be too passive if they were attacked by the Hidden Cloud team. The current situation must be changed. After a brief thought, Kimurano decisively used Yomi Hirasaka. As soon as he thought about it, a 2-meter-high diamond-shaped black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, let's go. Using space ninjutsu, the progress of the wedge seal swallowing increased every minute and every second. Kimura had no time to explain, and while talking, he pulled Tsunade into the diamond-shaped black hole. The next moment, a huge diamond-shaped black hole appeared in front of the slug. Kimura stood in the hole and waved at the slug, come in. The slug moved its tentacles and struggled to wriggle its body into the diamond-shaped black hole. The next moment, a diamond-shaped black hole flashed in front of the gate of Tansho City in the Fire Nation, thousands of miles away. Kimura led everyone out quickly, and the black hole disappeared. As for the slug, it had been released by Tsunade and returned to the wet bone forest. At the same time, the subtitles in my mind stopped refreshing. Wedge seal devouring progress, 66.80%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 18.875%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 47.925%. Today, the progress of the wedge seal swallowing has increased a lot. However, it is also a price that must be paid. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to be watched by the fourth rakeage. Alas, before I knew it, I was almost halfway through the process of taking over the body. Kimura sighed secretly, then turned his head and glanced at the woman behind him with flickering eyes. Fortunately, these people all have potential for anti-devouring progress. The future is promising, and the wedge print can hold it down. Page 40. Duan's City? Where is this? Ziwan looked at the big words on the city gate and asked puzzledly. This is a city in the land of fire. In order to prevent the fourth rakeage from tracking us, I led everyone through space and crossed thousands of miles. Now we are no longer in danger. The teams from Kumagakure and Mist Village cannot keep up with our pace. Kimura explained to everyone with a smile. Across 1,000 miles. Ziwan was shocked and looked around quickly. It's hard to imagine that we went from the hidden grass village to the land of fire in the blink of an eye. Uzumaki Karin was surprised and subconsciously hugged the little Karin in her arms tightly. Yakushi Kabuto was the most alert. He immediately thought of what Tsunade said before the battle about burning life, and couldn't help but worriedly asked, Dean, is it harmful to your body to perform such a powerful space ninjutsu? Shin then reacted and quickly looked at Kimura carefully, and asked with concern, Yakun, are you okay? Uzumaki Kazumi whispered, Yakun, I can heal you. Everyone was slightly surprised. With the slug Princess Tsunade present, this descendant of Uzumaki actually had the confidence to offer to help with the treatment. Had she never heard of the name of Princess Tsunade? Kimura understood that Uzumaki Sweet Nettle was referring to the miraculous healing that could save lives with just one bite, but this had no effect on preventing the wedge mark from swallowing them. The two do not belong to the same category at all. Kimura smiled and declined Uzumaki Karen's kindness. Uzumaki Karen thought he didn't understand her healing abilities, so she opened her mouth to explain. Kimura raised his hand to stop him, then smiled and said, Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with my body at the moment. If I need anything in the future, I will ask for your help. Volume 050 I want to improve so much. Special physical condition. From the wasteland of Kusagakure village to Tansho Castle in the land of fire, it seems like a different world. It is hard to imagine that these two places are located on the same continent. Shin had lived in the remote and backward country of ghosts for a long time. It was the first time she saw such a prosperous big city and she couldn't help but feel dazed. The street leading into the city is wide and clean, and can accommodate 4 carriages running side by side. The sky was dark and the streets were lit up with colorful lights, creating a dreamy and blurry scene. The houses and pavilions of different heights are gorgeously decorated, showing the grandeur of a great country. There are also all kinds of new and strange things that I have never seen before, one after another, coming into view, and it is impossible to see them all. The gap between countries is too big. Shin sighed sincerely. The ghost country would not be able to build a city like Tansho Castle even if it developed for another 100 years. It's getting late, let's find a hotel first and rest for the night. Tsunade said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kimura's eyes swept across Uzumaki Karinami. Her simple peasant outfit would not stand out in Kusagakure village, but it was too eye-catching in Tansho Castle. Master, I will take Xiangsun to buy a new set of luggage first. Kimura said. Tsunade, well, once we book a hotel, I'll let you know by slug. Kimura nodded, waved goodbye to everyone, and went straight to the commercial street in the city with Uzumaki Karin. Of course, Kimura wouldn't just buy things for Uzumaki Karin alone. He bought gifts for everyone based on his understanding of them. By the time we finished shopping, it was already dark and the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, casting its clear moonlight. Little Xianglin in Uzumaki Xiangsuan's arms was crying because of hunger. The situation today is special. I have been busy from noon until now without a break, so naturally I have no time to eat. It was not convenient to breastfeed in public on the street, so Kimura hurriedly took Uzumaki Karin back to the hotel. Now, in the prosperous area of the Fire Country, there is no need to be as careful as in the Hidden Rain Village, and everyone no longer gathers in 1 or 2 rooms. Tsunade booked 4 rooms in total. She and Shizuan were in 1 room, Shin was in a room alone, Kimura and Kabuto Yakushi were in 1 room, and Uzumaki Karin and Karin, mother and daughter, were in 1 room. Each room is equipped with a small slug to ensure smooth communication in case of any accidents. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle was breastfeeding her daughter comfortably in the room. Kimura was not idle. He knocked on the doors of each room and distributed the gifts he had bought on the street to everyone. It was already very late. Tsunade and the others had already finished their dinner. Karin was happily drinking her milk. Only Kimura and Uzumaki Karin were left without eating or drinking. Kimura thought about it and simply went to the ramen shop next door to pack up 2 large bowls of ramen. Then, he returned to the hotel and knocked on Uzumaki Karin's door. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle opened the door. I hope I didn't disturb you. I'm here to bring you dinner. Kimura greeted with a smile, showing the ramen box in his hand. Thank you. Uzumaki Karinata pursed her lips and smiled, then moved aside and welcomed Kimura into the house. Little Xianglin had eaten and drunk her fill, and was lying on the bed, with her little feet curled up, snoring. She was so adorable. Kimura looked at her with a gentle gaze, and said with a smile, it must be hard for this child to run around today. Uzumaki Kazumi smiled faintly, she has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and has an excellent physique, so she won't suffer. Kimura was stunned. He never expected that his emotion would receive such a response. But, it is true. The amount of exercise today can be said to be huge. Even the energetic Kimura was inevitably a little tired. However, Uzumaki Kaoru, who had been carrying her daughter all the way, was still full of energy and didn't look tired at all. People really can't be generalized. Kimura shook his head and sighed, unpacked the ramen, and said, eat noodles. Then, the room fell into silence, with only the sound of the 2 people slurping ramen and the soft snoring of Karin. The long period of exile made Uzumaki Xiangqian develop a reserved and cautious temperament. Unless it was necessary, she would not take the initiative to speak and attract attention. Kimura was starving and was busy filling his stomach, so he had no time to talk. Soon, the 2 of them finished their ramen, looked up, and stared at each other across the coffee table, feeling a little awkward. Kimura coughed lightly, wiped his mouth with tissue paper, and started talking about business. You seem very confident in your medical abilities. Even with my master present, you still think you can be useful? Kimura asked knowingly. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle tapped her chin lightly, well, my physique is very special. Just bite me and you can quickly restore chakra and heal your injuries. Well, such a special physique should not be revealed to others. In the future, don't say in front of others that you can help treat people. Kimura looked solemn and warned solemnly. Uzumaki Karin was slightly stunned, then she realized that Kimura was doing this for her own good. Otherwise, once such an excellent physique is known to outsiders, he is likely to be reduced to a treatment machine. Uzumaki Fragrant Nettle is not a fool, she is well aware of the danger. However, the reason I revealed it today is because I am grateful for the help that pharmacist Do has given over the past few months. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi's wisdom, she would have been exposed and captured by the Kirigakura or Kumigakura long ago, and her fate would have been unimaginable. Uzumaki Karin is very grateful for the kindness of pharmacist Kabuto. She had talked with pharmacist Kabuto and learned that the 8-year-old child was an orphan and that the most important people in his life were the 2 directors of the orphanage. So, Uzumaki Karinami wanted to heal Kimura, whose life was burning, and that's why she revealed today that she has medical skills. Kimura, with good intentions, warned, "Don't think you're safe in Konoha. There are bad people in the village. You have to be careful, protect your secrets, and be an ordinary Uzumaki descendant." Uzumaki Xiangxian was startled and said in shock, "Bad guy?" Kimura nodded, "Of course. How can a village be full of good people?" Uzumaki Karin looked stunned, and her heart, which had finally calmed down, began to worry again. Could it be that Konoha, which had married the Uzumaki clan, was not safe either? Kimura smiled and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, since I am bringing you back to the village, I will definitely protect your safety. However, your physique is special and it attracts people's covetousness. Try to keep it secret to avoid adding unnecessary risks." "Okay, I remember it." Uzumaki Xiangxian pursed her thin lips and nodded heavily. After finishing the business, the room fell silent again. Under the soft light, the hair strands can be clearly counted. After changing into a new outfit, Uzumaki Aromatica looked quite pretty. Before, she was on the street because of the dim lighting and I couldn't see her clearly. But now, sitting here under the white light, I could see her clearly. Kimura's face is handsome, with clear lines. Under the light, it has just the right shadows, deep and three-dimensional, which is very attractive. At this moment, in this quiet night, a man and a woman were alone in the same room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. Volume 051. I want to improve so much. A beautiful day. Uzumaki Xiangqian is in her 20s, which is the time when most people are young and energetic. However, due to her long-term escape, she has had to develop an introverted character and generally does not stand out easily. Like when we were shopping on the street before, what she said most was buy cheap ones and too expensive ones are not good. Of course, Kimura wouldn't listen to her and would definitely buy the better ones. We just met for a short time and I don't know what she likes. Every time I asked her, she answered with words like okay, like, pretty good, etc. Kimura couldn't tell which one she liked, so he just waved his hand and bought them all for Uzumaki Karin. Tonight, Uzumaki Xiangxian was wearing a light yellow slim-fit shirt, which outlined the graceful contours of her upper body. Her lower body was a yellow and white fishtail skirt, which reached her knees and was slightly pinched, making her legs look slender. Her legs were wrapped in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, which had a smoother and more translucent texture under the light, making her skin look delicate. Kimura looked at Uzumaki Kazumi and couldn't help but think of Mikoto and Dean. They all had one thing in common, they looked very homely and had a quiet and gentle temperament. In the months since he left Konoha, Kimura had not been close to any women. Now, looking at Uzumaki Karin in front of him and thinking of Mikoto, he couldn't help but feel a little restless, and his mind drifted to Konoha village 100 miles away. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him and lowered her head slightly. After a moment, Kimura came back to his senses, coughed lightly, broke the awkwardness, and said, "It's getting late, it's time to rest, I won't disturb you. Good night, Ye-kun." Uzumaki Karinami politely stood up and saw Kimura out. Then, she gently closed the door, stood in front of the floor-length dressing mirror, and looked at herself in the mirror quietly. No one could associate her now with the impoverished peasant woman before. She was like a new person. Uzumaki Xiangxian let out a long sigh, walked to the bed, lay down beside her daughter, closed her eyes, and the figures of Kimura and his group appeared in her mind. From today on, life will be different. Uzumaki Xiangsun was wearing brand new clothes. Clutching the corner of her clothes, gradually she felt relieved and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. Since they had traveled thousands of miles yesterday, they saved a lot of time on the road. Tsunade decided to stay in Tansho Castle for a few days to let everyone travel and relax. So, Kimura took Kabuto Yakushi, Shin, and Uzumaki Karinami to go shopping together. As always, Shizun followed Tsunade closely to prevent her from succumbing to her gambling addiction and going to the casino to squander her hard-earned money. After strolling around the streets for a whole morning, the astute Kabuto Yakushi noticed the dean's interest in Shin and Uzumaki Karin, so he stopped being a third wheel and decisively returned to the hotel to concentrate on studying the biology textbook that Orochimaru had previously taught him. At noon, the sunlight gradually became dazzling, making people sweat a little on their foreheads. Kimura simply went into the tea house with Shin and Uzumaki Karinata. Went up to the private room on the second floor, and ordered lunch. The box is located on the street, with a wide view. Looking out from the window, you can enjoy the bustling street scene, which makes people feel happy. There are homely soft fabric sofas and elegant mahogany chairs in the box. The three of them chose the comfortable sofa at the same time. Shin was exhausted after shopping for too long and wanted to take a good rest. Kimura was physically strong, but every time he went shopping, he felt inexplicably tired. He wanted to sit down wherever he could find a place to rest his butt. A soft sofa was naturally his first choice. Uzumaki Kazumi has the best physique, but she is having a hard time holding on today, mainly because she is not used to the high heels that Kimura bought for her yesterday. In her entire life, she had never worn heels so high, a full 8 centimeters. Page 41. If I had known it was so difficult to wear, I would not have let Yejun buy it yesterday no matter what. Uzumaki Karin sighed secretly, frowned, and tried hard to endure the discomfort in her feet. Kimura was sitting opposite the two girls. He saw Uzumaki Kazumi's expression and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Shin gave him a concerned look. Uzumaki Xiangsun was suddenly asked and showed an awkward but polite smile. If I say that my shoes are uncomfortable, wouldn't it be implying that Yejun didn't buy a good pair? It would be better to change a pair after returning to the hotel. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Kimura suddenly had an idea. He remembered that women have those few days every month. It seems that he really didn't buy her sanitary napkins or other women's products last night. Kimura instantly understood Uzumaki Karin's embarrassing situation, subconsciously glanced at her plain skirt, then retracted his gaze and stood up and left the sofa. Now we have to leave the box and let Uzumaki Xiangxian deal with it, so as to prevent her from falling into a more embarrassing situation. Kimura was very considerate and stood up and walked towards the door of the box. Shin looked confused. "Yekun, lunch is about to start, what are you going to do?" Kimura glanced at Uzumaki Kazumi, coughed lightly, and covered it up by saying, "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, he walked out and closed the door. Uzumaki Karinatsu heard the door close softly and breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Shin and asked politely, "Do you mind if I take off my shoes?" "Take off your shoes." Ziwan was slightly stunned and shook her head, "I don't mind." "Thank you." Uzumaki Xiangxian greeted with a smile, bent down and gently took off her high heels, freeing her feet. Xiuan raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "So your feet are uncomfortable. I thought you were sick." Uzumaki Kazumi smiled helplessly, "It's my first time wearing it, I'm not used to it." Shin nodded, agreeing deeply. When she was a child, she wore high-heeled golden boots to show her dignity as a Miko. It was very uncomfortable at the time. Later, she wore them more often and gradually got used to it. After a while, Kimura guessed that Uzumaki Karin had resolved the embarrassment, so he knocked on the door and entered the box. The two girls sat side by side on the sofa. They were of similar age, but had completely different temperaments, as if they were from two different generations. One was delicate and lively, with lively eyes, the other was flexible and mature, with eyes as clear as water. Today, Uzumaki Xiangxian was wearing a black satin dress with shoulder straps, which was tied around the waist, showing the slender curve of her waist. The skirt was slightly slit, and a small part of her white thigh was vaguely visible. Ziwan was wearing a simple white silk shirt with a pure black silk shawl on the outside, which made her look light and agile. She wore light blue cropped trousers and sea blue pointed high heels, revealing her jade-like ankles. In terms of figure, probably because she had given birth to a child, Uzumaki Fragrant Nettle is even better, with a graceful figure and quite charming. The two girls sat together, complementing each other, as beautiful as a painting. Kimura sat opposite, enjoying the view leisurely. What a beautiful day! Kimura slowly turned the teacup in his hand, savoring the comfort of life. Suddenly, a sound that penetrated deep into the bone marrow exploded in my ears. Volume 052. I want to improve so much. Sneak attack. The noise was as deep and heavy as thunder, and it penetrated into Kimura's bones. Kimura could not help but tremble slightly and almost crushed the porcelain teacup in his hand. But it was very distant, the syllables were vague and unclear, and no useful information could be heard. Judging from the reactions of the two women opposite, there was nothing unusual at all. Obviously, I was the only one who felt such a huge movement. Strange things. Kimura couldn't help but frown and rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had just heard something. But, whose auditory hallucinations could be so intense? There should be nothing wrong with my body. Kimura's mind was in a mess and he had no idea what to do. Yejun, are you feeling unwell? Uzumaki Xiangxian noticed his abnormality and asked. This question seemed familiar. Kimura asked her this question just over 10 minutes ago, and now it was returned to her. Nothing, I just seemed to have some tinnitus. Kimura smiled and waved his hands. Are you too tired these 2 days? Shin asked. Is this a side effect of you burning your life yesterday? Uzumaki Fragrant Nettle hit the nail on the head. Kimura was slightly stunned. When she said this, he instantly thought of the nearly halfway progress of the possession. Could this really be a side effect of the wedge seal, indicating that I am gradually being devoured by Princess Kaguya? Kimura's heart was shrouded in a layer of gloom, and he thought to himself, when I return to the village, I must seize the progress of anti-devouring from Samui and Mabi. Then, Kimura met the worried looks of the two girls and said with a smile, Don't worry, I can handle it. Don't keep holding on and then suddenly die of a disease. Ziwan looked nervous. She had experienced this once before. Her mother was fine all the time, and then suddenly one day she called her over and told her about her affairs. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle also had a worried look on her face, and her concerned eyes were clearly saying, Bite me, maybe it can save your life. Kimura shook his head and laughed, opening his mouth to comfort the two girls, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he asked instead, if one day in the future, I am on the verge of death, are you two willing to do your best to save me? Of course. Shin and Uzumaki Karan nodded without hesitation. Okay. Kimura laughed heartily, you two saying this is enough. Ziwan frowned slightly and said angrily, Yejun, if you really have a problem with your body, don't delay, you should get treatment as soon as possible. Kimura nodded with a smile, don't worry, how could I hurt myself? Shin pouted and stopped talking. Uzumaki Kazumi closed her eyes, then looked out the window thoughtfully, frowned and said, Yekun, from this morning till now, I have been sensing a strong chakra moving around us. Kagura's heart's eye, one of Karen's abilities, and apparently, her mother also has it. After opening the mind's eye, one can accurately sense chakra within a radius of tens of kilometers. It is precisely because of this ability that Uzumaki Sweet Nettle has been able to live in exile for so long in troubled times and escape capture by various forces. However, during her pregnancy, she was so busy guarding against Kirigakure and Kumigakure that she neglected Kabuto Yakushi's weak chakra and was discovered. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi was from Konoha village, which was married to the Uzumaki clan. Today, Uzumaki Karin once again felt the powerful chakra following her, and she couldn't help but feel alert. Having been in exile for a long time, she assumed that this chakra was coming to hunt her down. How strong is the chakra? How does it compare to the fourth Reikage? Asked Kimura. Not as good as the fourth Reikage, but already very strong, much stronger than the team of ninjas from the Hidden Mist, said Uzumaki Karin. Kimura frowned, thinking that he used Yomi Hirasaka to cross 1,000 miles, and no one in the ninja world could catch up with him except Uchiha Obito. The only descendant of Uchiha Obito that he is interested in is Nagato, who has transplanted the Rinnegan, and he doesn't care about Uzumaki Karin. It seems that this strong man either happened to be in this city and accidentally recognized the descendant of the whirlpool and had evil intentions, or he was simply sightseeing in the city and his route happened to overlap. Since the other party hasn't made a move yet, there's no need for us to be too nervous. Let's have lunch first and go shopping as usual later. Kimura said, Xiangsun, you should pay attention to your perception at all times and beware of the other party's sneak attacks. Yet. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle nodded in response. After lunch, we continued shopping. The prosperity of big cities is something you will never get tired of seeing in a short time. Shin was jumping for joy, Uzumaki Kaoru was smiling. Kimura was also happy to have two beauties by his side. In the evening, I put all the bags into the scroll and set out on the journey back to the hotel. There are both new and old buildings in the city. We passed by a demolition area that was being prepared for renovation. It was deserted and very quiet, completely out of tune with the hustle and bustle of the city center. Uzumaki Karin suddenly hugged Xiao Karin tightly in her arms and said, Yakun, that chakra is following us and is approaching us quickly from underground. Such sneaky behavior, obviously he is the enemy. Kimura's eyes flashed, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, ready to perform fire-style, wild Amaterasu at any time. A few seconds later, Uzumaki Xiangsun shouted in a low voice, People are coming. Before he finished speaking, the three of them jumped away from where they were. The next moment, the original foothold made a crashing sound, and gravel flew everywhere. A black shadow broke out of the ground. Without hesitation, Kimura spit out a fire dragon and swept it towards the black shadow. At the same time, Uzumaki Xiangqian's face changed drastically. In her perception, the moment the enemy broke through the ground, the chakra split into two. Now, one of them was sneaking under Yejun's feet. In the face of extreme danger, Uzumaki Karin shouted, Be careful, no-kun, while throwing the child to Shin and rushing towards Kimura, trying to save him. Seeing her reaction, Kimura immediately understood his situation. So, he decisively used the Great Snake-style substitution technique. Kimura opened his mouth wide, his jaw split at an alarming angle, and his outer body was discarded as a substitute as if he was shedding skin, and a new body jumped out of his body. At the same time, a black shadow jumped out from the ground beneath his feet, carrying a flash of lightning, and shattered his shed body into pieces. Kimura escaped death and quickly hugged the Uzumaki Sweet Nettle who was rushing towards him, quickly distanced himself from the attacker. This life-saving skill that does not require any hand seals is so useful. Kimura silently thanked Orochimaru for the Orochimaru-style substitution technique, then bit his finger and summoned a small slug. You actually have inherited two of the three ninjas. The Uzumaki descendants have a master like you around them, so the black market bounty is too little. The attacker shook his head and sighed, standing where he was, as if he had lost the will to attack again. Only then did Kimura see his appearance clearly. He wore a rebellious ninja forehead protector from the hidden Takigakure village, his eyes were emerald green, and a black mask covered half of his face. He was tall, with a gloomy temperament, and was surrounded by black lines. Kakuzu. Volume 053. I want to improve so much. Danger. The price of the wedge print has increased. In the black market, a new bounty was added yesterday. Capture the descendant of Uzumaki alive, 30 million taels. Moreover, it provides an accurate portrait of the characters. But no specific address was provided. Kakuzu didn't care about the bounty at first. After all, the ninja world is so big that it would be a waste of time to look for someone specifically, and it would affect the efficiency of making money. However, I don't know if it was luck, but I happened to meet him in the vast crowd today. The corners were all very happy, but unfortunately, they were in the city center and there were too many people around to take direct action. If the incident gets out of hand and Tansho Castle is destroyed, the Fire Nation will definitely list him as an S-rank wanted criminal. By then, if he is targeted by the yellow flash, 5 lives will not be enough to kill him. Kakuzu has been living in misery for many years, just wanting to earn some bounty and not wanting to be an enemy of the fastest man in the ninja world. So he followed patiently, looking for the right opportunity. Finally, the Uzumaki descendants passed by this uninhabited demolition area. Kakuzu acted decisively. He never expected that the man next to the Uzumaki descendant actually had the inheritance of the 3 ninjas. Moreover, those black flames are also very strange, they are not afraid of water escape at all. Very powerful. Kakuzu could only watch the heart burn to ashes. He had to carefully weigh each other's strength and secretly sighed that Konoha's geniuses were coming one after another. At the same time, the little slug summoned Tsunade to Kimura's side. Kakuzu had completely decided to retreat. If he continued to fight, the remaining 4 hearts would surely be lost here. Kakuzu's eyes flickered, and he decisively escaped underground. Just like he had thrown shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 miles away decades ago, he was still cautious today. After testing the difference in strength between them, he ran away. Page 42. Tsunade snorted coldly, raised her foot and stomped hard on the ground. Click! In an instant, as if there was an earthquake, the road collapsed, revealing a long gully several meters deep. Kakuzu, who lurks underground, has nowhere to hide. Without any hesitation, he immediately separated a heart and controlled the black line clone to rush towards Tsunade. His main body took advantage of the precious time to escape deeper underground and quickly escape. After Tsunade dealt with the heart clone, Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. She could only curse, slippery as a loach. Shin looked at the messy and slippery black lines on the ground, frowned and said in disgust, "How disgusting." Tsunade also frowned, then sealed the black line into the scroll and said, "I don't know what kind of strange secret technique it is. Take it back to the village and let them study it carefully." After dealing with the battlefield, we returned to the hotel and everyone gathered in one room to hold a meeting. After listening to Kimurano's story, Shizun was surprised and asked, "There's actually a bounty on the black market?" During the years that Uzumaki Sweet Nettle was in exile, she had been hunted down, but there had never been any news about her in the black market. All parties involved have tacitly agreed to keep the secret. After all, this is extremely valuable information. The more people know about it, the more opponents will participate in the fight, and the more variables there will be. But now, the black market has actually offered a reward and drawn an accurate portrait. Otherwise, Jiao would not have been able to find Uzumaki Fragrant Nettle in the vast crowd of people in Tansho City. Who would recognize a purple-haired woman as a descendant of Uzumaki? Unless he knew from the beginning that Uzumaki Kazumi had dyed her hair. Is this the bounty offered by Kumagakuer? Shin asked. It could also be Kirigakuer. At that time, when we were fighting the 4th Raikage, that Byakugan must have been watching from afar, said Kimura. What's the point? It won't do them any good if the whole ninja world knows about the descendants of Uzumaki. Shizun was very puzzled. Yakushi Kabuto thought for a moment and speculated, perhaps they have given up on the hunt for Sister Xiangsun. After seeing the strength of Lady Tsunade and the Dean, they should know very well that it is impossible to snatch Sister Xiangxun from us. Therefore, they no longer keep the secret and simply let more people participate in the hunt for Sister Xiangxun, thereby causing trouble for us. Such a vicious plan must have been done by Kirigakure. Tsunade decisively identified Kirigakure as a group that was accustomed to using vicious schemes. It seems that Tansho Castle is not safe anymore. Let's hurry back to Konoha. Shizuan suggested. Yakushi Kabuto nodded in agreement. Today's bounty ninja has rare abilities and is extremely patient. He followed us for nearly a day before finding an opportunity to attack. Now that we are in the open, he has returned to the dark. It's too passive. It's better to leave here as soon as possible. Then let's have a good rest tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Tsunade made the final decision. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, everyone set out again and headed for Konoha. Along the way, there were no accidents, and Kakuzu's chakra was not sensed. Kimura guessed that Kakuzu was probably intimidated by his own and his master's strength, so he chose to retreat and gave up the bounty. Kimura was very satisfied that Kakuzu was sensible, otherwise if they really fought, it would be a tough battle and he might have to use the wedge seal again. Wedge print, try not to open it if possible. In the past 2 days, Kimura has often had tinnitus, sometimes mild, sometimes severe, all of which penetrate deep into his bones, but do not convey any specific and effective information. At the same time, Muta was sad to find that the daily increase in the swallowing progress of the wedge seal had changed from a natural increase of 0.01% per day to 0.1%. That is, 10 times the original amount. Obviously, the tinnitus is not just a simple tinnitus. It is a sign that Kaguya is accelerating her devouring. Kimura thought about it for a long time and suddenly felt that this was somewhat similar to the harassment of the Jinkriki by the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts will take advantage of the Jinkriki's psychological weaknesses, constantly talking to him, and thus shaking the Jinkriki's state of mind, breaking the seal and gaining freedom. Kaguya-sama is obviously more advanced than Jinkriki. She doesn't need specific words to treat, as long as she makes some noise, she can speed up the devouring of the host. Wedge seal devouring progress, 66.91%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 18.875%. Otsutsuki Kaguya's possession progress, 48.035%. It feels really good to seize the power of God through the shortcut of wedge printing. But it also came at an extraordinary cost. According to the current devouring rate, Kaguya will be able to completely take over the body in less than a year and a half. Kimura clearly felt the urgency of the threat to his life, as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling his neck. After discovering that the bond with the female kunoichi could help him fight against devouring, his mentality became very relaxed for a while, and he regarded the wedge seal as a store where he could buy various abilities. Now, this store has raised its prices. The daily entry price has increased 9-fold. If it keeps rising, we won't be able to survive. Time is running out, and Kimura is in a heavy mood. He wishes he could fly back to Konoha with wings and survive. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious I am, I can only hurry on my way. 2 days later, we passed by a suburb surrounded by mountains and rivers and with dense forests. This is where the orphanage is located. If Kimura and Kabuto Yakushi pass by their hometown, they will definitely go back to visit. So, everyone unanimously decided to rest in the orphanage for a few days. Volume 054 I want to improve so much. High-end Hunter. After 2 years, I returned to the orphanage. Kimura stood in front of the simple gate, looking at the brand new building, feeling as if he were in another world. 2 years ago, he walked out from here and went to Konoha as a hostage. In the blink of an eye, he has become Tsunade's disciple, Uchiha's son-in-law, the 4th Hokage's trusted confidant, and the Jinkriki who will be possessed by Princess Kaguya. Kimura took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and walked into the orphanage first. Everyone followed him and visited this secluded orphanage together. In the past 2 years, life in the orphanage has been getting better and better. First, the orphans have grown up and become part of the labor force, and can work and give back to the orphanage. Second, Yakushi Nono returned to her old job. As the best spy in the ninja world, her income is very considerable. The originally dilapidated orphanage was renovated. If he hadn't seen the photos of the orphanage in Konoha, Kimura would hardly believe that this was his home. After a long journey, it is impossible to return home empty-handed. Kimura bought a lot of gifts in Tansho Castle 2 days ago and planned to send them to the orphanage. Now he has the chance to give them to the staff and children of the orphanage personally. For a moment, the orphanage seemed like a festival, full of laughter and joy. The children missed their father and teacher, Kimura, so much that they hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Some of them were so emotional that tears welled up in their eyes. Kimura hadn't seen these children for a long time, and they seemed a little strange for a moment. After all, the children were still growing up, and they changed every year. However, after chatting for a while, we quickly became familiar with each other and matched them with the children in my memory one by one. At the same time, Kabuto Yakushi was greeting his friends in the orphanage while entertaining guests like Tsunade and arranging guest rooms for them. In the evening, all the people in the orphanage enjoyed a grand dinner together in the open-air courtyard to celebrate the return of Kimura and Kabuto Yakushi, and the arrival of Princess Tsunade. The atmosphere was lively and Tsunade felt like drinking, so she had a few drinks. Kimura accompanied Tsunade to drink a few glasses, but his alcohol tolerance was far less than Tsunade's. Later, he was a little drunk and was helped by Kabuto Yakushi to leave the table and go to the corridor to get some fresh air to sober up. Hiccup, I'm so happy. Kimura sat on the chair with his legs apart, smiling. After chatting with the kids for the whole afternoon, he felt much better and even forgot about the urgency of being possessed by Princess Kaguya. Seeing Kimura happy, Yakushi Kabuto also laughed. In the past 2 days, he observed that Kimura was in a bad mood and had a heavy heart between his brows. Now that Kimura was in a good mood again, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, "Dean, I have another good news. You will be happier if you know it." Kimura turned his head to look at him, his eyes were hazy and his gaze was a little distracted. He asked, "What's the good news?" "After observing for the past few days, I found that Sister Shin has a good impression of you, the Dean," said Kabuto Yakushi. Kimura raised an eyebrow, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Pharmacist Do quickly patted his chest to assure, with an expression of "I'll be anxious if you don't believe me." In front of others, he was like a mature little adult, but in front of Kimura, he was just a normal 8 or 9-year-old child. Kimura looked at him, stretched out his hand to pinch his face, and laughed, "I believe you." Pharmacist Kabuto also laughed, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then, Kimura turned his head and looked at Shin in the distance, as if thinking about something. Yakushi Kabuto also turned his head and looked at Shin, as if thinking about something. At night, when the orphanage's prescribed schedule came, the children returned to the dormitory to rest. Of course, the adults were not allowed to make noise in the yard, so as not to disturb the children's rest. So, Tsunade moved the banquet back to the guest room and continued drinking with Shin, Kazumi, and the others. It was a rare occasion for Kimura to come back. After sobering up, he simply checked the dormitory building, tucked in the children's quilts, checked if the children had secretly eaten snacks at night, or checked if the children were hiding under the quilts to read picture books. After checking the room, it was already 10:30. The lights in the yard were off, and little slugs were wriggling in the darkness, keeping watch at night. Kimura walked out of the children's dormitory building, breathed a few breaths of the fresh air of his hometown in the yard, and then went to the staff dormitory building next door. His dormitory is on the top floor of the building, on the same floor as the dean's dormitory. There are also several relatively luxurious guest rooms on the same floor, which are used to entertain guests who occasionally visit the orphanage. For example, Tsunade and her friends are staying in these guest rooms today. Kimura went straight upstairs and slowly walked to the door of the familiar room. The door is a horizontal sliding shoji door with black and white tones, which gives it a simple and elegant feel. There was a stone tablet hanging next to the door with his name engraved on it. Next door is naturally the room of the dean, pharmacist Nono, which is exactly the same style. It's a pity that the director is still on a mission in Union, otherwise, all the members of the orphanage would be present today. Kimura sighed secretly and gently opened the shoji door. In the silence of the night, the creaking sound was particularly clear. Kimura was about to go into the house when suddenly, the shoji door at the end of the corridor was opened with a creak. Uzumaki Karin supported the drunken Shin and staggered out of Tsunade's room. Shin's face flushed and she muttered, "Another drink." Seeing this, Kimura came forward and asked with a smile, "Are you drunk?" Uzumaki Xiongsun's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Well, she wasn't drunk originally, but she just drank a few glasses and her consciousness is a little fuzzy. Alas, she is not at all calm, and I can't help her." "Then let me do it." Kimura reached out to take over from Uzumaki Karinata and supported Shin. Ziwan was also very cooperative. She leaned her soft body directly into his arms, and a slight smell of alcohol emanated from her breath. Uzumaki Karin pursed her lips and smiled, "Then I will go back to take care of Karin, the child can't leave her mother. Yejun, please help me help Shin back to the house." "It is good." Kimura nodded and asked again, "Is master still drinking?" Uzumaki Karin shook her head, "It's over. Shizun is taking care of Lady Tsunade now. I'm also going to carry Karin back to the house to rest soon." "Ah." Kimura said good night, then held Shin's round shoulders and helped her back to the house. Page 43. Uzumaki Sweet Nettle stood there with a faint smile on her lips. Tonight, Shin pretended to be drunk deliberately, and made her sense Kimura's location at all times. Thus, she perfectly seized the opportunity when Kimura came back, created a coincidence, and successfully passively transferred from her arms to Kimura's arms. Everything went smoothly. Uzumaki Karin quietly looked at the backs of the two people snuggling together, and prayed silently that Shin's wish would come true. "I want to improve so much in Volume 1. Plot changes. The 4 chapters 006, 009, 022, and 023 have been modified. Please refresh the chapter and read the revised content to avoid any contradictions in the subsequent plot. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Readers who collect this book after August 2023, 8 can ignore this chapter. /////////////////// Volume 055 I want to improve so much. The Free-Spirited Witch. Kimura supported Shin and helped her into the guest room. The shoji door opened, and the two stood at the entrance. The drunk Shin naturally tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. The soft bangs fall down, and a few strands of hair lie diagonally on the delicate face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes were half closed, her straight eyelashes were slightly trembling, 2 red clouds appeared on her fair cheeks, her moist lips were slightly open, and a slight smell of alcohol emanated from them. Fresh and sweet. Kimura was looking down at her from close at hand, his nose smelling the fragrance and aroma of alcohol from her body, and he felt a little moved. However, she is drunk, so you have to be polite to her, otherwise it would be too mean. When both of you are sober and express your feelings to each other, everything will fall into place naturally. There is no need to rush. Thinking so, Kimura put away his romantic thoughts. Take off your shoes before entering the house. Kimura helped Shin sit on the long leather chair next to the shoe cabinet. He took off his own clogs first, then let Shin lean her back against the shoe cabinet, bent down and squatted in front of her to take off her shoes for her. Ziwan was wearing grey low-heeled sandals today. This pair of shoes had accompanied her in her battles against the Yellow Springs rebels. They were her favorite pair of shoes. They were crystal clear and smooth. Although they were made of leather, they had a slight luster of gemstones and were very delicate. Kimura reached out and grasped her calves, gently unfastened the straps at her ankles, lifted her heels, and completely freed her feet from the shoes. The white and delicate instep is covered with a layer of flesh-colored stockings, which feels warm and smooth. The delicate toes were quietly lined up under the almost transparent sock line, and the toenails were painted with nail polish newly bought in Tansho City. The color was light pink, fresh and clear. Beautiful and flawless. It was only a few dozen centimeters away from Kimura. It had been a long time since he had admired a woman's beauty from such a close distance. The last time was when he was with Mikoto before leaving Konoha. For a moment, Kimura was a little dazed. Shin had her eyes closed. Being stared at by Kimura, her heart was beating like a deer. But what's so good about feet? Aren't they just painted with pretty nail polish? Is my figure not good enough? Is my face not beautiful? Ziwan was puzzled, but tried to remain calm. Fortunately, she was drunk to hide it, so the blush on her face was not noticeable. Soon, Kimura came to his senses, laughed at himself, and cursed himself for having no self-control. Then he stood up and helped Shin into the bedroom. Of course, it is impossible to do something as inappropriate as changing into pajamas. Kimura simply turned on the bedside lamp, wiped her face with a wet towel, and then asked her if she wanted to drink some water or if she wanted to vomit. Shin didn't respond. So, Kimura covered her with a blanket and summoned a small slug to watch over her in case she suddenly vomited, became unconscious, and choked on the vomit. After doing all this, Kimura turned off the bedside lamp, whispered good night, and got up to leave. Ziwan was anxious, thinking, "You were so obsessed with my feet just now, why are you just leaving without doing anything now? Your adopted son told me this afternoon that you like me. Why are you so well behaved now and not doing anything out of line?" Shin sat up quickly, hugged Kimura's arms with both hands, and refused to let him go. Then she pretended to be drunk and buried her head in Kimura's arms. "Yejun, I like you," Shin whispered softly, as if mumbling unconsciously. Kimura was slightly stunned, thinking, is this the truth spoken after drinking? But it's no use for you to tell the truth now. We have to wait until you sober up before we can talk about everything. Kimura refused to take advantage of someone's misfortune, so he smiled and said perfunctorily, "I know, we can talk tomorrow if there is anything. You can sleep peacefully." Shin was not willing to agree with him. After finally pretending to be drunk and confessing her feelings, she naturally wanted to get a definite answer from Kimura Nori. "Do you like me, Ye-kun?" Shin asked softly, burying her head in Kimura's chest. "Of course I like it," Kimura said, and sighed, "but, I already have a wife, I'm afraid you can't accept it." "Who said that? I can accept it." Hearing Kimura express his love in person, Shin's body trembled, and she immediately felt confident. She stopped pretending to be drunk, and her eyes instantly became clear. She looked up and looked into Kimura's eyes. Kimura was surprised and asked in surprise, "Aren't you drunk?" Shin tapped her chin lightly, "Yeah, I just sobered up." Of course, Kimura would not believe her lies. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that she was pretending to be drunk to trick him. Then, he realized her love. "Are you sure you can accept that I have a wife?" asked Kimura. "Ah." Shin nodded heavily. This was in line with the customs of the demon country. What was unacceptable? Then, she asked nervously, "Yejun, can your wife accept me?" Kimura shook his head and sighed, "It shouldn't be possible. Uchiha people are always sentimental and they won't be willing to share their lover with a third person." "What?" Shin looked bitter and very depressed. Kimura coughed lightly and said, "If you don't mind, we can have a secret relationship without my wife noticing. Shin's eyes lit up, and she nodded with a smile, okay. You agree to this? Kimura was surprised. Why don't you agree? I want to be with you, not your wife. Shin said as a matter of course. Kimura was speechless and remained silent for a moment before adding, in addition to my wife Mikoto, I also have another woman, my dean, pharmacist Nono. He confessed all his secrets to the inexperienced witch without any deception, for he did not want her to regret it in the future. Ziwan just responded calmly, if there is, then there is. She didn't take these seriously at all. First of all, there is no difference between sharing Kimura's love with 2 people and sharing Kimura's love with 3 people, because neither of them can be unique. So, one more or one less does not matter at all. Secondly, if Mikoto doesn't notice, it doesn't have to be a secret relationship. She can just announce the relationship in the land of demons. Anyway, there is no information flow between the 2 places, so there won't be any adverse effects. By then, all the people in the land of demons will know that the witch's husband is Kimura. Are you sure? Think about it carefully. Kimura frowned slightly. Hearing her so indifferent, he suspected that she was actually drunk. Don't think about it. Shin grinned and chuckled, Yakun, I don't care about what you said. I just want to be with you. Kimura was startled for a moment, then he hugged the witch tightly in his arms, sighed softly, and said, your request is so low, I have treated you badly. Ziwan shook her head and said casually, Yejun, you don't have to worry about these things. It's enough for you to always like me. Volume 056, I want to improve so much. Afterwards. After saying the sweet words, Shin felt a little shy, touched her red and hot cheeks, and stood up and left Kimura's arms. I drank a lot today and I smell like alcohol. You must think it smells bad. I'm going to take a shower first. Please wait patiently here for a while. No reservation, very straightforward expression. Kimura was shocked, but he was a little unsure whether what Shin said was what he understood. The next moment, Shin gave the answer. She took off her clothes as she walked and entered the bathroom. Then, the sound of water splashing was heard, which was very pleasant to the ear. Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly praising her for being worthy of being a shrine maiden, for being bold, passionate, frank, and direct. Thinking back, it took a long time for Mikoto and I to go from being in love to being husband and wife. But today, it seems that Shin and I are going to achieve it in one step. Time passed happily, and in the blink of an eye, the moonlight disappeared, and the sunlight shone through the window, sprinkling on the carpet in the bedroom, creating a bright scene. Wedge seal devouring progress, 67.21%. Bagua seal anti-devouring progress, 19.125%. Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession progress, 48.085%. Kimura and Shin were busy from last night until early this morning before they finally took a break, completing 2 days of bagua printing and dyeing black. Ziwan was exhausted and was sleeping soundly, with a hint of charm between her eyebrows. Kimura was relatively energetic and had already woken up. He turned sideways, admired the beauty of the person next to him for a while, and then got up quietly. The silk shirts and skirts scattered on the floor came into view, extending from the bedroom to the bathroom door. Kimura walked over and picked them up one by one. Finally, he picked up the flesh-colored stockings that Shin had taken off last night. It felt very good to the touch, and there was still her body fragrance and smell of alcohol on it. This is an ultra-thin and transparent pantyhose with a noticeable thickened layer in the crotch. The color is slightly darker and the toe part is also slightly thickened. It is of excellent quality and is a high-end product. This was recommended to me by Kimura when I was shopping in Tansho Castle a few days ago. Shin had never worn stockings before, nor had she seen them before. After all, the land of demons was too remote and out of touch with the news. Many things in the ninja world had not spread there. After trying it once, Shin fell in love with this kind of clothing that can enhance her charm. She was very happy every time Kimura's eyes lingered on her legs. Of course, Kimura's appreciation had been very polite before, but now that they had established a relationship, his gaze became much more unrestrained. Kimura quietly tidied his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower to get rid of the smell on his body. After taking a shower, I returned to the bedroom. Ziwan was already awake. She was leaning lazily on the head of the bed, with her two long white legs casually crossed. Under the sunlight, her legs had a jade-like texture, which was fascinating. "You're awake. Good morning." Kimura grinned, sat on the edge of the bed, and stroked her thigh naturally. When Shin saw him, she thought of last night and blushed slightly, but she wasn't overly shy. Then, an idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly gathered his emotions, pointed at Kimura's abdomen, and asked, "Don't you have a bagua mark here? Why is it gone?" She was very curious about the origin of the mark. It didn't look like a tattoo. After all, it felt hot to the touch, and there were black threads flowing in the mark, which was very strange. She kept wanting to ask last night, but every time before she could open her mouth, her thoughts were distracted and she gradually forgot about it, and only now did she think about it. Kimura smiled and explained, "That is the bagua seal. It doesn't usually show up. It only appears when I'm emotionally excited or doing strenuous exercise." Vigorous exercise. Shin instantly had many associations, and her cheeks flushed even more. She pursed